Suku traverses into a world of extraordinary abilities, enduring a grueling 3 years, only to find himself cornered in his home by a ruthless assailant pursuing a white-haired lowly on the eve of the awakening ceremony. At the brink of death, he astonishingly awakens the SSS-level ability known as the Joker. The game commences with him duplicating an S-level ice-based ultimate move, executing a remarkable counterattack. System notification: SSS-level ability has been awakened. Please commence your performance. You have activated the talent Improvisational Performance, allowing you to replicate the abilities you are currently encountering. You have acquired the skill Reprisal, enabling you to repeatedly unleash your most recently utilized skill. You have obtained the skill Wildcard, which permits you to store the abilities you have performed within the wildcard. You have gained the skill Fraudulent Magic and the skill Scarebox. When the official organization arrives, he discreetly conceals his prowess. My talent is rather mundane. I merely throw a small ice shard. When formidable foes obstruct his path, he scoffs mockingly, presenting them with a grand spectacle. Beneath the sun, he is the Ice Emperor among the 4 prestigious academies. In the shadowy web of night, he reigns as the king of jokers. In the face of life and death, he cackles madly, ascending to power through deception. The spotlight is set. Please enjoy the grand performance of the Joker. Chapter 1. Greetings. I am a Joker. Forced awakening. Even dogs do not participate. If dogs don't participate, then I shall. I simply adore that sensation of popping a little pill into my mouth and then waiting for the awakening. This has been Suku's unwavering thought since he traversed into this world. Indeed, he is a time traveler who arrived in this realm 3 years ago, a world strikingly similar to his previous life, yet brimming with various extraordinary powers and bizarre phenomena. Here, upon becoming an awakener, one can alter their fate. However, whether one can awaken depends on their inherent genes. Those with talent can awaken before the age of 18 solely through their own efforts, often acquiring remarkable combat abilities. Individuals with lesser aptitude, such as Suku, are left with no choice but to save funds to partake in the awakening ceremony before high school graduation, gambling on the outcome of a forced awakening. After 3 years of saving, I have finally amassed enough of the forced awakening on the last day before graduation. The heavens do not forsake the diligent. Even if my journey through time lacked a golden finger, surely I cannot fail at awakening. Whistling a light-hearted tune, Suku opened the door to his modest rental unit, turning off the light as he closed the door. A brief silence ensued. Snap! Without the slightest hesitation, Suku promptly switched off the light and turned to grasp the doorknob behind him. Hiss! A chilling cold surged from his palm. He hastily released his grip, noticing that the metallic doorknob was inexplicably encrusted with azure ice crystals. What do you think you're going? This is your home, isn't it? A melodious female voice suddenly rang out, laced with vigilance and frost. Yes. Haha. I just remembered I forgot to buy something and need to step out. Suku was instantly drenched in cold sweat, his nostrils keenly detecting a heavy scent of blood. Turn on the light. The girl's voice paid no heed to Suku's explanation, merely issuing a cold command. Gulp. Suku obediently turned on the light on the wall. An awakener capable of freezing a door from a distance was someone he could not contend with. In the illumination, he finally discerned the figure before him. She appeared to be a girl of 14 or 15, with waist-length hair as pure as snow, skin so pale it was almost translucent, and a pair of ice-blue eyes fixed intently upon Suku. At that moment, she was seated on Suku's bed, a gruesome wound extending from her shoulder to her waist, soaking her clothing. It turned out to be an injured, white-haired lowly. Suku's brow subtly furrowed, a sense of impending trouble creeping into his mind. I advise you against doing anything foolish, such as reporting to the enforcement team, or attempting to test my capabilities. The girl spoke, raising one palm and gently pressing it against the wall beside her. A resounding bang echoed through the air. A muffled thud followed, leaving a distinct handprint on the wall. Without any hesitation, Suku's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Your Majesty, please spare me. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Of course, exhibiting a bit of bravado would seem manly. After all, who would willingly kneel before a barefooted, white-haired lowly? Yet, Suku's principle was simple. As long as it served his interests, even if it meant shattering his dignity, he would not mind. Observing Suku's spinelessness as he knelt and begged for mercy, Shirley's taut nerves relaxed, nearly breaking her composure. Do you possess no semblance of masculine dignity? Even for the sake of self-preservation, there is no need to kneel. Just remain quiet and act as though I do not exist. I have no intention of taking your life. With that, Shirley gently closed her eyes, a chilling aura gradually emanating from her. A mere high school student who had yet to awaken posed no threat to her. To eliminate him, she merely needed to raise her hand. The true threat lay with those who had harmed her, and she needed to heal swiftly. Act as though I do not exist, Suku queried, and upon seeing Shirley's silence, seemingly acquiescing, he rose and plopped down onto the sofa, turning on the television. Baby bus. Starting today, I will go to the bathroom by myself. Mom and Dad, please don't worry about me. A melodious child's voice accompanied a catchy tune emanating from the old television's broken speakers. Suku crossed his legs, humming along to the rhythm, exuding an air of misplaced innocence. With a swift motion, an ice shard sliced through the air, piercing the television that played Baby Bus. You, from this moment on, sit quietly. Otherwise, the next shard will make your brain explode. Shirley's repressed fury caused her chest to heave violently, nearly prompting her to spit blood. Meanwhile, Suku sat like a kindergarten child, hands pressed beneath him, gazing mournfully at the still smoking television. How infuriating. That was the most expensive appliance in the house. The room finally descended into utter silence, seconds ticking by as Suku's mind raced with thoughts of escape. Suddenly, knock, knock, knock. A slow yet forceful knock reverberated through the air. Shirley's ice-blue eyes snapped open, her expression betraying a hint of panic. She failed to notice someone approaching. The tense atmosphere thickened, prompting Suku to hold his breath, his heart racing. This was the enemy come to find him. What should he do? Friend inside. Would you mind opening the door? I'm looking for someone. A youthful male voice called from outside, exuding a sense of certainty that the person he sought was within the room. Shirley's face paled as she gestured to Suku with her lips, silently instructing him to remain silent. However, in the next instant, a thunderous crash echoed as the frozen door, along with its frame, was violently thrust open. A man clad in a black suit, reminiscent of a character from The Matrix, stood at the threshold, his countenance stern. His gaze swept across the room, swiftly landing on Shirley. Ah, Shirley, you truly are hiding here. Has no one informed you that an excessively quiet room is even more suspicious? The illustrious Ice Princess, reduced to such a state. How unfortunate. The man remarked, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I shall take credit for this accomplishment. As he spoke, he casually reached towards the wall beside him, and a bizarre phenomenon unfolded. His hand penetrated the shadow of the wall, retrieving a colossal sword that was as tall as he was. The hilt was entirely black, seemingly absorbing all light, save for a single blood-red vein that snaked down its length like a twisted artery. Merely gazing at it felt as though his very soul was being drawn in. Hey, listen. Just as he was lost in thought, a delightful feminine voice, laced with complex emotions, broke through. I'm sorry to have involved you. I still possess one final strike. You must escape quickly. Without allowing Suku a moment to protest, Shirley's ice-blue eyes brimmed with determination as her last reserves of power surged forth, causing the room's temperature to plummet to frigid levels, thick layers of ice swiftly enveloping the walls and floor. Go! With a thunderous shout, the windows shattered, the cool summer breeze rushing into the room, granting Suku a path to survival. Go! It's far too late. The black-clad youth's scornful voice rang out, accompanied by a disdainful snort. With a simple downward slash of the massive black sword, an overwhelming sense of oppression pinned Suku in place like a wooden stake. Great. Even if I wanted to leave, there's no opportunity. Absolute cold. Ice crystal explosion. In that instant, it was as though white fireworks erupted. An intense chill surged forth, engulfing the entire room. The black-clad youth dared not underestimate the situation. The sword's downward slash emanated a dark aura, resisting the powerful icy force. Amidst the clash of these two titanic energies, Suku's body gradually succumbed to the encroaching ice, the sensation of approaching death continually stimulating his nerves. I'd perish? I had just gathered enough for awakening. On the brink of death, an overwhelming tide of unwillingness surged within Suku's mind. A certain shackle, unbeknownst to him, shattered and opened. A mocking, frenzied, yet crystal-clear voice resonated from the depths of his soul, declaring the commencement. Ha ha ha! Laugh amidst despair. Dance at your own funeral. Exclusive SSS class ability. The Jester has awakened. Innate skill, improvisation, has been activated. Detecting high-energy reactions available for impersonation. S-class ability, Frost Staff. Due to the host's perilous state, automatic replication has commenced. Replication successful. Please begin your performance. Congratulations on your promotion to the first tier. First tier talent, Old Tricks, has been activated. Chapter 2. Seize the power of extreme ice, youngster. As the frigid chill receded, an unprecedented sensation of strength surged through Suku's limbs, akin to a torrent that had burst through a dam. The bewilderment in his eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a profound understanding of the essence of extreme ice. Within this icy realm conjured by Sherry, he discerned the intricate formation of ice-based abilities. Die! A thunderous shout erupted. The young man clad in black ultimately broke through the icy confinement, wielding a colossal sword exuding dark energy, and swung it menacingly towards Sherry. Instinctively, Suku stepped forward, mimicking Sherry's earlier movements, channeling all his strength as he thrust both hands forward. Extreme ice crystal eruption. The lingering white fireworks erupted once more, and the icy air exploded into existence. What? The young man's pupils contracted, astonished as he beheld Suku's stance. You little rascal, don't underestimate me. Sensing he had fallen into Sherry's trap, the weighty sword swiftly altered its trajectory, now aimed at Suku. Crack. Boom. The pristine fireworks collided with the black sword energy, sending forth a wave of energy even more potent than before, wreaking havoc between them. Sharp ice spikes flew in all directions, piercing the solid walls as if they were mere paper. The sinister grin on the young man's face began to solidify, his finely tailored suit now adorned with frost, his hands exhibiting signs of frostbite. He never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary youth could wield the signature move of the Ice Princess. Huh! Another fierce shout resonated. The black sword energy cleaved through the barrage of ice crystals, only to dissipate as its energy was exhausted. Gasping for breath, the young man clutched his sword, but a cold smile returned to his lips. You're out of strength, aren't you? You cannot possibly unleash such an attack again. Before his words faded, Suku's hands formed seals once more, allowing the ice crystal eruption to drain the energy from within him. Using the same trick again. Extreme ice crystal eruption. For the second time. Huh. A low growl escaped his lips, one even he found unfamiliar. The white fireworks blossomed in the shabby rented room for the third time. More resplendent than ever. The sharp ice spikes shot forth like bullets, and the black-clad youth, stunned and immobilized by the chilling onslaught, could only grasp his sword horizontally to block the impending attack. Boom. The battle abruptly ceased in the wake of a deafening ice howl. The peculiar black sword clanked to the ground, its sanguine glow swiftly fading. The young man was now pierced by countless ice spikes, transformed into a colossal ice sculpture. Is this truly my power? Suku gazed incredulously at his own hands. A wave of intense weakness crashing over him as the aftereffects of his first use of his powers began to manifest. Congratulations, host, for achieving an extraordinary debut performance. Level upgraded to Tier 2. Tier 2 Talent Ability Wildcard has been activated. Wildcard 052 capable of storing the abilities demonstrated by the host. The sense of power accompanying his ascension did little to alleviate the fatigue weighing upon him. Staggering toward Sherry, he was met with the sight of the silver-haired maiden gradually becoming transparent, her essence visibly waning, yet the terror in her gaze remained undiminished. Your Majesty, do you have any last words? Suku inquired sadly, sinking weakly onto the blood-stained bed. Who on earth are you? This utterance appeared to deplete her final reserves of strength, as her form began to transform into ice-blue light particles, drifting like sorrowful snowflakes. Watching a living being dissolve before his eyes, Suku widened his gaze, yet soon accepted this surreal reality. Perhaps esteemed awakeners possess such grandeur even in death. With this thought, he refrained from lingering. The commotion would surely draw the attention of law enforcement soon. He needed to devise a plausible explanation. His right hand rummaged through his pants pocket, retrieving an old black mobile phone. One must admit, when it comes to durability, nothing beats the reliability of the classic Nokia. It was entirely unscathed. Hello, is this the law enforcement agency? I wish to report an incident. I was attacked by an awakener. After hanging up, Suku could no longer bear the fatigue and collapsed onto his bed. The ice-blue light particles did not vanish completely. They swirled in the air for a moment, seemingly drawn by some unseen force, ultimately cascading toward the Nokia phone abandoned beside him. Moments later, the screen of the aged black mobile illuminated, revealing a chibi anime girl. The girl blinked her adorable eyes, as if coming to terms with her current predicament. Then, a stream of insults filled with humiliation, rage, and shock erupted from the Nokia speaker. Yayoi, I will kill you one day. A wave of intense hunger surged within Suku. He opened his bleary eyes to find a stark white ceiling and the acrid scent of disinfectant. You have finally awakened. A melodious feminine voice resonated in his ears. Suku, bewildered, propped himself up, only to suddenly realize he was not in his own room. Clutching the small blanket to his chest, he exclaimed in panic. Who's speaking? I'm not someone you can take lightly. I do not accept any nonsense. The Nokia phone by his bedside trembled, then suddenly soared into the air, striking him on the forehead. Damn it, what are you thinking? You're the one being reckless. Ouch, my nose. The Nokia struck his nose with pinpoint accuracy, knocking him off the bed. Why does that sound so familiar? He thought, muffling his nose. Rising, he caught sight of his Nokia hovering in midair, where the white-haired lowly was now glaring at him with her arms crossed. What the hell? My phone has come to life. Suku's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Come to life? Don't be ridiculous. Take this punch. An aura burst forth from the charging port, and the Nokia hurled itself at Suku's nose once more. I dodged. This time, Suku learned from his mistake, ducking to evade the phone's attack. So it's your Majesty. Please calm down. I truly did not recognize it was you. Seeing Suku nearly collapse again, Sherry sighed, exasperated, as she pressed her forehead. How can someone as shameless as you awaken the same ability as me? Truly, the heavens have no eyes. Clearly, after a night of contemplation, Sherry had come up with a reasonable explanation for the origin of Suku's powers. It's fate. Your Majesty, how did you end up in my phone? The mere mention of this ignited Sherry's ire anew, her chibi face on the screen darkening with displeasure. Chapter 3. A Bounty. Nokia Lowly Edition. Do you dare question why you're using such an antiquated phone? It doesn't even support 5G and has buttons. And it's out of service. Don't you have any social needs at all? In Sherry's mind, Suku's level of annoyance had risen to just below that of Yayoi, the most renowned awakener in the Night Network and one of Sherry's few friends. Last night, in a seemingly doomed situation, Sherry's life-preserving measure was triggered, transforming her into data and storing it in a nearby smart device. However, as Sherry became a mere speck of light and wandered around Suku's house for a while, aside from a television set she had inadvertently damaged, only this Nokia remained. Thus, she took on her current form. In the hospital room, just as Suku was about to sincerely apologize to his Nokia, the door swung open unexpectedly. A young man and woman, both casually dressed, entered the room. Suku nervously glanced at Sherry, who now lay on the bed, appearing as an ordinary Nokia. "Oh, your recovery is quite swift," said the man, smiling reassuringly. "Greetings, please do not be anxious. We are from the official organization, here to meet last night's hero. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Han Xiaodong, and this is Huang Xiaowen. We are members of Tsangqiong, the official awakeners you may have heard about. We have already investigated your experience from last night through the NightNet surveillance and imaging abilities. It was a private clash between two unregistered wild awakeners, and we thank you for intervening to protect the nearby populace." Surprisingly, Han Xiaodong's demeanor was exceedingly friendly, immediately alleviating Suku's suspicions. Thank you for your efforts." Suku stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. His prepared remarks swallowed back. However, the reason for their visit quickly became apparent. "It appears you have awakened some form of ice-based combat ability. Though it may be presumptuous, I would like to inquire about the level of your ability." "Oh, my ability level is..." Suku was no fool. His clown ability was his trump card. Externally, he could easily masquerade as an S-class ice awakener, leading his adversaries to misjudge his true strength. However, before he could articulate his response, the Nokia on the bed suddenly emitted an alarm. All three turned their gazes toward the phone screen. Pardon me, I just need to silence the alarm." Suku calmly picked up the phone, glanced at Sherry's text message, and sighed. "My ability level is E, specifically freezing, with my attack method being ice projectiles." Upon hearing Suku's ability was merely E level, the enthusiasm of Han Xiaodong and his companion noticeably waned, their expressions darkening. I knew someone living in subsidized housing couldn't possibly awaken an ability above B level. Didn't I say I was right? What a waste of our time, coming all this way to recruit." Huang Xiaowen, who had been silent until now, chimed in, deriding Suku while complaining. Han Xiaodong, however, was not so quick to dismiss Suku. According to the investigation records, the energy peak from last night had at least reached the second tier, which, while not high, indicated that Suku had performed exceptionally well by managing to eliminate one of his foes. Of course, they remained unaware that Sherry's strength had diminished significantly, and that the man in black was merely there to pick up the pieces. "I apologize, Suku. My colleague tends to speak too bluntly. Please do not take it to heart. Our objective remains unchanged. We wish to invite you to join Tsangqiong. We can consider assigning you a temporary position with a monthly salary of 10,000, along with benefits after you become a permanent member." Given the circumstances, Suku might have eagerly accepted such an offer. After all, it represented a stable job, a means to secure his livelihood. However, the recent message from Sherry prompted him to decline firmly. "I appreciate the offer, but I wish to focus on my studies and will not consider joining any organization for the time being." Upon hearing Suku's refusal, Han Xiaodong, under normal circumstances, would have made further attempts to persuade him. However, perhaps due to the stark contrast between his expectations and reality, he instantly lost the desire to extend the invitation. "Very well, since you choose not to join the official ranks, I must remind you to adhere strictly to the laws governing awakeners. I would prefer not to encounter you in prison in the future." Han Xiaodong's words carried a bureaucratic tone, and Suku's expression turned less amiable. "Thank you. I will keep that in mind." With an E-level ability, what right do you have to act so high and mighty? What school would accept someone like you? The pair did not linger, turning to leave, while Huang Xiaowen continued to mock him. After they departed, Suku let out a long sigh, cursing under his breath, blind to the worth of others. "Oh, are you upset? Don't you want to ask me why I advised you to refuse joining Tsangqiong?" Seemingly having regained her composure, Sherry's virtual image reappeared on the phone screen, now swinging on a swing. "Upset? Not really," Suku replied with a dismissive shrug. "If a dog bites you, you certainly can't bite back." He picked up the Nokia and, shifting to a teasing tone, said, "Your Majesty, with your extensive experience, there must be a reason for your advice against my joining." As he spoke, he sat back down on the hospital bed. Hospital rooms were quite costly, and although the Public Security Bureau would reimburse the expenses as a gesture of gratitude, he wanted to savor the experience for as long as possible. "Stop being glib. You have no idea of the value of an S-class ability. Once you graduate from the Ability University, countless organizations will invite you to join. What do official organizations offer? Too many rules and responsibilities. Joining now means starting as an intern. Wouldn't it be better to take the lead once you graduate? Sherry explained with utmost confidence, which stemmed from her own remarkable rise to prominence, having astounded the 4 major academies. Suka nodded in understanding, secretly thinking, if S-class abilities are so impressive, then my SSS class must be even more remarkable. Just as he indulged in these thoughts, the Nokia rang again, and Sherry effortlessly connected the call. It was his friend Jiangming calling. Hello, Sue, where on earth have you been? The awakening ceremony was this morning. Why haven't you shown up? Crap. I completely forgot. I already paid my fees. Chapter 4. The unrefined school bully, class leader. In the sweltering summer, the sun scorched the ground. A youthful figure darted through the streets, his athletic form drawing the attention of passersby. Wow, this young man runs so fast, isn't he hot? Ah, you old-timer don't understand. This must be a gifted child who has awakened. He's like a camel. Have you heard of Liu San's grandson? Apparently, he can even stand on his head while. Naturally, Suku overheard the old men's gossip. Ever since his awakening, he had felt a tremendous transformation in his physical capabilities. Even when sprinting as if in a race, he merely breathed a little heavier, and under the influence of his ice ability, he hadn't even broken a sweat. Do you really need to participate in the compulsory awakening? Sherry's voice echoed through the Nokia, which hung around Suka's neck. They had just engaged in a heated debate, as Sherry vehemently opposed Suka keeping her in his pocket. Despite being merely a digitized form, Sherry seemed particularly adamant about not being stowed away, insisting on remaining visible. Under the pressure of the queen's demands, and to safeguard his own dignity, Suka hastily purchased a phone strap from a nearby 2-yuan shop, hanging Sherry around his neck. Though it looked a bit silly, it was a compromise that Sherry accepted. Your Majesty, don't most high school students have to undergo compulsory awakening? Like at Jiangxing, no. One high school, there are over 500 students each year, and even counting those who undergo compulsory awakening, only about 30 or 40 actually acquire abilities. Not to mention many others who can't awaken combat abilities at all. Suka had indeed done his homework in advance. Otherwise, how could he have spent 3 years saving money to gamble on this forced awakening? Humph, that is solely because Jiangcheng No. 1 High School is too small. Research from Yiwang indicates that high-level abilities are generally acquired through voluntary awakening, while those stimulated by forced awakening are often low-level abilities below C rank. Moreover, the risks associated with forced awakening are exceedingly high. Failure could even lead to one becoming mentally incapacitated. There are already reports from Kyoto indicating that forced awakenings will be abolished in high schools. Shirley seems to have access to quite a wealth of information, casually mentioning secrets that Suku had never encountered before. What level of awakener is the queen, truly? How does she know so much? Oh, esteemed one, please guide me. Sensing the aura of a powerful figure from Shirley's words, Suku immediately clutched his phone with a fervent, almost infatuated grip, pleading for more details. Get lost. Keep your face away. Don't force me to hit you on the street. Ah, stop. Ouch. A pained cry echoed through the street, as a young man sorrowfully clutched his nose. Returning to the matter at hand, Suka finally arrived at the school just before the awakening ceremony concluded. This time, the ceremony was held in the gymnasium, and just as he set foot at the entrance, he was jostled aside by a robust figure. Suka, what are you doing here? A deep, gruff voice resonated above him, and Suka looked up to see a towering figure, well over 2 meters tall, built like an ox, clearly a student athlete, obstructing his path. Habitually scratching his head, the shadow of gloom in Suku's eyes flickered briefly. Wang Meng, the school bully of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, or rather, the bully among ordinary students. He dared not offend the wealthy or exceptionally gifted students who awakened high-level abilities, and instead, he spent his days harassing the more docile ones. Suka had previously been extorted by him for money, but he was quick-witted enough to avoid such encounters in school, never carrying cash and lacking even a payment function on his phone, often running out of credit. Thus, he became one of the few who had never been bullied throughout his 3 years of high school. However, it was precisely because of this that Wang Meng, upon discovering that Suku had the financial means to participate in the forced awakening, felt deceived. His expression instantly contorted into one of malice. Oh, so you've been saving up for this forced awakening while acting broke when I asked for protection fees? Perfect. Someone like you participating in forced awakening is just asking for death. Go tell the teacher to refund me. Consider it settling your protection fees for high school. Wang Meng's words were indeed shameless. Setting aside the fact that forced awakening pertains to every student's future, after today, their next encounter would be during the college entrance examination, possibly marking the end of their interactions. Why should Suku owe him any protection fees? The flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, accompanied by the image of the icy corpse from last night. Should I eliminate him? No, the officials have already warned me that I am being watched. Recklessly using my abilities could lead to a manhunt. What would the queen do in this situation? As Suka's thoughts raced, he may not have realized that his decision-making process had unconsciously shifted to that of an awakener. Wang Meng, do not bully our classmates. Just as Suku was conflicted, a melodious female voice rang out. In the gymnasium, a young woman dressed in a dark red, ancient-style robe with long sleeves, a sword at her waist, and a high ponytail, walked out with a serious expression. Tang Yin, it's you again, always ruining my plans. Wang Ming turned to face the newcomer. Seemingly intimidated, I just broke through to the second tier. With my D-rank ability, bull power, don't think you can boss me around. Tang Yin scoffed at his words, her right hand reaching for the sword at her waist. Oh, you wish to spar with me? Wang Ming, about to unleash a harsh retort, swallowed his words. He was not foolish. Tang Yin was the young lady from the Tang family of Jiangcheng, a natural genius who had long awakened her formidable B-rank ability. The heavenly gang, Sword Chi. If he were to challenge her, he would likely be knocked down in mere moments. Thus, glaring at Su Ku with malice, he hissed, Kid, don't just hide behind a woman. Aren't you also about to awaken? Why not dare to spar with me? Do not agree to him. Tang Yin immediately warned. Fine, let us wait until after my awakening, and we shall have a proper match. Su Ku seemed incensed by Wang Ming's provocation, his expression one of righteous indignation. As if he were confident in defeating the latter after his awakening, completely disregarding Tang Yan's advice. Seeing his aim achieved, Wang Ming sported a satisfied grin and called out to the surrounding classmates who had gathered. Did you all hear that? Su Ku said he would spar with me after awakening. Don't say I bullied him later. Oh, go for it, boss. Knock this little waste down. Ming Gu is mighty. Let him see what a D-rank ability truly is. What a joke. Who does he think he is to challenge Ming Gu? The classmates erupted into a frenzy, and Wang Ming stepped aside, allowing Su Ku to enter. Su Ku, worried about missing the awakening ceremony and losing his money, hurried towards the podium. In the eyes of others, this only served to illustrate Su Ku's lofty ambitions, attempting to turn his fortunes around. Consequently, the voices of mockery and ridicule grew louder, with some even following Su Ku into the gymnasium, eager to witness what ability he might awaken. Yet, just as Su Ku rushed forward, he was intercepted. Ouch, class leader, I have urgent matters. Don't tug at my clothes, okay? This is my only t-shirt. It's very expensive. Seeing the beautiful girl tugging at his shirt, Su Ku lamented helplessly. Su Ku, stop right there. His shirt was grasped by a pair of delicate white hands, and a surge of strength yanked him, causing him to stumble. Class leader, let go. Su Ku's voice carried a hint of exasperation. He was accustomed to being solitary and found it quite uncomfortable to receive unreciprocated concern from someone like Tang Yan, even finding it somewhat bothersome. Let go? Are you planning to participate in the forced awakening? I truly don't understand your thought process. Why not just focus on the academic examinations and aim for a stable career as a doctor or civil servant? Why gamble your life on such a slim chance of awakening? Tang Yan exclaimed, her brows knitting in anger. My clothes are going to tear. Hey, don't pull my pants, it's digging in. Su Ku struggled to break free, but Tang Yan had a firm grip on the elastic band around his waist, the sharp pain preventing him from moving. Class leader, everyone has their own aspirations. Please don't interfere with mine. He sighed, attempting to explain patiently. Aspiration? All I see is recklessness. Tang Yan pulled tighter, her agitation palpable. Even if you miraculously awaken, the odds of exceeding D-rank are minuscule. Is it worth it just to spite Wang Ming? This isn't just out of spite. I have confidence in myself. Before Su Ku could finish, a mocking voice interrupted. Why hasn't our esteemed Su Ku gone to awaken yet? Are you afraid? Scared to awaken? Wang Ming approached, flanked by a group of onlookers. His face a mask of derision, clearly there to witness the spectacle. There's no need to worry. It's not too late for you to back down now. Simply crawl under my pants and shout 3 times that you are worthless. If you make up for the protection fee from the past 3 years, I might just let you off the hook. After all, your awakening is merely a waste of resources. At best, you'll only be an F grade. Wang Ming's words elicited a chorus of laughter from the surrounding students, who regarded Su Ku with the gleeful eyes of spectators eagerly anticipating a spectacle. Su Ku's gaze instantly hardened, yet he maintained his composure. Striking back now would be fundamentally different from retaliating later on the arena. Besides, he was genuinely curious to see the expression on Wang Ming's face when he witnessed the true level of Su Ku's abilities. Class monitor, I am not here to forcibly awaken. I am here to request a refund. Can you please release me now? Su Ku's calm tone momentarily startled Tang Yan, who ultimately hesitantly let go. With a sharp crack, the elastic of her pants snapped against Su Ku's waist, producing a crisp sound. Tang Yan's cheeks flushed crimson, and in her moment of distraction, Su Ku had already hastened toward the teacher at the podium. Behind him, Wang Ming trailed along with a group of followers, grinning as they clearly intended to revel in Su Ku's embarrassment. At the podium, a stern male teacher wearing gold-rimmed glasses was engrossed in organizing paperwork. Good day, sir. I would like to process my refund for the early awakening, Su Ku said politely. The male teacher did not even lift his head, his brows furrowing beneath his glasses as he replied curtly, How is it that you awakened early, yet only now come for a refund? Students like you are truly lazy. Do you not care about your own affairs? State your name, class, and the level and type of your awakened ability. Class 1 of grade 12, Su Ku. I have awakened an S-grade ability, the ice staff of extreme cold, Su Ku answered honestly. With a swift motion, the teacher's pen sliced through the form in anger as he raised his head. his eyes behind the glasses scrutinizing Suku as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke. You? An S-grade? The ice staff of extreme cold? He adjusted his glasses, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Do you have any idea what it means to falsely report your ability level, especially claiming to be S-grade? That severely disrupts the educational order. Our Jiang City hasn't produced an S-grade in 5 years. And you think you can? At that moment, Wang Ming, who had been observing Suku from behind, erupted into exaggerated laughter. Ha! An S-grade? Suku, you must be joking. Why not claim you awakened an SSS grade instead? How absurd. If you want to deceive the teacher for a refund, at least make your lie believable. Did you hear some ability name from a video and just throw it out there? The surrounding students began to stir, casting scornful glances at Suku. The male teacher's expression darkened immediately. Suku, I will give you one last chance. Honestly confess what ability you have awakened, even if you haven't awakened anything. If you admit it now, I might consider refunding half of your fee. However, if you continue to spout nonsense, not only will I report this to the school for disciplinary action, but you can forget about getting any money back. Tang Yan, in a state of panic, tugged at Suku's sleeve. Suku, don't be stubborn. Just tell the teacher the truth. Faced with the surrounding skepticism, mockery, and threats, Suku took a deep breath. Sometimes, telling the truth is far more exhausting than fabricating a lie. He no longer regarded the teacher or acknowledged Wang Ming. Instead, fixing his gaze directly on the enormous silver sphere floating at the center of the venue, the ability detector. Teacher, I would like to apply for a direct ability level assessment. Suku's voice was remarkably calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. As all eyes turned in astonishment, he strode confidently toward the detector. Humph, still pretending. Let's see how long you can keep this up. Wang Ming crossed his arms, adopting a self-satisfied expression. The male teacher scoffed, removing his gold-rimmed glasses to clean them, awaiting the unfolding drama. Standing before the detector, Suku slowly raised his hand, internally chanting. Impromptu performance activated. Target, Sherry. S-grade ability. Ice staff of extreme cold, unleashed. The instant his palm made contact with the silvery sphere, boom. An indescribable force of extreme ice erupted from the center of the detector, akin to a divine scepter in the hands of a deity. The entire gymnasium was instantly engulfed in dazzling blue light, the temperature plummeting. Crack, crack. The chilling aura radiated from Suku, spreading wildly outward, swiftly covering a significant portion of the gym's floor and racing towards the exit. A mist gradually filled the air, frosting the walls, tables, chairs, and even the lenses of glasses. Despite this, the force of extreme ice showed no signs of waning. Instead, it intensified, as if intent on freezing the entire gym. The previously boisterous gymnasium fell into an eerie silence. The students who had come to witness the spectacle stared, mouths agape, transfixed by the brilliant blue light. Wang Ming's mocking expression froze in disbelief, his legs trembling uncontrollably from the cold. The once arrogant registering teacher now regarded Suku with newfound respect, his gaze softening with admiration. Tang Yan gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes filled with astonishment and an unfamiliarity towards Suku. Meanwhile, in the commentary hall on the third floor of the gymnasium, Principal Wang was ingratiatingly facing a tall woman. Principal Wang, the educational resources in local schools are indeed lacking. As we approach the end of the term, we still don't have a single B-grade student. It's becoming difficult for me to recommend students from our school to the academy, the tall woman lamented, shaking her head as she perused the registration forms. Miss you. You are well aware of our circumstances. I want to pretend otherwise. If no students can qualify for the 4 major academies this year, I fear I might lose my position as principal. Principal Wang said anxiously, rubbing his palms together with a forced smile. Considering that the first high school is your alma mater, could you assist by selecting a reasonably competent student? Even if they only last 2 years before being expelled by the academy, it would suffice as long as I can survive these last 2 years, he pleaded humbly. Yu Wanru smirked with a hint of derision. Indeed, the leadership in such small locales was myopic. The 4 major academies were not an easy door to enter or exit. Were it not for the connection of Principal Wang's wife to her distant relatives, she wouldn't bother at all. Alma mater sentiment? The students of the 4 major academies have only one alma mater, and that is their own academy. Principal Wang, you are putting me in a difficult position. Without any students awakening suitable high-tier abilities, there is nothing I can do. The academy is not my personal enterprise. Just as Yu Wanru was about to dismiss him, a brilliant blue light illuminated the commentary hall. What is happening? Could it be that a B-grade ability has awakened? Principal Wang reacted swiftly, darting to the observation glass to peer below. He beheld the azure ice crystals spreading at a visible pace, swiftly enveloping the entire gymnasium. A biting chill rushed forth, eliciting gasps from the crowd below. Wait, given this fluctuation, it seems an A-grade ability is about to manifest. Yu Wanru had lost her earlier composure and rushed to the glass, her eyes filled with fervor as she gazed toward the podium. The icy air had driven the crowd outside the gymnasium, and under the influence of the ice crystals, white snowflakes began to fall from the sky. August snowfall. It was indeed August snowfall, a celestial phenomenon, This was undoubtedly a sign of an S-grade ability awakening. Yuanru was utterly beside herself. No longer concerned with maintaining the image of an expert, she exclaimed in shock. This outing represented her internship prior to formal employment, and her ability to recruit promising talent would determine whether she could secure a position at the university. Initially, she harbored no expectations for Jiangxing No. 1 High School, an ordinary institution, but now she had unexpectedly discovered a potential awakener with S-class abilities, igniting a surge of exhilaration within her. Principal Wang, I have made my decision. We at Jingbei University will admit this student unconditionally. Yu Wanru's fervent demeanor compelled Principal Wang to straighten his posture. You previously disregarded me, but now the tables have turned. Haven't they? Ahem, miss you, one cannot speak so lightly. After all, the 4 major academies are all premier institutions of the Great Xia. It ultimately depends on the student's own choice. On the platform, Suku gazed upward at the snowflakes cascading outside the gymnasium, his expression one of inscrutable solitude. While internally, he was in a state of panic. What should I do, Your Majesty? I've frozen this enormous sphere. It must be quite expensive, such an evidently high-end item. Surely I won't be held accountable for this. This is disastrous. I haven't even recovered the money, and now I might have to pay for it. Suku's pitiable demeanor left Sherry in the Nokia device exasperated. Can you not show a bit of ambition? You are an S-class awakener, for goodness sake. How many individuals wish to curry favor with you? Who would bother to quibble over trivial losses? Furthermore, this device cannot be damaged. I used the same equipment during my awakening, and it was perfectly fine. As soon as Sherry's words fell, Suku felt a wave of relief, which was soon followed by an uncontrollable surge of the icy power emanating from his hands. In an inadvertent moment, the gray auras signifying the Joker's powers stealthily seeped into the colossal sphere. Then came the cacophony. Cackling. Art is an explosion. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted, shattering the sphere into countless fragments, intermingled with ice crystals, scattering in all directions. The onlookers below clutched their heads and fled in panic, cries ringing out. Ambulance. Quickly. Call for an ambulance. What just exploded? Is there a ferocious beast that has broken in? Suku. Suku, are you alright? Teacher, he was closest. Hurry and save him. Tang Yan's voice was drowned out by the crowd's clamor. As she struggled to navigate through the throng, she was stunned by the sight of that solitary figure shrouded in snowflakes. What a sight it was, resembling a sovereign who scorns the mundane. Turned away from the masses, yet unable to conceal an aura of madness. This is bad. Your Majesty, this time we are truly in trouble. What if I have to compensate for the damage? Should we make a hasty exit? Suku lamented to Sherry, entirely oblivious to her astonishment bordering on disbelief. How is this possible? Such an awakening device, even an S-class ability, could not possibly cause it to explode. It must be the local institution's equipment that is outdated. Surely that is the issue. Just then, amidst their chaotic thoughts, an out-of-place voice shouted, cheating. This guy must have cheated. I knew it. A worthless individual could never awaken S-class powers. He must have used some underhanded means to interfere with the testing apparatus. Now that you've damaged the school's property, let's see how you explain this to the principal. Wang Ming had somehow arrived at the front of the stage, hurling accusations at Suku and questioning the authenticity of his powers. Despite the myriad of anomalies that had just transpired, including the eerie laughter, he stubbornly insisted that Suku's achievements were nothing more than a ruse to gain entry into the 4 major academies. That's right, Wang Ming is correct. There has never been any documentation of an ability that could explode a testing device and emit strange laughter. This guy must have cheated. Indeed. Most high-level abilities awakened before the age of 18. How coincidentally did he awaken just the day before the ceremony? Mengu, champion of justice, pioneer of truth, unveil this charlatan's disguise. A chorus of agreement arose from the crowd, many pointing fingers at Suku. Such is human nature. If one is inherently exceptional, they may only inspire admiration and allegiance. Yet, should one rise from the ordinary, jealousy often compels the masses to drag them back into the mire, cloaked in the pretense of fairness, declaring, he does not deserve to prosper beyond my efforts. Wang Ming, you have gone too far. The phenomena witnessed were unmistakably proof of S-class abilities. How can this be deemed false? Tang Yin stepped forward to stand beside Suku, vociferously countering. Does the presence of phenomena alone suffice to prove S-class abilities? Then let me ask you, where's the evidence? What about the testing results that indicate ability levels? Wang Ming sneered. Oh, they've all exploded, haven't they? Then tell the teacher what grade he should be assigned. Tang Yin found herself momentarily speechless. Indeed, the sole piece of evidence had been obliterated. Regardless of how much Suku's performance resembled an S-class ability, it now lacked official validation. Without this critical endorsement, Suku would not garner the attention of the school authorities, potentially jeopardizing his future prospects in the martial examinations. Just as tensions mounted, Suku, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Teacher, I would like to inquire, according to Article 173 of the Awakener Regulations, if a challenger legitimately defeats an Awakener through challenge, can this be recognized as a demonstration of corresponding strength? Could this recognition serve as a basis for determining my ability level? He was no longer willing to endure. This matter was pivotal not only for his finances, but also for his future trajectory. Most importantly, Wang Ming's clownish behavior was utterly repugnant. How do you know about the Awakener regulations? Article 173. Let me check, and indeed, it exists. This can be referenced as a measure of ability level. Upon receiving the teacher's confirmation, Suku turned his gaze toward Wang Ming in the audience. Come on, didn't you just say you wanted to spar with me? I am prepared now. Let me see what you can truly bring to the table. Chapter 7. Battling Wang Ming, the Joker's Use. You want to fight me? Wang Ming, who had just been inciting the crowd, twitched at the corners of his mouth, and a powerful sense of humiliation ignited his fury. You truly think highly of yourself, don't you? Even if your awakening is indeed S-class, I am a second-tier awakener. I initially intended to let you off easy, but since you've chosen to seek conflict, very well, I shall oblige you and show you what it means to be truly strong. Enraged, Wang Ming leaped onto the platform, emanating an overwhelming aura that left the surrounding students too intimidated to breathe. In contrast, Suku appeared remarkably composed, standing resolutely with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of confidence. Teacher, Suku has just awakened, while Wang Ming is already at second tier. This is unfair. He should be given some time to adapt. Tang Yin felt a surge of anxiety, fearing Suku was merely putting on a brave face. However, the teacher shook his head in resignation. Normal challenges initiated between awakeners, with the consent of both parties, are beyond my authority to impede. Let them settle this. I will intervene if there is a genuine life-threatening situation. Meanwhile, Suku, in a low voice, whispered to the Nokia device resting on his chest. Your Majesty, he seems quite formidable. Am I capable of defeating him? Yet. I have already issued my challenge, and there is no turning back now. How did you manage to unleash that ice crystal explosion the other day? Could you demonstrate it once more? On the screen, the data-form Sherry appeared utterly speechless, her hand pressed against her pristine forehead, forgetting that you were still a novice. It seems that the unfortunate assassin has met his demise at the hands of such an amateur. Regardless of the internal disdain, Sherry recognized the urgency of the situation, organizing her thoughts and guiding Suku with the simplest of instructions. To put it succinctly, remember this: the intensity of supernatural abilities is determined by the tier of the awakened, while the sophistication of those abilities relies on the user's comprehension. It matters not if you do not grasp it now, simply treat them as skills. The second-tier Extreme Ice Staff, aside from its basic freezing capability, can also unleash the Ice Crystal Burst, a manifestation of the power of extreme ice. The method of its use lies instinctively within your mind. Just follow your feelings to execute it. Suko listened, bewildered by Sherry's words, struggling to comprehend the notions of feeling, intensity, and height. This sensation is akin to learning to ride a bicycle for the first time. No matter how others instruct you on maintaining balance or the rhythm of pedaling, it is only when you personally mount the bicycle and glide forward a few times that you truly understand the essence of balance. Such feelings cannot be conveyed through mere words. They must be experienced firsthand, and the use of supernatural abilities is no different. As Suku murmured to himself, his counterpart, Wang Ming, grew impatient. What are you mumbling about? I suspect your brain was damaged in the explosion, leaving you somewhat unhinged. Just the remedy, you need to regain your senses. With that, Wang Ming charged forward like a maddened bull. The power of the mighty bull, a D-tier superhuman ability, enhances the user's physique, granting them monstrous strength and speed akin to that of a raging bull. Awakened possessing this type of ability usually serve as tanks within combat squads, tasked with absorbing damage and drawing aggro. Moreover, superhuman abilities have a unique advantage over others, while lower-tier abilities can only conjure minor fireballs. They can already wrestle fiercely with ferocious beasts. To briefly categorize supernatural abilities, they can generally be divided into elemental, superhuman, psychic, item-based, and special categories. Each category boasts its own S-tier ability, with their wielders being influential figures in the daxia. Returning to the podium, Wang Ming's physique surged like a bull, enveloped by a faint red glow, evidently utilizing the skills bestowed by his ability. Savage Charge. The charging figure bore down upon Suku with ferocity. Yet he remained utterly unfazed. Contemplating Sherry's guidance, he subtly created smooth patches of ice around him using the power of extreme ice. As Wang Ming approached with the force of his charge, the slick surfaces disrupted his balance, causing his tank-like body to plummet toward the ground with a thunderous crash. Boom. His robust form smashed into the earth, creating a human-shaped crater while Suku deftly evaded, not a speck of dust touching him, though it seemed prolonged. The exchange transpired in an instant. The onlooking students only witnessed Wang Ming's charge toward Suku and the latter's effortless dodge, resulting in the former being taken down, leaving them utterly perplexed, yet their astonishment was palpable. Meanwhile, Sherry, who comprehended the entire sequence, felt a shock that rivaled that of her peers. What an astonishing battle instinct. Just a slight nudge led to such an ingenious counter. He hardly resembled a high school student. Should such a person master an S-tier ability, he would undoubtedly become a prominent figure in the awakened community. It was infuriating. What was with his seemingly lackluster demeanor? Unbeknownst to Suku, who was absorbed in contemplating the options presented by the jester in his mind. A sudden prompt echoed in his consciousness. Conditions for impromptu performance talent triggered. Detected energy reaction. D-tier ability mighty bull power. Please make your selection. The notification arrived abruptly, leaving Suku momentarily disoriented, unsure of what triggered the impromptu performance. However, he saw no reason to decline an opportunity to acquire a superhuman tank-type ability, which could serve as an additional lifeline in the future. Thus, with a flick of his wrist, a playing card featuring an exaggerated smile on one side and a blank face on the other materialized in his hand. Stored supernatural ability. S-tier Extreme Ice Staff. Storage complete. Ghost card, Queue of Clubs, Extreme Ice Staff, has been created. Ghost card progress, 152. Impromptu performance activated. Target, D-tier ability Mighty Bull Power. A surge of immense strength coursed through Suku's body. His muscles swelled, and he felt as though he possessed inexhaustible power. So this is the sensation of a superhuman ability. No wonder Wang Meng was so arrogant. Indeed, physical strength bolsters confidence. Suku chuckled, musing that Wang Meng's brain must have been squeezed by his muscles, prompting him to bully his classmates. Meanwhile, from the pit, Wang Meng struggled to rise, glaring at Suku with a fierce intensity. Chapter 8. Dual abilities showcase their might, shocking the audience. How powerful! He took down Wang Meng with just one move? Is this truly the power of an S-tier ability? It was impossible to discern what skills Suku had employed. How did he evade that? Would an S-tier ability also enhance physical prowess upon awakening? If it were me, I certainly wouldn't have been able to dodge that high-speed charge. Amidst the cacophony of murmurs, Wang Meng's face flushed crimson, feeling his pride severely wounded. Bastard! How dare you underestimate me? Don't think that pathetic trick will work a second time. If you have the guts, face me head-on like a man. You cowardly waste. He continued. Even if you awaken your abilities, you'll only scuttle around like a clown. Suku, upon hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle. You're absolutely right. I am a clown. What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied? If so, let's go again. This time, I'll let you experience what it feels like to be bullied. A sinister smile crept across Wang Meng's lips. You can't resist a little provocation, can you? If you dare, don't dodge. With that, Wang Meng propelled himself forward. A streak of crimson cutting through the podium. Savage charge. The savage charge was unleashed once more, even more potent than before, causing the ice crystals formed on the ground to scatter. Yet, contrary to expectations that Suku would swiftly maneuver to utilize his ice abilities, he stood still, his gaze intensely fixed upon Wang Meng. Suku, what are you doing? Quickly unleash the ice crystal burst. In the Nokia, Sherry sensed something was amiss and hastily urged him. Elemental awakened individuals are most cautioned against engaging in close combat with superhuman awakened before grasping the elemental transformation of their bodies. However, this did not imply they were weak. Most elemental types can master ranged attacks early on, allowing them to whittle down melee fighters through strategic positioning. But Suku's motionlessness genuinely alarmed Sherry. Is he really so frightened that he's frozen in place? Wake up, you fool. Move. Show us the power you displayed that night. Standing in the broadcasting hall, Yuanru shook her head, lamenting, what a pity for such a remarkable talent. His fighting spirit is far too feeble. When he arrives at the academy, I shall personally instruct him. Just as the crowd believed that Suku had been stunned into silence, rendered incapable of resistance, the youth who had been standing still suddenly surged forth, transforming into a fleeting shadow in an instant. A ferocious collision. In the blink of an eye, the two shadows crashed into one another. The triumphant grin on Wang Meng's face instantly froze. It felt as though he had collided head-on with a freight train. A heavy blow to his chest, plunging him into darkness. From the perspective of onlookers, the two collided at an astonishing speed, and one of them was sent flying like refuse. Bones shattered, arms contorted into grotesque angles. Wang Meng's figure was hurled backward, spitting a mouthful of blood before crashing down onto the podium, scattering fragments of stone in his wake. A piercing scream erupted from Wang Meng's lips as he lay convulsing on the ground, thrashing wildly. His opponent had indeed met him head-on, defeating him in the most humiliating and inexplicable manner. Why was Suku so powerful? Wasn't he merely an awakened S-level ice user? How could he confront someone of the superhuman class with such audacity? A dual-class awakener, he must possess a hidden superhuman ability. No, even a first-tier superhuman should not have been able to send Wang Meng, with his brute strength, flying. Was Suku not first-tier after all, though lacking first-hand experience? The crowd included knowledgeable students who quickly ascribed the most plausible explanation to Suku's performance. Could it be that he was a rare dual-class awakener? Or perhaps a dual-class awakener with an S-level ability? This was both delightful and lamentable. Yuanru couldn't help but sigh in regret. Dual-class awakening was rarer than awakening an S-level ability. While one might rejoice over the awakening of two abilities in others, for Suku, it was a double-edged sword. First and foremost, grasping an S-level ability already consumed all of Suku's energy. Now, with an additional unknown ability, when the time came to embark on his training, This superfluous ability would only siphon off a portion of his hard-earned results, ultimately leading to a regrettable outcome. Thus, Yuanru felt a sense of pity. In this way, although Suku possessed an S-level ability, his potential ceiling would be lower than that of his peers. On the podium, Suku gradually halted his forward momentum, standing unscathed. The shrill voice of Shirley emanating from his Nokia reverberated painfully against his eardrums. Why you actually awakened another ability? What kind of freak are you? Shirley's adorable face pressed against the phone screen, as if she wished to emerge and thoroughly examine Suku. Noticing Shirley's excitement, Suku feigned a foolish grin. Scratching his head, I was just startled by Wang Ming's presence, and in that moment of exertion, I awakened. Your Majesty, my dual-class ability isn't strange, is it? I won't be captured for dissection and study, right? The notion of a dual-class ability was merely a ruse Suku had prepared for his jester-like abilities. He understood that he could not indefinitely refrain from utilizing the copied powers of others. Therefore, he deliberately left the impression of being a dual-class awakener while purposefully concealing the other class of ability, allowing for maneuverability should the truth be revealed one day. Hearing Suku's concerns, Shirley rolled her eyes in exasperation. You worry too much about the unnecessary. Rest assured, no one will abduct you for research. With that, she rubbed her smooth chin. You really are unfortunate. Awakening another ability, whatever its level, it pales in comparison to my ice powers. You lucky boy. If anyone else had awakened dual abilities, it would likely hinder their primary ability. But with my personal guidance, you can fully replicate my experience, which should help normalize your rate of advancement. Seeing the situation resolved so effortlessly, Suku let out a sigh of relief and shifted his gaze to the writhing figure of Wang Ming on the ground. He leaped down from the podium, landing effortlessly beside Wang Ming. Now, do you still wish to question whether I am S-level? Tell me, do you submit? Wang Ming instinctively shrank his neck, but stubbornly retorted. You didn't defeat me using your ice ability, so what does that prove? Suku merely shrugged, a smile playing on his lips. Who cares? When the martial arts examination arrives, I will prove myself. For now, I only need to defeat you and reclaim my money. With that, Suku turned with flair, ignoring the pained figure of Wang Ming on the ground. Suku, you are truly amazing. A group of classmates from the senior class, led by Tang Yan, rushed over to congratulate him. Before they could exchange pleasantries, Principal Wang, beaming, intervened alongside Yuanru. Chapter 9. The Invitation from Jingbei, the Spirit of Defiance. Indeed. Suku, you performed splendidly today. Others may not see it, but I am not so easily deceived. This is unmistakably an authentic S-level ice ability. Principal Wang's face crinkled with joy. It has been years since Jiangxing No. 1 High School has produced an S-level ability user. You have truly brought us pride. Here. This is the awakening fee you did not spend, along with a reward from the school. Prepare well in the coming days. When the martial arts examination arrives, strive to bring honor to our school. As he spoke, Principal Wang produced a check and firmly placed it in Suku's hands. Suku stole a glance at the amount, 200,000 yuan, prompting a broad smile and even a bold thought that he might be a wealthy man. Once Suku accepted the reward, Principal Wang seemed to realize something and proceeded to introduce the woman beside him. I haven't introduced you yet. This is your senior, Yuanru, a prodigy from the Jingbei Ability Academy. Miss you, he continued. Shall we discuss matters here? Or would you prefer my office for a more detailed conversation? Hearing this, Suku turned his gaze to the woman beside Principal Wang. She was tall and striking, yet her demeanor bore a hint of arrogance. When Suku met her gaze, she had already scrutinized him from head to toe with an assertive look. Suku, is it? Let us converse in the office. I find you quite intriguing. Moments later, in the principal's office, Principal Wang personally brewed 2 cups of tea for Suku and Yuanru. You two discuss your matters. I shall not intervene. Su, be sure to heed your senior's advice. If you find yourself uncertain, feel free to seek me out. With that, Principal Wang, his face alight with joy, slowly retreated and closed the door. Once Principal Wang finally left, Suku exhaled a long sigh of relief. The principal's enthusiasm had been somewhat overwhelming. Suku, I will get straight to the point, Yuanru said, reclining against the sofa with an air of confidence. Originally, your awakening of an S-level ability would have guaranteed you a direct admission to our Jingbei Academy. However, the fact that you are also a dual-class awakener undoubtedly affects your training speed and potential ceiling. Therefore, on behalf of Jingbei University, I have decided to impose an additional assessment on you. Taking a sip of the tea brewed by Principal Wang, Yuanru subtly frowned, seemingly dissatisfied with the aroma of the tea, completely oblivious to Suku's peculiar expression across from her. If you can secure a position among the top 10 in this provincial martial arts examination, Jingbei Academy will continue to offer you a spot through direct admission, exempting you from 4 years of tuition fees. Should you fail to reach the top 10, but still place within the top 50, you will still be granted admission to Jingbei, albeit with the stipulation that you will need to cover your own tuition for the 4 years. If your regular performance lands you within the top 100. Before Yuanru could finish her lengthy discourse, Suku abruptly interjected, I beg your pardon. Senior you, but I have not yet made a decision regarding which university I wish to attend. How can you presume to decide on Jinbei for me? The somewhat embarrassed Suka scratched the back of his head, clearly sensing that his words might have stung. Oh, Yuanru narrowed her beautiful eyes upon hearing this. Once again scrutinizing Suku, her gaze felt akin to that of a merchant assessing a product, an experience that was decidedly uncomfortable. You may not fully comprehend our academy, Jinbei Academy, which stands as the foremost among the 4 great institutions of extraordinary abilities. We have always been the ones to select students. No student has ever dared to decline our invitation. Do not presume that simply because you have awakened an S-class ability, you are entitled to automatic admission to Jinbei. Allow me to inform you that there are no fewer than 10 students with S-class abilities at Jinbei, to say nothing of the faculty. With a self-satisfied glance at Suku, she continued, only by learning from teachers of the same caliber, who also possess S-class abilities, can your progress be accelerated. Jinbei offers this opportunity, which other academy can compare. It is a privilege for you to be offered this chance. Do not let minor challenges provoke your temper. Yuanru's words cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere in the room. The teacups emitted wisps of steam, yet Suku remained unfazed. He smiled slightly, his previous humility and timidity replaced by a serene confidence. Senior Yu, I believe you have misunderstood. The choice of university is ultimately bilateral. I retain the right to consider other institutions. Principal Wang invited me here and made it clear that I was to listen to your advice, not to be coerced. You have articulated Jinbei's conditions quite clearly, and they will indeed serve as one of my references for future decisions. However, whether I accept this honor and the challenges you mentioned will depend on my securing the provincial championship. After which I will also consider the sincerity of the offers from Modu, Handong, and Shihai before making my final choice. After all, a wise bird chooses its tree. It is still early, would you not agree, senior? With a sharp clap, Yuanru slammed her teacup onto the table. How audacious. Are you implying that you disdain Jinbei? Let me remind you, no one has ever been able to decline an invitation from Jinbei, neither in the past nor will they in the future. You will come to regret your decision today. Do not come crawling to us in the future seeking acceptance. Suka casually picked up his teacup and drank the scalding tea in one gulp, allowing the hot liquid to flow down his throat without betraying any change in expression. I will not. I am resilient and cannot be brought to my knees. With that, he opened the door and strode out, showing no hesitation. Soon, they would realize it was they who ought to be begging for his enrollment. The awakening ritual concluded. And although Principal Wang felt a twinge of regret that Suku could not be directly admitted to Jinbei, he remained enthusiastic about registering him for the martial arts examination scheduled in half a month. Just as Suku had noted, possessing an S-class ability did not necessitate a choice of Jinbei Academy. For Principal Wang, as long as Suku performed excellently in the examination, his own position would be secure, and there was no need to seek favor from the junior Yuanru. Su, you must not slack off in the coming days. Devote yourself to rigorous training. The school's techniques, while not exceptional, are a decent starting point compared to those of family legacies. This year, our first high school is counting on you. I took the liberty of keeping your awakening of the S-class ability under wraps, hoping it may serve as a trump card for you. Though aware of Principal Wang's ulterior motives behind his warmth, Suku believed it wise to accept kindness with gratitude. After all, it posed no detriment to him. Rest assured, Principal, I will give my utmost effort in the martial arts examination. Excellent. Truly worthy of my first high school's pride. Here, take this 100,000. I am aware of your family's circumstances. In the past, I failed to fulfill my responsibilities as principal, and I hope this money can provide some assistance. Thank you. By the time Suku departed the school, the evening sun cast an orange glow across the sky. Stretching languidly, he remarked, I didn't expect you to have such spirit. I thought you would be easily swayed. Shirley, who had not offered her commentary for some time, lethargically responded, I must admit, I am rather pleased with your performance. I'm not foolish. Did you see how haughty she was? She wouldn't even cover tuition unless I met her conditions. Why would I attend their academy without financial support? Tuition at an extraordinary abilities academy is exorbitant. I will certainly choose the best option that requires no payment. Suku stated confidently, puffing out his chest. Can you not aim a little higher? You possess an S-class ability. What are you worried about in terms of tuition? It infuriates me. Let us fight. As Shirley's furious voice echoed in his ears, Suku instinctively covered his nose, bracing for an anticipated blow that never came. What is going on? Cautiously opening his eyes, he observed that the previously fierce Nokia was now silent, its screen dark, hanging quietly around his neck. Your Majesty. Chapter 10, The Scarlet Oath. Su Xiaoxi. In a dimly lit underground fortress, a man clad in a white hooded sweatshirt slowly pushed open the heavy metal door. Charles, I have heard that our brother has been slain. Have you gathered any information on the perpetrator? Inside the room, a massive throne of medieval design faced away from the entrance, a raspy voice emanating from it. The man in the white hood placed his right hand on his left shoulder, bowing his head slightly to ensure his hood obscured his view, so as not to offend the man behind the throne. President, based on residual energy fluctuations, we suspect he perished alongside the Ice Princess. But the public records indicate this matter may be connected to a high school student named Suku. The raspy voice fell silent for a moment. As if uttering a single sentence was a considerable effort, the Ice Princess is not dead. A simple declaration caused Charles, the man in the white hood, to shudder. Not dead? How is that possible? How did she manage to vanish? Do not be overly astonished, Charles, my brother. Those who possess S-class abilities are not so easily slain. The Night Wanderer is a close friend of the Ice Princess. If she were truly dead, the Night Network would have gone mad by now. The raspy voice spoke calmly, as though everything were well within control. Continue your investigation. Do not overlook any leads. This is not solely for the bounty, but also for our fallen brother. With that, the man tossed a blood-red severed finger from behind the throne, upon which was inscribed a line of dark blue text in English. The Scarlet Oath. Take my token, and seek vengeance for our brethren, Charles. Understood. I will follow your command. The metal door slammed shut, and the shadows lurking in the night began to stir. Beep. A brief alert sounded. The Nokia screen illuminated, slowly powering on, revealing a white background. The Q-version image of a white-haired lowly appeared, and Shirley gradually opened her bewildered eyes. I feel something has entered. It feels so full. She felt a tingling sensation coursing through her body, accompanied by a languid sense of weakness. Just as she contemplated lazily yawning and drifting back into slumber, her gaze fell upon Suku's handsome visage, which was pressed closely against the screen, intently fixed on her. Her pupils dilated in shock. As her eyes descended, she noticed a thick, dark charging plug inserted into her apparatus. How perverse. You scoundrel. Go to hell. The Nokia flew from Suku's grasp, striking him squarely on the bridge of his nose. My nose is going to break. Suku was sent reeling backward, tumbling off his seat with a thud. In her fervor, Sherry inadvertently yanked out her own charger. The Nokia screen went dark once more, and the floating phone plummeted down, landing on Suku's face, expertly delivering a finishing blow. Why does my enhanced body hurt so much? How infuriating. Moments later, Sherry, her face flushed, hid behind the phone screen and shyly remarked, Oh dear, I suppose I misjudged you this time. I never anticipated that a digital body would require charging. Please do not be upset. I can teach you a few impressive moves later. Hearing Sherry's apology, sincere as it was, Suku sniffled and responded, I'll reluctantly forgive you this time. But when we get home, I hope you won't be so handsy. Of course, no problem. After all, your home has been destroyed. By the way, where shall we stay tonight? Suku was momentarily stunned, then suddenly recalled, Oh no, my home is gone. After the shock, a wave of elation washed over him. It's great that my home is gone. I won't have to pay the overdue rent, He then excitedly turned to Sherry and declared, Where to stay? That's an easy question. With money, of course, we shall lodge in an internet cafe. Is there any place safer, more private, and more enjoyable than that? Let us go. We'll stay in an internet cafe tonight. By the way, if you're plugged in, can we connect and play a game together? Observing Suku's fervent, almost frenzied state, Sherry helplessly covered her eyes. He was indeed a hopeless otaku. Sherry couldn't fathom why. Despite receiving such a large sum of money, Suku chose to stay in a place like an internet cafe instead of indulging in a luxurious hotel or renting a room. To evade their enemies and due to the limited range of her mobile device, Sherry reluctantly acquiesced to Suku's whims. Thus, Suku busied himself in the convenience store, gathering supplies for their prolonged stay at the internet cafe. Since they would be residing there, personal hygiene items were essential. He grabbed a bottle of shampoo, some chips, earplugs, and toilet paper, pondering what else might be needed. Yes, the most crucial item, Red Bull, must be included. As he spoke, he turned towards the refrigerator, only to witness a delicate white hand snatch the last bottle of Red Bull. A wave of disappointment washed over him, and upon looking up, he beheld a young girl turning around, the light illuminating her features. She had long raven black hair, held back by a light-colored headband, with a few strands gracefully cascading down her cheeks, complementing her porcelain skin. Noticing Suku behind her, she looked up and met his gaze, her rare brown eyes shimmering with both brightness and calm. Oh, do you want this too? It's the last bottle, she said, her demeanor unexpectedly poised, leaving Suku feeling somewhat flustered. It's fine. The store should have more in stock. I can wait for a restock. Suku scratched his head, stepping aside to allow her passage. The girl smiled apologetically as she brushed past him, leaving a captivating fragrance that compelled Suku to inhale deeply. Thank you for visiting us again. Su Xiaoxi, holding a shopping bag, stood at the convenience store's entrance, troubled as she tapped her phone screen. The navigation app was incessantly directing her. Turn right, turn right, turn right. Yet, her expression was one of confusion. Is it truly impossible? I followed the directions exactly. I suppose I must ask someone for help. Just as she finished speaking, a wail erupted from inside the convenience store. What? No Red Bull left? That was the last bottle? Are you kidding me? Chapter 11. Lodging at the Tang residence. Encountering S-Class again. Sir, please remain calm. We indeed have run out of stock. We sincerely apologize. Here, we'd like to offer you a 3 yuan discount coupon, which you can use for your next purchase of over 100 yuan. The cashier smiled as he explained, handing Suku a coupon after the transaction. Seeing this, Suku could only relent. This was the only convenience store nearby, and he could only hope to find Red Bull at the internet cafe. Excuse me, do you know how to get to this address? Just as he stepped outside, he heard a familiar voice. Suku turned to see the girl he had just encountered. Still lingering. Asking for directions? It's been ages since someone has asked me for help. As for that address, it's not far. Just go this way, then that way. And finally, you'll arrive. Suku described the route, but noticed the large question marks in her eyes. She clearly didn't comprehend his directions. If possible, could you accompany me? My sense of direction is rather poor. I would surely get lost if left to my own devices. Not for free. Don't you want this drink? I'll treat you. Suku, holding the chilled beverage, readily agreed. After all, who wouldn't he want to escort a beautiful girl home? The location Su Xiaoxi was headed to was not far from the convenience store. As they strolled, chatting amiably, they exchanged basic information about each other. So, you're visiting Jiangxing to see relatives? You seem to be about my age. Shouldn't you be at home preparing for the college entrance exams? Su mused, carrying a hefty bag of supplies alongside her, their shadows intertwining beneath the streetlights. Indeed, I'm supposed to be participating in the martial arts examination. However, I have no particular expectations for my results. I came to Jiangxing to team up with my cousin, hoping to assist her. Although the martial arts exam allows for flexible selection of testing areas, I hope I'm not imposing. Su Xiaoxi offered a slight nod of apology. Suku was momentarily taken aback. Choosing to leave behind one's familiar environment and peers to take the martial arts exam in a different area was not a common decision. Surely, she had her own reasons for this choice. It's no trouble at all. Besides, didn't you treat me to a drink? We've arrived at your destination. This relative of yours is impressive. What a grand estate. Suku gazed up at the imposing traditional Chinese mansion, marveling at its large courtyard, feeling a twinge of envy. When would he, a frugal student, ever reside in such an opulent house? Yes, this is it. Finally found it. Wait here. I'll have the driver take you back since I've made you run this far. Without waiting for a response, Su Xiaoxi grasped Suku's arm and knocked on the tightly shut door. Xiaoxi, you're finally here. Why did it take you so long? Did you get lost again? Tang Yan opened the door with a beaming smile, only to freeze in surprise at the sight of the two familiar figures outside. Suku, what are you doing here? Seeing Tang Yan's astonished expression, Su Xiaoxi cheerfully explained, Cousin, I got lost again, and Suku brought me here. It seems you know each other? Suku was equally surprised to discover that Su Xiaoxi's cousin was his class monitor, feeling somewhat awkward as he greeted her. Class monitor. What a coincidence. I didn't expect this to be your home. After a brief exchange of pleasantries among the three, Tang Yan learned that Suku was currently without a place to stay and intended to spend the night at an internet cafe. Stay at an internet cafe? How can you possibly rest well in such a place? The martial arts examination is just around the corner, and this could adversely affect your performance. Our school is counting on you this year. You must prepare diligently, Tang Yan said, her brow furrowed with concern. As the class monitor, her sense of responsibility made it impossible for her to overlook the difficulties faced by her classmates. Why not stay at my house temporarily? I have plenty of rooms. And my training team is currently here. You can also engage with everyone and exchange ideas. Suku was taken aback by Tang Yan's sudden invitation. That might not be appropriate. I can manage at the internet cafe. If it becomes too uncomfortable, I can book a hotel. There's no need to trouble you, class monitor. How is that a trouble? Your success is a matter of pride for our entire school. I have a professional therapist and a nutritionist here, which I utilize myself. Providing the same for you is merely an extension of that. So please stay. But, Suku, please comply with the directives of your leader, Tang Yan said, her brows raised, adopting a commanding demeanor befitting a class monitor. Suku was no ungrateful fool. He understood that some individuals genuinely cared for his well-being. Tang Yan was right. Relying solely on an S-level ability might allow him to stand out in Jiangxing, but it would likely fall short in the broader context of Hanjing province. He needed ample rest and training to master Shirley S abilities before the examination. Consequently, he gritted his teeth and agreed, vowing to repay Tang Yan whenever the opportunity arose. All right then, I want to be polite. Wonderful. Suku, I look forward to your company in the coming days. Su Xiaoxi chimed in with a sweet smile, welcoming Suku, carrying the newly purchased essentials. Suku followed Tang Yan and Su Xiaoxi through the corridors of the residence. It must be said, affluent families indeed possess wealth. Even the corridors of the courtyard were longer than the ones in Suku's low-rent apartment, not to mention the gardens, rockeries, and ponds in between. My martial arts examination teammates are currently training here. Xiaoxi came to acclimate herself with the team early on. Initially, I intended to invite you to join us, as teamwork generally ensures greater safety. However, I heard from Principal Wang that you declined the invitation from Jingbei, aiming for the provincial top spot. Teaming up with us might hinder your progress. Tang Yan's considerations were always prudent and rational, taking into account everyone's aspirations. Yan, who is this? Just then, two boys, similar in age to Suku, approached. Upon seeing Tang Yan, one tall and slender boy inquired. Perfect timing. Let me introduce you. This is Su-Ku, my classmate. Currently an Echelon 2 Ice-type ability user. And this is Su Xiaoxi, the holder of the S-level Light-type ability, Divine Blessing, and our final teammate. Tang Yan's response was quite tactful. Adhering to Principal Wang's advice, she prudently concealed Su-Ku's ability level to prevent attracting unwarranted envy. Consequently, the astonishment of the group was directed towards Su Xiaoxi, including Su-Ku himself. The S-level Light-type Captain Tang truly has remarkable connections to enlist such an ally, remarked another handsome young man, exuding charm and the demeanor of a privileged individual. Su-Ku gazed in astonishment at the smiling girl beside him, instinctively giving her a thumbs up. I didn't realize you were this impressive. Su Xiaoxi smiled broadly, revealing her small canine teeth. Hee, of course. Chapter 12, The Terrifying Talent, Night Raid. You need not feel overly pressured. Xiaoxi's abilities lean towards healing and protection, making her less adept at scoring in martial arts examinations. She joins us in Jiangcheng primarily because she received a guaranteed admission spot from Jingbei Ability Academy and is participating in the martial arts examination merely to assist me and for the experience. Tang Yan explained, alleviating the pressure on her two teammates. However, we cannot afford to be complacent, with an S-level powerhouse assisting us. Our goal at the very least should be to rank within the top 100 in the province. Absolutely. The two boys responded heartily. Let us take the day to rest. Tomorrow we'll resume training. Su-Ku, you can also engage with them to enhance your practical experience, Tang Yan suggested. Come, I will show you to your room. Xiaoxi, you should return to your room as well. All right. See you tomorrow, Su-Ku. Tang Yan casually took Su-Ku's luggage and began to ascend the stairs. At this moment, Lu-Ku, observing Tang Yan's attentiveness towards Su-Ku, felt a pang of jealousy. Oh, by the way, I haven't introduced you to Tang Yan's two teammates. The tall, slender boy is named Lu-Ku, an Echelon 3 C-level ability user with the Wind-type ability, Dance of the Moonlight. The name sounds impressive, yet it belongs to the superhuman category. He attends Jiangxing No. 3 High School and teams up with Tang Yan due to the long-standing friendship between their families. And they are childhood friends, though Tang Yan has never considered him in a romantic light. The other boy, handsome and fair-skinned, exuding the aura of a privileged heir, is named Siwei. Interestingly, he comes from a modest background and is part of the team solely due to his innate talent. His awakened ability is a special Echelon 3B level skill, Blood Control, which is incredibly powerful but has stringent activation conditions. In this regard, Tang Yan's team composition is indeed quite reasonable and luxurious, featuring agile and strong warriors in the front line, with a mage and a healer in the back, a well-balanced formation for tackling challenges. Lu-Ku's expression darkened as he watched Su-Ku ascend the stairs, whispering to Siwei beside him, Old Si, how about we have a little fun tonight and give this newcomer a taste of hardship? Siwei glanced at Lu-Ku with a knowing expression but politely replied, I think I'll pass. You know my ability has strict activation conditions if it comes to blows. It won't be a trivial matter. You should handle it yourself. Though he belonged to the nature category, he was merely an Echelon 2 user, and Lu-Ku, being an Echelon 3, should have no trouble handling Su-Ku. Seeing Siwei decline, Lu-Ku did not press further, as the latter had pointed out. He truly did not regard Su-Ku as a threat. Once brought upstairs, Su-Ku was assigned to a guest room, though labeled as such. Its size and amenities far exceeded those of his previous low-rent accommodation. After Tang Yan departed, he leapt onto the large bed, stretching luxuriously. Ah, this is bliss. Is this what the life of the affluent is like? I never knew beds could be this soft, and toilets could smell so pleasant. His Nokia phone floated up, and Shirley observed Su-Ku's unrefined demeanor with a sigh of resignation. Enough boasting. The first tier of the martial arts examination generally consists of Echelon 3 users. If you don't intensify your training, are you really prepared to be mocked by Yuanru? Startled by her words, Su-Ku sprang upright from the bed, snatching the floating phone from midair. Shirley had not anticipated Su-Ku's swift reaction and momentarily failed to evade. Your Majesty, quickly show me your unparalleled secrets. Su-Ku implored playfully. Let go, you rascal. I said, pay attention in class. Shirley deftly freed herself from Su-Ku's grasp, delivering a light tap on his nose. Once Su-Ku finally settled down to listen, Shirley began, let me first explain the basic concepts and why merely possessing an ability is insufficient. One must also train. When we utilize our abilities, we consume a certain energy, akin to the water in a cup. Each time we unleash our powers, it equates to pouring out water. A minor skill might only require half a cup, while a supreme technique could necessitate more than a cup. Shirley floated over to a cup filled with water, pointing at it. The water in the cup is limited and will eventually run out. The only means we have to replenish it in our daily lives is through sleep, which is rather slow. We cannot simply lie down to rest every time we empty the cup. Thus, the practice of cultivation was born. Sherry controlled the cup and placed it under the faucet. The better the cultivation method, the greater the flow of water. After repeatedly filling and pouring out the cup numerous times, once the vessel could no longer bear the impact of the flowing water, a breakthrough would occur. With a crack, the cup shattered and fell into the sink. The energy available to us transformed into that of a pool, and the container became sturdier, capable of withstanding greater external forces. Suka nodded vigorously, comprehending the concept with ease, as one might expect from someone of his strikingly handsome stature. My cultivation method is self-created, and if there were levels to these techniques, mine would undoubtedly be rated A. Do not underestimate an A level. The majority of people practice techniques rated below D, such as the generic E-level method your principal provided. Now, close your eyes and focus your attention. Channel the energy within your body through the pathways I indicate with my touch. With my assistance, you should succeed within 10 attempts. Oh, I feel the energy within me increasing. Suku exclaimed excitedly as Sherry's words resonated. What? You actually succeeded on your first try? What incredible luck. Enough chatter. Continue your practice. You must replenish after the battle you just endured. Huh. Do I really need to replenish for a long time? But I already feel full. At this moment, Sherry's shock was only known to her. In fact, there was a concept she had yet to express, even though they both possessed cups. Each person's size and mouth were different, depending on their innate talent. Sherry's method was powerful. Replenishing her cup was akin to pouring water through a 10-meter-wide drainpipe. However, due to the small opening, much of the water was wasted, and at this stage, the speed was comparable to that of a D or C level method. Yet Suku, after the earlier battle, claimed he could fill it in just a second, which suggested that his cup's opening was larger than hers had ever been. My queen, how is my talent for cultivation? This method is remarkably efficient. What is its name? It must be quite formidable. Suku eagerly inquired, inadvertently causing Sherry to feel a pang of insecurity. Cough, cough. She cleared her throat, resolving not to let this braggart become too arrogant. Oh, it's merely passable. This technique is called Ice Emperor Technique. Practice it at your own pace. I need to recharge. The disheartened white-haired lowly opted to recharge herself, while Suku, after a brief surge of excitement, turned off the lights and prepared for sleep. At that moment, a cold dagger deftly picked the lock of the bedroom door. Chapter 13. Counterattack. Why should there be a minor punishment for a major offense? A shadow silently infiltrated Suku's room. The intruder, masked and holding a glinting dagger, harbored a gaze full of disdain. Illuminated by the faint moonlight seeping through the curtain's gap, Luca's eyes fixed upon the bulge beneath the covers on the bed. Huh. A rookie is just a rookie. He remains utterly oblivious to my presence as I invade his bedroom. Yin actually befriends someone like this. Do not misunderstand. His intent was not to kill. He came wielding a weapon primarily to deliver a warning to Suku, urging him to keep his distance from Tang Yen, preferably to vacate the Tang household entirely. Having regarded the straightforward Tang Yen as his exclusive treasure since childhood, he sought to eliminate any potential threats. Despite the fact that she had never expressed interest, over the years, he had covertly executed such actions multiple times, each with success. And he believed this time would be no exception. With quiet steps, Luku inched closer to Suku's bed. On the bedside table, an old Nokia phone charged silently. Its screen dark, while a figure nestled beneath the covers appeared to be a bulging silhouette. Just then, a passing cloud obscured the moonlight, casting the room into darkness. Jealousy and rage flickered in Luca's eyes as he seized the dagger, leaping onto the bed, straddling the covers, and hissed, "Who do you think you are? Daring to stay at Tang Yan's house?" He lifted the covers with one hand while the dagger pressed against the other. However, instead of the anticipated terrified gaze, he encountered an icy sensation, as if the blade pressed against something solid. Crack! A faint sound of ice crystals shattering echoed, and the dim moonlight struggled to illuminate the room. To his horror, Luku realized that beneath him was not Suku but a humanoid sculpture composed of azure ice. The ice sculpture's vacant gaze fixed upon him. He had fallen into a trap. The thought scarcely formed in Luku's mind before cold sweat drenched his back. He hastily looked up, desperate to escape, only to find it too late. "Are you looking for me?" A calm voice, devoid of any tremor, emerged from the shadows of the room. Luka whipped around to see Suka casually leaning against the wall, arms crossed, surveying him coldly. "When did you?" In an instant of shock, he stammered, but years of training quickly steadied his nerves, replaced by a furious indignation. "You bastard. How dare you toy with me?" With a low growl, Luka summoned energy, a gust lifting his body as he lunged forward, dagger poised to strike Suka's face. Yet, Suku remained unervingly calm in the face of this furious assault. He pushed his hands forward, aiming not at Luku, but at the ice sculpture on the bed. "Extreme cold ice crystal explosion," he commanded, and with a fierce shout, Luku's advancing form suddenly froze in place, a wave of impending danger washing over him from behind. He spun around, only to see the ice sculpture morph into a brilliant explosion of icy blue light, erupting like fireworks. In a panicked rush, he had no time to evade. Crossing his arms to shield his head, boom, the explosion shattered the night's tranquility, reverberating throughout the Tang residence. Tang Yen, startled from her slumber, leaped from her bed, grabbing her sword without time to dress, and dashed out. Within Suku's room, the biting chill gradually dissipated. Luku collapsed to the ground, trembling and gasping for breath. His arms pierced with ice spikes, his eyes filled with terror as he gazed at Suku, akin to viewing a monster. "Are you insane? Do you wish to kill me? This is the Tang residence. Suku, unfazed, bent down to retrieve the dagger from the floor, weighing it in his hand before casually discarding it. An assassin has invaded. I am merely acting in self-defense. As he spoke, he flicked away the remaining ice shards, his mind shifting to utilize his other powers. A primal force surged through him, and in Lu Ku's incredulous gaze, a massive hand slammed down upon his face, forcefully driving his head toward the floor. Wait, I am Lu Ku, he thought, attempting to beg for mercy, but it was far too late. Bang! The second floor's ground shattered beneath the immense impact. Suko pressed Lu Ku's body down, crashing him through to the cement floor below, leaving a spiderweb of cracks in his wake. With a roll of his eyes, Lu Ku's mouth and nose bled as he lost consciousness entirely. At that moment, Tang Yan, clad in pajamas, hurriedly arrived on the scene. What on earth is happening? Tang Yan's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief. Her delicate pink lips agape as she surveyed the chaos before her. Suko, what on earth have you done? She inquired. Suko, feeling awkward, scratched his head and innocently replied, I was in the midst of slumber when I suddenly noticed a figure in black wielding a knife by my bedside. In a moment of panic, I might have exerted a bit too much force. My apologies, class leader. Tang Yan, piecing together the events, hurried to the side of the gravely injured Lu Ku, pulling down his mask, her expression shifting dramatically. Oh no, it's truly Lu Ku. Quick, summon a doctor. The courtyard erupted into chaos, but fortunately, the Tang family had their own private physician who swiftly took the critically wounded Lu Ku away. Suko was confident in his restraint, ensuring Lu Ku would be bettered in for at least half a month without jeopardizing his martial arts examination, thus sparing Tang Yan from any repercussions for harboring him. However, others did not share his perspective. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yan fixed a serious gaze upon Suko. Suko, your actions were excessively harsh. We are in the Tang residence, and it is simply impossible for outsiders to infiltrate. You were too sensitive. Now that Lu Ku is gravely injured, if this delays his martial arts examination, it could ruin his entire future. Suko opened his mouth, intending to justify Lu Ku's malicious intent in intruding with a knife, but upon witnessing the disappointment and anger etched on Tang Yan's face, he swallowed his words. There was no need to explain himself to someone unrelated to the matter. Cousin, you can't blame Suko for this. Lu Ku brought this upon himself by sneaking into someone else's room in the dead of night. Su Xiaoxi, who had positioned herself between them, came to Su Ku's defense. Xiaoxi, do not absolve him. Regardless of Lu Ku's faults, a minor punishment would suffice. Does he truly dare to injure Suko? Tang Yan's tone was stern. I only focus on the outcome. Who is currently gravely injured, and who remains unscathed as the aggressor? Suko, you have profoundly disappointed me. To act ruthlessly against a school bully is one thing, but is this how you treat a friend? As Tang Yan's accusations rang out, Suko's expression gradually shifted to one of tranquility, the last flicker of emotion in his eyes extinguished. Indeed, it would have been better to spend the night at an internet cafe. He should not have harbored any expectations of goodwill. My apologies, class leader, for the trouble I've caused. Suko's tone grew increasingly distant. I am more accustomed to solitude and cannot adapt to such a large house. I shall take my leave now, and we shall meet again during the martial arts examination. Before either woman could persuade him to stay, Suko gathered his pre-packed belongings and turned to depart from the Tang residence. As for why his belongings had been ready in advance. You sly fellow. You had this plan to slip away all along, didn't you? I truly cannot fathom your reasoning. You would rather forfeit a free meal. In the Nokia, Sherry lounged with her legs crossed, grinning widely, her mood evidently buoyant. Forget it. Minor punishments are not in my nature. Besides, the class leader is genuinely a commendable person whom I respect, but she is far too naive. Spending too much time with her will only lead to trouble. I prefer to maintain my distance for peace of mind. Suko ambled along the night road in his slippers. Well, you do have a point. Now hurry and find a place to train. You must advance to the 3rd tier before the martial arts examination if you wish to contend for the provincial top honors. Got it. Hey, it seems there's an internet cafe offering overnight discounts up ahead. Shut up. Don't mention that internet cafe to me again. I wouldn't mind letting you experience the taste of withdrawal from internet addiction. The two bantered lightheartedly, oblivious to the crimson shadow trailing behind them. Slit. Charles, it's me. Yes, I saw everything. I suspect that high school student is the Ice Princess. Chapter 14. Ascension to the 3rd tier. The martial arts examination approaches. Time flew by, and the written examination concluded in the blink of an eye, quickly followed by the pivotal martial arts examination that would determine their fates. Suko rose early, depositing his luggage at the hotel front desk, embarking on his journey with only the essentials, the most vital being his Nokia phone. Sherry, do I truly not need a full combat outfit or anything of the sort? I see others preparing numerous items, some even bringing weapons, and here I am empty-handed. Suko rubbed his nose, feeling uncertain. From the hidden pocket of his clothing, Sherry's languid voice emerged. What are you afraid of? You know that over-preparing is for novices, right? This is the martial arts examination. If all goes smoothly, it'll be over in a day. Why burden yourself with excess? She paused, a teasing tone creeping into her voice. Besides, let us be realistic. Can you even afford it? Suko was taken aback. recalling the substantial expenditures he had incurred over the past few days, and winced at the thought. You have a point. During his stay at this upscale hotel, equipped with a training room, Sherry had subjected him to rigorous training. Daily, he consumed 3 sets of premium nutritional supplements tailored for the awakened, trained in a room with 3 times the usual gravity, and received corresponding therapeutic and medical services, as well as restorative potions. After all this, Suku had exhausted the 30,000 he had on hand, leaving him insufficient funds for the day's accommodation, forcing him to check out and store his luggage. However, the rewards were substantial. Firstly, Suku had now entered the early stages of the 3rd tier. The concept of early stage was a simple classification devised by Sherry based on her experience, dividing the states of awakened individuals into early, mid, late, and perfected stages, corresponding to their grasp of abilities, understanding, proficiency, mastery, and consummation. Upon reaching the 3rd tier, new skills were unlocked. SSS level ability, Joker, level, 3rd tier. Talent skill, improvisation. Unlocked skills, old tricks, wild card, 252, scare box. The ice-themed skills of his ice staff also unlocked new abilities, while his D-grade ability, bull strength, would not yield new skills at this stage due to its level constraints. This disparity highlighted the advantages of ability levels for S-tier awakened individuals. Each advancement would yield new talent skills, whereas lower-tier individuals, such as E-tier, would only possess 3 skills even upon reaching the 9th tier, widening the gap significantly. Over these few days, Suku had subtly explored his Joker ability, particularly the conditions for improvisation and wildcard reserves. Initially, he had intended to copy Lu Ku's abilities from that night into his card pool, but found himself unsuccessful. The reason became clear. He realized he did not fully understand Lu Ku's wine spirit dance ability. Lu Ku had been defeated before he could even demonstrate his skills. This revealed that the most critical requirement for improvisation was a substantial understanding of the target's abilities. Only with sufficient knowledge of the ability wielded by the person he wished to emulate could he successfully replicate it. To cut a long story short, Suku arrived at the assembly point known as People's Square according to the examination schedule. Currently, approximately 3,000 individuals gathered there, comprising martial arts candidates from various high schools in Jiangqing, their accompanying parents, teachers, and staff. Dozens of buses were parked nearby. The arriving candidates merely needed to board their respective buses, which would transport them to the actual examination venue. Darling, give it your all. Be sure to prioritize your safety. If it becomes too overwhelming, we can always withdraw. Your father will take care of you. Son, aim for a good score. Strive to gain admission to one of the 4 major academies. Mom, I'm a bit scared. The martial arts examination was no trivial matter, despite the system's maturity. There remained a 1% mortality rate each year. Most of these deceased were slain by ferocious beasts, with only a scant few having perished in conflicts with humans. Suka navigated through the bustling crowd, his figure appearing somewhat solitary amidst the cacophony of concerned voices surrounding him. However, this sense of solitude was swiftly shattered by a familiar voice. Suku, what a coincidence to run into you. Su Xiaoxi exclaimed, her face alight with joy, drawing the attention of those nearby. Hey, where did this beauty come from? I've never seen her before. Which school is she from? Can someone get me her contact information? I could pretend to be her father. Huh. Beautiful women are merely decorative, only serving to hinder my sword-drawing speed. Who is that man she is calling? He looks a bit shabby, only slightly more handsome than I am. One cannot deny the formidable allure of a beauty. Merely that single exclamation from Su Xiaoxi elicited numerous hostile glances directed at Suku. Hello, Su. Suku replied politely, instinctively glancing behind her. Tang Yan and the others had not followed. Hee hee, it's wonderful to see you. By the way, have you seen my cousin and her friends? I seem to have gotten lost again, Su Xiaoxi admitted, a touch of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Since parting ways with Tang Yan, she had indeed become disoriented among the throngs of buses. Oh, you're on bus 14? What a coincidence, so am I. Let's go together, Suku responded with casual grace. Feeling no obligation to Tang Yan, even if they met, the awkwardness was not his to bear. The two found bus 14 and boarded, where they indeed encountered Tang Yan and her companions. Upon seeing Suku, Tang Yan opened her mouth to greet him, but, upon meeting his calm and indifferent gaze, swallowed her words. In hindsight, she felt her emotions had been somewhat excessive that day, and her unfounded accusations against Suku were rather unwarranted. However, there was no need for him to have run away from home. With so many people around, she felt too embarrassed to apologize, especially considering Lu Ku's feelings. Unexpectedly, it was Sinan who initiated a greeting first. Su, your ice abilities are truly remarkable. I am thoroughly impressed. Should we meet in the examination hall? I hope you will show mercy. At this remark, Suku recalled that the martial examination permits candidates to engage in combat with one another. Chapter 15, Xiang High School. New rules. From the inception of the martial examination, interactions among candidates have been an allowed aspect of the rules, serving as a crucial metric for assessing students' comprehensive abilities. After all, In the authentic wilderness, awakeners must confront not only ferocious beasts, but also the unpredictable nature of other awakeners. Naturally, there are boundaries to such conflicts. The sanctity of life must not be endangered. Should this red line be crossed, the enforcement team will intervene with accountability. And the penalties may be more severe than those outside the examination hall. In such circumstances, cultivating alliances with powerful candidates is a safeguard for one's own safety. After all, sometimes eliminating a rival is more straightforward than merely scoring a few extra points. Just as Suku was about to exchange pleasantries with Sinan, a sudden gasp erupted from the crowd. A pair of individuals emerged into view, captivating the attention of all surrounding candidates. Wait, isn't that Yun Fei and Xiaoyang? Aren't they on the same bus as us? Wow, this is the first time I've seen them in person. My marksmanship was learned from watching Yun Fei's instructional videos. Xiang High School truly lives up to its reputation. Every year, they produce students at the third-tier peak who can astonish everyone. Listening to the chatter around him, Suku's curiosity piqued, and he discreetly scrutinized the duo. The young man, named Yun Fei, possessed striking features, garbed in a sleek black battle outfit, and exuded an air reminiscent of a chivalrous hero. The girl, Xiaoyang, bore captivatingly piercing eyes, wearing a daring sports top that showcased her toned midriff, radiating confidence and brilliance. Noticing Suku's inquisitive gaze, Sinan smiled slightly and enthusiastically explained, "Su, you don't know these two?" Suku nodded candidly. "I've been preoccupied with work and am not well informed about matters beyond our school." "That's understandable. Su, you ought to know that they are renowned powerhouses not just in Jiangxing, but throughout the entire Central South Province," Sinan elaborated. "They hail from Xiang High School, the most prestigious private high school in the region." "Xiang High School? Is it that impressive?" Suku inquired, having overheard the school's name mentioned in the crowd. At this, even Su Xiaoxi could no longer remain silent and eagerly explained, "Xiang High School is not just impressive, it's extraordinarily formidable. According to our teachers, they account for at least 60% of the top 100 in the martial examination every year. The provincial champion almost always comes from their ranks." Suku, taken aback, thought to himself, "That is indeed quite remarkable. But wait, Xiang High School isn't located in Jiangxing. Why are they here for the martial examination?" "Because they have so many strong candidates concentrated in one examination area, the competition is too intense. Thus, every martial examination, they distribute their top students across various examination zones." Tang Yin interjected, finally speaking up. She approached Suku, cleared her throat somewhat awkwardly, but sincerely said, "Suku, I was too harsh the other day. I hope I didn't cause you any distress." Suku looked up, meeting Tang Yin's clear and earnest gaze, and realized that they were nearly the same height. Both around 1.8 meters. "Class monitor, I've completely forgotten about that day. Don't worry, it didn't trouble me at all. By the way, Lu, how is your recovery? Please don't push yourself too hard." Upon hearing Suku suddenly mention him, Lu Ku, who had been glaring at Suku with a dark expression, flinched and quickly pretended not to hear, turning his head away. "All right, everyone is here. Please board the bus and prepare to head to the examination site," announced the supervising teacher. Following this, the bus doors closed and engines roared to life. In mere moments, dozens of buses departed from the expansive People's Square, leaving it vacant. Witnessing the buses leave, some parents could no longer contain their emotions, tears streaming down their faces. For some families, this separation might be a final farewell. As the buses traveled smoothly, the annual martial examination of Dasha unfolded, with all civilian activities yielding to its significance. Even so, no one voiced any complaints, for these selected candidates would soon become the guardians of the people. Time was of the essence. As the leader and supervisor of this bus, I will now announce this year's martial examination rules. The teacher who had called Suku and the others to board now stood up with a sheet of paper, ready to convey the regulations to the candidates aboard. This year's examination is markedly different from those of previous years. The moment the words left his lips, a tremor of alarm rippled through the candidates. In this era, the encroachment of realms is accelerating, and you may not fully comprehend this. But we can no longer afford to prepare a playground for you, as we did in the past. The teacher's demeanor turned somber, revealing the gravity of the announcement. Just a week prior, an entrance to a third-tier realm had been detected 30 kilometers outside Jiangxing. Fortunately, the awakening forces had swiftly controlled and concealed the site before any calamity could unfold. After a comprehensive evaluation, the Examination Institute of Central and Southern Province, in conjunction with the Education Bureau of Jiangxing, has jointly determined that this location may serve as the examination venue for the upcoming martial examination. Please be advised that this area remains an unexplored and undeveloped primordial realm. The distribution, quantity, and types of ferocious beasts within remain unknown. The scores for slaying beasts of ranks 1 to 3 are 1 point, 10 points, and 100 points respectively, while destroying the core of the realm will yield a reward of 1,000 points. Take heed. Although it may not be my place to speak, I feel compelled to remind you all that the guardians of the realm's core are generally exceedingly formidable. Do not attempt to confront them lightly. Upon the announcement of the rules, several candidates trembled uncontrollably out of fear. Some even succumbed to involuntary retching. The practical examination within the realm signifies that they will possess no right to withdraw at will, even though the school will establish safe zones. The dangers they face will be magnitudes greater than before. This has left many first and second rank candidates in a state of hesitation. At this juncture, those contemplating withdrawal may come forward to submit their applications. After the supervisor concluded, he stowed away the paper in his hands. Observing the candidates' expressions of turmoil and conflict in silence, Suka suddenly felt a vibration from his phone in his pocket. Upon unlocking the screen, he discovered a message from Shelley. Given your talent, it matters little whether you participate in the martial examination. With me by your side, you can gradually cultivate to attain the 9th rank. I respect all your choices. Reading this line of text, warmth enveloped Suku's heart. It was the first time since arriving in this world that someone had shown such concern for him. A bond had long been established between the two, one that resembled both mentorship and friendship. Although Suku had concealed certain aspects of his abilities from Shelley, he did not wish to disappoint her. More importantly, a fierce determination surged within him. Thus, while everyone else bowed their heads in indecision, contemplating withdrawal from the examination, he resolutely stood up. Chapter 16. Are you foolish, teacher? The truth revealed. With someone leading the charge, the attention of all on the bus instantly converged upon Suku, presuming he would be the first to withdraw. Upon realizing it was Suku who had stood, many were taken aback. Shelley sighed silently within the confines of her phone. Her emotions complex and indefinable, whether disappointment or relief was unclear. Tang Yan's eyes brimmed with shock, seemingly unable to fathom that Suku would be the first to opt out. Su Xiaoxi felt nothing but disappointment. The perfect image she held of Suku crumbled in that very moment. Sinan wore a grave expression, his plans disrupted. Rapidly contemplating a remedy, Luku regarded Suku with a mocking gaze, experiencing a surge of satisfaction akin to avenging a long-held grudge. Yunfei's eyes were filled with disdain, while Xia Yang wore an unreserved smirk. Among the other candidates, some who knew Suku believed he was nothing exceptional, squandering his talents, while others considered his choice a typical human reaction, secretly plotting to follow suit. Those unfamiliar with him exhibited a mixture of scorn and sympathy, with some emboldened by his actions, tremblingly rising to stand as well. However, amidst this undercurrent of emotions, Suku slowly raised his right hand and extended a distinctly clear middle finger towards the supervisor. Teacher, are you trying to deceive us? Is this amusing? The sudden outburst of insult left the supervisor momentarily stunned. After a brief moment of realization, the other candidates confirmed that Suku's gesture was indeed a universally recognized sign of insult, plunging them into a collective state of shock, confusion, and stupor. Are you insulting me? The supervisor stammered, his lips quivering with rage as he pointed at Suku. Yes, I'm indeed insulting you, you foolish fool. Suku affirmed with a nod. With a screech, the bus driver finally caught on, slamming on the brakes with excitement, turning to witness the unfolding drama. The supervisor's countenance darkened, an icy malevolence enveloping the entire bus like a palpable shroud. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, their hairs standing on end. As if they were being stalked by a ferocious beast, several timid souls were so stricken with fear that they could scarcely move. Yet, as the primary target of this mounting pressure, Suku remained remarkably composed, unfazed by the overwhelming aura of hostility. Kid, have I been too lenient with you? If you wish for an early demise, I can certainly oblige. The supervisor's voice turned frigid as a shadowy figure had stealthily materialized behind him. Clearly, he had activated his abilities, and his anger was genuine. Suku, hurry and apologize to the teacher. Don't take it to heart. He didn't mean it. He might just be scared. Tang Yan interjected, gritting her teeth as she stood up, attempting to defend Suku. I didn't speak in error. That is precisely what I meant. Suku interjected suddenly, reiterating with deliberate clarity, I said you are nothing but a foolish fool. Boom. A powerful aura erupted. The shadowy figure stirred restlessly, and a nearly imperceptible scythe seemed poised to sever Suku's head. Prepare to meet your end. I tell you, even Jesus cannot save you. The supervisor's fury transformed into a twisted smile. Hearing this, Suku rolled his eyes, his tone laced with boredom. All right, teacher, enough with the theatrics. Is it amusing to deceive children? Your ruse is riddled with flaws. It certainly cannot be the Examination Institute's design, right? I suspect it was a spur-of-the-moment decision on your part. It seems you are one who enjoys playing pranks on others and possesses a rather inflated sense of self. Am I correct? Should I address you as teacher or commander? The chilling aura dissipated instantaneously. The supervisor, Su Yiyu, had his anger replaced by a playful and intrigued smile. Wow, you've seen through me. I thought I could at least frighten a good number of them. You, my boy, are not even trying to amuse me. Suku wore an expression of as expected, his eyes turning into dead fish eyes. Teacher, your sense of humor is far too morbid. So, how did you figure it out? Su Yiyu gestured to the driver to resume driving and continued to probe. At this point, the other candidates had begun to grasp the truth of the situation. It seemed the teacher's anger was feigned, Su-ku's insult had its reasons, and even the terrifying examination rules previously outlined were likely questionable. Thus, all eyes once again turned to Su-ku, awaiting his elucidation. Actually, I was just bluffing. I have no solid evidence, merely conjecture. Su-ku suddenly donned an innocent smile, scratching the back of his head bashfully. Bluffing me? All right. You young people don't play fair. So tell me how you deduce that. If you articulate it well, I won't hesitate to recommend you to the command department of the 4 great academies. I am well acquainted with their deans. Su-yu produced an old-fashioned cigarette from seemingly nowhere, igniting it with a flick of his fingers and a burst of black flame. Su-ku cleared his throat and explained calmly. Firstly, the story you told is clearly a fabrication, hastily concocted without logical coherence. Su-yu's eyes widened in disbelief. This was a masterpiece he had pondered over for an entire night. How could Su-ku dismiss it as mere whimsy? Firstly, according to the management and handling plan for realms issued by the Great Xia, it explicitly states that any realm within a 30-kilometer radius of urban areas, regardless of rank, is classified as a level 1 red threat. Local law enforcement and awakened individuals must address it promptly to prevent risks to the general populace. Based on this, your claim of a realm appearing a week ago and still being left for our assessment is unreasonable. Of course, this could also imply that you possess immense strength, allowing for special treatment, with complete confidence in managing the situation. There is a second point to consider. This martial arts examination in the Central South Province involves a collaborative effort among 18 key cities and counties across the entire province. If all examination zones are reliant solely on luck within the boundary, it would be grossly unfair and contrary to the spirit of the martial arts examination, rendering the rankings meaningless. Upon hearing Su-ku's explanation, Su-yu blinked in sudden realization. Could it be that my arrangement is so inadequate? Clearing his throat, Su-ku replied. Well, technically speaking, these forced remarks could indeed be interpreted as a special arrangement for this year's exceptional circumstances. However, I may have employed a few unconventional tactics, which bolster my confidence. What unconventional tactics? Su-yu inquired. Oh, it's nothing major. It's just that since you boarded the vehicle, you've covertly glanced at Su Xiaoxi 21 times, which could indeed be construed as you being somewhat of a lecher for peeping at a female student. Yet, Su Xiaoxi has met your gaze 18 times without flinching, leading me to speculate that you two are already acquainted. Furthermore, considering she has been directly admitted to Jingbei University for a supportive career, I doubt you would place her in harm's way if it came to dangerous realms. I also don't believe that those at Jingbei would allow a student who hasn't even enrolled yet to take such risks, especially given her exceedingly rare S-rank ability. Therefore, dear teacher, would it be inappropriate for me to call you foolish? Chapter 17. The martial arts examination commences. Unexpected assaults. Is it inappropriate? Su-yu felt a strong urge to respond affirmatively, but after listening to Su-ku dissect his prank so thoroughly, he was struck with the realization that his scheme was utterly foolish. Thus, he now regarded his attempt at prankery as somewhat naive. As for Su-ku's criticism, he chuckled. After all, he was a man and wouldn't he be so petty about it? My dear classmate, your name is Su-ku, correct? You are quite remarkable, Su-yu said, stowing away his cigarette with an unmistakable glint of admiration in his eyes. You are the first to call me foolish and yet leave me unable to unleash my frustration upon you. Although I promised to recommend you to the command department of the 4 great academies, I now find myself regretting that decision. What do you think about the General Staff Headquarters of the military? Boom. The moment those words escaped his lips, the entire bus fell into a stunned silence. If Su-ku's earlier comments had left everyone in a state of bewilderment, Su-yu's invitation now detonated like a thunderclap in their muddled minds. Instantly, they were rendered speechless. The General Staff Headquarters. What kind of place is that? It is the true heart of the Great Xia, commanding its lifeblood and battling on the front line of the realms. If entering the 4 great academies represents the aspiration of countless martial arts examinees, stepping through the threshold of the General Staff Headquarters signifies that one has emerged as an elite among the 4 academies. And this is merely a ticket for entry. Each year, only a handful of students from the 4 academies are selected to join the General Staff. Such a precious opportunity. And this invigilator on the bus dares to offer it to Su-ku. How could the others not be left dumbfounded? Many began to breathe heavily, their gazes filled with a mix of shock and jealousy, fixated on Su-ku. Su-ku's Nokia vibrated lightly, yet he did not hasten to check. Instead, he made his own choice. Thank you, teacher, but I prefer to rely on my own abilities. This statement elicited a collective sigh of relief from the other examinees, while simultaneously igniting respect for Su-ku's tenacity. If they found themselves in Su-ku's position, none would dare to reject such a golden opportunity. Haha, excellent. You've got the right mindset. A powerful awakener should rely on oneself. Ultimately, nothing compares to the satisfaction earned through one's own efforts. Individuals like you will undoubtedly find their way into the military. Do remember to seek me out then. Su-yu exclaimed with hearty laughter, clearly pleased with Su-ku's decision. After this commotion, the bus finally arrived at a spacious area. Soon, under the direction of the invigilators, the examinees lined up neatly at the entrance to the realm. This time, Su Yeyu refrained from jesting, earnestly reading out the actual rules. Compared to the fictitious version shared earlier, the actual regulations bore little difference. The only distinction was that this realm had been pre-explored and partitioned by high-level awakeners. The outer zone consisted of first-tier ferocious beasts, which were the most numerous and inhabited the largest area. The central zone housed second-tier ferocious beasts, of which there were far fewer, yet their danger had significantly escalated. Most teams would be thwarted by these second-tier beasts. Only true strongholds would break through this area and step into the third-tier core zone. The number of ferocious beasts in the core zone was even scarcer, each possessing terrifying strength, requiring collaboration among several third-tier awakeners to have any hope of vanquishing them. Naturally, the points earned from collaborative kills would be evenly distributed among the team members. Thus, while the points gained from slaying high-tier ferocious beasts might be substantial, when factoring in the time invested and the number of participants, it may not necessarily be more advantageous than going solo. Given Suku's prowess, it would be prudent for him to aim for the core zone, where defeating third-tier ferocious beasts could swiftly widen the gap in points. This seemed a wise strategy. Students, please ensure you have your recording wristbands. The scores you earn during the examination will be automatically recorded on them. Note that should the wristband sustain damage, your exam results will be nullified and counted as 0. Therefore, do not be reckless in the face of danger. Simply press the exit button on your wristband. We have powerful instructors ready to rescue you, thus safeguarding your points, Su Yeyu offered as the final reminder before the examination commenced. At the entrance to the realm, several soldiers clad in camouflage uniforms opened the barrier sealing the realm. A leader from the Ministry of Education then disembarked the bus, brandishing a microphone, and announced loudly, "The martial arts examination for the Central South Province of the Great Xia begins now. All examinees, please enter the realm. I wish you all outstanding results." As his words fell, over 1,000 examinees surged forward, stepping into the swirling entrance. There was no need to worry about missing opportunities due to the order of entry. Aside from those in the same team gathering together, most examinees would be randomly dispersed across different areas of the outer zone. How swiftly one could run, or whether they could outpace others to gain points would depend solely on their own abilities. "Suku, good luck." Before entering the realm, Su Xiaoxi waved her fist encouragingly at him. "Yes, you all take care and stay safe," Suku replied, glancing at Su Xiaoxi and Tang Yen, acknowledging their good intentions. Gazing at the realm entrance, resembling a black vortex, Suku inhaled deeply. "Let the testing of my cultivation begin." Following the flow of people, he stepped into the realm, his figure vanishing in an instant. Before long, the more than 1,000 students had all entered the realm. Su Yeyu took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling a ring of smoke, and turned to the nonchalant Yuanru beside him, saying, "I heard that just a few days ago, someone rejected your Jingbei's directed mission offer? Who is that student, so audacious?" Casting a sidelong glance at the flippant young man, Yuanru furrowed her brow slightly, but gritted her teeth, and answered, "That student goes by Suku. He possesses an S-rank ice ability, but unfortunately, as a dual awakener, his potential is average, and his personality is rather flamboyant. He is not our top choice at Jingbei." Upon hearing this, Su Yeyu blinked in surprise, and suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha, so it's him. No wonder he just rejected our military's invitation. That eases my mind. Just to be clear, don't come back to snatch him up later when you realize you want him." Yuanru's heart was in turmoil, akin to a tsunami. Did Su Yeyu just mention an invitation from the military? Suku surprisingly received an invitation from the military, only to turn it down? What on earth is going on here? A wave of regret surged within Yuanru, lamenting her earlier decision not to secure Suku for herself. Alas, it was too late now. While the two were conversing, a proctor from the bus suddenly broke away from the crowd and rushed towards the domain entrance. Su Yeyu reacted swiftly, as a dark shadow detached itself from his form, transforming into a cloaked black skeleton that lunged at the man. "Everyone, heed my command. Block him." The urgent orders burst forth, and the soldiers responsible for security surged forward, attempting to impede the man with their bodies. Unfortunately, the adversary had positioned himself too close to the domain entrance at the moment of his outburst, rendering their efforts futile. In a desperate act, a golden stone was hurled towards the entrance, exploding upon entry. The golden shockwave immediately disrupted the spatial integrity of the domain entrance. The figure attempting to flee was swiftly intercepted by Su Yeyu. Chapter 18. Slaying the green-eyed three-flower serpent, crisis emerges. The pitch-black scythe hovered ominously at the man's throat, while the tattered cloak concealed a black skeleton that evoked a chilling dread. The crowd quickly surrounded the assailant, yet none dared to approach the enigmatic shadow. With a flick of his hand, Su Yeyu retracted his supernatural abilities and stepped forward, his iron-like grip tightening around the man's neck. The oppressive aura of a high-tier awakener erupted, immobilizing not only the man in his grasp, but also rendering the onlookers breathless and silent. "State your intentions, and I may grant you a chance for legal judgment." Su Yeyu narrowed his eyes, his voice frigid. "Ha ha ha, for my brothers." The man suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter, followed by a spurt of blood, chaotic energy roiling within him. "This is bad." Su Yeyu's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the impending self-detonation. His eyes darted over the man, and with a swift motion, he plunged his hand into the man's abdomen. Indeed, he discovered a bloody severed finger emanating a terrifying aura from within the man's stomach. Alas, it was already too late to extract it. Boom. The man in Su Yeyu's grasp exploded in an instant, transforming into a cloud of blood mist, the shockwave toppling those nearby. While only Su Yeyu stood firm amidst the chaos. Damn it! Unable to suppress his expletive, Su Yeyu discarded the mangled remains he held and gazed towards the tumultuous domain entrance. It would take at least 24 hours for the turbulence at the entrance to subside. What on earth did these people intend? Even a part-time job during a holiday could lead to trouble. Despite his curses, a profound worry welled within him. Xiaoxi, please, do not find yourself in peril. The origin of the domain remains shrouded in mystery. Since the emergence of fierce beasts and the birth of superhumans, discussions of domain invasions have never ceased. It appears to be a convergence of two worlds, with the boundaries between the fierce beast realm and the human world intertwining, creating these unique, overlapping areas. Fragments of the fierce beast world are projected into the human realm. If the core of the domain is not destroyed within a set time frame, the entrance will solidify permanently, and fierce beasts will continue to surge forth, relentlessly compressing humanity's living space. This is a fundamental contradiction between two species, an imbalance that can never be reconciled. Suku appeared within the domain, immediately adopting a vigilant stance, scanning his surroundings. It seemed to be a primordial jungle, the air moist and the flora and fauna diverse. In such an environment, the martial examination would test not only combat abilities, but also the candidate's adaptability to their surroundings. Noting that the area appeared relatively safe, Suku activated the wristband on his arm to check his current status. Name, Suku. Examination venue, Jiangcheng Examination Site. Score, 0 points. Real-time rankings. First, Zhonglong, 34 points, Jinling Examination Site. Second, Lu Fifan, 26 points, Inan Examination Site. Third, Xiaoyang, 25 points, Jiangcheng Examination Site. 9,528th, ranked alphabetically Suku, 0 points, Jiangcheng Examination Site. Suku rubbed his chin, realizing that most participants had likely begun hunting immediately upon entry. As the fierce beasts in the outer zone were relatively simple, the current rankings were not reliable indicators. True experts would surely set their sights on the third-tier fierce beasts and the domain core in the central zone. Phew, I can finally speak freely. Sherry sighed with relief, emerging from Suku's pocket and surveying the surroundings. Ah, a primordial forest. It seems this martial examination will be quite challenging. In such an environment, one must be particularly wary of fierce beasts lurking within the foliage, poised to ambush candidates. Just as her warning faded, a dark green shadow shot down from the treetops above Suku. The first-tier fierce beast, the green-eyed three-flower serpent, is adept at camouflaging itself within vegetation to launch surprise attacks, and it possesses a speed that far exceeds most beasts below the third tier. It is categorized as a high-difficulty creature within the martial examination's beast roster, were it not for its tier restrictions, low defense, and limited endurance. Relying solely on ambush and a single strike, it would likely rank even higher. As the serpent opened its gaping maw, revealing its glistening venomous fangs, Suku remained blissfully unaware, still absorbed in checking his wristband. Just as the fangs were about to sink into him, whoosh, in a flash, a brilliant ice-blue beam descended from above, piercing through the serpent's head in an instant. The green serpent's body was pinned to the ground by the ice-blue blade. The wound instantly encased in frost, with not a drop of blood spilling forth. If the green-eyed three-flower serpent could speak, it would surely curse Suku for his unwarranted intervention. Score 1. A miniature signal device extinguished atop the serpent's corpse, signifying the monster's defeat, and as the slayer, Suku received the corresponding points, marking the method by which scores are tallied in the martial examination. You seem surprisingly calm, not at all like a high school student, Sherry remarked, somewhat astonished. Many students participating in the martial examination inevitably feel nervous when confronting fierce beasts for the first time. Generally, even those who awaken earlier tend to remain sheltered within the school, rarely engaging in hunts against fierce beasts. This often leads to panic and mistakes when faced with creatures that possess predatory instincts, far superior strength, and a degree of intelligence. Especially with the green-eyed three-flower serpent's proclivity for hiding, the probability of a first encounter ending poorly is quite high. Suku was merely fortunate to be both unlucky and powerful. Otherwise, even a second-tier awakener might have fallen prey to it. With a chuckle, Suku scratched the back of his head and opened the small map on his wristband. Currently, he found himself at the very edge of the outer zone. Although he was unaware of the other participants' locations, they were presumably all making their way toward the central zone. Lacking effective mobility methods, he realized that staying in the outer zone to accumulate points would be inefficient. Thus, he conferred with Sherry, deciding to head directly toward the core area. Hand me your wristband. I can connect via Bluetooth, and you can simply follow my directions. It will be far more efficient than checking the map yourself, Sherry suggested. Of course, it would be wise to leverage any advantages available. Having someone guide him would undoubtedly yield better results than constantly checking the map. Under Sherry's guidance, Suka charged toward the core area, his sights set firmly on the heart of the domain. Meanwhile, a few kilometers away, by the bank of a small river, Tang Yan's team had just emerged from a fierce battle. A nest of second-tier aquatic beasts had suddenly leapt from the stream, launching an assault on the passing team. Fortunately, having trained collaboratively for over half a month, and bolstered by the presence of Su Xiaoxi, an S-rank light-type support class, the four of them managed to dispatch the beasts with relative ease, each garnering over 20 points. Splendid. This skirmish incurred minimal losses, and our ranking has already risen to 280. Tang Yan sheathed her sword, her heart swelling with joy at the ranking. If we can maintain this momentum, breaking into the top 100 will be effortless. Xiaoxi is incredible. The prowess of an S-rank support is indeed unparalleled, Lu Ku exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he reflected on the battle and the might of the S-rank support. Oh, I merely adhered to our training regimen, Su Xiaoxi replied, her cheeks flushed with modesty. As the trio exchanged their jubilant banter, they remained oblivious to the fact that Si Wei had stealthily approached Lu Ku from behind. Suddenly, with a swift thrust, a sharp dagger pierced Lu Ku's chest, followed by a violent twist that sent hot blood gushing forth. Chapter 19, Blood Control, Third-Tier Beasts. Coughing and gasping, Lu Ku incredulously gazed down at the blood surging from his chest, then laboriously turned to confront the familiar, yet grotesquely malevolent face behind him. Why? The question of disbelief hung unvoiced in his mind as his heart ceased its rhythmic pulsation, his body collapsing lifelessly, his unblinking eyes still fixed on Si Wei. Shock. Terror. This sudden betrayal stunned the two girls, leaving them momentarily paralyzed, unable to retaliate. By the time they regained their composure, the optimal moment for counterattack had long since passed. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Sinan activated his abilities, manipulating the blood around him. Instantly, countless droplets coalesced into thin crimson threads, ensnaring the surrounding space. Perplexed? Enraged? Afraid? Did you ever contemplate that a comrade you've shared daily camaraderie with would turn against you? I often say, you sheltered blossoms are far too naive. You are hardly worth such elaborate schemes. After a brief lapse of composure, Tang Yan forced herself to regain her calm. Lu Ku was already dead. The audacity of their assailant to commit murder before them indicated a remorseless fiend. Now, it was 2 against 1, and both were third tier. They were not without the strength to fight back. Therefore, with a resolute clang, Tang Yan drew her longsword, positioning herself protectively in front of Su Xiaoxi. Team Combat Principle 1. Protect the support class at all costs. Do you wish to exchange a few blows with me? Don't presume that your victories in training signify true prowess. I merely allowed you to win. Today, I shall demonstrate that even with an S-rank support by your side, you remain no match for me, Si Wei proclaimed arrogantly, a fierce crimson glow flickering in his eyes as the threads of blood tightened, severing massive trees with ease. In a critical moment, a brilliant yellow barrier erupted from Su Xiaoxi's hands, shielding them from the encroaching crimson threads. The immense cutting power of the threads caused the barrier to emit a series of agonizing cracking sounds. Ugh! Su Xiaoxi grimaced in pain. Feeling the strain on her protective shield, Si Wei's blood manipulation was overwhelmingly tyrannical. The stringent conditions for activation meant that once successfully deployed, its power escalated exponentially. With the bodies of over a dozen second-tier beasts nearby, coupled with the blood from Lu Ku, Si Wei had ample resources to unleash his full potential. It's impossible to win. Tang Yan quickly assessed the situation, realizing they had no chance of victory. She mentally prepared herself for the worst. As anticipated, the barrier shattered in mere moments. Skyward sword technique. At the instant the barrier crumbled, Tang Yan seized the opportunity, unleashing her most formidable strike against the blood-red web. Though her Heavenly Gang Sword Chi was classified as a B-rank ability, it was one of the rare weapons-based abilities, capable of commanding the battlefield and quelling chaos. The transparent, sword energy surged forth from Tang Yan, colliding with the crimson threads, and a cacophony of shattering sounds ensued as the sword energy, before exhausting itself, finally cleaved a path for its wielder to retreat. Xiaoxi, you go first, I'll cover you, Tang Yan shouted resolutely, turning and charging towards Si Wei without hesitation. Team Combat Principle 2. During retreat, members must unconditionally obey orders. Though Su Xiaoxi was not adept in combat, she understood that she must trust her cousin in this moment. As Tang Yan urged her to flee, she dashed unhesitatingly from the encirclement. Seeking death, Si Wei roared in fury, directing the blood droplets to shoot forth like bullets. But Tang Yan, undeterred by the threat, pressed in close, disrupting his control over the projectiles, allowing one to miss. Seizing the opportunity, Su Xiaoxi staggered into the depths of the dense forest. Tang Yan, you are putting her in danger. Allowing a support to act alone is tantamount to sending her to her demise. Call her back. We do not seek her life. Si Wei's face darkened, furrowing his brow as he contended with Tang Yan's fierce assault. Dream on. I won't let you succeed, even if it costs me my life. Tang Yan retorted fiercely, her attacks growing increasingly ferocious, embodying a desperate fight to the death. Meanwhile, Suku, following Sherry's directions, raced forward, casually unleashing ice spikes to harvest the lives of the beasts along his path. Scores: 1, 1, 10, 1. The terrifying might of the S-rank ice abilities manifested. These first and second tier beasts were often dispatched with a mere ice sword. It is worth noting Suku's new skill unlocked with the S-rank Extreme Ice Staff after his ascension to 3rd tier, the Extreme Cold Crystal Sword. This skill allows him to conjure sharp ice swords within a 10-meter radius and launch them at a speed of 170 meters per second. Such velocity generates a destructive force that no beast below 3rd tier can withstand. Most importantly, the energy consumption for the crystal swords is minimal compared to the ice crystal explosion, allowing Suku to maintain a continuous barrage as long as he does not tire, thanks to the terrifying recovery speed of Sherry's Ice Emperor art. As he spoke, Suku had already stepped into the core area. The moment he entered, he felt a fierce aura locking onto him. Huff, huff. The distinct sound of rapid breathing, characteristic of animals, reached his ears. Following the sound, he beheld a massive boar, its body covered in metallic bristles, glaring at him with blood-red eyes, its tusks glinting ominously. A 3rd-tier beast, iron-boned steel-haired pig. Be cautious. You have entered the core area where 3rd-tier beasts roam, Sherry's voice echoed leisurely. Suka couldn't help but scoff. As if I needed you to tell me. The monster is right in front of me. No sooner had he spoken than the steel-haired pig seemed to perceive a vulnerability in Suku, its 4 hooves propelling it forward like a heavy tank. Naturally, Suku would not be courteous to a pig. With a swift gesture, he unleashed a barrage of glistening ice swords. Bang, bang. However, the anticipated scenario of effortlessly piercing through the pigskin did not materialize. The ice swords, which shot forth with great velocity, seemed to encounter a formidable adversary, becoming ensnared amidst the dense thicket of steel bristles that formed a formidable defense. The advance of the steel bristle pig was momentarily impeded but remained undeterred, charging relentlessly towards Suku. Given its speed and the robust nature of its bristles, a collision with Suku would undoubtedly result in catastrophic consequences, akin to a truck colliding with a motorcycle, leading to a most certain demise. The bristles of the steel bristle pig appeared to form a thin layer, yet they were, in fact, composed of numerous overlapping strands, intricately woven together, providing formidable protection against ranged attacks. Sherry explained this leisurely, showing no signs of urgency or combat readiness. Such crucial information should have been relayed sooner. Suku retorted with fervor, executing a high leap just in time to narrowly evade the pig's assault. Chapter 20. Slaying the 3rd Order Beast. Rank 10th. The steel bristle pig, having missed its target, continued its charge unabated, crashing headlong into a tree of considerable girth. The ancient tree, centuries old, emitted a sharp crack as it failed to withstand the impact, succumbing to the force of the pig's hooves and toppling nearby saplings. Suku grasped a branch above his head, effortlessly executing a pull-up to stand atop it. Observing the steel bristle pig below, which, though uninjured, appeared dazed and disoriented, Suku conceived a brilliant battle strategy. He swiftly flipped down from the tree, beckoning the now-turned steel bristle pig with a playful finger curl. Come here. As a 3rd Order beast, the steel bristle pig possessed a degree of intelligence, although it could not comprehend Suku's words. It could sense the provocation in his tone and gestures. Enraged, the steel bristle pig lowered its head, baring its sharp tusks and charging towards Suku with ferocity. The sound of its advance was akin to a roaring engine, relentless and unstoppable, as if driven by the instinct of a boar sensing a sow in heat. Suku bent his knees, gathering energy, and at the pivotal moment before the pig collided with him, he leapt upward with precision, executing a perfect vertical leap. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as the steel bristle pig crashed into the massive tree, its 4 legs leaving the ground as its tusks embedded within the bark. If you truly manage to fell a tree as thick as a truck, I'll simply walk away, Suku quipped, effortlessly vaulting over the pig's back to land behind it. He then extended his right hand, directing a precise ice crystal sword towards the pig's vulnerable rear. It is well known that this area is relatively weak in terms of defense for mammals. The skin is thin, riddled with blood vessels and nerves, and is in direct proximity to the internal organs. An injury here could lead to death not only from direct harm, but also from subsequent infection. In reality, the defense of this area comprises the external and internal anal sphincters, which remain contracted under non-defecatory conditions. When stimulated, they reflexively tighten, making it difficult for any weapon to penetrate. Moreover, the target is small and misdirection can easily result in striking bone. A weapon that is too short would also struggle to deliver a fatal blow. Thus, attacking this area on large wild animals is not always the wisest choice. Therefore, when the ice sword penetrated the steel bristle pig's critical point, Suku awkwardly discovered it had become lodged. The steel bristle pig emitted a pitiful shriek of agony, thrashing violently in a desperate attempt to kick Suku. Yet, having charged with such speed, its tusks were completely embedded in the tree trunk, rendering it unable to break free despite its frantic struggles. As its thrashing intensified, the ice sword within its body began to wreak havoc on its innards, causing extensive damage in no time. Minutes later, the steel bristle pig ceased its struggles, its sphincter relaxing as the ice sword, accompanied by a cascade of yellow, white, green, and red tissues, was expelled from its body. Suka leapt away from the scene, avoiding the mess while also garnering 100 points. Huh, a third-order beast. Nothing to write home about, he proclaimed, proudly patting his waist, having dispatched the steel bristle pig with merely a few ice crystal swords. A testament to his formidable combat instincts. Beside him, Sherry, who had been watching, covered her forehead in exasperation. With your style of fighting, I truly regret knowing you. You absolute rogue. Given your capability for direct combat, can't you engage properly? Why must I awaken the same powers as someone like you? Suku rubbed his sore shoulders, reflecting, what a thoroughly exhilarating battle this has been. Exhilarating my foot. Regardless of how the battle unfolded, Suka had achieved his score and significantly improved his ranking. Name, Suku. Examination venue, Jiangxing Examination Hall. Score, 156 points. Real-time leaderboard. First, Yunfei, 318 points, Jiangxing Examination Hall. Second, Zhang Long, 252 points, Jinling Examination Hall. Third, Zhaohu, 237 points, Hanqing Examination Hall. Seventh, Xiaoyang, 178 points, Jiangxing Examination Hall. 10th, Suku, 156 points, Jiangxing Examination Hall. Suku's rank soared into the top 10, yet he remained nearly 100 points behind the leading Yunfei. Sighing, he acknowledged the reputation of Ziyang High School was indeed well-deserved. Even sending out just 2 participants could yield 2 spots in the top 10, illustrating the formidable prowess of its students. This realization spurred him to hasten his score accumulation, striving to surpass Yunfei and claim the title of provincial champion. Thus, he chose a direction and ventured deeper towards the core of the domain, seeking more third-order beasts. Unbeknownst to Suku, the strength of Ziyang High School extended far beyond what he had witnessed. Outside the domain, Principal Wang sat in his office, accepting a video conference invitation. Oh, old Wang's here. You're late. We were just waiting for you, a voice chimed in the video conference, where the principals of various prestigious colleges in Central South Province had gathered around a virtual conference table. The man greeting him was the principal of Jiangxing No. 2 High School, eager to curry favor with his senior. Come now, old Li, what's the fuss about my late arrival? Does it truly matter? Principal Wang chuckled lightly, self-deprecatingly. This was not mere banter. At this conference table, the spotlight was undeniably on the principal of the formidable Ziyang High School. All around him, projections of other principals eagerly sought to engage in conversation with him. Principal Ma, your school's strength this year is astounding. Not only is the top scorer from Ziyang, but it appears that the entire top 10 is filled with Ziyang students. In response to the compliments, Principal Ma laughed heartily. Oh, this is nothing. After all, Ziyang High School is a private institution. Attracting excellent teachers and outstanding students is only to be expected. Our goal this year is to have 60% of the top 100. Principal Wang rolled his eyes internally, thinking to himself, what a grandiose claim. Ziyang High School is an elite institution. Can it really send out 100 participants for the martial exam? And 60% of the top 100? What a boast. Wait a moment. Principal Ma, the 10th-ranked Su Ku doesn't seem to be one of your students, suddenly remarked Principal Li of Jiangxing No. 2 High School, drawing the attention of all present. Everyone's gaze shifted to the real-time leaderboard, where the name Su Ku from Jiangxing Examination Hall prominently appeared in the 10th position. Su Ku? We only sent 2 participants from Jiangxing Examination Hall, Yunfei and Xiaoyang. He truly isn't one of ours. Principal Ma murmured softly, feeling a twinge of embarrassment after boasting only to be swiftly rebuffed. Which school does this individual hail from? Principal Wang, sensing the inquiry directed towards him, felt a surge of pride. Suku had indeed brought him honor, proving that the substantial funding of 100,000 was not squandered. Ahem. I must humbly state that Suku is a student I have personally nurtured, and he is indeed the most outstanding student of Jiangxing No. 1 High School. Instantly, the virtual conference room erupted into a lively chatter as various principals gathered around Principal Wang, eager to glean insights. This was hardly surprising. Everyone was well aware of the excellence of Ziyang High School, boasting the finest teaching resources, the best student body, and ample funding. If they were not exceptional, it would indeed be peculiar. However, as a regular high school, if Jiangxing No. 1 High School could produce talent, why could not other local institutions? Thus, Principal Wang naturally basked in a newfound popularity, his posture even more upright. Yet, at that moment, the door to Principal Wang's office burst open, and a proctor rushed in. Flustered, Principal Wang, there's trouble. The examination venue in Jiangxing has been attacked by a mysterious assailant, and the dimensional passage has been disrupted. We have lost contact with the internal examination site. What? A profound silence enveloped the virtual conference room, as the shocking news stunned everyone. Bang! Principal Ma slammed his hand on the table, his expression dark and foreboding. Our Yunfei and Xiaoyang are still inside. Which reckless faction dares to assault the martial arts examination venue? Principal Wang, do not worry. I shall summon reinforcements immediately, he exclaimed. Let me see who has the audacity. With Principal Ma leading the charge, the other school principals exchanged glances and rose in unison. Protect our talented disciples. Old Wang, wait for me. I'll fly over. The Brotherhood of Blood would never have imagined the terror they had unleashed by offending a group of fiercely protective principals. Chapter 21, Pokemon Trainer Xia Yang. Regardless of the chaos outside, the realm of the Jiangxing martial arts examination remained relatively tranquil. Suku continued his quest to accumulate points, unknowingly ascending to 9th place with a score of 423. However, he perceived this pace as somewhat sluggish. Despite being in the early stages of the 3rd rank, he possessed an S-rank ability, and with Sherry's guidance, he was adept at identifying weaknesses. Most fierce beasts encountered him only to be swiftly defeated. Yet, the scores revealed that after nearly half an hour, he had only encountered 2 3rd-rank fierce beasts, as most of his time had been squandered searching for them, resulting in brief skirmishes. While Suku's progress was not slow, this core area felt as if the fierce beasts had all but vanished. He roamed for an extended period without encountering a single one. Just as he was tracking the footprints of a fierce beast, a cacophony of footsteps suddenly emerged from the thicket ahead. Suku paused, squinting to see a slender young lady clad in an alluring crop top, leisurely riding atop a robust iron-boned steel-haired pig, gracefully emerging from the foliage. Behind her trailed an orderly procession of various fierce beasts, following her closely. Ah, I thought it was someone else. It's you, the bold one who gave the teacher the finger from your vehicle. Xia Yang called out, winking flirtatiously at Suku. Her words laced with playful insinuation. Caught off guard by such overt flirtation, Suku found himself at a loss. Having been a virgin in 2 lifetimes, he was unaccustomed to such a bold girl. Dear classmate, fate is predetermined, happiness is self-made. Would you like to know if I am your destined partner? Please text Suku Xia Yang to 10086, and the answer will be revealed instantly. As Xia Yang opted for playful banter, Suku decided to engage in equally nonsensical discourse. Xia Yang's enchanting expression faltered momentarily, her lovely brows twitching as she suppressed the urge to curse. Do you truly think I am unaware that this is a television advertisement from the 90s? You are rather dull. Do you not wish to create a beautiful memory with me in this desolate wilderness? Does that not seem thrilling? In response to Xia Yang's further provocations, Suku shook his head vehemently. No, please allow me to decline. Your demeanor as a Pokemon trainer does not suggest you are seeking a romantic encounter. Suku's caution was not without merit. The fierce beasts accompanying Xia Yang had subtly encircled the area. Xia Yang's eyes dimmed at his words, a resigned sigh escaping her lips. Indeed, your wit is commendable. It seems I cannot deceive you. With that, she gracefully dismounted from the iron-boned steel-haired pig, which immediately joined the encirclement. Suku, do not take offense. Your rapid rise in rank compels me to eliminate any potential threats to Yunfei. Should you choose to forfeit now, I assure you no harm will come to you, and you may retain your current points to exit the martial arts examination. This score should suffice for admission to one of the 4 major academies. Suku's cheerful demeanor faded as he realized the implications. No wonder Xiang High School consistently produced top martial arts candidates. They were engaging in PvP point protection. With the prowess of Xiang High's elite, it would be challenging for others to resist elimination. Moreover, the possibility of ambushes, poisonings, and coordinated assaults was not to be underestimated. Xia Yang's willingness to negotiate with Suku was already a show of respect. Suku, the signal devices on those fierce beasts have yet to be activated. They do possess points. Stop conversing with this girl. Her ability is likely related to charm and control. Those fierce beasts are her means of attack. Hurry and start amassing points. Sherry's excited voice urged Suku into action. Upon hearing this, Suku's previously languid expression transformed into one of fervor as he fixed his gaze on Xia Yang. The intensity of his stare made Xia Yang uneasy, akin to being scrutinized by a fierce beast, as if she might be devoured at any moment. Huh, men are indeed all the same. You feigned disinterest and jest, yet now you look as if you wish to devour me whole. Can't we be more candid? Of course. How many more fierce beasts can you summon? With just these, they are hardly enough for me to vanquish. Suku candidly declared, oblivious to the fact that his words belittled Xia Yang. Do you underestimate me? A wave of indignation surged within Xia Yang. No, I merely speak the truth. Humph, deal with these first, then you may flaunt your bravado. Xia Yang, incensed, found herself affronted by Suku's dismissive attitude. Resolving to show no mercy, she commanded, Three-eyed green snake, shadow cat, jumping tiger, iron-haired pig, all of you, attack together. In a fit of rage, she bypassed any strategy and ordered all her fierce beasts to charge. Suku, witnessing this, scoffed derisively. Is this all you've got? Pathetic. I could take on 10 of them. Run. Sherry's shrill cry interrupted his bravado. Without hesitation, Suku turned on his heel and fled. What a joke. While he could handle 3 or 4 fierce beasts attacking him, this was a horde of 20 or 30. If he did not escape, he would be doomed. Kid, don't run. Xia Yang's address for Suku had regressed from big shot to little brother, and now to kid. One could only wonder if she would soon refer to him as grandson. Regardless, while Suku was in flight, he certainly had his own unique way of running. Relying on her swift agility, Suku dashed forward while unleashing a flurry of ice swords, prioritizing the eradication of the first and second-tier ferocious beasts. Scores: 1-1-10. This technique, often referred to as kiting or running A, is a common strategy employed by nature-affiliated ability users in their lower tiers. The first and second-tier ferocious beasts, unable to match Suku's speed, inadvertently became obstacles for the third-tier beasts, impeding their comrades' assaults. This allowed Suku to amass points effortlessly, catapulting her rank above Xia Yang to 7th place with a score of 798. Curse it! What level of abilities have you awakened? Do your skills have no consumption? Xia Yang fumed, witnessing her Pokemon being slaughtered at Suku's whim. As for me, my apologies for not introducing myself sooner. I am Suku, the hidden ace of Jiangxing No. 1 High School, the most outstanding S-rank ice-type awakener in the school's history. Suku declared, deftly dodging the charge of a steel-haired boar, which, unable to stop in time, accidentally trampled 2 of its fellow beasts, thereby gifting Suku an additional 20 points. Seizing the opportunity, Suku launched a crystal sword that struck the steel-haired boar in a most sensitive area. Enraged, it spiraled into madness, launching indiscriminate attacks on its companions. While Suku took advantage of the chaos, continuously releasing ice swords to reap more points. Very well, you have pushed me to this. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Xia Yang gritted her teeth, resolving to deploy her trump card. Her eyes glowed with a crimson hue as she recited an intricate incantation towards the dense forest behind her. Chapter 22, Binboer Ba Baboi Urban. The Charm Beast Red Eye. A B-rank psychic ability, was Xia Yang's leverage to navigate the core zone of the third-tier ferocious beasts with confidence. At Xiang High School, Xia Yang was not initially among the elite ranks. The reason was simple. There were no readily available ferocious beasts for her to command, and initially, no one recognized the true potential of her ability. However, during a trial, she discovered her capacity to charm even beasts of the same tier, significantly elevating her status in Principal Ma's eyes. This was also why she was chosen to assist Yun Fei in aiming for the top spot in the martial arts examination. As the incantation concluded, a rustling sound erupted from the forest. Suku felt an inexplicable sense of pressure, his nostrils flaring as he caught a faint whiff of fishy odor. In the next moment, 2 figures emerged, one tall and one short, one green and one black. One boasted a robust jaw and sharp fangs, while the other was a rotund creature with a massive mouth and long whiskers. They stood bipedally, their gills having regressed, exuding an aura of ferocity. These were Xia Yang's trump cards, 2 late-stage third-tier fish-type ferocious beasts. Humph, let us see how you boast now. This is my secret weapon, Xia Yang proclaimed triumphantly, raising her chin. Giant-mouthed catfish, Binboer Ba. Black-armored fish, Baboi Urban. Roar. Glug glug. To Suku's surprise, Xia Yang had even named them, and the 2 fish monsters responded with cheers. As Suku gazed at the towering fish creatures, memories of his childhood surged forth, momentarily distracting him from his thoughts. Still dazed? You 2 attack, Xia Yang commanded, and Binboer Ba and Baboi Urban lunged towards Suku from either side. Despite being aquatic beasts, they exhibited surprising speed on land. Caught in a pincer movement, Suku found himself at a loss for escape. Noticing Suku's immobility, the 2 fish monsters charged with greater ferocity. If they struck, Suku could very well be crushed. In a moment of desperation, he leaped high into the air, cleverly evading the encirclement, hoping to induce a collision between them. However, to his astonishment, just before they collided, the 2 fish monsters displayed remarkable coordination, one ducking while the other jumped, seamlessly passing each other. Are they coordinated? Suku marveled. No one could have anticipated that these seemingly clumsy fish monsters not only possessed fierce combat prowess, but also demonstrated a level of teamwork. He wondered if Xia Yang had trained them to such a degree in such a short time. With his initial attack failing, the 2 fish monsters swiftly redirected their attention to Suku, who was now suspended in midair. He had made the rookie mistake of leaping to avoid a pincer attack. Perhaps due to his previous success against the steel-haired boar, he had underestimated the intelligence of these ferocious beasts. Now airborne and lacking leverage, Suku found himself unprepared as the second wave of their assault approached. Baboi Urban unleashed the water gun attack. Binboer Ba prepared to feast. Xia Yang, as the Pokemon trainer, issued the most appropriate command, which filled Suku with foreboding. Baboi Urban crouched low, raising its sharp beak. Its gills contracted and expanded rhythmically, and with a sudden burst, a high-pressure jet of water erupted from its mouth, striking Suku mid-air. Blast! In a moment of panic, Suku crossed his arms before his chest. The water collided violently against his arms, inflicting pain as the immense force sent him hurtling backward. As he fell, Binboer Ba lay in wait with its gaping maw, eager to swallow him whole. Regaining his balance mid-fall, Suku noticed shards of ice crystals shatter from his forearms. His passive defense had held up, and the black-armored fish's strike was insufficient to injure his body, which had been reinforced. He hurled several ice crystal swords toward the gaping mouth of the catfish, causing it to instinctively snap its jaws shut, using its fish skin as a shield against the ice swords. With a series of thuds, the ice swords collided with the gray fish skin, ricocheting off without leaving a trace. Undeterred by the lack of pain, the catfish immediately launched a second wave of attack, its long whiskers whipping towards Suku in the air. Catfish binding technique. Beside her, Xiaoyang blushed with excitement, watching her Pokemon execute its ultimate move. Wow, even more formidable than I am. Suku cried out in despair as the catfish's whiskers ensnared him. Undoubtedly, the strength of these fish monsters was formidable, and under Xiaoyang's guidance, they had mastered the art of coordinated attacks, truly a testament to the prowess of Xiang High School's elite. Humph. You claim to be an S-rank ice-type awakener, yet you can't even handle 2 third-tier fish monsters. How dare you boast? As Suku found himself ensnared, with her 2 monsters unscathed, Xiaoyang scoffed, believing the battle would conclude within moments. With their strength, they could finish you off in less than 10 moves under Yun Fei's A-rank abilities. You should save face and signal for help, voluntarily concede the martial arts examination, and let the teachers come to your aid. Once that's done, I will release you. After all, as peers of the same age, there was no deep-seated enmity between them, and Xiaoyang had no intention of inflicting harm. Just as she had initially pointed out, given Suku's current score, he could still attend one of the 4 major academies. It would be quite awkward if, by chance, they became classmates and harbored grudges. As Suku writhed in his bindings, preparing to demonstrate the overwhelming force of his S-rank abilities, a voice, both familiar and out of place, suddenly rang out. Suku, hurry and save me. Cousin is in danger. Su Xiaoxi's unsteady figure emerged from the woods, her once exquisite combat attire now tattered and marred with deep lacerations that exposed bone. Yet, she had no time to attend to her wounds. Desperately making her way towards Suku, in a moment of carelessness, her foot slipped, and she fell to the ground, struggling to rise. Xiaoyang, let me down. My friend is in trouble. Suku's brow furrowed deeply, his heart tightening with an inexplicable sense of panic. Tang Yin was among the few individuals he could genuinely consider a friend. What could have possibly transpired in the martial arts examination arena to leave Su Xiaoxi in such a sorry state? He dared not dwell on it too much. However, it seemed Xiaoyang had not heard Su Xiaoxi's cries, as she remained on the ground, unable to see their injured classmate like Suku could. She presumed that Suku was merely stalling, concocting excuses to escape. Stop wasting time. Forfeit now, and say a few nice words, then I might consider letting you go. Suku's expression darkened upon hearing this. He had no desire for further discussions or explanations. Activating his ice-based ability, the tendrils binding him instantly crystallized into brilliant blue ice. Chapter 23. The resurgence of ice crystal explosion and Su Xiaoxi's plea for help. The tendrils froze, and the catfish creature sensed that something was amiss, attempting to release Suku. Unfortunately, it was already too late for such considerations. A red heart card, the 3 of hearts, materialized in his hand, and the power of the bull's might surged throughout his body. Suku exerted his arms fiercely, and with a resounding crack, the tendrils that were tightly coiling around him shattered into countless fragments. What? Xiaoyang gasped in shock. Could an S-class ice ability possess such formidable strength? Suku, now on solid ground, said nothing and turned to head towards Su Xiaoxi. However, the more he did so, the more Xiaoyang felt that Suku was concealing his true feelings, putting on an act in an attempt to flee. You scoundrel, don't underestimate anyone. Stay right here. In her fury, Xiaoyang issued the most misguided command to the 2 fish creatures. Bang boba, babo bang, block him. Roar. Glug glug. The 2 fish monsters cried out as they once again surrounded Suku in a pincer attack. This time, their speed was even greater. The black fish creature bared its sharp teeth, its dark, shiny scales radiating a chilling light, leaving deep imprints in the ground as its webbed feet struck. The catfish creature, too, revealed its true prowess, displaying 4 distinct abdominal muscles on its snowy white belly, causing the ground to tremble with each stride. While it muttered curses in a gurgling manner, hearing the commotion behind him, Suku paused, a hint of irritation crossing his face as he turned around. With a cold tone, he warned, "This is your last chance. Do not provoke me." The warning fell on deaf ears, as Xiaoyang remained unmoved, even finding Suku's theatrics somewhat amusing. A foul wind rushed toward him as the 2 fish monsters closed in within 5 meters. In Suku's hand, a queen of clubs playing card flickered before he raised both hands high, unleashing a torrent of energy without restraint for the first time. An ice-blue lotus flower materialized between his palms, held delicately as it emanated an endless chill. A sense of impending crisis washed over Xiaoyang, prompting her to attempt to halt the 2 fish monsters' assault. Alas, it was too late. Their speed was unrelenting. And just as they were about to collide with Suku, a calm, emotionless male voice rang out. Absolute Zero Ice Crystal Explosion. After several days, the skill that had once saved Suku's life re-emerged. A blinding burst of white fireworks erupted, sending countless tiny ice crystal shards flying in all directions. Terror filled the eyes of the two fish monsters as one skidded to a halt, spinning around to flee. However, Suku had intentionally lured them close. It was far too late for escape. The dense shards of ice collided against the black fish creature's scales, leaving behind white marks as if countless blades had scraped across it. The catfish creature's thick flesh was punctured with hundreds of tiny blood holes, emitting a wretched scream. The fish monsters cried out in agony, but this was merely the beginning. The true lethal aspect of the ice crystal explosion was the bone-chilling cold, capable of freezing all that it touched. Frost spread from beneath Suku's feet, gradually stiffening the bodies of the two fish monsters, their slimy surfaces hastening their entrapment in ice. Xiaoyang felt a tingling in her calves, only to realize that the icy surface had crept beneath her feet unbeknownst to her. With a startled cry, she leaped and precariously landed on a branch behind her. Why you? Her finger trembled as she pointed at Suku, her voice quivering, whether from the cold or fear, she could not tell. Are you truly an S-class ice ability user? Suku offered no reply, his heart now as calm as still waters. Realizing that the two fish monsters were merely frozen in place and not yet devoid of life, he furrowed his brow, forming a seal with his hands as he silently murmured, a familiar tactic. Absolute zero ice crystal explosion. As the ice blue lotus glimmered once more in his hands, Xiaoyang felt utterly paralyzed. No way, dude. You can unleash skills without cooldown, just like that? Consequently, she abandoned her pretense of brilliance and urgently pleaded, stop. We concede. Do whatever you wish, just don't harm Bing Boba and Babo Bang. Saying this, Xiaoyang jumped down from the branch, placing herself in front of the two fish monsters as a shield. Seeing this, Suku gradually halted the skill he was preparing. After all, they were classmates. There was no need to take a life when she was willing to protect them with her own body. He turned and sprinted towards Su Xiaoxi, who he then noticed was unconscious nearby on the battlefield. Suku scooped Su Xiaoxi into his arms. Her body was riddled with wounds, some inflicted by fearsome beasts, some scratches, while others had formed scabs, indicating hasty treatment. Yet some wounds were deep enough to expose bone. Su, how are you? What on earth happened to you to be injured like this? Where's the class monitor? Already teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, Su Xiaoxi forced her eyes open, summoning her last reserves of strength to cast a light-based healing spell, temporarily suppressing her injuries. I don't know why, but Siwei killed Lu Ku. My cousin stayed behind to protect me. I intended to forfeit and call for help, but I discovered that the function of the wristband to request assistance was entirely disabled. Su Xiaoxi's voice quivered with the onset of tears. Suku, I searched for you for so long. I knew I would find you. Please, I beg you. Save my cousin. Suku's expression grew increasingly grave as memories of Siwei flooded back. From their very first meeting, he had felt an unsettling discomfort. Siwei always regarded him with an invasive gaze, as if attempting to unearth his secrets. In hindsight, that gaze was eerily familiar. It was the look of someone viewing another as prey. He attempted to contact a teacher via his wristband, but as expected, his messages sank into silence, receiving no response. I understand. Leave it to me. I will bring the class monitor back, he assured her. For now, you must rest and heal. Do not make me worry. Suku bent down to lift Su Xiaoxi, her soft body nestled in his embrace. Yet it did nothing to alleviate the weight of his troubled heart. Someone dared to commit murder in the martial arts examination arena and had sealed off all external communications. Their intentions remained a mystery to them, and thus, he could not feel at ease. Leaning against Suku, Su Xiaoxi yearned to assist. But her severely injured body simply could not bear the burden. No one knows how a support class, devoid of combat prowess, managed to traverse the forest teeming with third-tier ferocious beasts to locate Suku. Perhaps it was destiny at play. Suku placed Su Xiaoxi before Xiaoyang, who, upon gazing at Suku's grim visage, instinctively took a half-step back in trepidation. What is the matter with you? She is gravely injured. Why did you not inform the teacher? Suku remained silent, instead raising his wrist to reveal the recording bracelet, and, much to Xiaoyang's astonishment, pressed the forfeit button. Chapter 24. Targeting the core of the domain, the righteous Yunfei. After a prolonged silence, the elimination alert did not sound, nor did any communication come through. Just as Xiaoyang's confusion began to mount, Suku explained, something has occurred at the examination site. We are unable to contact the outside world. My friend is in danger, and I must address the situation. With that, Suku cast a hesitant glance at Xiaoyang and asked, Xiaoyang, can I trust you? Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback. She had just attempted to use her bracelet to reach out to the outside world, only to meet failure. Having believed Suku's words to be mostly true, she quickly surmised his intent upon witnessing his uncertainty and the gravely injured girl in his arms. You wish for me to assist in caring for this girl? Suku solemnly nodded. Another friend of mine may be in peril, and I am unaware of the enemy's strength. It is too risky to carry an injured person. Though she wanted to argue that his formidable strength should render him invincible at this stage of the martial examination, the gravity of the situation prompted her to reassure him. Rest assured, entrust her to me. Once I finish preparing the roasted beast, it will suffice to ensure our safety. Xiaoyang rubbed her chin, igniting the recently constructed campfire to roast 2 fish monsters. The aroma of grilled fish soon permeated the air. Suku silently nodded, suppressing the surging appetite within him. Then I shall take my leave. I entrust Su to your care. With that, Suku dashed off like an arrow, displaying none of the frailty typical of a nature affinity awakener. How fast? Xiaoyang's eyes widened as she realized that Suku had not even exerted his full strength during their earlier confrontation. As Suku sprinted, he retrieved his Nokia from his pocket, his thoughts in disarray, seeking someone to help him sort through the chaos. My queen, have you heard me? What should I do? Suku queried into the phone. After a brief silence, Sherry let out a sigh and replied, honestly, I am rather reluctant to involve you in this matter. I have a premonition that it may relate to me, and the tactics of these individuals bear a resemblance to those who pursued me. Suku shook his head in denial, asserting, no, they are now entangled with my friends, which makes it my concern. Furthermore, your matters, my queen, are also mine. Sherry paused, then chuckled lightly, playfully punching Suku on the nose. Stop with the banter. My affairs are not yours to resolve. Only once you attain the 9th tier may you speak so boldly. Suku rubbed his sore nose, refraining from retorting. Glancing at the recording bracelet, Sherry pondered briefly before deducing, since the enemy has opted to seal off the examination site and sever communications, it indicates their overall strength is not formidable enough to provoke the teachers outside. Given this, we should head directly to the core of the domain. If you disrupt it, the examination will conclude prematurely, and the teachers will naturally handle the aftermath. However, Suku interjected, they are likely aware of this weakness and may have set an ambush at the core, correct? His thoughts were now clearer. After all, this was his first venture into the domain, and he lacked Sherry's extensive experience. With her guidance, his objective was now firmly established. With renewed vigor, Suku activated the strength of the bull, increasing his speed even further. Be cautious. Do not presume that your S-class abilities render you invincible among peers. There are many peculiar abilities that can facilitate combat beyond one S tier, Sherry cautioned incessantly in his ear, as the atmosphere within the examination site grew increasingly tense. Meanwhile, Yunfei strolled through the jungle, wielding a dark long spear. The shadows danced as a shadow cat suddenly lunged from the trees. With a swift thrust of his spear, the cat's charge was halted, a bloody hole appearing in its forehead. Score 100. Current ranking. First, Yunfei, 1792 points. The martial examination had progressed significantly, and Yunfei currently held the top position with a score of 1792, nearly 500 points ahead of the second place. If he could secure the core of the domain, victory would be all but assured. Moreover, according to his agreement with Xiaoyang, she would bring her tamed ferocious beasts to him during the last hour of the examination, aiding him in accumulating further points. I should clear the ferocious beasts near the core of the domain first, lest I arrive too late and find someone else has reaped the rewards, Yunfei mused, glancing at the time on his bracelet as he made his way toward the core. According to the examination materials from Xiang High School, a beast king should guard the core, presumably a fully matured 3rd-tier beast, accompanied by several 3rd-tier beast guards. While ordinary candidates would avoid such a confrontation at all costs, Yunfei felt no fear, for he possessed an A-class superhuman ability known as the indestructible battle body. This ability granted him immense physical power and remarkable regenerative capabilities. Particularly in group battles, he grew stronger with each foe he vanquished, absorbing their vitality to heal his wounds and restore his stamina, allowing him to navigate the martial examination with ease. While others dreaded the throngs of ferocious beasts, to him, they were akin to a playground for accumulating points. Is that the scent of blood? Yunfei's nostrils flared as his expression shifted. He detected the metallic tang of blood. Had someone preemptively come to pilfer the spoils? He hastened his pace towards the coordinates of the domain's core. Shortly thereafter, he beheld a crimson pool of blood. A tall, handsome man sat upon a small island at the center, a glowing stone pillar rising behind him, presumably the core of the domain. As Yunfei emerged from the forest, locking eyes with the man, he refrained from making any rash moves, for bound to the core was a fainted girl. Tang Yan's right arm had been severed at the shoulder, the wound crudely bandaged, her hair disheveled, and her face bore traces of violence, evoking a pang of sorrow. Classmate, what are you doing? That girl has a grudge against you. Why treat her thus? If you do not provide a reasonable explanation, I will notify the proctor. Yunfei's brow furrowed as he spoke, yet secretly, he had already pressed the communication button on his bracelet to contact the proctor. This was preposterous. Inflicting such harm upon a fellow student within the examination site had long since crossed the line of acceptable competition. Go ahead and notify them. It makes no difference to me, the man responded with a smirk. I believe your name is Yunfei, the top scorer. However, I wonder how much of that is mere bluster. Do you wish to save this girl? Come to the island and fight me. If you win, I shall release her and grant you the core as well. Siwei sat upon the island, smiling unconcernedly, unfazed by the pressure of facing the martial examinations champion. Yunfei pressed the communicator a few more times, Realizing no teachers were responding, he assumed it was a signal issue and did not dwell on it. Observing Tang Yan's feeble state, bolstered by his unwavering confidence in his own abilities, Yunfei hesitated not for a moment and resolved to embark on a heroic rescue. Oh, allow me to demonstrate the vast chasm between the prodigy of Xiang High School and a coward who preys solely on the weak. Grasping his obsidian spear, Yunfei propelled himself forward, seizing a floating log from the pond, and charged towards the smirking Seawei. In a brief interval, Suku arrived at the pond's edge. Following the scent of blood, upon witnessing the unfolding chaos on the island, his pupils dilated in shock, a surge of fury welling within him. Chapter 25. Yunfei's defeat. Suku takes the stage. In the center of the pond, Seawei wielded the obsidian spear, hoisting Yunfei aloft. The spear's tip pierced through his shoulder, blood cascading down the weapon as Seawei wore an unabashed sneer. Is this the renowned first place? Pathetic. Curse you. Yunfei's voice, laced with bitterness, echoed as he coughed blood. Summoning all his strength, he gripped the spear's shaft with both hands, defiantly pushing against the intruding weapon, attempting to claw at Seawei. You may be tough, but you're merely thick-skinned and dull-witted, falling for such an obvious trap. Seawei scoffed, remaining unyielding. As Yunfei closed the distance, a flash of crimson ignited in Seawei's eyes, unleashing his extraordinary ability, blood control. With a tumultuous roar, the previously placid surface of the water erupted, revealing the submerged corpses of numerous ferocious beasts. Countless crimson threads, akin to venomous serpents, shot forth, piercing Yunfei's joints and binding him tightly, yanking him off the obsidian spear and suspending him in midair in a star-shaped formation. A blood-curdling scream reverberated throughout the pond. The indomitable battle body struggled valiantly to mend his wounds, as Yunfei fought against the entrapment of the blood threads. Yet, they proved to be remarkably resilient, their combined strength surpassing even that of his obsidian spear, rendering escape impossible. Cough, cough. Release him. If you have any grievances, confront me. Tang Yan's frail voice emerged, her eyes filled with exhaustion, yet her spirit resolute in protecting her comrade. Release him? Not a chance. I'm far from finished with my fun, Seawei retorted mockingly. You truly are a saint, aiding someone you barely know. Is it merely because he attempted to play the hero? Seawei's taunts grew ever more vicious as he intensified his assault, the blood threads expertly targeting Yunfei's pressure points, inflicting excruciating agony. How despicable. Resorting to traps to ambush me. If you have the guts, let us battle in a fair arena. Yunfei roared, incensed. Change the venue? What a joke. I painstakingly crafted this unbeatable domain. Why should I relent? Seawei boasted. Let me enlighten you. Within this pond lie the remains of 18 ferocious beasts, including a fully matured crocodile king of the 3rd tier. With such a bountiful source of blood, I am invincible here. None shall escape this place alive. Once I've absorbed enough blood to forge a sea of crimson, even outside this realm, none will stand in my way. Seawei's arrogance was palpable as he mercilessly siphoned Yunfei's blood, directing it into the sanguine pond. You're quite resilient. But let's see how much blood you can replenish for me. Don't die too quickly. I'm not done playing yet. Haha. As Yunfei's breath grew fainter, it seemed he was on the brink of demise. Suddenly, a streak of icy blue light sliced through the air. Seawei instinctively turned his head, narrowly evading the ice sword, yet its razor edge grazed his cheek, leaving a crimson mark upon his otherwise flawless visage. His face contorted in rage as he glared at the figure that had just arrived beside the pond. Suku, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. Floating beside Suku were more than 10 ice crystal swords, each radiating a chilling luminescence, their tips aimed directly at Seawei. Are you here to kill me? You worthless scum? Attacking your own teammate and betraying your captain, truly despicable. Suku's voice was laced with disdain. Seawei burst into laughter, as if hearing the grandest of jokes. Kill me? What a laugh. Have you ever taken a life, boy? Do you even understand the weight of a blade striking bone? You pampered flowers, do you dare speak to me of ethics? Let me tell you, only those who survive have the right to speak in this world. Blame your own resemblance to that woman for your plight. Understanding dawned on Suku. It was indeed a trap aimed at him, leveraging Tang Yan as bait. Yet, he would have to endure the hook and swallow it whole. Then so be it. Anger ignited in Suku's eyes, his character typically disinclined to burden others. Now, this situation filled him with intense irritation. With a swift motion, Suku stepped onto the water's surface. Each step he took solidified into a small piece of floating ice, propelling him forward like a specter, far more agile than relying on the log. Water walking? A mere parlor trick. Seawei scoffed, waving his hand. Dozens of blood threads lashed out like whips, slicing through the air towards Suku. Yet Suku was not one to be easily trifled with. He sidestepped and spun, accelerating rapidly, each evasion utilizing the ice beneath his feet to change direction, narrowly avoiding the entangling blood threads. Meanwhile, the ice crystal swords behind him launched one after another toward Seawei. As the incoming ice crystal swords approached, Seawei furrowed his brow, attempting to mimic Yunfei's defense. He managed to deflect two with his obsidian spear, but was quickly overwhelmed, resorting to weaving the blood threads into a protective net before him. The clash of ice crystal swords and blood threads erupted in a cacophony, shards of ice exploding into a flurry of white petals. While neither side inflicted direct harm, this skirmish granted Suko precious time to advance. Amidst the distraction created by the ice blossoms, Suko quietly summoned his ice-based abilities, an ice lotus materializing in his palm, growing larger as he ran, gathering strength for a decisive blow. His plan was simple: deliver a powerful strike to Siwei. As the last ice crystal sword shattered against the blood threads, Suko reached the edge of the island. Rushing to your demise? You're even more foolish than this waste of space, delivering yourself to my domain. Are you concealing some hidden trump card? Let me find out. Siwei mocked, kicking Yunfei, now nearly drained, towards Suko. As Yunfei obstructed Suko's path, Siwei spread his hands, activating his blood control, causing the pond to bubble violently. Choose wisely. If you don't save him, he becomes fodder for the pond. If you do, you'll endure my strike. You claim to be righteous. Let us see your choice. As Yunfei hurtled towards him, Suko held firm, refusing to disperse the ice lotus in his grasp. Instead, he accelerated towards Yunfei. At the moment of impending collision, he unleashed the power he had been accumulating, striking the water's surface with force. Extreme cold ice crystal explosion. Boom. A cascade of white fireworks erupted beneath the surface. Countless ice shards shot forth, aimed at Siwei. The accompanying frigid air froze the boiling surface of the pond, instantly creating a sprawling expanse of ice that extended towards the island. What? Siwei's surprise was palpable. Although the rushing ice shards were obliterated by the protective blood threads surrounding him, the boiling blood pond was frozen solid, thwarting his intent to consume Suko and Yunfei. Bang! Yunfei crashed onto the ice with a resounding thud, rolling over a dozen times before finally regaining control of his body. Weakly, he expressed his gratitude to Suko. This fall nearly cost him his life, but at least he had escaped from Siwei's grasp. Chapter 26. Confronting Siwei, the terrifying mastery of blood. You go ahead. I cannot afford to protect you, Suko declared, and in an instant, he darted across the ice. Yunfei had intended to offer his assistance, but upon glancing up and witnessing the strike that nearly froze half the pond, he promptly dismissed that thought. It was no joke. This was a celestial battle, and his non-involvement was the greatest aid he could offer Suko. After witnessing Suko's exaggerated attack, Siwei quickly quelled his astonishment, pondering to himself, is this the S-class ice ability, the extreme ice staff? This boy is indeed connected to the ice princess. If I capture him, my position within the organization will be unassailable. With that thought, a fervent look appeared on Siwei's face as he fixated on the rapidly approaching Suko, boasting, Suko, can you unleash a few more of those powerful moves? I have yet to exert myself. Suko did not respond, but conveyed his answer through action. Same trick again. Extreme ice crystal explosion. What? Siwei's pupils constricted in an instant. Without warning, Suko formed a hand seal and unleashed a dazzling ice lotus. The lotus erupted before Siwei's eyes, and with Suko's sprint, the distance between them shrank to a mere 15 meters. He could never have anticipated that Suko would unleash it at such close range. But it was too late for regrets. The explosion was imminent. Blood control, blood river chariot. Beneath Siwei's feet, a torrent of blood surged forth, erupting like a war chariot, shattering the ice and disregarding the frigid temperatures, crashing into Suko. The tremendous impact sent Suko flying, crashing into the blood-soaked mud on the small island. The force of the water caused his Nokia phone to slip from his grasp, and Sherry's anxious voice rang out. Suko, something's wrong. Find a way to escape. This guy is not right. The blood is mixed with something that will erode your sanity. Suko, do you hear me? Retreat for now and devise a plan. The Nokia screen flickered a few times before abruptly going dark, seemingly due to water damage. Coughing, Suko slowly propped himself up from the bloodied mud. He had heard Sherry's words, and indeed, he felt a certain dullness creeping into his body. Even his thoughts seemed to slow, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of agitation. Meanwhile, Siwei, having unleashed his skill, had undergone a transformation of his own. His hair had turned blood red, his pale cheeks resembling those of a vampire, and his black-red lips curled into a contemptuous smile. Standing atop an ancient war chariot formed from gathered blood. From a distance, he resembled a bloodthirsty emperor. Suko, forget about me. Take Yunfei and flee. My life is inconsequential, but you cannot perish at the hands of this fiend. Tang Yan's shout roused Suko from the brink of despair. Shaking his head, he stood up, exclaiming, how disgusting. What did you add to the water to make it this intoxicating? As Sherry went offline, Suko's tone became unexpectedly lighthearted. Oh, you mean my blood river hasn't affected you? Could it be that S-class abilities possess some degree of resistance to mental corruption? Siwei raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Of course it has an effect. Your concoction is so foul it gives me a headache and ruins my mood. Doesn't tea that count as an effect? Suko replied with a smile, wringing out his soaked clothes, though the blood was so viscous that even wringing it out could not cleanse it entirely. Well, It is what it is. Suku was rather peculiar. He exhibited an extraordinary adaptability to discomfort. For instance, in that rundown apartment, where the low voltage meant only one appliance could be used at a time to prevent the circuit from tripping, most ordinary individuals would have long since fled. Yet Suku, upon realizing he could not resolve the issue, adopted a nonchalant attitude towards it. A similar scenario unfolded when the entire building's restroom suddenly emitted a foul stench, while others cursed the culprit and many moved out temporarily. Suku remained composed amidst the odorous air, even when the source turned out to be a deceased elderly woman from downstairs. Thus, Suku possessed remarkable resilience to discomfort. This allowed him to maintain a light-hearted demeanor while being subjected to countless negative buffs from the blood river. Returning to the matter at hand. Seeing that Suku appeared unaffected by the blood river, Siwei's grin widened. I find myself quite intrigued by you now. It would indeed be a shame for someone like you not to join our blood brotherhood. How about this? Tell me the whereabouts of the Ice Princess, and I shall spare your life and free your friends while also recommending you for our ranks. Uft, Suka scoffed disdainfully. I have no idea who this Ice Princess is, and as for your little backstabbing organization, you must be dreaming if you think I'd join you. Blood Brotherhood? What a pathetic name. I'd rather join the grassroots gigolo troupe led by Old Wong downstairs. At least that would be entertaining. Suku's words caused Siwei's expression to darken. Deep down, he had already concluded that Suku was connected to the Ice Princess. But Suku's stubbornness only infuriated him further. It seems you don't care much for your class leader after all. As Siwei spoke, a bloodline shot forth from the blood chariot beneath him, piercing through Tang Yen's shoulder not far away. His targets were always pressure points, causing immense pain. Even someone as resilient as Tang Yen could not suppress a muffled groan upon impact. Ugh, you seek death. The emaciated figure flashed forward, delivering a punch directly to Siwei's cheek. Bang! Siwei had never expected Suku would engage him in close combat. Caught off guard, he was sent flying by the punch. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, leaving him momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Suku dashed towards Tang Yen, who was bound at the core of the domain. If he could rescue her and destroy the core, everything would be secure, sooner or later. Someone would deal with Siwei. However, the entire island floated atop a blood pool, and Siwei seemed to have the ability to manipulate the blood river to appear anywhere. A surge of blood suddenly erupted from the ground beneath Tang Yen's feet, racing towards Suku at breakneck speed. Suku hastily retreated, narrowly avoiding the blood flow while also missing the chance to save Tang Yen. Becoming entangled in countless bloodlines. Who would have thought? Suku, you are actually a dual-element awakener. That punch could not have been produced by a nature-type ability. You possess a superhuman ability, don't you? No wonder you're a genius, truly unlike a mere mortal like me. Siwei appeared beside Tang Yen, slowly wiping the blood from his mouth, his expression exceedingly grim as he reached into his pocket. I'd prefer not to be hit again, thus. It's time for something more severe. He opened his palm, revealing a severed finger. Suku's pupils constricted instantly. A tremendous sense of oppression emanated from the severed digit. Chapter 27. A marvelous plan, the pain of boiling blood. The severed finger was said to belong to the founding president of the Blood Brotherhood, a formidable awakener of the 6th tier or above. Upon his death, his corpse became the spiritual pillar of the Scarlet Brotherhood, and his 10 fingers, inscribed with the Scarlet Oath, gradually transformed into a form of spiritual artifact. Inanimate objects imbued with spirit are known as spiritual artifacts. These artifacts possess a myriad of functions. Some amplify supernatural abilities, others serve as weapons, and some can heal wounds. In essence, these 10 severed fingers have become the trump card of the Scarlet Brotherhood. When the severed fingers were cast into the blood pool by Siwei, the energy within the pool congealed, forming a crimson mist that enveloped the water's surface. As the scent of blood filled the air, Suka furrowed his brow, sensing the mounting pressure. In the instructional guidance for high school combat examinations, the methods of fighting between awakened beings were delineated into 2 primary categories. The first category, exemplified by nature-type awakened beings, is akin to a super scion battling against an opponent. The decisive factor in victory lies in the intensity of energy wielded by both parties. The second category involves close combat, typified by superhuman types, where speed, strength, and reaction time dictate the outcome, with success hinging on precise strikes. There are, of course, methods that combine these 2 styles, utilizing terrain and strategic layouts, yet they pale in comparison to the aforementioned mainstream approaches. Presently, Suka found himself in a situation where pure energy intensity was at play, and he was no match for Siwei. Although he possessed an S-class supernatural ability and had mastered the Ice Emperor technique, which allowed for rapid energy recovery, Siwei was drawing upon the vast energy of the entire blood pool. No matter how quickly Suku recovered, he could not surpass his opponent's capacity. Engaging in a war of attrition would only lead to his demise. As for hand-to-hand combat, he had already attempted a surprise attack on Siwei, catching him off guard. Yet even that had failed to inflict any significant damage. The defense governed by blood was impenetrable, making it exceedingly difficult to land another successful hit. and even if he did strike, it was uncertain whether he could vanquish his foe. Thus, the battle seemed to have reached an impasse, leaving Suku at a loss for a winning strategy. What to do? The queen was absent. Perhaps retreat was the only option? Suka pondered silently, realizing the futility of confronting an insurmountable enemy. He was not a saint, unable to save everyone, yet this predicament had arisen due to his actions, and the class leader had unwittingly suffered the consequences. Sighing, he resolved to attempt once more. He had just conceived a promising strategy. If it failed, he would indeed withdraw, viewing it as a means to express gratitude for the class leader's assistance in concealing his failure to complete assignments over the past 3 years. Ultimately, Suka made up his mind to try once more to effect a rescue. The plan was straightforward. Since Siwei's power stemmed entirely from the blood pool, the objective was simply to remove him from its depths. He currently had 2 supernatural abilities at his disposal. If executed in tandem, they should suffice to extricate him from the blood pool. Even in failure, he could seize the opportunity to make his escape. What are you dawdling for? Are you frightened by my terrifying power? Ha ha ha, S-class abilities are nothing to scoff at. With the blood fingers, I am also S-class. The severed fingers seemed to have an effect on Siwei, who stood atop the blood river chariot, emanating an aura of murderous intent, exuding a demeanor that disregarded all others. Heh, I'm done playing with you. I shall take my leave. Suku scoffed coldly before turning, without hesitation, to flee. Taken aback by Suku's sudden deviation from expected behavior, Siwei paused for 2 seconds before reacting, propelling his blood river chariot in pursuit. Corpses of ferocious beasts surfaced from the depths, and from their wounds, countless bloodlines surged forth, intertwining and obstructing Suku's path. Unfazed, Suku navigated through the water, continuously unleashing ice crystal swords to sever the obstructing bloodlines. However, the hindrance of the bloodlines inevitably slowed his pace, and soon Siwei caught up to him. Where do you think you're running to? Have you forgotten your class leader? Siwei sneered, flicking the chariot's body with one hand, and with a slight grip, summoned an endless tide of blood energy that swiftly coalesced into a blood-red spear. He brandished the spear with one hand, while the other steadied the chariot, which surged towards Suku with alarming speed. Even if the spear did not strike Suku directly, the momentum of the chariot alone could reduce him to mere fragments. Seeing this, Suku made a swift decision, abruptly halting and pivoting, conjuring a resplendent ice lotus flower that had been brewing in his hands unbeknownst to him. Extreme cold ice crystal explosion. The grand technique was initiated, and a pure white explosion burst forth, seeking to momentarily halt Siwei's charge. Using the same trick on me 3 times? It has long since lost its efficacy. Siwei retorted mockingly, his speed unabated, clearly intent on barreling through to crush Suku. Boom. The explosion resonated. On the blood river chariot, a long shield formed from coagulated blood had risen, aiding Siwei in deflecting the incoming shards of ice and the biting cold. Moments later, the aftermath of the ice crystal explosion dissipated. The shield was riddled with countless holes, encrusted with frost, yet the blood river chariot successfully shielded Siwei, allowing him to breach the icy barrier and crash down upon Suku's previous position. This sequence seemed prolonged, yet it transpired in the blink of an eye. Just as Siwei was about to retract the shield to continue his pursuit, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching. Turning in astonishment, he beheld a blood-soaked youth charging toward him with an indomitable spirit. Red Heart 3, the power of the bull. Brutal charge. Suku tightened his core and leapt forward, shouldering into Siwei atop the blood river chariot. This was a covert assault, utilizing the cover of the ice crystal explosion. Suku abandoned the notion of freezing the water, submerging himself within the blood pool. Once the chariot passed, he stealthily emerged, finally seizing this opportunity for close combat. The speed of the brutal charge was remarkable, possessing an undeniable momentum. In a moment of haste, Siwei could only raise his right hand to block the spear. Crack! The spear collided with Suku's flesh, producing a sharp crack as it shattered. Suku successfully crashed into Siwei, propelling him toward the edge of the blood pool. Gush! The force of the impact caused even Siwei to involuntarily spray blood. Bending over like a shrimp, he was pushed back by Suku, desperately attempting to anchor himself against the blood pool. Yet how could a non-superhuman awakened being contend with one of superhuman caliber? How does this brat possess such strength? Siwei's bewilderment would remain unanswered, for he could not fathom the truth of Suku's dual abilities. Yet the very fact that he was pondering such matters indicated that Suku's plan was on the brink of collapse. Blood control, boiling blood pain. One hand pressed upon Suku's shoulder, and Siwei revealed a cruel smile. Chapter 28. The Heartbreaking Rescue. Copy. As Suku charged forward, he suddenly felt a violent throbbing in his heart. It was as though his heart rate had been explosively elevated, pumping at a speed far exceeding its limits. A peculiar sensation of heat enveloped his skin, akin to hypothermia, with every inch of his skin burning and aching. Blood rushed from his nostrils, and a searing pain emanated from within, as if he were being boiled alive. Coughing, Suku's momentum faltered, and his speed visibly diminished. Siwei, reveling in his triumph, taunted, "Did you truly believe I lacked any close combat capability? The blood flowing through your veins is no different from mine. I can certainly control it. This boiling blood pain is sufficient to incapacitate a third-tier ferocious beast. You're finished, kid. Before he could finish his taunt, Suku abruptly halted, forcefully pushing Siwei away. In that instant, the ice-blue lotus flower exploded directly in front of him. Using the same trick again, extreme cold ice crystal explosion. With a single move, he emptied his energy reserves, and the shockwave from the explosion propelled Suku backward, swiftly distancing him from the battlefield. Ice crystal shards embedded themselves into his skin, yet, rather than harnessing his ice abilities to control the situation, he surrendered to the chilling invasion of his body, allowing it to quell the unbearable heat surging within him. It was time to retreat. Utilizing the cover of the exploding ice crystals, Suku raced towards the core of the realm. In a flash of cold light, Tang Yan's body tumbled from the pillar, landing directly upon his shoulder. As for why he did not carry her in a more conventional manner, both carrying and cradling would hinder his movements, while hoisting her upon his shoulder at least freed one hand. However, Tang Yan's abdomen struck Suku's shoulder, eliciting a muffled groan from her. Once close to Suku, she immediately sensed an unbearable heat radiating from the man beneath her. Gazing at his body marred with scars and his hair still clinging to frost, a wave of guilt washed over Tang Yan. Suku, you should go. You cannot escape this sea of blood with me. Before her words could fully escape her lips, Suku, in the midst of his frantic sprint, barked back. Shut up. Spare me your melodrama. You know how much I detest the cliched farewells of protagonists in films at critical moments. Whatever I do, keep your opinions to yourself. Tang Yan fell silent under his reprimand. Suku focused on running, calculating that the further they strayed from the center of the blood pool, the slower Siwei would become. The battle had taken place on the opposite side of the blood pool, and now they were sprinting in the opposite direction. If they could just run a bit faster, perhaps they could escape. In truth, the pain from the boiling blood had already begun to cloud Suku's thoughts. The fact that Siwei had been able to catch up to him indicated that he was indeed faster, now, with the added burden of carrying someone. How could he not be overtaken? Sure enough, a sudden rush of air sliced through the atmosphere behind him. The sound of his heart racing echoed in Suku's ears. This time, it was the attack from behind that momentarily slowed his reaction. Yet it was this slight delay that precipitated an irreversible disaster. With a sharp shove, the woman behind him sent Suku staggering. A warm spray splattered against the back of his head. Unlike the scorching heat of the boiling blood, this warmth sent a chill coursing through his heart. He turned in shock to see Tang Yan, her chest pierced by a blood-red spear, her pale face hauntingly beautiful and heart-wrenching. Blood trickled from the corners of her mouth. And at this moment, the 18-year-old girl bore no sadness or fear, only a profound sense of resignation and concern. Cough, cough. Suku, I'm glad you weren't hurt that night. I'm so sorry for dragging you into this. Before her parting words could be completed, a bloodied figure charged in, wielding a freshly materialized large blade. With a sickening sound, Tang Yan's head was severed from her neck, her serene smile lingering as she fell into the blood pool. He still want to escape? Where do you think you're going? Hate me for killing her? Then don't leave. Come and kill me. Siwei laughed cruelly, inciting Suku. Indeed, Suku's strength posed a threat to him. Should the other students in the examination area join forces against him, he could very well find himself in dire straits. Suku's expression shifted from shock to sorrow, slowly settling into a calm demeanor. Rather than charging at Siwei in a rage as anticipated, he stood frozen, staring at Tang Yan's headless body, etching the image of their class leader into his mind. Boom. The blood pool erupted as a sharpened branch shot towards Siwei's throat, instantly detonating just before a defensive barrier of blood could form around him, creating a wave of chaos. Siwei, startled, retreated, while Yunfei seized the opportunity to grab Suku by the collar and flee. Come on, buddy. Get it together. We can mourn later. Right now, we need to escape. Yunfei was a bona fide Class A awakened with superhuman abilities, and even while dragging Suku along, his speed remained impressive, allowing them to swiftly exit the blood pool's confines. Damn it. I should have just killed you earlier. Siwei fumed at the edge of the blood pool. Previously, he had nearly drained Yunfei of blood, yet he could not withstand the regenerative prowess of the Class A indestructible battle body. By continuously hunting lower-tier beasts in the forest, the indestructible battle body's combat-honed resilience had enabled his physical form to recover rapidly, thus providing timely assistance. Suku gazed at the rapidly receding blood pool, a dazed smile creeping onto his face. He covered his face with his right hand, his eyes peeking through his fingers in a semblance of a smile. So this is how it is. The more lives lost, the stronger I become? Such a simple truth. How did it take me so long to realize? With that, he sprang to his feet, gripping Yunfei's wrist. The latter stumbled, astonished. Turning to Suku, what the hell? How do you possess such strength as a natural element user? Why are you pulling me? Just keep running. I've got it all figured out. With our talents, if we train diligently in this forest for half a year, we'll surely surpass that pathetic B-class ability. Then we can return and avenge your classmate. Perhaps we won't even need to do it ourselves, in a few days. The teachers might find a way to re-establish contact and come to rescue us. Suko looked at Yunfei's earnest expression and smiled, shaking his head. You, my friend, are as straightforward as your ability, easily read. Thank you. I owe you one. However, I must ask another favor. Could you retrieve my other companion? She is with Xia Yang, and I worry that Siwei may have accomplices who could pose a danger to them. Yunfei nodded without a second thought. All right. I doubt that coward would dare to leave the blood pool to look for you. Just wait here for me. I'll bring them back. And we can plan from there. Suka nodded, watching Yunfei depart. Once everyone had left, he retrieved his Nokia phone, pressed a couple of buttons, only to find it unresponsive due to water damage. He carefully stowed it away in the hidden pocket of his chest. In that case, I am free of burdens. Suku murmured as he closed his eyes. The prompts from his Joker ability had lingered in his mind for some time. Detected high energy response available for impersonation, B-class ability. Heavenly Sword Chi. Detected high energy response available for impersonation, A-class ability, indestructible battle body. Host has chosen to replicate. Your Joker card sequence has expanded, 452. Indestructible battle body, Hearts J, has been stored. Heavenly Sword Chi, Diamonds 10, has been stored. Joker hidden skill has been activated. Chapter 29, The Frightening Magic Box, Assassin S. Owl. Within the blood pool, Siwei manipulated the bloodlines, retrieving Tang Yin's head from beneath the surface. Captain, you can't blame me for this. If you must place blame, direct it at Suku for not being forthcoming about the Ice Princess. Siwei murmured as he sewed Tang Yin's head back onto her body with blood threads. A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in his eyes as he recalled their first meeting, when the girl had warmly offered him a position within the Tang family. In your next life, don't be such a soft-hearted person. Good deeds often go unpunished. With a sigh and a shake of his head, Siwei gently submerged Tang Yin's mended corpse back into the blood pool, replenishing his own power. Even someone like Siwei could not speak ill of Tang Yin's character. As Siwei pondered how to explain the mission's failure to the president, he suddenly noticed a figure standing by the blood pool, gazing intently at him. Suku, covered in dried blood, bore numerous wounds that had already healed. Yet his serene face remained as tranquil as a still pond. Approaching the blood pool, he remained silent, merely fixating his gaze on Siwei. Siwei's pupils contracted slightly. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an oppressive aura emanating from Suku, akin to being watched by a ferocious beast, much like walking in the dark. Suddenly followed by a lone wolf. This solitary wolf, having lost the protection of its pack, would stealthily stalk its prey to ensure a successful hunt. Once the prey sought respite, it would apply pressure, compelling the prey to keep moving. With its superior stamina and patience, the prey would eventually lower its guard due to fatigue, presenting the perfect moment for the lone wolf to strike. When it did strike, it was with lethal finality. Some prey, unable to endure such psychological torment, would frighten themselves to death. Furrowing his brow, Siwei did not perceive himself as the prey, and thus could not contain his curiosity. What brings you back? Have you come to your senses and wish to make a deal with me? Suku did not respond. Instead, he suddenly crouched down and, from seemingly nowhere, produced a palm-sized, multicolored gift box. Surprise magic box. Each time you level up, you may choose to open the magic box to receive the gift you desire most. Caution, the clown may play some tricks on you, so be prepared. Suku had possessed the surprise magic box for quite some time, yet had refrained from opening it previously due to the abstract nature of his desires, a brand new Nokia phone, and concerns about the box playing a hellish prank on him. Now, he had finally decided on the gift he truly wanted and was prepared to open the box. Regardless of who you are, thank you for your gift. Suku murmured, tearing open the box's wrapping. The box's entrance was barely wide enough for a single hand to reach in, and inside was a pitch-black void, obscuring its depths as if enticing one to plunge their hand into the unknown terror. Without hesitation, Suku thrust his hand inside, discovering an unexpectedly vast space within, far exceeding the box's exterior dimensions. After a moment of exploration, he grasped a metallic handle and pulled with all his might. At that instant, shock ensued. A violent surge of electricity erupted from the box, striking Suku directly. Crackle. Suku convulsed violently in place as the powerful current rampaged through his body, wreaking havoc on his cells. This was no mere fright. It felt akin to execution. Smoke billowed from his body as the scent of charred flesh permeated the air. Siwei, standing in the blood pool, stared in disbelief at Suku, utterly perplexed. Could it be that Professor Yang's research had made a breakthrough? Did electric shocks truly promote ascension? After a prolonged moment, during which Suku's hair was electrified into a frizzy halo, the shocks gradually subsided. Thud. Haha, that was fun. Suku knelt on one knee, gasping violently, his charred wounds slowly healing, presenting a pitiful sight, yet he continued to emit incomprehensible laughter. So, the fright was merely an electric shock, nothing more. As his words fell, Suku suddenly sprang to his feet, his right hand swiftly drawing forth the item from the box. This time, there was no lightning strike, only a sword, entirely black, seemingly capable of absorbing light. The sword measured approximately 3 feet and 3 inches in length, neither heavy like a two-handed sword nor as agile as a dagger. The hilt was adorned with feather-like metal, while the entire blade was slender and straight. Congratulations on obtaining a surprise reward, the Owl of Assassination. The reward turned out to be a sword. One adept at assassination. The name Owl signified that this sword was a predator of the night, its dark blade easily concealed in shadow. What are you trying to portray? Siwei sneered, his agitation rising. A nature-type awakener conjuring a mere sword to play tricks? Did you not learn your lesson earlier, and wish to court death again? In the blood pool, he felt invincible. Unless faced with a 4th-tier awakener, even an S-rank could not hope to defeat him. No, absolutely not. He repeatedly reassured himself, but was suddenly struck with horror as he observed Suka stepping into the blood pool, advancing toward him slowly. Do you look down on me? Coming here to deliver yourself to death? Then I shall oblige, turning you into a mere tool for interrogation. With a wild gleam in his eyes, Siwei's anxiety compelled him to prove his superiority over Suku. He swung his arms vigorously, unleashing countless crimson threads from the blood pool, racing to strike Suku. Borrowing your power, class leader, Suku murmured, positioning the owl behind him while gently rubbing his fingers together, summoning 3 ghostly cards, the square 10, the heart J, and the club Q. Ever play Jajinwa? I have 10, JQ, a straight. Ghost card hidden skill, resonance sequence. The powers stored within the 3 ghost cards resonated, activating simultaneously. The celestial sword Chi, indestructible battle body, and extreme ice staff surged through Suku's body, filling him with an invigorating vitality, a chilling force, and an understanding of the sword he held. Siwei, on the opposite side, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. He merely sensed a transformation in Suku's aura. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him, akin to standing before the president. In that moment, he contemplated shattering the core of the domain and fleeing. However, his hesitation provided Suku the opportunity to move. His body darted like a phantom, evading the myriad of blood threads with finesse. Beneath him, a wave of icy chill spread, freezing half the lake's surface, creating a path of solid ice upon which he could run. Siwei's complexion darkened as he stood atop the blood river vehicle, observing Suku closing in. You bastard! Don't underestimate me. Blood spear technique. In a fit of rage, Siwei pointed forward, commanding a blood-red spear to shoot forth like a royal edict. The spear flew with astonishing speed, slicing through the air and targeting Suku's path. Yet, Suku appeared unfazed. He raised the owl, his lips parting, celestial sword Chi, solidify in the center. A golden sword phantom materialized, rapidly expanding to match his height, perfectly intercepting the blood spear. Siwei's once unstoppable strike collided with the celestial sword Chi, producing a muffled thud. Boom. The spear's tip shattered. The blood spear technique was deflected by the celestial sword Chi, failing to impede Suku's advance. What? Siwei gasped in shock. This strike was strong enough to obliterate a late-stage 3rd-tier beast, yet Suku had effortlessly deflected it. But that was not the end. Suku accelerated further, vanishing from sight like a wraith. Where did he go? In a state of frantic trepidation, Siwei searched desperately for Suku, his heart laden with anxiety. Suddenly, he caught sight of a shadow advancing towards him from the periphery of his vision. In a panic, he turned, only to behold a slender, ebony sword, silent and ominous, slicing through the air with an aura of death aimed at his neck. Blood control technique. In a moment of haste, devoid of alternative options, Siwei resorted to his ultimate life-saving card. The blood river beneath him surged violently, countless crimson threads erupting forth, enveloping him in a colossal cocoon of blood. Clang! A sword from the darkness struck the blood cocoon with a resounding crash. Fine blood strands shattered, creating a fissure that quickly mended, leaving the man inside unscathed. Siwei, startled by Suku's imposing presence, steeled himself. Suku, you shall not prevail against me. The entire blood pool is my power. Killing you will be as effortless as flipping a hand. Bolstered by the protection of the blood cocoon, he summoned the full force of the blood pool, preparing to self-destruct alongside Suku. The waters beneath him began to bubble ominously, a terrifying might gathering slowly. Sensing the imminent peril that pricked at his senses, Suku merely smiled. Blow it up, but I must witness your demise first. Gripping the sword tightly, Suku unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the blood cocoon. One strike failing to breach it was no deterrent. He would swing again, and again, and again, until 1,000 blows had been struck, relentlessly hacking away until the man within was reduced to fragments. The shadowy sword danced silently in the air, frost accumulating on the ruptured blood cocoon, delaying its healing. The blood pool boiled with increasing ferocity, yet Suku remained undeterred in his assault. Cease your strikes. The blood pool is about to explode. If you continue, we shall both perish. Siwei bellowed from within the cocoon. With each successive strike echoing like thunder, Suku showed no sign of hesitation. Stop it. You are a genius with a glorious future ahead of you. Wealth and women await you. There's no need for us to perish together. Stop. Siwei's voice cracked with desperation. Are you deaf? It's about to explode. We must flee. As the blood cocoon grew increasingly fragile, Siwei's pupils dilated. his handsome visage losing all semblance of calm as he screamed in despair. If this continued, even if Suku failed to slay him before the explosion, he would meet his end regardless. Explode. Let it explode. If we are to die, let us die together. With the rupture of the blood cocoon looming, Siwei, in a fit of desperation, triggered the explosion of the blood pool prematurely. It was now or never. Delaying further would seal his fate. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted. The entire blood pool detonating in a tempest of crimson, sending torrents of blood cascading skyward, forming a blood-red waterfall suspended in the air. The trio of Yunfei, Xiaoyang, and another stood aghast, eyes wide as they beheld the surreal spectacle above, a chill creeping into their hearts. Who is battling Siwei with such ferocity? Even if we joined the fray, we would be of no use, Xiaoyang remarked, gazing at the sky with concern. Is this truly a clash between third-tier powers? Don't jest with me. If this is third tier, then what am I? Yunfei echoed, his own confidence shaken, questioning his cultivation level. The others in the forest, witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon, turned to flee, aware that whether friend or foe, the residual forces of such a battle would leave them with naught. Better to maintain distance and accumulate points. Meanwhile, at the very heart of the blood pool, the explosion sent blood raining from the sky. On a small island in the center, Suku, battered yet resolute, clutched Siwei's neck in one hand, lifting him like a lifeless dog before his eyes. Under normal circumstances, the explosion would have obliterated Siwei. Yet, Suku shielded him with his own body, intent on executing him with his own hands. You madman. You risk injury just to torment me? To prevent Siwei from taking his own life, Suku smashed out all his teeth, leaving him bloodied and unable to speak clearly. Under the influence of the indestructible battle body, Suku's own wounds healed at a visible pace. A smirk flickered across Suku's lips as he raised his sword, contemplating, then relenting. Suddenly, Suku wrenched Siwei's right arm from his body, his superhuman strength rendering Siwei's frail form akin to a mere doll. Stuffing the severed limb into Siwei's mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue in agony, Suku spoke calmly. You have half a minute to ponder. I demand to know everything about your organization. Your suffering hinges on your response. 3, 2, 1. Time's up. With that, he struck again. You devil. Suku is indeed a devil. Siwei's mind screamed in madness. What was supposed to be 30 seconds turned into mere moments as Suku severed his other arm, leaving him no time to fabricate lies. What? Still not prepared? I shall grant you a bit more time. 1 minute. 1. With a swift kick, Suku shattered Siwei's thigh, the joint twisting grotesquely. Siwei nearly succumbed to the pain, the severed arm slipping from his mouth as he writhed in agony. I shall tell you everything. You are a devil. Moments later, a coffin composed of crimson ice crystals materialized on the island. Inside lay a girl, frozen yet serene, as if in slumber, save for the gruesome gash around her neck. Beside the coffin, a blood-soaked youth sat, sword in hand, surrounded by a neatly arranged collection of intact human anatomical structures, each seeming to have been excised with surgical precision. Score: 1, 110, 100. Boom. Score: 1, 0, 0, 0. Chapter 31. Martial Examination Top Scorer, Shocking the Principles. Detected replicable high-energy reaction, B-grade ability, Blood Control. Blood Control, Plum Blossom 8, has been added to the deck. After slaying Siwei and replicating his ability of Blood Control, Suku fished out Tang Yan's corpse from the blood pool, only to discover that the signal emitters on the ferocious beasts Siwei had slain had not been triggered. Presumably, fearing that his wristband would reveal his location, Siwei had discarded it early on, thus preventing him from acquiring points from the beasts. Fortuitously for Suku, he retrieved the beasts from the blood pool, reclaiming their points. Consequently, following the destruction of the domain core, coupled with the critical 1,000 points, Suku's ranking soared, propelling him to the top of the martial examination leaderboard in the central and southern provinces. Real-time leaderboard. First, Suku, 3, 835 points, Jiangxing examination area. Second, Yunfei, 1, 590 points, Jiangxing examination area. The destruction of the domain core signified the conclusion of this year's martial examination in Jiangxing. Principal Ma, I suggest we summon a super expert above the 7th tier to forcefully open the domain entrance. No, your thinking is too naive. Not every 7th tier expert can breach the domain. Even if they could, it would take them at least a day to arrive. Given our capabilities, is it possible for us to procure the provincial artifact of Central South Province and forge a new path to the realm? This is indeed plausible. I shall contact the Education Bureau, the Central South Provincial Office, and the Celestial Beings immediately to ensure the provincial artifact is lent to us. Just as the principals outside the realm were fervently discussing how to rescue the students trapped within, the tumultuous entrance to the realm gradually regained its tranquility. Suddenly, a clamor erupted, and several figures, supporting one another, emerged at the entrance of the realm. Upon realizing their inability to exit, these students instinctively banded together to fend off the attacks of the ferocious beasts, ultimately awaiting safety until the core of the realm was compromised. Wah, teacher. I'm so scared. Why can't I reach you? Doctor, is there a doctor here? Quick, someone help. Damn it. I didn't expect the martial arts examination to conclude so swiftly. I haven't scored enough points. The students' uproar startled the principals, who, gazing at the suddenly calm realm passage, found themselves in a state of bewilderment. What on earth is happening? We were planning to rescue you, and yet you all emerged on your own? How could you deceive our feelings like this? Look at the martial arts examination leaderboard. Someone finally discerned the cause of the situation and shouted. The principals simultaneously opened the leaderboard, only to find the name of the man at the top glaring back at them. First place, Suku, 3,835 points, Jiangxing examination area. First place with 3,835 points. How could he achieve such a high score? That's more than double the second place, a principal exclaimed. And the crowd immediately took notice of Suku's astonishing score. 3,835 points? He must have single-handedly taken down the core of the realm. What a prodigy. It appears he has shattered the long-standing martial arts examination record of Central South Province. Indeed, how could I not have realized? The simplest method to open the realm passage would be to destroy the core, Principal Lee said, enlightenment dawning upon him. Spare me your nonsense. Even if one thought of it, how feasible is it to destroy the core? Although it is treated as the grand finale question every year, no one from Jiangxing has achieved it in nearly a decade. Given the density of ferocious beasts at the core, even a 5-member team at the peak of the 3rd tier might struggle to succeed. Principal Wong derided Principal Lee, though his eyes sparkled with joy. The student currently at the top of the martial arts examination in Central South Province was indeed his pupil, and it was highly likely that this student had destroyed the core, saving all the candidates, which filled him with pride. This investment was anything but wasted. Suku had provided him with returns 100-fold. Following the first batch of students, more figures began to appear in succession. After the initial chaos, the staff and teachers swiftly entered work mode, promptly coordinating with the candidates, ensuring those in need of medical attention were attended to, and investigating the missing persons. Shortly thereafter, Yunfei and his companions exited the realm, scanning the area but failing to spot Suku. Yunfei, Xiaoyong, I'm so relieved you're safe, Principal Ma exclaimed, rushing to welcome his students. Principal, there are villains in the realm. We saw that person kill other classmates, and Suka hasn't come out yet. He might be seeking revenge. You must help him. Upon seeing Principal Ma, Yunfei immediately reported the situation within the realm. Learning of the students' perilous experiences, Principal Ma's anger surged, and he turned to the other principals, shouting, Did you all hear that? Our top student from Central South Province, our pride, is being persecuted by vile scoundrels. Damn it, can we just stand by? No way. Principal Ma, give the order. My blade is already thirsting for action. Exactly. Old Ma, quit beating around the bush. As the representative of the university, you dictate the course of action. Haven't you seen Principal Wong ready to charge in? Just then, a stout, balding middle-aged man ripped off his expensive designer tie, snatched a long gun from a student, and strode toward the realm passage. As he walked, he dialed a phone number. Ollie, I might not be home for dinner tonight. I'm going to fight for the future of Jiangxing. You rascal, are you off to party again? I swear, if you don't come home tonight. The call disconnected, and in Principal Wong's eyes, only determination remained. At that moment, another figure emerged from the realm passage. The crowd instantly fell silent, and someone who recognized Suku shouted, It's Suku. Suku has come out. The provincial champion. Our hero has finally emerged. The cheers were unending. Yet that figure bore no semblance of joy. He merely lowered his head, laboriously making his way out, as though dragging something behind him. Before them lay a pale red ice coffin, exuding a chilling aura, dragged forth by Suku from the realm passage. The heavy coffin left deep furrows in the ground, and the boy's shoulders bore the marks of blood, clearly having dragged it for a considerable distance. After enduring a fierce battle, Suku, already in a state of disarray, finally succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed before the crowd. Suku, quickly, medical team, someone assist him. Who is in the ice coffin? What about the murderer? The crowd rushed forward to support Suku. Chapter 32. The butterfly cannot fly across the ocean. Cousin. The first to rush over, Su Xiaoxi, caught sight of the person in the ice coffin, and an overwhelming sorrow caused her to burst into tears. Principal Wong, helping Suku, gradually realized that the deceased was a top student from his own school, and his expression grew somber. Suku, what transpired in the examination hall? Suku weakly raised his head and recounted the events in the examination hall with embellishments. An organization called the Blood Brothers Society kidnapped class monitor Tang and attempted to sabotage the martial arts examination, using all candidates to forge malicious abilities. I fought valiantly but could not save class monitor Tang. I only managed to destroy the core of the realm at the last moment. However, that villain suddenly vanished. Principals, did you see any suspicious individuals emerge? By the way, that scoundrel is named Si Wei. I'm sorry, class monitor. I have avenged you by eliminating your killer. Please allow my recklessness to use you to uproot those people. Suka silently communicated with Tang Yin in his heart. After interrogating Si Wei, Suka realized that it would be exceedingly difficult to dismantle the Blood Brothers Society with his current abilities. as long as even one of them remained alive. They would incessantly pester him like flies in the sewers, making his school life quite troublesome. Thus, Suku resolved to escalate this matter, transforming his personal predicament into a challenge against the entire Jiangxing, ideally the whole of Central South Province. After all, the person was already dead, and they could not explain the events. They would only suffer in silence. Furthermore, he intentionally claimed that Si Wei was not dead, ensuring that the murderer of Tang Yin remained unapprehended, which would incite even greater outrage among the people, potentially dragging the Tang family, Liu family, and others into the fray to collectively combat the Blood Brothers Society. After all, Si Wei's body lay within the realm, without witnesses to contradict him. Suku could spin the tale as he wished. However, this meant that Tang Yan's death would likely become a topic of gossip, and whenever people mentioned Suku, they would inevitably associate him with the animosity between Tang Yin and the Blood Brothers Society, deepening Suku's guilt towards Tang Yin. Investigate. I want a thorough investigation. Did a student named Si Wei emerge? Even if I were to scour the entire Jiang city, I would not let that scoundrel escape. Principal Wang roared in fury. His student's life had been taken, and the murderer had fled. Such audacity, such insolence. Just as the crowd simmered with indignation, two figures pushed through from outside the throng. Please step aside, everyone. Business of the Zhangqiong requires some space. Han Xiaodong and Huang Xiaowen suddenly appeared before Su Ku and others. Su, my dear fellow student. It's a pleasure to see you again. We kindly request that you accompany us for a brief record. We suspect this incident may be linked to your previous assault. The unexpected arrival of the duo left everyone momentarily flabbergasted, as if they had been waiting outside for Su Ku to emerge. Gentlemen, the situation is quite clear. We have all witnessed the attack by the nefarious organization on the martial arts examination. Is it truly necessary to hastily interrogate a mere eyewitness who has just participated in the exam? Principal Ma inquired politely, his brow furrowing. Huang Xiaowen arched an eyebrow, hands on her hips, and retorted indignantly, what? Must Zhangqiong report to you? Such a significant incident demands immediate investigation. After all, the victim was a young lady of the Tang family. Principal Tang, taken aback, opened his mouth but could not muster a retort. Xiaowen, cease your words. Apologies, Principal Tang. My colleague is new and somewhat inexperienced in his manner of speech. Please bear with him. However, his words carry weight. Given the gravity of this large-scale malicious event, it is prudent to adhere to protocol. Han Xiaodong's remarks were eloquent, subtly signaling Principal Tang not to interfere with Zhangqiong's affairs. Consequently, if even Principal Tang could not contest the matter, the others could only watch as Su Ku was escorted away. Might I request a moment, gentlemen? I wish to release the body of the class monitor from the ice coffin. Su Ku lowered his head, conversing with Han Xiaodong. Han Xiaodong glanced at the icy coffin encasing Tang Yan, his lips twitching slightly as he muttered to himself, to toy with us, claiming to be an E-level ability user? Humph, I'll grant you 1 minute. Make haste, for we are quite busy and have many matters to attend to. At this, Su Ku hurriedly used his powers to thaw the coffin and lifted Tang Yan's lifeless body. Feeling the chill in his hands, he silently handed the corpse to Principal Wang. Principal, I entrust the remains of the class monitor to you. Please convey my apologies to her family. It was I who failed to save her. Su Ku spoke, stepping back 2 paces to bow deeply before Tang Yan's body. At this gesture, many emotional girls erupted into tears, overwhelmed by the sorrow. Who could blame a butterfly for not crossing the vast sea? In their eyes, Su Ku had exerted every effort, yet could not avenge Tang Yan. At this moment, regret and grief intertwined, leaving him vulnerable, only to be seized as a suspect by the authorities. Who could endure such a fate? As Su Ku turned to follow Han Xiaodong and the others, the previously silent Principal Wang suddenly interjected, wait. What Su Ku needs now is rest to heal. As for his testimony, it can be taken another day. With that, Principal Wang positioned himself before Su Ku, gazing intently at Han Xiaodong and his companion. Oh, this principal. It seems your rank does not afford you the authority to interfere in Zhangqiong's affairs. Han Xiaodong responded coldly, showing no respect for Principal Wang. He surveyed the leaders of the educational system present, unabashedly revealing his arrogance. I am extending courtesy by addressing you as principals, treating you as local leaders, but frankly, you are merely awakened individuals under the jurisdiction of Zhangqiong. Each of you bears responsibility for this calamity. I would not mind investigating each of you to ascertain if anyone has clandestine ties to the malevolent organization. Now, does anyone dare oppose our taking the individual with us? His arrogant demeanor incited fury among all present. Were they to simply stand by and watch as the heroes of the martial arts examination were taken away? What if they were wrongfully accused, or if this affected their school choices? What then? At that moment, a voice, laced with a hint of amusement and languidness, rang out. I object. I have taken a liking to this one. If there are any issues, let your superior speak with me. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards the source of the voice, revealing a striking woman draped in a white cloak, gracefully descending from midair. She landed lightly beside Su Ku, her cloak emblazoned with 2 prominent characters, Shihai, a powerhouse of the 6th tier. The crowd gasped, their attention riveted upon her. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bai Qingwei, the Director of Admissions at Shihai University. This student is under our protection, should you have any matters to discuss. He possesses the right to remain silent. Bai Qingwei patted Su Ku on the shoulder, her satisfaction evident. What a remarkable young man, brave and astute. Have you considered attending our Shihai University? Before her words could settle, another voice echoed from afar. Director Bai, your actions are rather inappropriate. According to protocol, we must wait for all examination results to be released before recruiting students. A gaunt middle-aged man strode across the square, his discontent palpable. Another six-tier powerhouse. The arrival of these two prominent figures left the assembled crowd in a state of bewilderment. These formidable individuals, usually elusive, were now clamoring for attention. Just as it seemed they might clash, a warm, soothing male voice interjected, Bai Senior, Sun Senior, why are you two quarreling again? A multitude of students is observing you. The newcomer, clad in a finely tailored white suit, appeared to be in his mid-20s, his handsome features almost delicate, but his demeanor suggested he was easy to approach. A ring adorned his right index finger, engraved with celestial patterns, signifying his status as a representative of Modu Ability University. Thus, 3 of the 4 major ability academies were present, leaving only Jingbei Ability Academy yet to make an appearance. Little Xin has also arrived. Now we merely await the Jingbei contingent. It seems they remain as haughty as ever, not even bothering to show up. Bai Qingwei expressed her dissatisfaction at the absence of the 4th faction. Director Bai, such statements are unwarranted. Is it not better that they do not come? Otherwise, given their wealth and the unfounded title of the first university, we may struggle to recruit students. Sunbin responded optimistically. Yu Wanru observed the camaraderie of the 3 while feeling the exclusion of Jingbei. Gritting her teeth, she stood firm. Esteemed educators, I am Yu Wanru, the representative from Jingbei here for admissions. The trio's gaze converged upon Yu Wanru, causing the newly inducted intern to feel considerable pressure. TSK. The Jingbei representative is not even clad in the Xianyun patterned robe. Why such a low-key appearance this time? Bai Qingwei inquired with curiosity. I have yet to formally assume my position. I am merely in my internship period and did not dare don the Xianyun robe. The 4 esteemed academies of supernatural abilities have all gathered, their collective attention focused on a single individual, Su Ku. How remarkable. Is this the treatment reserved for a top scholar? One might aspire to be like Su Ku. To be acknowledged by all 4 renowned institutions in one's lifetime is indeed a rare honor. Yet, I cannot help but wonder if I will meet the admission criteria for the 4 academies in this martial examination. The crowd buzzed with speculation. While Su Ku remained remarkably composed, his expectations unfolding precisely as he had foreseen. With the attention of the 4 academies upon him, those who covet him must reconsider their ambitions. Several seniors spoke, forgive my candor, but it would be prudent for us at Songqiong to investigate this matter thoroughly before making any determinations. After all, there have been casualties among the martial examination candidates due to human interference, and drafting a report on such incidents is no small task. Han Xiaodong, feeling the pressure, hesitated. Aware of the weight of confronting these prominent figures despite being merely a 4th-tier ordinary investigator from Songqiong, Bai Qingwei furrowed her brow, preparing to express her discontent towards Han Xiaodong, but was interrupted by Su Yiu, who stood to address the assembly. There is no need for further investigation. I was present throughout the event, and Su Ku is without fault. I will ensure that the subsequent report incorporates this information, so I ask that you refrain from intervening. Su Yiu nodded at Su Ku, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes, seemingly acknowledging Su Ku's assistance in the realm. Su Ku had not anticipated that the resolution of this tumult would come from Su Yiu. You are affiliated with the military. Very well, we concede. If the military is involved, we shall withdraw. Han Xiaodong's countenance darkened, yet he capitulated decisively. With both the military and the 4 academies vying for influence, a mere investigator like him felt utterly powerless. Farewell. Accompanied by a visibly displeased Huang Xiaowen, Han Xiaodong departed, returning to their Audi parked at the roadside. With a forceful slam, Huang Xiaowen shut the door and, gritting her teeth, exclaimed, how infuriating. He claims to be an E-class ability wielder, yet he is clearly S-class. We had him in our grasp, and now he slips away. Master, shall we simply endure this? With a somber expression, Han Xiaodong started the vehicle. What else can we do? Our only chance was to recruit him before the martial examination. It seems we misjudged him. Damn it. Our contributions for this year are lost. As the car pulled away, the ulterior motives of those from Songqiong became glaringly obvious. Their so-called investigation was merely a pretext to bring Su Ku under their control. Meanwhile, the narrative shifts back to Su Ku's perspective, with the military taking charge of the scene. Su Ku proceeded to the conference room alongside representatives from the 4 academies. Genius is often met with leniency. And after inquiring whether Su Ku required a moment to rest, an inquiry he declined, the 4 representatives resolved to expedite the special admission process. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, Su Ku appeared somewhat disheveled, yet retained a piercing gaze, prompting an elevation in the representatives' esteem for him. The atmosphere in the conference room fell silent. likely due to uncertainty about the stakes from the other academies. Sunbin cleared his throat and, unable to contain his eagerness, spoke first. Ahem. Since I am the eldest here, allow me to address our esteemed guest. Suku, according to the martial examination regulations, our 4 academies possess designated quotas for guaranteed admissions and special recruitments. Ordinarily, a candidate who achieves the highest score in the province would be directly processed through special admission. However, due to some discrepancies in your ability classification, we wish to clarify the specifics of your powers. Suku was aware of the provisions for guaranteed and special admissions. He had initially hoped to pursue the guaranteed admission route, but due to Yuanru's excessively distasteful conduct at the time, he found himself in the current predicament. With a humble smile, Suku responded earnestly, "Esteemed teachers, I possess an S-class ice ability and an A-class superhuman ability." He lied once more. Though there were no apparent flaws, the S-class ice ability was undeniable, while the A-class superhuman ability derived from Yunfei's indomitable battle physique. What? A dual ability wielder. And with such high-tier powers, the representatives were, predictably, taken aback. No, this cannot be. Based on my prior assessments, your superhuman ability was at most D-class. How could it possibly be A-class? Yuanru exclaimed in disbelief. The implications of possessing an S-class paired with an A-class were profound, signifying that Suku could excel in either discipline without the concern of specialization. Excellent. Truly deserving of my attention. Come to our Shihai Academy. We will provide you with the finest resources and training. Bai Qingwei's beautiful eyes sparkled, eager to whisk Suku away immediately. Hold on, Director Bai. We cannot proceed in such a manner. According to protocol, we must present our conditions back to back. Your approach is improper. Sunbin quickly interjected, fearing that she would disclose their terms prematurely. What does it mean to present conditions back to back? It serves to protect the interests of the 4 academies. If conditions were openly negotiated, it would resemble an auction, leading to competitive bidding where promising candidates might be overwhelmed by impulsive offers from institutions. While this could benefit students, it also risked causing them to choose ill-suited schools. The back-to-back method avoids such pitfalls, as all 4 academies submit their proposals simultaneously, allowing the candidate to review them without other parties knowing the extent of each institution's offerings. Thus, the stakes are clear, and those who wish to secure truly exceptional talents must demonstrate considerable sincerity in their proposals. You from Handong are always so preoccupied with rules and regulations. What's so impressive about that? We at Shihai will not be deterred. Bai Qingwei expressed her frustrations, though Su could keenly discern a hint of worry in her eyes. Then let us proceed to draft our conditions. I must consult with our director as well. The previously reticent Xinzu spoke gently, rising to make a phone call to their superiors. Meanwhile, Yuanru had already begun rapidly editing a message to her supervising teacher. After a brief moment, the 4 representatives placed sealed envelopes before Suku, each wearing confident smiles. Take your time to peruse these, Suku. This is a pivotal decision in your life. Sometimes, a school with the best conditions may not be the one most suited for you, Xinzu kindly advised. Suku opened the 4 envelopes, each adorned with the emblems of different schools, and after reviewing their contents, he neatly stacked them once more. In his mind, he had already ranked the offerings from each institution. To his surprise, the most favorable terms came from Jingbei Ability University. Jingbei had shed its previous arrogant demeanor, not only offering a special admission slot and waiving tuition fees, but also adding substantial monetary rewards, exclusive cultivation methods, and 4 years' worth of training resources. The value of these terms far exceeded those from the second best, Manhwaedubook Ability University. No wonder Jingbei was hailed as the foremost among the 4 academies. And it was evident why so many S-class ability awakeners emerged from their ranks. Indeed, they were affluent and influential, enjoying the advantages of being based in the imperial capital. Based solely on the criteria, the rankings of the 4 prestigious academies are as follows: Jingbei, Modu, Handong, and Shihai. Thus, Suku ought to choose Jingbei, especially since he would have a familiar face, Su Xiaoxi, accompanying him in this academic journey, alongside favorable conditions that would alleviate his concerns regarding tuition fees for the next 4 years. However, Suku unexpectedly posed a question to the 4 individuals before him. As far as I know, individuals from these 4 esteemed academies take immense pride in their alma maters, and I have observed that each teacher is adorned with insignias representing their respective institutions. I am curious to understand what these symbols signify and why they evoke such a profound sense of belonging to your schools. Suku's inquiry left the 4 momentarily taken aback, but soon they erupted into laughter. This question is one that every new student tends to ask upon enrollment, and they are more than willing to elucidate for those who follow. Sunbin gently brushed his shoulder insignia, smiling as he explained, "Our shoulder insignia is called Zenshan, symbolizing our mission to safeguard a region of the Great Xia, upholding rules and protection." Suku nodded in understanding. It was no wonder that this teacher often emphasized the importance of adhering to regulations. Xinzu smiled faintly, rubbing the ring in her hand, which immediately radiated a celestial glow. The emblem of Moda University is the Star Trail ring. Outstanding graduates or faculty members are bestowed with rings engraved with the star trail, representing creativity and innovation. Suku's eyes were drawn to the star trail ring, as if witnessing the fusion of supernatural abilities and science. Yuanru pressed her lips together and, according to her understanding, stated, "The emblem of Jingbei is the Xianyun patterned robe. I have yet to earn the privilege of possessing one, but I believe I shall be awarded the Xianyun pattern upon my return to school. As for its significance, I perceive it as a symbol of authority and heritage." Suka nodded, realizing that Jingbei, with its substantial resources, likely held the deepest cultural roots and highest status among the 4 academies. Finally, it was Bai Qingwei's turn. With a smile, she unfastened her cloak to reveal its interior, which was densely adorned with stitching, with several patches of leather clearly visible. "Our cloaks are crafted by the students for us, and the characters for Shihai are dyed with the unique ink of the Endless Sea. To me, it represents a form of recognition, as wearing it imbues one with an intangible warmth." She then shifted her demeanor, stating earnestly, "It signifies freedom and responsibility. To wear a crown is to bear its weight. For the Endless Sea holds countless unknowns awaiting exploration." After the 4 academies had answered his question, Suku smiled, having already made his decision. Perhaps it was not the best choice, but it was certainly the most suitable for him. "Have you made your decision, Suku? You simply need to pick up the corresponding envelope," Sunbin remarked, still radiating confidence. "Yes, I have chosen. I select Shihai," Suku declared, reaching for the envelope labeled Shihai on the table. "What?" The 4 present, including Bai Qingwei herself, were taken aback. "Impossible, with the conditions Jingbei offers. How could you refuse?" Yuanru exclaimed, standing up in shock. "I apologize, Senior Yu, but I mentioned that after the martial arts examination, I would weigh the conditions of the 4 academies before making my choice. Regrettably, Jingbei falls short in my assessment." Suka replied with a hint of remorse in his tone. "Wait, is it true that Shihai has the most generous offer? Haha, you guys are so stingy. Unwilling to extend favorable conditions to a genius? I said Shihai was destined to prevail." Bai Qingwei exclaimed joyfully, reveling in the unexpected turn of events. "In that case, we shall take our leave. Congratulations, Director Bai, and may Suka flourish in his martial endeavors," Sunbin said graciously, exchanging pleasantries before being the first to exit the conference room. Thus, Shihai University successfully secured Suku, and Bai Qingwei promptly produced the enrollment documents and acceptance letter. "Suku, I have already contacted the academic affairs system to register your special admission information. You only need to fill out the enrollment form for me. Here is your acceptance letter, granted in advance." Suku smiled gently, choosing not to unveil Bai Qingwei's underlying intentions. She was likely anxious that he might change his mind later on, prompting her urgency in finalizing everything. "All right, no problem, Teacher Bai." After completing all the necessary paperwork, Suku took the acceptance letter and bid farewell, with the next encounter possibly occurring at Shihai University of Supernatural Abilities. "Phew," Bai Qingwei sighed, collapsing onto the sofa with a triumphant smirk, crossing her legs with a sense of satisfaction. "Finally, I have recruited a promising talent. What were those fools thinking? Being so reluctant to invest resources in such a valuable candidate?" Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly noticed that Suka had not taken the condition letters from the other 3 academies. "Oh, no one took them. Then I suppose I shouldn't hesitate to take a look." Cheerfully, she picked up one of the envelopes and opened it, only to find her smile fading instantly. "What the hell? Sunbin, you old rascal, you were willing to offer so much, and he didn't choose you? No way." Bai Qingwei seemed to have an epiphany as she hurriedly opened the other 2 envelopes. Now, she was utterly stunned. "Jingbei Modu, you all went this far? Offering such generous resources, how can you be so unscrupulous?" Suddenly, she had a thought. With them offering so much, Suku still chose Shihai. Could it be? Could it be that he has feelings for me? No. Even at Shihai, a teacher-student relationship is deemed unethical. What if people say it's a case of an old cow eating young grass? Her cheeks flushed as she resolved, "Forget it. Let them say what they will. I am doing this for the school." Suku could never have anticipated that his intention to curry favor with his teacher would inadvertently lead to such a misinterpretation. Chapter 35. The First Heart-to-Heart. The Aftermath of Bloodshed. Buzz. The familiar white screen of a Nokia phone illuminated, revealing the Q-version image of a white-haired loli once more. The loli opened her bewildered eyes just in time to see Suku wielding a hairdryer, directing it at her charging port with exaggerated fervor. "Pervert. Go die." The Nokia flew off the table and landed a punch on Suku. "Ouch. My nose." A familiar chaos ensued, taking a while to settle down. "What? You chose Shihai University of Supernatural Abilities?" Sherry's voice erupted from the receiver, causing Suku to clutch his head in response. "Why would you choose that? Why not Jingbei or Modu? At the very least, Handong University would be a better option. Why Shihai?" Suku, perplexed, scratched his head and replied, "What's wrong with Shihai? Aren't they all part of the 4 prestigious academies? What makes it so different?" "Of course it's different," Sherry retorted, glaring at him, her phone floating above him. Looking down with disdain, Shihai University is located in the farthest west of Daxia, directly facing the Endless Sea, an area most severely eroded by ferocious beasts. Every year, Vast resources are expended to organize personnel to fend off the tidal waves of water-based creatures, making Shihai the poorest among the 4 academies. She crossed her arms and scoffed. What kind of benefits did that by character offer you to convince you to join? If they made special provisions just for you, I could understand. Suku, feeling like a child reprimanded by a parent, discreetly pushed the envelope labeled Shihai under the table. What are you hiding? Let me see. Isn't this just a standard S-class special admission condition? Did you really sell yourself? Sherry seized the envelope with indignation. Suku pouted and muttered under his breath. Isn't there anything better about Shihai compared to the other schools? It can't be all bad, if you insist on saying that. There is indeed one aspect where Shihai surpasses the other schools. I knew it. As one of the 4 great academies, surely there must be a unique specialty. Indeed, it is true that the beauty of the West Sea is unparalleled within the 4 great academies. No matter how discontent Snowy may feel. Suku has made his choice, and it is futile to lament now. After all, she was the one who shut down at a critical moment. Never mind. As long as I am here to guide you, it matters not where we go. Regarding the matters within this realm, consider it a debt I owe you. And since it has also affected your friend, it is a personal favor I owe you. Once I have restored my body, I will certainly find a way to resurrect Tang Yen. The conversation took a sudden turn toward a heavier topic, and upon learning what had transpired from Suku, Snowy felt a deep sense of remorse. There is no need to unjustly shoulder responsibility. The other party was unaware that you had become my phone. It was merely because my abilities bore a striking resemblance to yours. I am not accustomed to attributing my misfortunes to others. Since I encountered it, it is my affair. There is no need to complain about fate. It is not due to you that I find myself in this ridiculous predicament. Everything is a choice of destiny, and all I can do is resist it. Suku's sudden sincerity touched Snowy, as their relationship had always dwelled in a rather delicate state. Suku awakened because of Snowy and felt grateful for her initial rescue, while also coveting her experience as a high-level awakened being. Snowy, due to her digitized form, could only temporarily rely on Suku to conceal her identity, yet she developed a fondness for his talents. Their mutual reliance was unspoken, with neither revealing their true feelings. Even Suku's greatest secret, his Joker ability, remained concealed from Snowy. Hey Suku, Snowy suddenly spoke up. What is it? Thank you for being willing to shelter me. Once I regain my physical form, I will repay you. You can make 3 requests. Snowy earnestly promised for the first time, even extending 2 fingers to establish her vow. Is any request permissible? Suku gasped, catching on to a particular detail. As long as it is within my capability. Anything is possible, Snowy affirmed with conviction. When you have grown to a certain level and have access to the night net, you can inquire about my ice princess's true strength. I always keep my promises. Oh, does that mean I could request the queen to wear white silk and a super short skirt for a date? Get lost. With knowledge, one grows. Without it, one diminishes, so let us keep trivial matters brief. Due to Suku's outstanding performance in the martial examination, the provincial government rewarded him with a bonus of 1 million daxia coins, and in return, Suku publicly expressed his gratitude to the provincial leaders and the education bureau in the newspaper, even mentioning his alma mater, Jiangxing No. 2 High School. Upon hearing this, the Jiangxing Education Bureau, in a fit of joy, gifted Suku a splendid apartment and solemnly declared that Jiangxing would always be his home, urging him to remember to return. As for Principal Wang, he successfully retained his position and reportedly has the opportunity for further advancement within the Education Bureau, potentially securing a more comfortable retirement. Moreover, the Blood Red Brotherhood. Following Suku's instigation after the martial examination, the Blood Red Brotherhood became the target of a widespread crackdown across central and southern provinces. Under military leadership, every county and city mobilized to scrutinize and apprehend any individuals associated with the Brotherhood, conducting arrests, sieges, and interrogations. This is what one calls leveraging circumstances. Suku did not choose the most foolish and dangerous method of seeking revenge directly against the Blood Red Brotherhood. Instead, he utilized military and societal resources, effortlessly eradicating their influence from the surface. Consequently, the Blood Red Brotherhood found itself too preoccupied to trouble Suku any further. Within the dimly lit underground fortress, the heavy bronze doors creaked open, and a hooded figure staggered into the subterranean space. President, our brothers have suffered severe casualties. All branches are out of contact. We may not be able to hold on much longer. The hooded man spoke in a low voice, his leg wrapped in bandages. Charles, as my brother, can you not bring me some good news? Croaked the voice from the throne. I am deeply sorry. Charles lowered his head, trembling all over. Never mind. The losses from this bounty have far exceeded the gains. Inform the brothers to lie low. Release a message on the night net stating that the Ice Princess is not dead. Once the waters are muddied, we can act. After the hoarse voice concluded, the figure vanished from the throne. Charles shivered in place, and once he confirmed the president had departed, he removed a concealed communicator and destroyed it. On August 27th, Suku attended Tang Yan's funeral. Chapter 36. The Jiangxing matters conclude, a minor incident before departure. The funeral was attended by a multitude of people. As class president, Tang Yin was deeply respected by her classmates, and nearly all the students and teachers from Class 3 of Year 12 came. Suku, as a friend of Tang Yin and one who brought her remains back for her final journey, stood at the forefront of the crowd, aligned with Su Xiaoxi. Tang Yin's mother, a poised and gentle woman, appeared somewhat haggard due to prolonged sorrow. She grasped Suku's hand, forcing a smile as she inquired. The commotion surrounding Yin Yin's death has been quite significant. It hasn't caused you any trouble, has it? Suku shook his head repeatedly, responding solemnly, no. Everyone has been very restrained. It is all to ensure that the wrongdoers face justice. That is good to hear. I believe Yin wouldn't want her situation to affect your cultivation, the gentlewoman reassured him. This was indeed the family of Tang Yin, who always prioritized others' feelings above their own. At this moment, the officiant began to read the eulogy prepared for Tang Yin. People often say that having experienced the rain, one wishes to hold an umbrella for others. However, this saying does not apply to Tang Yin. She was too kind-hearted, placing herself between danger and the vulnerable. Much like an innocent saint, some mocked her naivety, yet they overlooked the strength within her heart, which had early on guided her toward the path she would pursue for a lifetime. She would transform into starlight, forever illuminating us with her gentle glow. Let us offer her our deepest respect as we bid her farewell for the last time. As the eulogy concluded, Tang Yin's body was sealed within a crystal coffin and interred into the earth, preserving a glimmer of hope for revival. Jiangcheng, at the Shuimen train station. Suku, clutching a stick wrapped in newspaper, argued vehemently with the security personnel. Why can't a long sword be taken on the train? There are awakened beings in this world. I'm not carrying a hot weapon. As an awakened being, it is entirely normal for me to carry a sword. The security personnel, with visible signs of irritation on her forehead, maintained a professional smile, responding, Sir, we allow individuals with official documentation to carry weapons on board. If you do not possess any documentation, please opt for mailing it instead. Upon hearing this, Suku pointed at his sword, saying, But this sword has sentimental value to me. It will be heartbroken if separated from me. Can it be treated like a baguette? That is impossible. While a baguette, though hard, is still food, what you have is not comparable. The day of school commencement arrived quickly. For Suku, this was his first journey to a distant place in this world. He had initially thought that security checks in a martial world would be quite lenient, but unexpectedly, he faced an incident right from the start. His previous statements were not entirely excuses. The sword, as Snowy described, belonged to the category of spiritual weapons, which naturally possess some emotions. It had explicitly rejected the idea of being transported through logistics. Thus, the current awkward situation unfolded. As Suka contemplated whether to walk to school, a journey that would take several days, he was distracted by a nearby uproar. Wow, is that the admission notice from Beichuan University? That handsome young man is truly impressive. It's one of the top 10 key universities in the nation. The exclamation of the security officer drew Suku's attention. Before him stood a youth with bleached hair, whom Suku regarded as a spirited lad, nonchalantly smoothing his collar, exuding an air of indifference. Nothing much. I was almost qualified to apply to the 4 universities, but due to insufficient time at the end, I settled for Beichuan University instead. However, Beichuan is still commendable, being one of the top 10 in the nation. With my capabilities, I am confident I can carve out a path for myself anywhere. The blonde youth spoke with utmost confidence as he retrieved his luggage from the security machine. That young man is so handsome and formidable. We must study diligently and protect us in the future. The security officer, seeing that the blonde merely had to present his admission notice to pass through security, piqued Suku's realization. So, the admission notice is considered an official document? Then I have one too. As he spoke, Suka hurriedly rummaged through his suitcase. Observing this, the blonde halted, scoffing at the nearby security officer. See? This is the distinction between top-tier universities and those obscure ones. During our admissions, the instructors emphasized that presenting the admission notice grants discounts at all national attractions and permits carrying weapons on public transport. Clearly, this fellow is unaware. The instructors must be negligent, likely because he hails from a second-rate university. Before he could finish, Suku produced an admission notice adorned with an icy blue ocean cover, featuring the words Shihai University embossed in gold. He promptly handed it to the security officer. The security officer gazed at the words Shihai University on the admission notice, exclaiming in astonishment, Shihai University. You are indeed a freshman at Shihai University. My goodness, this is the first time I have seen an admission notice from Shihai University. So this is how it looks. Upon hearing the officer's exclamation, the surrounding travelers turned their attention to Suku, erupting in a chorus of awe. Wow, is this the brilliant student who can attend the 4 universities? He is so handsome. There is not a single weakling among those who can attend the 4 universities. This young man must have battled numerous fierce beasts. I'm from Shihai. How wonderful it would be to find a boyfriend from Shihai University. The praises from the onlookers made Suka feel somewhat bashful. It was akin to the astonishment one would evoke by brandishing a Tsinghua University student card at a ticket counter during a trip in a past life. Impossible. I've seen the Shihai University admission notice online. It doesn't look like that at all. Just then, the envious blonde, glaring at Suku, suddenly shouted. Eager to discredit him, he hurried over to display the contents of his phone to the crowd. Look. The admission notice from Shihai University should feature the black lettering of Shihai. His gilded version is clearly incorrect. What a rascal, daring to impersonate a student of Shihai University. He'll be heading to the police station for a chat. Upon hearing the blonde's proclamation, some travelers began searching online, discovering the discrepancies, and then cast suspicious glances at Suku. I never expected this decent young man would impersonate someone from the 4 universities. I wonder how his parents raised him. Exactly. All right, everyone quiet down, please. Young man, kindly present your ID and admission notice. The commotion attracted the attention of the enforcement team at the train station, who politely requested Suku's documents after greeting him courteously. Suku was momentarily bewildered by the sudden scrutiny, unsure why his admission notice differed from others, and complied with the enforcement team's request. Could it be that Bai Qingwei mistakenly gave me the wrong admission notice? Chapter 37. The journey to Shihai begins. Crisis emerges. After meticulously verifying Suku's personal information and admission notice, the enforcement officers bowed respectfully. Young man, we have confirmed that your admission notice is valid. It was issued by Shihai University. Upon hearing this, Suku let out a breath. He realized he was holding, his anxiety dissipating. However, the blonde was still in disbelief, shouting, how is this possible? The admission notice from Shihai University does not look like that. This young man is correct. Indeed, the standard admission notice from Shihai University features black lettering, but this young man possesses a special admission notice, which does indeed differ from the norm. The enforcement officer patiently explained, returning Suku's documents and luggage. Young man, you may now carry your weapon onto the train, just ensure its safety. This revelation astonished the surrounding travelers even more, eliciting further gasps of admiration. P.S. A special admit from Shihai University. My goodness, I've never seen a genius like this outside of newspapers. He can't possibly be this year's provincial champion from Central South Province, can he? Even the provincial champion takes the train. How down to earth. Huh, that student from Beichuan University dared to question his identity. Now he has been proven wrong. While Beichuan University is commendable, it simply pales in comparison to the 4 universities. Hearing the crowd's discussions, the blonde's face shifted from pale to red, muttering in disbelief. Special admit, I've encountered one of the few in Central South Province. How unfortunate to have been caught in this situation while trying to show off. With the misunderstanding resolved, Suku hurriedly made his way to his platform amidst the gaze of the crowd. Don't feel embarrassed. As you venture out more, you'll become accustomed to it. A languid voice emanated from his phone. It seemed Sherry had just woken up. Regardless, Shihai University is one of the 4 universities. In the martial spirit of Daxia, people will, of course, admire you. While there was truth in her words, Suku pondered why a data entity needed to sleep and so late. It prevented him from using his phone. Otherwise, he would have already researched how to bring weapons on a train. Suku, irked, pointed an accusatory finger at Sherry's screen. Hey, where do you think your hand is going? Don't use your screen when I'm around. Sherry retorted, taking advantage of the crowd's distraction to jab Suku playfully on the nose. Ouch. The train to Shihai would take approximately a day and night, traversing half of Daxia. As Shihai University is situated in a coastal city, separated from the mainland by the sea, the train route included nearly half a day of travel over water. Do not be surprised that trains can travel over the sea. Such feats are not unusual in Daxia's technological advancements. Given the long journey, Suku had, of course, reserved a sleeper. Though with his recent acquisition of a 1,000,000 yuan scholarship, he could have afforded a more luxurious trip, perhaps even a single room. His choice of Shihai meant he had to conserve funds for resources and daily living expenses since the tuition wasn't exempted. Wait, I haven't T-boarded yet. Just as the train was about to depart, Suku made a last-minute dash to catch it. Apologies, I took a wrong platform. He repeatedly apologized to the waiting train attendant, feeling a flush of embarrassment as he hurried into his carriage. With a whoosh, the door to the sleeper carriage swung open. As Suku squeezed in with his suitcase, he immediately spotted a familiar face. The blonde, whose real name was Zhang Bowen, though Suku preferred to call him blonde. Today, he felt particularly unfortunate. After finally gaining admission to his dream university, he had hoped to flaunt his status. However, upon arriving at the train station, he was overshadowed by an insufferable brat from Shihai University. Once aboard the train, he discovered that his compartment housed a stunning beauty, prompting him to believe he could impress her with his affiliation to Beichuan University. To his dismay, he encountered the same insufferable brat from Shihai University, who was also in his sleeping compartment. Damn it. Excuse me, but that's my bunk. Suku smiled at the 2 girls seated on his bed. Oh, my apologies. I thought it was unoccupied. The girls promptly rose, embarrassed. No worries, please feel free to sit. If you don't mind, I can switch to an upper bunk. Suku replied with a smile. Really? That would be wonderful. Thank you. Compared to chatting with strangers in the lower bunk, Suku preferred the tranquility of lying on the upper bunk, engrossed in his phone. He tossed his luggage onto the bed, propped himself up with one hand, and effortlessly kicked off his shoes, skillfully opening his phone to engage in his routine conversation with Shirley. Wow, Ying, look. That guy is so handsome and agile. Chubby Zhang Jing nudged her friend beside her, whispering excitedly. Huang Ying, who appeared to be engrossed in her book, secretly utilized her psychic ability to sneak a glance at Su Ku, then lowered her voice to respond. Wow, he really is handsome, though he seems rather taciturn. Just playing on his phone as soon as he boarded. Unbeknownst to them, Suku was fervently debating with Shirley over which webpage to browse. Since Shirley had taken over his phone, he needed her approval to watch a movie to pass the time. If she deemed his choice of anime too childish or the plot too nonsensical, she would deny his request. Thus, Suka found himself having to argue his case every time. Seemingly sensing the quietness in the compartment, Zhang Jing's eyes twinkled as she said, I see we are all around the same age. I presume you're all heading to school after the martial arts examination? Which universities are you from? Perhaps we are fellow alumni. Zhang Jing's words struck a chord with the blonde boy, who thought, despite Suku being a top student from Shihai, these two ordinary girls surely couldn't compare to him. The likelihood of encountering two students heading to Shihai University in the same compartment on the same day was nearly as improbable as a train derailing. With utmost confidence, he declared, I am a student of Beichuan University. Are you familiar with it? It ranks just below Shihai University in Shisha Province. If you wish to tour Beichuan University, I can personally show you around once school begins. The blonde boy glanced nervously at Suku, seemingly concerned that Suku might retort with, I am from Shihai University. Who do you think you are? Fortunately, Suku appeared immersed in his phone, oblivious to their conversation. Oh, you're also from Beichuan University? What a coincidence. So am I. The chubby girl, upon discovering a fellow alumnus, beamed and promptly sat beside the blonde boy, wrapping her arms around his. Oh no. I was worried about not having friends at school, but I didn't expect to meet a fellow alumnus beforehand. Brother Bowen, you must protect me once we get to school. Zhang Jing's eyes sparkled with adoration, and it was no surprise. The blonde boy's allure to younger girls was undeniably strong. Heh, who can protect me? The blonde boy's lips twitched. He initially intended to shake off Zhang Jing, but caught sight of Huang Yingying's approving gaze across the compartment and bit back his irritation. Suka couldn't help but muse to Shirley. This is love. I love you, Mom S selling fried dough twists. Is this really the turtle versus little beauty you recommended I watch? The atmosphere on the train was lighthearted, while at the coastal defense line of Shihai City, a sinister current was eroding the protective barrier. Chapter 38, The Silverwing Piranha, The Attack Train. Shihai City, an independent island located at the far west of Daxia, is primarily responsible for forming a defense line between the Endless Sea and the Inland Sea, safeguarding the coastal security. The Coastal Defense Network plays a crucial role in isolating and alerting against maritime beasts. As students of Shihai University, their weekly task is to patrol the safety of Shihai's coastal defense line. On this day, a small boat carrying 5 students was following the navigation instructions to inspect the defense line. Hey, senior, what is this? A girl with a bun fished out a clump of white, transparent threads from the sea, holding it up to the 4th-year student aboard. This looks like part of the protective net. Why would it appear here? It seems to show signs of human cutting, the senior replied solemnly, directing the students toward the coastal defense net. As expected, they found a large, 3-meter square hole at the bottom of the net, with clean edges that clearly indicated human interference. This is bad. Someone has breached the coastal defense net. Quickly notify the school. Before the senior could finish, the surface of the sea erupted with a cacophony of flapping wings. Countless low-tier beasts, the silverwing piranhas, surged toward them at breakneck speed. Defend. Defend. Activate all abilities. Delay the beast's advance with all your might. The senior gritted his teeth, leading his classmates to brace at the breach. Unfortunately, their combined strength was insufficient against the relentless tide of silverwing piranhas, especially with the added threat of mutated Tier 3 silverwing piranhas among them. In an instant, their defense was obliterated. The small boat, along with the 5 students, was reduced to nothing but grim white bones as the piranhas surged toward the waterway connecting the two shores. What? You said your best friend is also from Shihai University? The blonde boy exclaimed in shock, snatching a handful of snacks from Zhang Jing. After spending half a day together, he was astonished to discover that the beautiful Huang Yingying was also from Shihai University. His pretentious plan had utterly failed. Recalling his earlier boasts to the 2 girls, he couldn't help but clench his toes. How could I possibly encounter 2 students from Shihai University in one day, in the same sleeping compartment? How unlucky can I get? Is the train really going to derail? The blonde boy straightened his posture, but his soft murmurs were still picked up by the keen Huang Yingying. Is there anyone else in this compartment from Shihai University? Could it be that handsome guy? Huang Yingying pondered, secretly using her psychic abilities to observe Su Ku. In her view, while Su Ku was indeed handsome, his aura was merely at the early Tier 3 stage, and she couldn't discern his abilities. However, considering he carried a close combat weapon, he was likely an awakened of the superhuman type. Being accepted into Shihai University as an early Tier 3 superhuman awakened must mean his abilities were not low. She genuinely wanted to befriend him. Huang Yingying thought to herself, putting her thoughts into action. Excuse me, are you also a student of Shihai University? Would you like to come down and chat for a bit? Su Ku, hearing someone call out to him, instinctively leaned over from the upper bunk to look down, only to be met with an unexpected turn of events. The surface of the sea suddenly erupted with a multitude of white ripples, rapidly approaching the train. With a crash, the train compartment's window shattered instantly. A Tier 1 late-stage beast, a silver-winged piranha, smashed through the glass and lunged into the carriage, targeting Huang Yingying directly. Huang Yingying's pupils suddenly contracted. As a mental-type support profession, her scores in the martial examination were merely the result of teamwork, and her means of handling ferocious beasts were exceedingly limited. Yet, the beast was right before her eyes. Huang Mao and Zhang Jing were caught off guard, while Suka happened to be bending down to observe. What the hell? Where did this seafood come from? Without hesitation, Suka seized the broadsword wrapped in newspaper at his side and thrust it directly at the silver-winged piranha. With a piercing sound, the sword effortlessly pierced through the creature, the force so great that the fish's carcass was impaled onto the metal surface of the train. This is a ferocious beast attack. The beast has breached the defenses and is assaulting the train. Huang Mao screamed in terror, springing to his feet before he could unleash his abilities. The piranhas began shattering the windows one by one, crashing into the carriage. Help! There are ferocious beasts. Law enforcement team, save me. It was not only Suku's carriage that suffered. Every compartment was under siege from the silver-winged piranhas. The black gleam of the sword flickered silently, swiftly dispatching several piranhas that had managed to invade the carriage. Steady yourselves. They are merely first and second-tier beasts. You can handle them. Suku's shout roused the dazed Huang Mao, Zhang Jing, and others. He spoke the truth. Despite their overwhelming numbers, these beasts were merely low-tier fodder, manageable for students who had participated in the martial examination. After a brief period of panic, Huang Mao and his companions gradually regained their composure, able to fend off and slay the invading piranhas. There are too many beasts, at least nearly 10,000. Huang Yingying swallowed hard, the mental scan revealing an overwhelming layout of ferocious beasts that sent shivers down her spine. This is insurmountable. Though the train was under assault by the beasts, it continued to move forward due to its autopilot, racing along the tracks. The silver-winged piranhas, unwavering in their pursuit, relentlessly attacked the train. We can't go on like this. The train will be overturned, and everyone inside will perish. As the carriage swayed precariously from the impacts, Sherry's anxious voice reached Suku's ears. I understand. I'll block the fish. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Suku wasted no time. In a flash, he leapt through the shattered window and vaulted onto the roof of the train. Once atop, he grasped the terrifying extent of the situation outside. The surface of the water was littered with floating silver-winged piranhas, resembling white waves that made one's scalp prickle. Chapter 39. Rescue within one's capabilities, Han Linghua. In one carriage, a young boy cowered beneath a bed, desperately covering his mouth as his frail body trembled uncontrollably. Moments ago, he had witnessed several silver-winged piranhas invade the compartment, mercilessly killing the kind uncle in the adjacent bunk and feasting upon his remains. Overwhelmed by terror, the boy could not suppress a whimper, which immediately drew the attention of a piranha that leaped down from the bed, locking eyes with him. Gada gada. The creature's teeth clacked rhythmically, and those piranhas feasting on the neighboring passenger halted their meal, leaping down to focus on the boy. Mommy, unable to endure any longer. The boy burst into tears, which provoked the piranhas into a frenzied assault. Several of them darted toward him, their jagged teeth poised to strike, when suddenly, the carriage's glass shattered with a thunderous crash. A figure appeared, and the sword's shadow struck first. The obsidian blade, ghostly and sharp, left a barely perceptible black line in its wake. In the next moment, the piranhas lunging at the boy froze in their tracks. A smooth line appeared through their bodies, and with a thud, their heads and tails fell to the floor. At the broken window stood Suku, sword in hand, silhouetted against the light like a deity. Stay hidden, young one. Wait patiently for your mother. Do not run around. In the face of urgency, Suka had no time for lengthy explanations. He quickly relayed his instructions before vaulting out the window again, expertly sealing the shattered glass with ice. From his observation, Suka noted that these silver-winged piranhas had poor vision, akin to humans with myopia. If they could not perceive movement, they would not initiate an attack. Though he had made every effort to save lives, how could the frail, ordinary people survive against the ferocious beasts? Suko, your strength has limits. You have done enough. If you continue like this, you will wear yourself out. Sherry's worried voice echoed in his ears. This was the 18th carriage Suko had rescued. Despite the low tier of the piranhas, their sheer numbers were exhausting. Physically, he could still manage due to his A-rank ability, the indomitable battle body, which allowed him to endure despite his discomfort. However, the mental strain was far more taxing. As a long-distance train, most compartments were sleeper cars. And since Jiang City was not the starting point, many passengers had already been on the train for over a day, fatigued from their journey. Consequently, many had not even grasped the situation before succumbing to the piranhas' attack. The harrowing scenes, akin to a purgatory, were distressing even for someone as composed as Suku. It's fine. I'll rely mostly on physical combat to conserve my energy. Suko forced a smile as he cleared the remaining piranhas from the roof with a few swift strikes, hastening toward the next carriage. Some might wonder why the ferocious beasts had breached the dimensional barriers to attack ordinary people. The answer lies in the aftermath of the barriers not being eradicated. The world of ferocious beasts and the human realm resemble two intersecting parallel spaces. Due to the friction between these spaces, transitional zones known as barriers randomly appear in the human world, akin to the martial examination scenarios. If the core of a barrier can be destroyed, this transitional space will gradually dissipate. However, if it cannot be destroyed, the barrier will merge with the human realm, effectively allowing a portion of the beast world to invade and supplant the human world. This is the reason why human ability users engage in the extermination of barriers. Yet, humans are not omniscient about their own world. For instance, the distant oceans, desolate deserts, perilous primordial forests, and even the depths of the earth. Whether barriers have ever appeared in these places or whether they have already merged with the human realm remains uncertain. What is clear, however, is that the boundless sea we now face has become a paradise for ferocious beasts. Returning to the matter at hand. As Suku had already encased most of the carriages in ice, he became the focal point of the silver-winged piranha's concentrated assault while moving atop the train. I must get inside. With the pressure mounting, Suku no longer hesitated. He smashed open the ventilation duct of the 19th carriage and jumped inside, swiftly sealing the hole he had created with ice. What is going on? He was met with a dazzling golden interior, far more luxurious than the other compartments. Just as Suka landed and steadied himself, a sharp rebuke accompanied by several fist-sized water bombs shot toward him. Suka's already tense nerves sprang into action once more. These attacks were formidable, likely at a third-tier strength. Buzz. With a swift motion, the owl sword struck first, cleaving through a water bullet aimed at his face with remarkable speed. Subsequently, Suka tightly crossed his arms to shield his vital areas, bracing himself against several more hits. Bang, bang, bang. The water bullets forced Suku to stagger back 2 steps, leaving him with a dull ache in the impacted areas. Fortunately, his indomitable battle physique provided formidable physical defense, allowing him to recover from the injuries in an instant. What the hell? Who dares to hit me? Suka cursed under his breath, feeling aggrieved for having to endure such punishment while attempting to save others. Who could bear this? In stark contrast to Suku's frustration, Han Lingwei was profoundly astonished. The water-based continuous bullet attack was her signature skill, and even at Kyoto No. 1 High School, few could withstand it head-on. Yet, the boy before her, seemingly of similar age, had directly endured it with his bare body, only retreating a couple of steps. What manner of beastly human was he? Who are you? Why have you intruded into my compartment? The girl sternly inquired once more. At this moment, Suka realized that there were no signs of a beast invasion within her compartment. Instead, several injured passengers were taking refuge there. It seems you are also an awakened. My apologies, I thought someone might need assistance in this carriage and barged in. With you here, I feel reassured. Suka deduced that her attack stemmed from her tense state at his sudden intrusion and chose not to pursue the matter further. He turned to head toward the next carriage. Seeing his intent, Han Lingwei quickly understood what Suku aimed to do. Feeling a twinge of guilt, she hurriedly cautioned. Are you going to the next carriage to save people? There's no need. I've already brought the passengers from the 2 preceding carriages here. My compartment is reinforced with special bulletproof glass. They are quite safe. However, the passengers in the subsequent carriages are still in danger. I see you possess considerable strength. If it's convenient, we could team up to assist them. Before she could finish her sentence, hurried footsteps echoed from the connecting section of the carriage. Chapter 40, Convergence. Reveal, I am the provincial top scholar. Panting heavily. Wow. Big brother, you're incredibly fast. We couldn't catch up even while moving through the inside. Zhang Jing exclaimed as she burst forth, kicking open the carriage's shielding door to reveal Suka standing at the entrance. Despite her seemingly plump stature, Zhang Jing was an awakened with speed-oriented abilities, and her rich combat experience made her the vanguard of their makeshift trio. Huff, huff, I'm Zhang Bowen, a freshman from Beichuan University. Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. The blonde following closely behind struggled to catch his breath, one hand gripping the door frame and the other wielding a Japanese sword, yet he still managed to strike a pose for his introduction. His appearance suggested he too was an awakened, but he was in far worse shape than the girl trailing behind him, Ying. The latter merely had a slight flush on her cheeks, her chest rising and falling rapidly, but she wasn't nearly as exhausted as the blonde. Are you injured? You were moving so quickly that we couldn't keep up and could only help clear the beast from behind. Suku observed the trio who had followed him without prior communication, and a rare, knowing smile broke across his face. Indeed, they were all young individuals who had undergone the trials of the martial arts examination. Despite minor personality flaws, they were reliable allies in the face of beasts. My apologies for not discussing our action plan beforehand. I acted impulsively. Thank you for covering for me. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Suku, a freshman from Shihai University. Indeed, Ying thought to herself, so it was true. The handsome young man Suku mentioned by the blonde was indeed her companion in the same carriage. While the reunion of the four friends was fraught with peril, Han Lingyue was increasingly overwhelmed by astonishment. Did you just say you've cleared your way from the rear carriages? I'm not trying to be a wet blanket, but this train has 20 carriages in total, aside from my VIP carriage and the business class at the front. The other carriages have at least 20 independent sleeper compartments each. Have you truly managed to clear them in such a short time? Han Lingyue's implication was clear. She did not doubt their honesty, but rather found it hard to believe such a feat could be accomplished within the confines of the third tier, given the brief time since the incident. Even merely traversing 20 carriages and checking each sleeper might be impossible. Dear sister, you simply don't understand. I'm not sure how Suka managed it. But Ying is a mental type awakened. We don't even need to enter the compartments to know if anyone is alive or if there are beasts inside. We can just keep moving forward. But Suku, you're truly impressive, aside from the piranhas in the corridor. All the ones in the compartments have been dealt with by you. We hardly did anything to get here. Zhang Jing flashed a sweet smile, her eyes filled with admiration for Suku. My goodness, a strong and handsome young man, a talented student from Shihai University. He is truly the Prince Charming of my dreams. Such a splendid young man, and Ying would make a perfect pair. They formed a bond even before school starts. Could it be a destined love? Anti-smile. Zhang Jing cast a meaningful glance between Ying and Suku, silently shipping them. Ying, however, understood far better than Zhang Jing what Suku had done. She had mentally scanned the path they traversed, and the gruesome scenes inside the compartments nearly made her vomit. She had to suppress some of her perceptions to maintain her composure upon arriving here. This time, perhaps Shihai is indeed stronger than Beichuan. Yet, our score threshold ISNT much lower than Shihai's. If I score 500 points more on my martial arts exam, I dequalify for Shihai too. Even Zhang Bowen, a prideful student from Beichuan, acknowledged Suku's remarkable feat at this moment. Of course, those who hadn't confronted the silver-winged piranhas directly would never imagine that the beasts Suku had vanquished outside the carriage were several times greater than those inside. I see. Han Lingyue suddenly regarded Suku with keen interest, causing the young man to feel a little uneasy under her gaze. At that moment, Suku too relaxed and took a closer look at the girl with water-based abilities. She had long, lake blue hair cascading like a waterfall, elegantly pinned up with an expensive silver irises hairpin. A delicate sapphire necklace adorned her snow-white neck, and beneath her exquisitely tailored princess dress, she wore a pair of black leather shoes. Even a cursory glance revealed she was a wealthy young lady. I heard in Kyoto that this year's top scholar in the martial arts examination from Central and Southern Province is enrolling at Shihai University. Initially, I thought it was just someone seeking fame, worried about the fierce competition in Jingbei, which is why they chose Shihai. I didn't expect them to actually possess some skill. You must be that person, Suku. Han Lingyue smirked, playfully deducing everything. So I'm famous? Suku blinked, indirectly acknowledging it. There was nothing to hide. While he wouldn't boast about it, he would readily admit it if others guessed correctly. Especially in the midst of a beast siege. Understanding the strength of his teammates was essential for everyone's safety. What? The top scholar from Central and Southern Province. Suku. Yes, I remember seeing the news. The top scholar from this year's Central and Southern Province is indeed named Suku. I thought the name sounded familiar. It turns out it really is you. Brother, you are the provincial champion. Why didn't you mention it earlier? No wonder you have a special admission notice. If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered competing with you. Huang Mao exclaimed in astonishment, thoroughly convinced now. From this day forth, he would no longer need to flaunt his status as a student of Beichuan University. The conversation topics during tea breaks this year would undoubtedly revolve around, hey, it's not just boasting. I once fought alongside the provincial champion, and we wreaked havoc together. Of course, he was the one causing the chaos, while Suku was merely following suit. But let us set aside this afterthought and turn our attention back to the carriage. Despite Suku's impressive abilities, he remained in a precarious situation. How long can your ice-type ability last? The silver-winged piranhas possessed a tendency to attack moving objects. As long as the train remained in motion, they would relentlessly batter against the carriage. Han Lingyue, hailing from a prominent family, displayed her extensive knowledge by pinpointing the crucial issue. The extreme ice created by the ice-type ability requires continuous expenditure of the user's energy and a portion of their mental focus to remain in its solid state. Suku practiced the Ice Emperor technique gifted to him by Shirley, which boasted a rapid energy recovery feature. Otherwise, it would be challenging for anyone to sustain such power. As long as the intensity of the attacks remains constant, I can hold out for 2 hours without issue. Suku assessed the situation and provided a conservative estimate. That's insane. While the other 3 companions were oblivious, Han Lingyue, being of the nature type, understood all too well. The longer a nature type user could sustain their elemental creations, the more mana they possessed, and the faster their mana recovery rate, which ultimately meant a higher energy output efficiency over time. In simpler terms, it indicated that the released ultimate abilities would be more formidable. She could maintain her elemental creations for half an hour, and Suku just claimed 2 hours? Wasn't that absurd? For the first time, Han Lingyue questioned her own talents, but before she could ponder further, Huang Yingying's anxious voice plunged the group's spirits into despair. This is bad. I sense numerous third-tier ferocious beasts rapidly approaching. Chapter 41. Third-tier ferocious beasts, under currents of danger. The once tumultuous water surface, stirred by the silver-winged piranhas, suddenly revealed several massive shadows. Upon closer inspection, they were indeed several piranhas covered in dark golden scales. Their size far exceeded that of their kin, approximately as large as small boats, with razor-sharp teeth curled inward, designed to ensnare their prey. Their blood-red eyes, filled with madness, fixated on the train. This was a group of evolved piranhas, golden-winged piranhas. 3 third-tier beasts. Han Lingyue could not suppress her horrified exclamation. The emergence of third-tier ferocious beasts amidst this group of piranhas had plunged what was already a fragile situation back into peril. Bang! A thunderous noise erupted from the rear of the carriage. Suka distinctly felt the carriage lurch violently, prompting startled gasps from the passengers within. Ah, the beasts. The beasts are back. Drive them away. Aren't you all awakened ones? Hurry up and chase those beasts away. We taxpayers support you, not to see you cower here. The sense of urgency escalated, and discontent began to surface among the crowd. Han Lingyue's expression shifted as she turned to calm the panicking passengers. Everyone, please remain calm. This carriage is protected by bulletproof glass. Those ferocious beasts may not be able to breach it. Bang! Crack! Before her words could fully register, a heavy impact struck the carriage's glass, instantly forming cracks. Ah, the beasts are going to break in. You useless layabouts, get out there and do your jobs. The discordant voices cast a pall over the expressions of Han Lingyue and her companions. Why should they be the ones to face danger to protect those who viewed awakeners merely as tools? Suddenly, a figure darted past, charging towards the cornered crowd. Suka seized a short, chubby man with a watermelon haircut and a freckled face from the throng. Gripping the man's collar, Suka slammed him against the nearly shattered bulletproof glass. Since you've been hiding in the crowd, stirring up trouble, and spouting nonsense, do you really think I want to retaliate? A vicious smile crept onto Suka's face, reminiscent of a blood-soaked outlaw, as he glared menacingly into the man's eyes. What are you doing? This is the Great Xia. You, an awakened one from Shihai University, can't just kill someone in public. The chubby man's breath became ragged as Suka held him firmly, terror etched across his face, beads of cold sweat betraying his panic. Yet he still attempted to threaten Suku. Very well, as you wish. In the astonished gazes of Han Lingyue and Huang Yingying, Suka raised his right fist, slicing through the air, and struck the chubby man's face. Crack! The bulletproof glass shattered, and crimson blood splattered across Suka's face, staining him like a demon from hell. Thud! The chubby man's collar was released, and he collapsed to the ground, kneeling, his face smeared with the blood of the golden-winged piranha, a chunk of his ear sliced off by the shattered glass. Ah, spare me, brave warrior. I was wrong. I truly was. Just give me one more chance. Warm urine pooled on the floor as the chubby man trembled against the wall, stripped of his earlier bravado. Humph, coward. All you do is sow discord. Don't you dare obstruct my path. With that, Suka casually tossed aside the golden-winged piranha he had obliterated with a single punch. Stepping onto the windowsill. One punch to kill a third-tier ferocious beast. Suka's form resembled a weapon of war, momentarily leaving his companions in awe. It was not until Suka leaped out of the carriage that they snapped back to reality. What is Suka doing? Zhang Jing inquired curiously. Han Lingyue, as if foreseeing something, wore a complex expression, torn between conflict and hesitation. Huang Yingying swiftly pulled out a ribbon to tie her long hair back. He is going to hunt the fish. I'm going to help him. Before her words had fully left her lips, she had already climbed onto the windowsill, struggling to ascend onto the roof of the train. Ah, that brave boy. Yingying, wait for me. I want to go too. Zhang Jing, displaying her straightforward thinking, followed suit because her clever friend was going, and they always acted together. Seeing both girls ascend, Huang Mao, despite his overwhelming fear, gritted his teeth and menacingly drew his katana. Damn it, I can't let the girls outshine me. He resolutely passed by Han Lingyue and climbed onto the roof. Han Lingyue suddenly felt a tightening in her chest. Her rational mind insisted that the best choice was to stay inside the carriage, relying on its sturdy structure to evade the beast's attacks. As for the passengers in other carriages who couldn't escape, that was beyond her concern. In the prestigious Kyoto First High School, instructors had long emphasized that in the face of insurmountable odds, the preservation of awakened ones must take precedence. 100 ordinary individuals could not compare to a single exceptional awakener, and she was among the best of the best. Yet today, witnessing Suku and his peers from such a small locale make their choices, she found herself enveloped in uncertainty for the first time. Suku stood atop the train, narrowing his eyes as he surveyed the dense swarm of piranhas. Shirley's voice resonated in his ear. You rascal, with such a carefree demeanor. How can you suddenly become so serious? You are disregarding the situation. This is far more perilous than during your martial arts examination. Do not be misled into thinking that these are merely ferocious beasts. I observed quietly just now. The boats passing through were not attacked at all. They only fixated on the train, suggesting that someone is undoubtedly orchestrating this from behind. The white-haired lowly in the Nokia stood up, her face grave as she warned Suku. Suku acknowledged with a nod, yet he did not turn to leave. According to Shirley's words, he merely needed to find a small boat to break through. After all, the piranhas would not pursue too far. He could swim and simply needed to distance himself from them. However, a rather juvenile sentiment unexpectedly surfaced in his mind. A so-called hero is one who meddles in affairs, transforms the impossible into the possible. Whether the motive is to uphold justice or to perpetrate evil matters not. I do not care. Suku's sudden revelation took Shirley aback. Why would Suku, in her eyes, associate heroism with a distinction between justice and evil? Shouldn't all heroes embody righteousness? Time did not allow for further contemplation. Danger was gradually encroaching. Chapter 42. Omnidirectional Perception, Slaughtering Fish Like Ground Meat. Suku. Just as Suku prepared to freeze the window beneath his feet and commence his exhilarating slaughter, Huang Yingying's voice broke through. Huh, how did you get up here? As soon as Suku spoke, Huang Yingying interjected. I am a psychic ability user. I can assist you. With that, she activated her powers, sharing the visuals of her psychic scan with Suku. Omnidirectional Perception Psychic Scan. Omnidirectional Perception Brain Map Sharing. The two powerful psychic abilities displayed left Suku momentarily dumbfounded. In his mind appeared a radar-like radial map, densely populated with countless luminous points. A brief observation revealed that these points were categorized into three colors. Green represented themselves. White signified the silver-winged piranhas, and gold denoted the golden-winged piranhas. Should he wish to scrutinize a specific point, he merely needed to concentrate, and he could shift to an overhead view of the target's location. It was indeed the quintessential technique for murder, theft, and clandestine surveillance. Wow, this is incredible. It's like having X-ray vision. Suku was astonished by Huang Yingying's abilities for the first time. Don't be surprised, psychic abilities are inherently rare. Comprehensive and powerful supportive abilities like omnidirectional perception are even scarcer. It can be said that with just these two skills, regardless of Huang Yingying's ability level or rank, countless organizations would vie for her. Upon hearing Suku's praise, Huang Yingying's cheeks flushed, and she humbly replied, it's nothing really. This is merely the effect of my B-grade ability, omnidirectional perception. While the details of the scan are quite intricate, I am only at the third tier, and my psychic radiation radius is merely 50 meters. I can maintain the scanning state for only 20 minutes. I may end up hindering you. No worries. This is already more than sufficient. Thank you. Suku expressed his gratitude. Suku, don't rush to thank him. We are here too. Zhang Jing climbed onto the roof of the train and then turned to hoist the blonde up like a little chick. The blonde, sword in hand, stood atop the train roof, nervously exhaling. Wow, why are there so many ferocious beasts? How did you manage to kill your way over from the roof? Observing his eager companions, Suku teased. If you're inexperienced, just watch me, Sugu, perform. Provide cover, and let us go on a killing spree. With Suku's command, he leaped out first, using the psychic scan's map to lock onto a golden-winged piranha lurking beneath the water, and swiftly launched an ice crystal sword at it. With a piercing sound, the golden-winged piranha, utterly unprepared for detection through the water's surface and caught off guard by the swift attack, was pierced through the skull by the ice crystal sword, its brain and swim bladder ruptured. Huh, you're not a superhuman type. The sudden emergence of Suku's ice sword left the three stuttering in unison. From their perspective, Suku, an awakener wielding a sword, could easily defeat a golden-winged piranha with a single punch, thus he must undoubtedly be of the superhuman type. As for the frozen windows, they assumed it was merely a freezing energy attack among superhuman abilities, never considering other types of powers. Now, witnessing Suku effortlessly unleash a powerful ice sword, they realized that this adept individual, capable of single-handedly taking down third-tier ferocious beasts, was actually a natural-type awakener. Suku smirked, turning swiftly as his sword shadow swept through, instantly cleaving several silver-winged piranhas in two. He promptly froze the window that had opened from the train carriage while making his way to the next golden-winged piranha's coordinates, explaining, "Oh, it's nothing. Allow me to introduce myself. Suku, S-grade ice and A-grade superhuman awakener, a dual-element awakener." The trio felt that their astonishment today surpassed the past month combined. With the urgency of the situation, the four quickly sprang into action. Due to the limited range of the omnidirectional perception brain map sharing, Suku needed to remain within 10 meters of Huang Yingying. Simultaneously, the psychic scan had a radius of only 50 meters, which, under ordinary circumstances, would be more than adequate. However, they were currently on a train consisting of 20 carriages, each approximately 25 meters long according to official data, totaling a length of 500 meters. They had to move and scan simultaneously to cover the entire length. Not to mention, the golden-winged piranhas were continuously on the move. Unfortunately, there was no alternative, as Shirley had said. Human strength is finite, and there are often matters beyond one's capabilities. They could only hope that those who perished as a result would not hold Suku and the others accountable. As they followed Suku in a frenzied dash, Huang Yingying and her companions realized just how vast the chasm between themselves and true genius was. The azure ice swords, accompanied by fleeting black sword shadows, saw Suko weaving atop the train, and in his wake, blood splattered, staining his pristine jacket a deep crimson. Now, Suko slaughtered these early third-tier golden-winged piranhas as effortlessly as chopping vegetables, dispatching them instantly, without wasting a shred of energy. Conversely, the silver-winged piranhas that leaped from the water to attack presented him with significant trouble, diverting his attention considerably. Wow, how is this person like a meat grinder? I can barely keep up just by running behind him, and he is still killing monsters. The blonde felt somewhat discouraged and lamented. Hee, aren't students from Shihai University all such monsters? I'm about to be exhausted. Doesn't he need to rest? Huang Yingying's complexion turned pale, the prolonged use of her abilities causing the veins at her temples to throb. Had she not been concerned for Suko and wanted to perform admirably in front of this handsome guy, she would have longed to log off and rest. It was too exhausting. One should not seek a workhorse that could genuinely plow the fields. In truth, Shirley, as Suko's guardian, was equally astonished. Having witnessed Suko's growth throughout, the realization that he surpassed her own talent and strength during her time was even harder for her to accept. It is impossible for others to remain unconvinced in merely 3 months since his awakening. Suko has already established an almost invincible record within the realm of the third tier. Suddenly, the radar map in his mind flickered out, and Suko halted momentarily. His blade poised, before he thrust it backward in the direction he had just observed, piercing through a silver-winged piranha with precision. Suko's swordsmanship, while rather ordinary, akin to the content typically taught in advanced high school martial arts classes, was augmented by his ability to replicate Tang Yan's swordsmanship and his possession of the spiritual weapon, the owl blade. This combination placed his skills in a state of adequacy. To put it simply, they were sufficient for his needs. Of course, previously, Sherry had inquired about the owl blade, and Suko had deflected her curiosity with a casual remark about the Tang family's gratitude for bringing back Tang Yan's remains. Without further ado, upon realizing the map had vanished, Suko deduced that Huang Yingying might have exhausted her energy. Turning around, he found that indeed, Huang Yingying had succumbed to unconsciousness in Zhang Jing's arms. Noticing that their 3 companions were utterly fatigued, Suko understood their limits had been reached. You should return to the carriage. You have seen my capabilities, so there is no need for concern on my behalf. The 2 individuals with yellow hair recognized that their presence was merely as spectators, serving as cheerleaders, and they would be better off protecting those inside the carriage. Thus, without delay, they warned Suko to be cautious and withdrew. Now it is my turn to shine, Suko mused silently. Chapter 43, The 4th Tier Beast. Bloodwinged Piranha King. Detected a high-energy reaction available for replication. The talent skill impromptu performance is activated. B-class ability, omnidirectional perception, Spade 9, has been replicated. Your Joker card library has been updated, 652. A Spade 9 Joker card materialized imperceptibly at Suko's fingertips. He attempted to activate the ability, and sure enough, the radar-like image reappeared in his mind, with an expanded radius of a full 80 meters. It appeared that the range of mental scanning was significantly correlated to the user's cultivation level. Although it could not be maintained indefinitely, it was nonetheless adequate for his needs. Suko noted the locations of several golden light spots and switched to the Clover's Q, the Ice Scepter, as he charged forth. By now, Suko had become proficient in rapidly switching his fighting style using the Joker cards, since the cards were stored in his consciousness. Each switch merely required a corresponding motion to draw the card, remaining undetected by outside observers. Even Sherry believed him to be merely a dual-element awakener. This granted Suko a plethora of tactical options. Like a specter, Suko no longer needed to consider Huang Yingying and the others. His efficiency in killing soared as he targeted the locations of the golden-winged piranhas, dispatching them before seeking the next. As for the silver-winged piranhas that could not breach the train's defenses, he chose to disregard them, refusing to waste time on their presence. Inside the carriage, the 3 companions could not help but question the efficacy of their earlier assistance. It seems that without us, Suko is even faster at dispatching the enemies. Zhang Jing remarked incredulously. It appears so. Truly, he is from Shihai University. We, who could only gain admission to Beichuan University, have much to strive for. The pride of the yellow-haired individual in Beichuan University was gradually dissipating, as Suko cleaved through a golden-winged piranha with 2 swift strikes. The map displayed few remaining golden light spots swirling around the train. Suko silently exhaled in relief, despite the high-intensity battle. He had utilized only about half of his energy, a result of his careful management and the restorative effects of the Ice Emperor's art and the indestructible battle body. Just how much energy do you possess? You have yet to reach exhaustion. The astonishment within Sherry was known only to herself. A typical third-tier awakener, like Huang Yingying, would possess an energy reserve roughly quantified at 1,000. In contrast, Sherry, who had practiced high-level techniques and possessed an S-class ability, had around 5,000 when she herself was at the third tier. With the rapid recovery afforded by the Ice Emperor's art, she could sustain prolonged combat. Yet her limit was approximately 30 to 40 minutes. But Suko, to her perception, seemed to possess well over 10,000 energy points. These two waves of battling fish had continued for nearly 2 hours, and he still had energy to spare. If Suku were privy to Sherry's thoughts, he might have reveled in pride. However, still in a novice state, he replied honestly, I am not certain what the limit is. I reckon I still have about half remaining. What? Sherry's Q-version avatar's eyes widened in shock, eliciting an exclamation. Ah, is that a small amount? I have tried to conserve as much as possible. Suku scratched the back of his head, appearing adorably clueless, a stark contrast to his earlier god of war demeanor. Oh, it's acceptable, not too little. It's within a normal range. Sherry feigned indifference, unwilling to let Suku become overly complacent. Well, that's a relief. I'll leave the remaining fish to fend for themselves. They should pose no significant threat. Suku sighed, preparing to return to the carriage when suddenly, a red dot appeared on the map in his mind. Furrowing his brows, Suku paused and glanced in the direction of the red dot. Not far away, a massive shadow emerged on the water's surface, swiftly moving towards the train's path. Just as it approached the tracks, it rose from the depths. It was a colossal piranha, as large as a heavy truck, its skin adorned with blood-red scales. This creature bore wings on its sides. Though too large to fly, they were immensely powerful, creating tremendous waves as it struck the water and leapt into the air. This is bad, Suku exclaimed, but it was too late to intervene. The soaring giant piranha crashed heavily onto the tracks. With a deafening roar, the sturdy iron rails were obliterated, obstructing the train's path. Screech. The piercing sound of brakes echoed as the autonomous braking system of the unmanned train activated. The force of inertia sent passengers tumbling, scattering belongings across the tables. And even Suku nearly lost his balance. What is happening? Why have we stopped? Han Lingyue steadied herself using her ability and hurried to the window to peer outside. The gigantic piranha, having shattered the rails, did not depart. Instead, it surfaced and slowly swam to the VIP carriage where Han Lingyue was situated. Whoosh. Splash. With a powerful sweep of its tail, the entire roof of the VIP carriage was instantly severed, exposing the passengers hidden within. Ah, a monster run. Panic ensued as the passengers huddled together, racing towards the carriage's connection point. Yet amidst the chaos, a stampede ensued. And no one could unlock the door that required a key. Everyone, remain calm. It's all right. Han Lingyue's words faltered as she gaped at the massive piranha surfacing, along with the figure clad in black atop its head. The fourth-tier beast, blood-winged Piranha King. Miss Han, I kindly ask you to accompany me. My little darlings are simply famished, the figure in black stated with a smile, as if inviting a friend to a banquet. You are a member of the Snow Clan? You wish to harm me? Are you not afraid of retribution from the Han family and Shihai University? At this moment, Han Lingyue exhibited a composure far beyond her years, her gaze unwavering as she locked eyes with the cloaked figure, attempting to intimidate him into retreat. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Today, aside from you, everyone else here will be feeding the man-eating fish. Who would ever suspect us? With the way those people from the Azure Sky operate, this incident will merely be attributed to a beast attack. They will never trace it back to us. Besides, what evidence do you have to prove that I am treading snow? Just your words? The cloaked man let out a raucous laugh, oblivious to the fact that a black Nokia phone was quietly aimed at his face. Click. A blinding flash of xenon light erupted, dazzling the cloaked man. Suku, quick-witted, sent the captured photo to all contacts in his phone, including the community security guards and the local scrap collector, Old Wong. Now, even if he were to perish, investigators would use this photograph to locate the murderer. Damn it, you little brat, give me your phone. The cloaked man growled in fury, commanding the king of the man-eating fish to attack Suku. What? You want my Nokia E72? Dream on, unless you return my wife. With that, Suku turned and fled, luring the king of the man-eating fish to chase after him. Chapter 44, Concern for You? Suku's bet. Ma Lu was in a foul mood today. A task that should have been straightforward, requiring no personal involvement, had unexpectedly gone awry. He had cautiously searched the endless sea for half a month before finally contracting a blood-winged man-eating fish king, subsequently using it to control an entire tribe of man-eating fish. However, upon returning to the inner sea, his first minor task resulted in significant losses. That brat had an astonishing amount of strength. He had slaughtered over 30 late-stage golden-winged man-eating fish, not to mention the countless silver-winged man-eating fish that perished at his hands. Damn it. Are the youth these days really this formidable? Although Ma Lu was considered the lowest tier in the organization, with Ma Yi, Air, San, Si, and Wu above him, he was still a dignified fourth-tier awakener. How could he allow himself to be bullied by a mere youth? He had to show him a lesson. Thus, he decided to make an appearance and deliver a small shock to these students. If I had also been admitted to the West Sea back in my day, perhaps I would have been just as handsome and strong as this kid. Ma Lu, controlling the blood-winged man-eating fish, pursued Suku, determined to capture him. Yet, Suku employed the skills he had honed in the blood pool, rapidly creating stepping points with the power of extreme ice, allowing him to walk on water like a slippery loach, evading the blood-winged man-eating fish. Stop chasing. That kid is intentionally luring you away from the target. Dog Lu's voice resonated in Ma Lu's earpiece, snapping him back to reality. There's another person. This was Ma Lu's trump card. According to the rules governing Treading Snow's missions, any task, even the lowest level F tier, must be completed by 2 individuals. Solo action was forbidden to prevent situations like the current one, where someone might forget their mission. With Dog Lu backing him up, even if Ma Lu failed, Dog Lu could make a final assassination attempt or relay intelligence back to the organization. Ma Lu, realizing he had been outsmarted by Su Ku, cursed under his breath. "Oomph, you little brat, where can you escape to in this vast ocean? I'll deal with you after I complete my task." Consequently, the bloodwing man-eating fish changed direction, speeding towards Han Linghua. Seeing his pursuers abandon the chase, Su Ku immediately halted, eager to follow. However, he was struck in the face by a flying Nokia. "Ouch! Your Majesty, what are you doing?" Su Ku crouched down, clutching his nose, the blow having caused a stream of mucus to escape. "What do you mean what? Didn't I tell you that you possess great talent and should focus on your training? One day, you'll achieve 9th tier, and there's no need to engage in reckless endeavors. Did I not say so? Answer me." Shireen controlled the Nokia to hover in front of Su Ku's face, her chibi-like avatar standing with hands on hips, ire evident on her countenance. A furious emoji even appearing above her head. "Yes," Su Ku mumbled, like a chastised schoolboy, his gaze cast down at the icy ground. "Then why did you chase after him? That's a 4th tier beast. The difference between 3rd and 4th tier is a significant leap. It denotes the distinction between low tier and mid tier awakeners. If you were at full 3rd tier, I might not have said anything, but we are S tier abilities. And you do indeed have talent. You might have a chance in a battle beyond your level. But look at you. After a month of training, where have you progressed? You're still a mere beginner at 3rd tier." Shireen's voice rose with each word, her frustration boiling over as she nearly wished to leap from the screen and smack Su Ku. "If you're not strong enough, don't try to act tough like others. Do you understand this principle? If you can save them, do so. If you cannot, then withdraw. You understand that, right?" Her scathing rebuke rendered Su Ku silent. Yet, for some reason, he felt a warmth in his heart. Since his transmigration, he had always been alone. This was the first time someone had shown such genuine concern for him. Observing Su Ku's downcast demeanor, Shireen felt a pang of sympathy. "Oh no. I hope I haven't crushed his confidence. Shouldn't I be more encouraging as a mentor?" As she contemplated softening her approach, she suddenly saw the boy raise both hands, stretching like he was yawning, and shout to the heavens, "Gaia! What the hell are you talking about? Are you crazy?" Shireen nearly lost her balance and fell into the sea, launching herself forward to deliver a punch. Thud! With great force, Su Ku caught the punch with one hand, while the other slowly covered his face, revealing only one deep, penetrating eye. "I'm done pretending. I'm laying my cards on the table. I am a super genius. And every enemy will merely become my stepping stone." Shireen halted mid-charge, sensing that Su Ku was not merely boasting. Yet she could not fathom that this fellow could defeat a 4th-tier beast, especially one that was under the command of someone else. "Your Majesty, how about we make a bet? If I defeat that 4th-tier beast, you can no longer question me about why," Su Ku stated earnestly, as a competent jester. "The most crucial thing is to ensure no one realizes you are a jester. Fine, I accept your wager. But if you fail, run quickly, don't play the hero. I cannot assist you much in your current predicament." Shireen sighed, reluctantly agreeing. What if this kid truly finds himself in danger? "I will wager my life to save him once more," she resolved inwardly. Meanwhile, the bloodwing man-eating fish king altered its course, returning to the VIP cabin. The trio had also reached Han Linghua's side, standing united in vigilance against their adversaries. "Hee hee, more fools arriving. Do you intend to resist?" Ma Lu taunted with a smirk. "How about this? I will grant you a chance at life. If Han Linghua comes over to me willingly, I shall release one of you. Ha ha. Let us see which of you can persuade this young lady to offer herself." A nefarious psychological tactic, indeed. Upon hearing Ma Lu's words, the passengers, already paralyzed with fear, exchanged glances, and it was evident that animosity flickered in their eyes. More importantly, their discontent and hatred towards Han Linghua began to fester. "You, the pampered daughter of a wealthy family, who claims to pity us, why not just perish? Get out of here, every life saved counts. Indeed, you hypocritical scoundrel. You've endangered us all, and now you seek to escape unscathed? Damn you, awakener, your sordid affairs entangle us ordinary folk. You truly deserve to perish." The cacophony of curses echoed around them, and even the resilient Han Linghua began to falter under the mounting pressure. Chapter 45, Class A Poseidon, the hero emerges. "I understand now. The trouble arises from me, and I shall handle it myself." Han Linghua's gaze was heavy as she slowly moved her feet. "Wonderful. It was I who pushed her to the brink. Can I survive? No, it was my earlier insult that bore fruit. Don't you dare seize my opportunity. Bastard. If you wish for my demise, then you shall not live either." Chaos erupted among the crowd over the sole remaining chance of survival, leading to a fierce brawl. Why? Why must we resort to violence over a promise that may never be fulfilled? Huang Yingying, who had already awakened and witnessed this transformation of humanity, spoke with a tinge of sadness. "Han Linghua, don't go. Since we are all doomed, let us explode together. Indeed, even in death, I shall take a piece of him with me." Huang Mao and Zhang Jing positioned themselves before Han Lingyue, blocking her path. You lot. Han Lingyue felt a stir in her heart. She never anticipated that these newly acquainted individuals would so resolutely accompany her into peril. Yet, while ideals are grand, one cannot overlook the brutal reality. The blood-red eyes of the Bloodwing Piranha King shifted, locking onto the group, a wave of immense pressure nearly suffocating them. Huh. Merely a jest. Did you truly believe I would allow you to escape? Ma Lu's sinister smile mocked those who were battered and bruised. Since you three desire to court death, I shall oblige, allowing you to witness the vast chasm that separates us. Mid-tier awakeners are not playthings for inexperienced students like you. No sooner had he spoken than the Bloodwing Piranha King lowered its head and charged towards the entire carriage. Should it connect, it would likely shatter the carriage with its iron skull. Step back. In such dire circumstances, relying on two superhuman awakeners was evidently futile. No matter how superhuman they were, they could not withstand the impact of a heavy truck, especially against an opponent of a higher tier. Han Lingyue darted forward, placing herself in front of the three, her hands thrusting towards the Piranha King. The sea beneath surged violently, conjuring a colossal wave that towered 3 stories high, crashing towards the Piranha King. You've miscalculated. In the water, my abilities reach 150% effectiveness. Today, I shall ascend and defy the 4th tier. A pale blue glow radiated around Han Lingyue, and behind her, faint outlines formed a half-body statue wielding a trident. Class A ability, Poseidon. Boom. The wave collided with the Piranha King, resembling a tempest crashing against the shore, splattering thousands of droplets. The Piranha King's body was enveloped in the torrent, forming a watery prison, just as it seemed poised to be crushed against the sea's surface. Bang! The Piranha King, however, managed to flick its tail, shattering the water prison and continuing its charge towards the carriage. What? Han Lingyue's eyes widened in disbelief. The Piranha King had emerged unscathed from her most powerful strike. Ha ha ha, this is too hilarious. Are you really using water abilities against a mere fish? And you dare call yourself Poseidon, when all you conjured was a little water ball? You truly do not comprehend whose territory this is. The ocean is a paradise for aquatic beasts. Ma Lu laughed arrogantly. As he spoke, he commanded the Piranha King to leap high, crashing down upon the crowd with the weight of a mountain. This is bad. The faces of the crowd paled in unison. With such immense weight descending, there was nowhere to hide. At that critical moment, a figure shot forth like lightning, colliding with the Piranha King's abdomen in a blinding flash. Boom. The Piranha King lost its balance, its downward trajectory slightly altered, as it fell directly into the sea. In an instant, water erupted, the waves nearly toppling the train. Class D ability, Mighty Bull's Charge. Suku stretched his sore shoulder, astonished by the effectiveness of this D-class ability. His speed was swift, and the force unleashed was pure enough. Seizing the moment when the Piranha King had no point of leverage, he successfully sent it flying, rescuing those on the train. Suku, watch your back. Huang Yingying's urgent warning rang out. With her mental scan, she had detected Ma Lu stealthily approaching Suku from behind. Whoosh. A dagger sliced through the air towards Suku's neck. He deftly sidestepped, avoiding the blade while his right hand drew the dagger of the owl. Transitioning seamlessly into the ghost card, Diamond 10, Heavenly Gang, Sword Chi. Strike at the heart of the land. A pale golden sword aura erupted from the dagger of the owl, aimed directly at Ma Lu's face. Clang. Realizing the imminent danger, Ma Lu quickly raised his dagger to defend, the short blade clashing with the Heavenly Gang's Sword Chi, producing a crisp metallic clang. With a swift retreat, Ma Lu landed atop the Bloodwing Piranha King, his expression grave. A clear scratch marked his cheek, crimson blood seeping forth, agitating the already volatile Piranha King beneath him. What happened, Ma Lu? You failed to ambush a 3rd-tier student? Dog Lu, lurking in the shadows, spoke with a tone laced with discontent towards Ma Lu. This kid is peculiar. He has already showcased at least 3 different abilities, Ma Lu pondered, his demeanor now anything but relaxed. What a joke. Dual-type awakeners have only a 1 in 1,000 chance. 3 types? Isn't that a rare genius? Dog Lu questioned skeptically. Upon reflection, Ma Lu found some merit in this reasoning. Perhaps this kid truly was unusual. However, it mattered not, for he was about to demonstrate to Suku what genuine terror entailed. Fixating on Suku, he spoke in a chilling tone. Like to play the hero? Very well. I look forward to seeing you weep for mercy while still clinging to your heroic facade. With that, Ma Lu slammed his hand onto the Bloodwing Piranha King's head, infusing it with a powerful surge of energy. Class C ability, Spirit Pet Contract. Activating skill, Spirit Pet Amplification. The Piranha King, having absorbed Ma Lu's energy, puffed up its cheeks, its scales standing erect like those of a squirrel fish. It gulped down a mouthful of seawater and, targeting Suku, unleashed a water projectile. Damn. Not this again. Suku sighed in exasperation. The Piranha King was once again resorting to its signature water projectile attack. However, this time, the water projectile it unleashed resembled a cannonball, likely to shatter bones upon impact. Yet there was no escaping. Behind him lay the open-topped carriage, and if he dodged, everyone aboard would perish. Extreme Ice Crystal Explosion. Unable to evade, Suku opted to confront the oncoming attack head-on, as an ice lotus in his hand detonated, bursting into a brilliant display of white fireworks. Chapter 46, The Man Burdened with Hope, the Multicolored Strait. Boom. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air was rent with the violent sounds of explosions, as countless icicles were sent flying by the shockwaves. Inevitably, Suka found himself wounded by his own ice crystals, with several icicles embedded in his body. Although the pain was intense, none of the injuries were life-threatening. Thanks to the regenerative power of his immortal battle body, he would be healed in no time, though the sight of him was rather tragic. The icicles also shot toward the Bloodwing Piranha King. However, after absorbing energy, this creature's defenses had significantly improved. The icicles merely left shallow white marks upon its raised scales. Suko, you're hurt. Inside the carriage, everyone was deeply concerned for Suka's safety. Han Lingyue clenched her delicate fists, her breath trembling with anxiety. For the first time, she fervently wished that a peer could prove stronger than herself, to save everyone and rectify the mistakes she had caused. Alas, reality seemed perpetually unsatisfactory. Suka was injured, and being the first to sustain harm in such a battle meant there would be no miracles. Oh, it's nothing, just a small injury. Suka chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively as he pretended not to care, pulling the icicles from his arm. In truth, he was inwardly gasping in pain. Humph. Are you still not ready to give up? Before reaching the third tier, he had already utilized the strongest skills of the S-Rank ice system. Yet he had failed to breach the opponent's defenses. Now it was still possible to retreat. Shire's voice echoed, still attempting to persuade Suku to prioritize his own safety. It's fine, I just want to test the opponent's level, that's all. Suku replied, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Go for it, big brother. A little girl in the carriage, witnessing Suku's injury while protecting the others, couldn't help but shout in her innocent voice. In that moment, it seemed everyone had awakened to the truth. This incredibly powerful prodigy from Shihai University was fighting desperately to protect them. Thus, cheers erupted in succession. Go, little brother. Defeat that monster. Go, Suku. Handsome guy. My life depends on you. Hearing the encouraging shouts around him, Suku felt a sudden awkwardness. This feeling of being entrusted with hope was surprisingly pleasant. Don't get lost in this useless gratitude. Remember your own limits. Shire timely doused his enthusiasm with cold water. Understood, my queen. I know my limits. Suka nodded, resolving to reveal 50% of his trump card this time. Activating the hidden skill of the Joker. B-rank Blood Control, 8 of Clubs, Global Perception, 9 of Spades. B-rank Heavenly Sword Chi, 10 of Diamonds. A-rank Immortal Battle Body, Jack of Hearts. S-rank Extreme Ice Scepter, Queen of Clubs. Multicolored Straight, 8, 9, 10, J, Q have been activated. 5 cards of different suits, but sequential numbers fanned out in Suku's hands, resembling a blooming fan. The 5 distinct abilities activated simultaneously, intertwining and coalescing into a new power. Mind Flow, Blood Ice, Immortal Sword Chi. Well, the name was rather long, but it was concocted by Suku himself. However, its power was assuredly unparalleled. Hey kid, are you still dazed? Seeing Suka lost in thought, Ma Lu seized the opportunity to glide swiftly along the water's surface atop the Bloodwing Piranha King. It is widely known that the Bloodwing Piranha King has a wing in its name. This wing represents an evolutionary trait of its fins. As the piranha species is not particularly strong in water and seeks evolution to conquer the skies against various bizarre aquatic beasts. However, at this stage, their fins merely resembled wings, allowing them to skim the water's surface at high speeds for hunting. Yet, with Ma Lu's involvement as an awakened one, everything changed. His spirit pet contractability, upon enhancement, could accelerate this evolutionary process. Consequently, this enormous piranha, resembling a heavy-duty truck and entirely unsuitable for the body structure of flying mammals, took to the air. Soaring upwards, the Bloodwing Piranha cast a shadow that obscured the sun, enveloping Suku in its vastness, akin to a mere pebble. Ma Lu, a seasoned 4th-tier awakener, devised a plan upon discovering that Suku possessed not only ice abilities, but also superhuman powers. He intended to exploit the piranha's hovering capabilities to negate Suku's close combat abilities, then utilize its massive form to vanquish him. This time, he stood atop the piranha's head, ensuring he would strike true, intending to crush Suku along with the carriage in a single bite. What? You ask what would happen if he accidentally harmed Han Lingyue? Wouldn't their capture mission fail? Fear not. This little princess from a prominent family surely had means of self-preservation. At least, that was Ma Lu's belief. As Suku gazed at the enormous piranha descending from the sky, feeling the surging energy within him, 5 times greater than usual, he was about to engage in a battle of unprecedented richness. Thus, he conceived a brilliant idea. In nature, there exists a carnivorous fish at the pinnacle of the food chain, the alligator gar. This creature is a master of traps, a cunning hunter, and the ultimate schemer. Due to its lack of speed and hunting prowess, it never actively pursues fish. Instead, it patiently lurks beneath schools of fish, then suddenly strikes. The startled fish scatter, even leaping out of the water. Meanwhile, the alligator gar leisurely opens its mouth full of sharp teeth, waiting for the fish to deliver themselves directly into its jaws. What a benevolent alligator gar, never seeking to kill fish actively, much like the third brother, waiting for willing fish to meet their demise. Alright, back to the main point. Suka had devised a clever trap for the bloodwing piranha. Everyone, if you don't want to dirty your clothes, find a place to take cover from the rain. Suka quickly advised the passengers in the carriage. Rain? What rain? The waves at sea had already soaked their clothes. The passengers' questions were soon answered. As the bloodwing piranha soared to a sufficient height, diving towards Suku in free fall, he plunged his hands into the seawater. With over 80% of blood comprising water, where there is water, ice can form. Thank you for delivering so many first and third-tier beasts for me to slay. The blood here would make some deceased scoundrel envious. This is truly my home turf. Feel despair. Blood ice thorns. Chapter 47. Blood Ice Annihilation of the 4th Tier, IOU-1. The bloodwing piranha king descended at an incredible speed, but its massive size made it difficult to halt due to inertia. This was Suku's malicious intent. He aimed to have the piranha impale itself. Boom. The surface of the sea roiled as countless gigantic ice pillars, resembling red crystals, erupted from the waves, piercing skyward with a force that could tear the heavens apart. The apex of the icicles formed a conical shape, densely interwoven in a myriad of strands, creating a forest of ice thorns several meters high, effectively sealing off all escape routes. Alarmed, Malu's complexion shifted drastically as he desperately urged his powers to redirect the Fish King. However, the diminutive fins appeared utterly ludicrous at that moment, utterly incapable of altering the descent of such a colossal creature. With a sickening thud, the blood ice thorns pierced through the Fish King's body, the robust icicle penetrating its throat and continuing through to the tail. The formidable scales, when confronted with the frigid blood ice, offered no semblance of defense and were shattered. A deluge of blood erupted from the fish, and soon, a rain of crimson fell upon the sea. Suko elegantly raised an umbrella crafted from blood ice, reveling in the final struggles of the blood-winged piranha king amidst the sanguine downpour. The towering ice thorns stood like a forest. The gigantic fish monster skewered upon the ocean's surface, its back turned to the crowd, while the youth beneath the umbrella savored the cascading blood rain. Here a picture should be inserted. Inside the carriage, chaos erupted as the passengers scrambled for cover, drenched in the acrid scent of blood rain. Han Lingyue stared in disbelief at the piranha king, slain in an instant, succumbing to profound self-doubt. Is this truly a third tier? Surely, this must be a deception. Is there such a disparity between S-class and A-class powers? In contrast, Huang Mao and his companions maintained a calm demeanor, believing this outcome was entirely expected. No wonder he is a special recruit. Truly terrifying. Amidst this, Sherry's voice trembled through a Nokia phone. Only she comprehended the significance of that strike. How could such a colossal ice pillar possibly be unleashed by a mere third-tier blue energy? It required at least 3 to 5 times the energy to conjure such immense blood ice thorns. You, indeed, have been concealing something from me. An S-class ice crystal staff could not possibly yield such an effect. Before Sherry could finish her sentence, Suka calmly interrupted, placing a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. You promised me that if I won, you wouldn't pry further. Observing the smug satisfaction concealed beneath Suku's tranquil facade, Sherry felt a surge of frustration, grateful she was a data entity. Otherwise, her blood pressure might have skyrocketed. Fine. You knew you could defeat him from the start, didn't you? Back during the martial assessment, that blood pool laid out by that fellow Siwei. How could you possibly triumph over it? You've been pulling my leg all along. Sherry exclaimed, her Nokia screen aimed at Suku's face. Hey, Your Majesty. Please temper your wrath. Men need their little secrets too, Suku replied sheepishly, scratching his cheek. Secret? What nonsense. Do you believe I wouldn't smash your head in? Sherry shouted at Suku. Just as they exchanged words in this congenial manner, a shadow swiftly approached from below the water, closing in on Suku's feet. You little brat, celebrating after killing my spirit pet? I shall show you the harshness of society, Malu thought to himself. Fortunately, the massive blood-winged piranha king's size shielded Malu from the ice thorns that had pierced it. Seizing the opportunity, he submerged, preparing to ambush Suku while he was off guard. But would he truly succeed? It's coming. Both Sherry and Suka suddenly exclaimed in unison. In an instant, the ice umbrella Suka held erupted, revealing a long sword, as dark as ink. He swiftly reversed the blade's tip, aiming at the ice beneath his feet, and thrust it downwards. Heavenly Gang's sword chi, piercing the central plains. From Ma Lu's perspective, the surface of the ice appeared hazy. Suku, utilizing his powers, froze the area where Ma Lu stood, which indeed facilitated Ma Lu's stealth, yet also obscured his awareness of the ice's conditions. Meanwhile, Suku maintained his Spade 9 ability, fully aware of his surroundings. I've got you. The Heavenly Gang's sword chi enveloped the sword, the ice beneath Suku's feet shattering like tofu. A flash of blood silently emerged in the sea. The shadow offered little resistance as it sank towards the depths, soon to be devoured by the approaching piranhas. No one would know that the instigator of this event had perished at Suku's hands. Even in the subsequent investigation reports, Suku would not confess to taking a life, not out of fear or inability, but rather from a lack of necessity. Let everyone believe that Ma Lu had simply vanished. This way, both revenge and trouble would be diminished. Pathetic. Ma Lu met his demise at the hands of a third-tier student. I wonder how he explained this to the boss. Upon witnessing the death of the blood-winged Piranha King, Go Lu realized the tide had turned and, muttering a curse, prepared to retreat. With no choice. As a mental type ability user, his main skill was to block nearby areas, rendering radar or other detection methods ineffective. Now that Ma Lu, the executor, had failed, he too had to withdraw tactically. As Go Lu departed, the invisible barrier slowly dissipated. Soon, the reinforcements that had been unable to locate the train began to arrive. The remaining piranha swarm was easily dealt with. Suku and his companions constructed a new defense using the damaged train carriages, repelling the piranhas, while Suku methodically shot them down one by one. Gradually, the attacking piranhas began to disperse without any commander. As for how to handle the remaining fierce beasts scattered in the inner sea, that was a matter for the relevant authorities to consider. Fear not. We are the coastal enforcement team, here to assist you all. Several enforcement vessels surrounded the immobilized train, a commanding voice emanating from loudspeakers. We're saved. Thank goodness. I thought we were done for. Mom, I promised to study hard and become an awakened one. The passengers' taut nerves relaxed, and the joy of surviving brought forth uncontrollable tears. Suku, thank you for this. Consider it a significant favor owed to you. Within my capacity, should you need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Han Lingyue's previously tense expression softened, and she couldn't help but smile, revealing a beauty reminiscent of a daffodil. While I would love to say this was merely a small favor, I believe you should compensate me for the emotional distress caused by this event. Suku responded with a grin, making a gesture of rubbing his fingers together. Are you joking? With Go Lu around, you should make a considerable profit. Suku, not particularly wealthy and without burdens, was aware that aside from the training resources promised by the school, his equipment and consumables were still unaccounted for. If he didn't take this opportunity to earn a little, he would likely find himself in financial distress later on. Understanding the principle that a man with money is strong while a man without it struggles, Suku was not so easily swayed by a girl's casual flirtation or empty promises of friendship. Everything is measured in currency. Stop wasting time with him. Chapter 48. Repaying kindness with malice. Are we going to prison? Emotional compensation? Han Lingyue's eyes flashed with confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend Suku's lack of interest in her goodwill, instead focusing on some form of compensation. I usually spend using the black card provided by my family. The digital currency I carry is limited, but this card has approximately 1 million daxia coins. Consider this as your emotional compensation. However, this amount pales in comparison to the assistance provided. I still owe you a favor. Though she did not fully comprehend the situation, Han Lingyue nonetheless expressed her respect by directly offering Suku a generous compensation of 1 million daxia coins. All right, thank you very much. I shall gladly accept it. Suku replied nonchalantly, pocketing the money without a trace of embarrassment. The vessel of the coastal law enforcement team gradually approached the damaged train. After a brief moment, a metallic hatch opened, revealing a young man clad in an impressive inspector's uniform. A strong scent of blood wafted through the air. He furrowed his brow. According to intelligence reports, this train had fallen victim to an attack by marine beasts, and judging by the scene before him, it seemed that many lives had been lost. However, as he steeled himself and surveyed his surroundings, he was utterly taken aback by the sight that greeted him. The first thing to catch his eye was the massive corpse of a carnivorous fish, resembling a small mountain. Given its fin coloration and size, it was undoubtedly a fourth-tier beast. To his astonishment, a fourth-tier creature had been involved. Jiang He's expression turned grave. The severity of the situation had escalated. His gaze continued to sweep across the sea, and he couldn't help but gasp in shock. As far as the eye could see, countless corpses of silver-winged piranhas floated, interspersed with several larger specimens boasting golden fins. The mutilated fish carcasses had stained the nearby waters a dark crimson. It appeared that a formidable fourth-tier, or perhaps even a fifth-tier, expert had coincidentally been aboard this train, likely a professor from West Sea University. Jiang He pondered this, then forced a smile as he made his way toward the VIP carriage. If he could forge an acquaintance with a West Sea University professor, his journey would not be in vain. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Senior Inspector Jiang He from the Coastal Security Bureau. May I inquire which esteemed instructor intervened to thwart this beastly assault? Jiang He addressed the crowd with a smile. The passengers exchanged glances, then collectively turned their attention to a group of young individuals. No, rather, their gaze settled upon a strikingly handsome young man whose clothes were tattered and whose cheeks were smeared with blood. Are you all awakeners? How splendid. Could you share with me the details of this incident? Who was responsible for subduing these beasts? Jiang He eagerly pressed, not wishing to miss the opportunity to connect with an extraordinary individual. Before Suku and the others could begin to explain, an incongruous voice rang out from the crowd. Officer, I wish to file a report. A stout man, clutching his bloody ear, stumbled forth from the throng. That black-haired lad with the sword attacked me amidst the chaos. The injury on my ear is his doing. Awakeners harming ordinary citizens. We all witnessed it, right? Officer, you must seek justice for us. The stout man lamented, tears streaming down his face. Awakeners causing harm. Jiang he acknowledged, noting the gravity of the situation. Regardless of intent, it is unlawful for awakeners to assault ordinary individuals. If someone can attest to your claims, I may proceed with an arrest. He cast a sidelong glance at Suku, surmising that he was merely a student, and thus spoke as such. I have a witness. The stout man turned to the now silent crowd. Who among you will testify for me? I'll offer 50,000, no, 100,000 dasha coins. Each of you can receive 100,000. A ripple of unrest spread through the crowd. Soon after, a tall boy with an extravagant hairstyle and a mother with a child stepped forward. We will testify for you. I captured it all on my phone. Upon witnessing someone standing up for the stout man, discontent arose among the passengers. You lot, saved by someone. Yet you seek to harm him. It's utterly disgraceful. One passenger exclaimed. Indeed, that student is our hero. Why would you report him? Another chimed in. That mother. Do you not remember that when the piranha charged at your child, it was Suku who intervened to save him? You all have the audacity to act this way after he risked his life for you? Facing the backlash. The two passengers who had come forward to testify reddened with shame. The boy with the extravagant hair clenched his teeth and shouted at the crowd. What do you know? Isn't it natural for awakeners to battle beasts? He risked his life for us. Anyone would. He was merely acting in self-defense. The taxes we pay support these awakeners. Isn't it expected that they would risk their lives for us? His words silenced the crowd, leaving Han Lingyue, Huang Yingying, and others gazing at him with incredulity. Suku sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile, unfazed by the scene. He had encountered many a treacherous person in his past life. If given the chance, he would have relished the prospect of striking that extravagant-haired boy, and the stout man too, for good measure. And what about you, madam? Do you share this sentiment? Suku's gaze shifted to the middle-aged woman cradling her child. Please, young man, do not hold it against me. My child has a tumor in his brain, and I need money for his treatment. I have no other choice. I kneel before you. The woman, sobbing, knelt before Suku, bowing her head thrice as a gesture of gratitude for saving her child. Very well, do as you please. Suku shrugged dismissively, turning his attention back to Han Lingyue, as if silently asking if she could resolve this predicament. Suku had no concerns about these individuals reporting him. It was absurd. Their true target was the young princess of the Han family. They dared to hijack a train. Surely, his intervention would be seen as a significant achievement. The Han family would protect him for the sake of their reputation. Otherwise, how could they maintain control over their subordinates? After all, who would work for them if they ended up in prison after assisting the Han family? Seeing that there were witnesses and evidence, Jiang He's mind was racing. He was already overwhelmed. He had yet to find the individuals who had slain the beasts or determine the cause of the attack. And now he had to deal with this minor case. It was truly vexing. Thus, Jiang He promptly produced a pair of silver handcuffs and approached Suku. My dear student, I must ask you to accompany me to the station, and we shall contact your instructor for further discussions. Suku nodded in understanding, preparing to extend his hands to be cuffed, when a familiar roar echoed from the sea. I dare anyone to lay a hand on my student. Chapter 49. I intend to take him with me. Do you have any objections? A graceful and dignified figure descended from the sky, inciting a wave of astonishment. Bai Qingwei was in a foul mood that day. She had intended to enjoy the last moments of her holiday before the new semester commenced. However, she was abruptly summoned by the school, learning that her most valued student had encountered trouble. Suku, who was supposed to arrive by 3 in the afternoon, had not shown up by 6, and the coastal law enforcement team had yet to locate the missing train. Most alarming was the news from the administrative office that the coastal defense line had been breached, resulting in the deaths of 5 students. This revelation had sent a jolt of fear through Bai Qingwei. Suku was the student she had placed her hopes upon, the S-class freshman she had personally recruited. If anything were to happen to him, West Sea University would become a laughingstock, ridiculed for failing to nurture its students. This cannot stand. I must go and retrieve him. Consequently, Bai Qingwei tore off the facial mask she had been wearing, bolting from the faculty apartment in search of Suku along the coastal railway. Eventually, after much effort, she found him, only to discover that someone had the audacity to place handcuffs on her student. Are you Director Bai from West Sea University? Jiang He inquired, recognizing the woman who landed gracefully nearby, her distinctive white cloak revealing her identity. Oh dear, my apologies. I was just wondering who was responsible for managing such a large-scale beast tide. It turns out to be you, Director Bai? I must have been overly anxious for no reason, Jiang He replied with a smile, extending his hands for a handshake. Bai Qingwei, however, showed no regard for niceties, coldly stating, there is no need to divert the topic. Let us address the matter at hand. Are you intending to apprehend my student? At that moment, Jiang He also realized that the situation involved students from Shihai University. Director Bai, there have been public reports indicating that an awakened individual has committed an assault. We merely wish to take him back for an investigation. After all, with both eyewitnesses and material evidence present, we cannot simply brush this aside. And what if I refuse? Bai Qingqiu's eyes flashed with authority. From her perspective, Suku did not strike her as someone who would recklessly harm an ordinary person. Over the years, she had endured certain prejudices against awakened individuals and could surmise the general nature of the events that had transpired. Moreover, even if Suku remained indifferent, she could not possibly abandon a student in need. Bai Laoshi, allow me to clarify what truly transpired. Han Linghua finally stepped forward, addressing Bai Qingwei. You are Han Linghua. What brings you to Shihai? Didn't T. Elder Han intend to keep you in Kyoto? Bai Qingwei appeared to recognize her and was instantly taken aback. Bai Laoshi. There were simply too many unsavory characters in Kyoto. I prefer to avoid them. Let us get to the point. The incident unfolded as follows. Han Linghua chuckled, succinctly recounting the events to Bai Qingwei. Jiang He, listening intently, grew increasingly anxious, unconsciously breaking into a cold sweat. So it was indeed a man-made assault? We nearly classified it as an accident. I will contact the coastal enforcement team immediately to track down the perpetrator. Wait a moment. Bai Qingwei interjected with a cold snort. Halting Jiang He. You have heard the account. Now clarify, did my student commit any crime? I distinctly heard that he did strike that man. Bai Qingwei narrowed her eyes, fixating on Jiang He, as though ready to take action should his response fail to meet her expectations. Jiang He forced a smile, hastily retracting his handcuffs and warmly grasping Suku's hand. Young brother, I am grateful for your courageous intervention in preventing a tragedy. I will advocate for your heroic deeds at the Bureau, and we shall celebrate you as a role model for the youth. Of course, you will also receive material rewards, which I will personally deliver to your school. He continued. As for the assault, that was merely provocation on the part of the other individual. You acted in urgent self-defense. We shall not pursue this matter further. With a deft handling of the situation and a well-rehearsed script, Jiang He managed to shift the narrative with just a few words. The short, stout man, observing Jiang He's sudden change of allegiance, began to shout about filing a complaint. I want to report. You and the Public Security Department are colluding with awakened individuals, allowing them to bully ordinary citizens. I will take you to court in Shihai City for inaction. His words struck a chord, and Jiang He promptly equipped him with a pair of cold handcuffs. I now suspect your involvement in this beast-tied incident. You have been identified as a criminal suspect. You must accompany us for further questioning. Please be mindful of your words, as everything you say will be recorded as evidence. Thus, the short, stout man was taken away by Jiang He, amidst a chorus of enthusiastic cheers from the crowd. Oh, evildoers receive their just desserts. This man who slandered others has finally been taken away. We thank this young student for saving our family. How impressive. Is this what students of Shihai University are like? Both handsome and strong, taking charge so decisively? Brother, I have money. Would you like to have a drink together tonight? You truly scared us just now. Listening to the cheers, the boy with the explosive hairstyle and the mother holding her daughter began to look uneasy. Does the money you promised us for testifying still count? The mother mustered the courage to inquire. Count? Count for what? You want money for a case that didn't even go through? Get lost. The stout man cursed as he was led onto the boat, where he awaited the most severe interrogation, facing charges of inciting the beast tide, causing mass harm, and attacking public transportation. With such serious allegations, he would not escape unscathed, even if he survived. Upon hearing that there was no longer any money, the mother knelt on the ground, quietly weeping. Woo, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I couldn't take care of you, my child. Observing her pitiful state, many felt a surge of compassion, including Han Linghua, who considered stepping forward to assist. For her, healing a child might be a simple matter. Bai Laoshi, now that the situation has been clarified, why don't we head back to school directly? I believe there are no further matters to address. Suku yawned lazily, speaking in a languid manner. The coastal enforcement team will still need time to clear the corpses of those beasts, and the passengers on the train will be transported to Shihai City in batches. As heroes, it's only fair that we enjoy some privileges, don't you think? You have a point. The opening ceremony is tomorrow. You still haven't arrived at school. If there are any reprimands, it will be I who faces them. So let us hurry, Bai Qingwei remarked, casually requesting a patrol boat from Jiang He. Suku, without a hint of nostalgia, boarded the vessel with Huang Yingying and the others. As for Han Linghua, she lingered, hesitating as she watched the helpless mother. Ultimately, after catching sight of the patrol boat starting up, she hurriedly noted the mother's appearance before leaping onto the boat. Suku, aren't you going to help that lady at all? Huang Yingying inquired curiously within the cabin. Help her? She was just about to help that bad guy report Sugu. Why should I assist her? Huang Yingying's opinion of Suku had reached a level of respect. Addressing him with admiration, Bai Qingwei leaned against the wall, watching Suku with keen interest, eagerly awaiting his response. Suku, fully engrossed in studying the operation of the patrol boat, replied without lifting his head, why should I care? Chapter 50. The Heart That Never Overflows, Wei Jixing. Seeing someone in distress, am I obliged to rush in to assist? Isn't that tiresome? I am no saint. Even saints cannot answer every call for help. She hasn't even sought my assistance. yet I should be the one to offer it? Isn't that just foolish? Suka rolled his eyes, his words shocking those around him. At that moment, the others fell silent. Han Linghue's inclination to help evaporated in an instant, leaving her feeling somewhat ridiculous. Indeed, with so many people in the world deserving of sympathy, wasn't it foolish to rush to offer aid? Suku, I owe you a favor now. Han Linghue suddenly remarked to him. Huh. Suku responded, his expression one of confusion. The patrol boat soon arrived at Shihai University, the most renowned institution in Shihai, boasting its own dock. Although night had fallen, the dock remained brightly illuminated. I will take these two back to Beichuan University. The three of you should head to the logistics office to collect your accommodation supplies, Bai Qingwei instructed hurriedly, taking Huang Yingying and Zhang Jing with her. Su Gu, do come visit Beichuan University sometime. Yingying, remember to find me for a meal during the holidays. The two waved goodbye, promising to meet again. Left behind, Su Ku and his companions were also newcomers to Shihai University. Unfamiliar with the surroundings, they could only inquire about directions from passing seniors and juniors. Those seniors and juniors, upon seeing this attractive trio, were filled with delight, enthusiastically offering their guidance, with some even volunteering to escort them personally, politely declining the offer. Su Ku and his companions strolled through the campus, marveling at the expansive grounds. According to official information, excluding the dock and the sea area, Shihai University occupies a staggering 900 acres, approximately 1 million square meters, which is equivalent to the area of over 850 football fields. With such an expansive land area, it is only natural that the associated facilities are exceedingly comprehensive. Not only are there conventional teaching buildings, hospitals, and libraries, but also specialized amenities such as a weapons center, training towers, and arenas tailored for the awakened. Although Shihai University ranks last among the 4 prestigious academies, its infrastructure is nonetheless commendable, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jingbei University. After a thorough observation, Han Linghue rendered her assessment. Ranked last? How is this ranking determined? The cutoff scores don't seem vastly different, Huang Yingying inquired, somewhat perplexed. This ranking is established based on the annual Intercollegiate League, and Shihai University has consecutively held the 4th position for 6 years, thus falling short compared to the other 3 institutions. The rankings for the past 3 years have consistently been Jingbei, Modu, Handong, and Shihai, reflecting the current strength of the students. Consequently, special admissions tend to consider this ranking. Han Linghue explained. Suku, as a special admit and the top student from Central South Province, Jingbei would logically extend an invitation to you. What led you to choose Shihai instead? Han Linghue inquired, her curiosity piqued. As the little princess of the Han family, she had naturally done her homework prior to selecting Shihai University. This institution boasts the finest aquatic resources in Daxia, abundant with water-type ferocious beasts, providing ample opportunities for skill enhancement, and the water-type mentors are exceptionally experienced. Most importantly, being here allows her to evade the annoying suitors from the capital. However, Su Ku is different. As a dual-type awakener wielding ice and superhuman abilities, he is evidently better suited for the well-established Jingbei University. Just then, Suka felt his phone vibrate in his pocket, realizing it was a question that Sherry had long wished to ask him. He rubbed his chin, feigning deep contemplation before responding. Well, it's undoubtedly because of that vast sea of stars. Admittedly, Suka had merely deflected the question casually. As the trio engaged in their light-hearted banter, an incongruous voice suddenly interjected. Xiaoya, is that you? I knew you would come to Shihai University. The voice exuded an unmistakable delight. What came into view was a pair of elongated phoenix eyes, thick lashes, and a light-colored gaze. Despite the greeting, there was no hint of warmth in the eyes, only a sense of aloofness and arrogance. He bore an air of aristocracy cultivated from an ancient lineage. Yet his pallid skin and slender frame suggested a life of excess. Wei Jixing, what are you doing here? Han Linghue's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, clearly taken aback by his presence. Wei Jixing's lips curled into a mocking smile as he leisurely explained, Me? Naturally. I learned in advance that you wouldn't be attending Jingbei, so I took a gamble that you would come to Shihai instead. Now, there's no one to compete with me. Xiaoya, I told you we are a suitable match, such a vast campus. And we encounter each other on the very first day. Surely this is fate? Fate. I hardly consider this to be fate, Han Linghue replied coldly. After the initial shock, she had regained her composure. If someone who traverses through the snow could locate her train and orchestrate an ambush, then, as the second young master of the Wei family, it would be trivial for him to utilize family resources to track her down. To be cornered by such a loathsome individual on the very first day of school is disheartening, to say the least. Thus, she signaled to Su Ku and Huang Yingying to disregard Wei Jixing and proceed forward. Hey, Xiaoya, I hadn't heard you had friends at Shihai. Who are these two? Bro, let me introduce myself. I am Wei Jixing from Jingdu No. 1 High School. Wei Jixing stepped forward, clearing a path for Huang Yingying and Han Linghue, but blocking Suka's way. Oh no, this is a jealous suitor seeking to vent his frustrations on me, Suka thought, his face betraying a helpless twitch. Casting a resentful glance at Han Linghue, She momentarily failed to comprehend, assuming Suku was merely startled. Wei Jixing, do not trouble my friend. He has just endured a fierce battle and requires rest. Please do not obstruct his path, Han Lingyue stated firmly, only to inadvertently provoke Wei Jixing further with her concern. Oh no, this is a complete misunderstanding, and that man will surely not relent. What have I gotten myself into? Suku's expression reflected his torment as he attempted to sidestep Wei Jixing, only to be thwarted on both sides. Oh, seems like you're a fighter. Don't leave just yet, brother. Let us get acquainted. We can spar and improve together. Wei Jixing continued to block the way. Han Lingyue could no longer tolerate the situation and forcefully pushed him aside, pulling Suku away. Apologies for the disturbance, Wei Jixing. I hope you can pretend not to know me at school. I have come to Shihai specifically to avoid any entanglements with the offspring of the aristocratic families from Jingdu. Han Lingyue stated clearly, expressing her desire to sever ties with Wei Jixing before turning to leave with Suku. Oh, brother, so you're a coward. Hiding behind a woman. Did your parents forget to give you some courage when they brought you into this world? At this point, retreat was no longer an option. Chapter 51, The Challenge of the New Students, Credit System. I detest young people like you who, upon seeing a girl they fancy, act like animals in heat, turning all male companions into targets. You rely on your superior family background and perspective to belittle others, feeding your ridiculous vanity and mistakenly believing you can impress women. In reality, you are merely sowing enmity and tarnishing any last shred of goodwill from bystanders, rendering yourself utterly childish. Han Lingyue found her hand empty. Suka had somehow slipped away and stood before Wei Jixing. You think you're clever, don't you? Do you dare to reveal your name and put your skills to the test? Wei Jixing's expression darkened as he took a step forward, locking eyes with Suku. Remember my name. I am Ultraman. If you wish to spar, I only accept public challenges. Time and place, you decide. Suka casually declared a name, unperturbed by the possibility of being discovered. After all, he would never divulge his true name, allowing Wei Jixing to investigate him beforehand. All right, Ultraman, I'll remember you. You better show up on time for the new student competition in 3 days. We shall settle this. Wei Jixing, devoid of childhood innocence, genuinely believed him. Although he found the name rather peculiar and had never heard of a surname Ao, he thought nothing of it, intending to uncover everything about this Ultraman by nightfall. Very well, then, we shall meet in 3 days. I hope you won't back down. Suku suppressed a smile as he barely contained the urge to laugh. Oh, you're the one who should be wary. Wei Jixing scoffed, turning his gaze back to Han Lingyue with a look of deep affection. Xiaoya, just watch. I will defeat any man who covets you. You shall belong only to me, Wei Jixing. With that, he disregarded Han Lingyue's furious glare, strutting away in what he perceived to be a dashing manner. Sigh, Han Lingyue lamented, glancing at Suku, who wore a mischievous grin. You were too impulsive. Even if you used a pseudonym, Wei Jixing will eventually discover your identity. He is not just any ordinary second-generation heir. He is the top scholar from Jingdu this year. Noticing Suku's unwavering calmness, she felt compelled to share what she knew. Do not underestimate the significance of being the top scholar from Jingdu. Though its population may not rival that of Central South Province, it boasts the highest number of applicants for martial arts examinations across Daxia each year. It is said that Wei Jixing has long been capable of breaking through to the 4th tier, yet he deliberately refrains from ascending in order to secure the top position in the martial examination, which is exempt from testing at that level. During my time at school, I had crossed swords with him. Despite my A-level abilities, his combat style was exceedingly unscrupulous, and I never managed to best him. In truth, Han Lingyue had yet to voice a crucial point. She not only never won, but was often toyed with by Wei Jixing. Yes, this notoriously arrogant scion, even when faced with a girl he admired, resorted to mockery as his means of triumph. Hence, Han Lingyue harbored an even greater disdain for him. Oh, it is of no consequence. Am I not also the top scorer? Friendly exchanges do not equate to life and death struggles. We are all within the confines of the school. Surely he wouldn't resort to lethal force. Suku remarked nonchalantly, although inwardly he had already begun to contemplate the potential of his opponent's abilities. An ability that could render an A-level water user like Han Lingyue utterly helpless must either possess extraordinary characteristics or be exceedingly restraining. Thus, it was an ideal target for Suku's replication. This brings us to the unique attributes of the skill Jester's improvisation. As the skill description states, to adeptly perform another's abilities, understanding is paramount. This concept of understanding is quite abstract. It may involve engaging in combat, learning, and comprehending the opponent's methods of utilizing their powers, thereby allowing for replication. Alternatively, it could entail absorbing the dissipated energy after the opponent's demise to claim it as one's own. Regardless of the approach, it necessitates some form of interaction with the opponent, ideally through first-hand experience. For instance, Huang Yingying's domain perception was easily replicated because she actively linked her mental map to Suku, showcasing the effects of her spiritual realm. However, during the martial examination, Suku found it impossible to immediately grasp Tang Yan's celestial sword Qi and Si Wei's abilities. The reason was simple: without understanding or experience, Improvisation was unattainable. Now, back to the main subject. Since persuading Suku proved futile, Han Lingwei conceded. Deep down, her primary concern was for Suku's safety in the wake of potential retaliation from Wei Jixing, rather than the confrontation between the two. As Suku had asserted, having chosen to compete in the freshman tournament, it was improbable that anyone would meet a deadly fate. Moreover, Suku's display of terrifying prowess on the train earlier had left her utterly astonished. That was a genuine fourth-tier ferocious beast. If anyone ought to be worried for their safety, it should be Wei Jixing. As for any subsequent retribution from Wei Jixing, that was a matter she would have to manage. Once the bothersome fellow departed, the trio encountered no further mishaps and successfully arrived at the logistics office. The dormitories at Shihai University are shared by 2 students. Would you prefer to select your roommate or have one assigned randomly? The head of the logistics office, sporting reading glasses, appeared quite aged, despite being an awakened individual with a full head of white hair. Can males and females share a room? Suka suddenly inquired. At this, the 2 girls' faces flushed crimson. With 2 to a room, which of the 2 did Suka wish to share with? Could it be that one of them was someone he fancied? Oh dear, young man, you seem to be dreaming a bit too early. It's not even bedtime yet. You wish for co-ed living? Shihai University has never recorded instances of male and female students sharing accommodations, aside from when men and sows cohabited. The logistics office head replied sternly, shattering Suku's dreams with a single blow. Teacher, we wish to room together, Han Lingwei declared. Then I'll assign you randomly. Thus, Huang Yingying and Han Lingwei, having just forged a bond through shared adversity, chose to reside together. Left to his own devices, Suka had no choice but to accept a random room assignment. Let us hope for a congenial roommate. Suka murmured as he followed the map's guidance to his assigned dormitory. At the logistics office, he received a smartwatch, through which he could monitor his real-time location within the school, as well as use it as a student ID and bank card, containing the most crucial asset for students at Shihai University, academic credits. This item is quite intriguing. For students at Shihai University, it serves as a form of supercurrency. Whether purchasing resources on campus, forging equipment, or accessing the training tower, academic credits are required. Furthermore, the regulations surrounding their trade are exceedingly strict, disallowing private transactions, which leads many students to regard their credits as lifelines. Due to Suka's status as a special admit, his smartwatch had already been loaded with academic credits earmarked for resource purchases from the previous semester, amounting to a staggering 500 points. This is a considerable sum. For 1 credit's purchasing power equates to approximately 10,000 daxia coins. In other words, Suku would receive a special admission subsidy of 5 million for each semester, allowing him to indulge in his cultivation. This windfall left Suku, who had rarely encountered such wealth, utterly exhilarated. Chapter 52. The Sword Immortal Under the Moon, Nyechinga. Why can't you strive for something more? You appear as if you've never seen the world. A voice of exasperation echoed from the smartwatch, belonging to Sherry. Indeed, Sherry had connected Suku's smartwatch to her own mobile terminal. Your Majesty, you wouldn't understand how difficult it is for a poor person to earn 5 million. Suku replied earnestly, clearly reflecting on the hardships he had endured over the past few years. Once you ascend in rank, you'll effortlessly earn millions with each endeavor. Money is something you'll have in abundance later on. Don't be so lacking in ambition, Sherry would scold Suku whenever she found the opportunity, urging him to embody the awareness befitting an S-level ability user. Equipped with the map, Suku soon located the dormitory. Initially, he had assumed that the dorms referred to by the logistics office were akin to 2-bedroom apartments. To his surprise, he was assigned a standalone villa. No wonder Shihai University, with only a few thousand students, occupies nearly 10,000 acres. If everyone resides in villas, the land area must be vast. The villa's door stood ajar, and under the moonlight, a resplendent figure danced gracefully with a sword in the courtyard. Clad in white, the sword's shadow danced ethereally. Beneath her slightly playful brows were eyes as gentle as flowing water. The figure was tall, likely over 175 centimeters, and the sword she wielded bore intricate carvings, indicative of its exceptional quality. After a brief moment, the figure seemed to sense someone peering from outside, her lovely brows furrowing slightly as she gradually ceased her swordplay. Clap, clap, clap. Suku applauded enthusiastically, reminiscent of a seal in an aquarium. What a magnificent performance. Such exceptional swordsmanship from a mere 29-year-old. Truly rare and precious. He unabashedly extolled her, as the notion of a female sword immortal struck a chord with his peculiar tastes. How shameless, Sherry whispered in Suku's ear. Yet he feigned ignorance. Thank you for the compliment, but I am male. The female sword immortal paused, seemingly accustomed to such misunderstandings, and calmly clarified. You must be my roommate. It's quite late. Come inside. I've prepared chicken soup for you. She smiled shyly, beckoning Suku to enter before turning to head into the kitchen. A male? Suku stood dumbfounded, gazing at her graceful silhouette, grappling with a profound existential crisis. Was my sexual orientation truly that malleable? Haha, I knew you would end up in a predicament. A female sword immortal? Please, Do you really think you'd have a delightful plot twist like sharing a dorm with a school beauty? You, who have never even kissed a girl. What good fortune are you fantasizing about here? Sherry's merciless mockery echoed, causing the chibi character to nearly collapse with laughter. Your Majesty, if you continue like this, I shall lose all respect and admiration for the strong, Suku retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation as he gazed at the vibrating Nokia phone. What? I see you haven't been beaten in a while. Your nose isn't hurting, is it? Take this punch. Bang. Ouch. You ambushed me. Inside the villa, Suku gazed at the bowl of golden chicken soup before him, his expression a complex blend of emotions. The soup was rich in color, aroma, and flavor, adorned only by a few droplets of oil and a sprinkle of scallions. Did you make this? He asked, his voice trembling after tasting the surprisingly exquisite flavor. Indeed. How does it taste? Upon my arrival, I discovered the villa was fully equipped with kitchenware, and feeling a bit inspired, I bought some ingredients to simmer a chicken soup. Nyechinga replied with a smile, casually untying her apron. Brother, you're impressive. You must have plenty of girls around you. Otherwise, how could you know so much? Suku inhaled sharply, finally accepting that his roommate was more feminine than many girls. Huh, how do you know that? Nyechinga exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. No, I was just guessing. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Suku, hailing from Jiangxing in Central South Province, a third-tier awakener of ice abilities. Suku had no intention of admitting that he was referencing Jia Baoyu, so he swiftly changed the subject. Oh, I see. I am Nyechinga, a local from Shihai, and a third-tier awakener of superhuman abilities known as Dragon Gallbladder. Nyechinga replied politely. Nyechinga is a lovely name, though it leans a bit towards the unisex side. Hey, what are you doing with my bowl? Nyechinga suddenly picked up Suku's soup bowl and headed towards the kitchen. The soup seems a bit cold. My sister-in-law says drinking cold soup can cause diarrhea, so I'll get you another bowl. Suku was taken aback by her sudden warmth and concern. He discreetly glanced at Nyechinga, who was busy in the kitchen, and nervously whispered to Sherry, Your Majesty, could it be that this guy actually likes men? I know I'm handsome, but I'm really not into that. Suku, I believe you may be mistaken. I think I know who he is, Sherry spoke suddenly, her tone taking on an unusual seriousness. Huh, you can tell that? Suku was equally astonished, acknowledging Sherry's vast knowledge. Although I can't access the internet now, I still remember the information I read previously, Sherry said, pursing her lips, her playful tone gone. The Nia family of Shihai, known for their loyalty, lost all but one son, a severely injured sixth son, when the region faced an unprecedented beast tide. Hearing Nyechinga mention a sister-in-law, it seems he's the youngest child of the Nia family, the eighth son, who is also the only surviving male capable of standing. As she spoke, Sherry regarded Suku with a profound gaze. He truly grew up surrounded by women, as there were no men left in the Nia family to take charge. Upon hearing this, Suku's pupils constricted, a wave of respect washing over him. If he had previously been unaware of the significance of Shihai University, he now grasped a fragment of its essence. To wipe out an entire family's male descendants must signify an unfathomable crisis. Understanding Nyechinga's identity, Suka looked at the boy, who smiled gently while serving chicken soup, and felt no more prejudice or fear, only respect and sympathy. No worries, buddy. Since we've been assigned to the same dorm, I will definitely help you regain your masculinity, he declared, pushing aside the chicken soup Nyechinga had offered. In response to the astonished gaze of his roommate, he stood on one leg atop the stool and proclaimed, Come on, buddy, it's our first meeting. How can we only drink chicken soup? Let us go grab some drinks and skewers. I'm not very good with alcohol. Who is good at drinking? It's all about endurance. Come on, quit the chatter and stop acting like a girl. Are you messing with me? You said you could only handle 2 liang. And this is 2 Jean. Ugh. Suku, wake up. You didn't say we couldn't use abilities, right? Suku, you can't get into bed without washing your feet. You should take a shower. Get lost, you filthy man. If men aren't stinky, what do you call them? From now on, aside from bathing, you're not allowed to wash your feet. Nyechinga, close the door. Close the big iron gate downstairs. Don't let the dorm supervisor in. Chapter 53, Evaluation, Opinions Divided. Suku, hurry up, the freshman welcoming ceremony is starting, and we'll be late. A gentle whisper broke through the fog of sleep. And Suku slowly opened his eyes to find a beautiful girl with rosy lips and white teeth leaning over his bed, calling for him. Beautiful girl, so lovely. Suku mumbled, still groggy from sleep. Suku, you're talking nonsense again. Nyechinga apologized, then picked up a steaming cup of water from the table and splashed it onto Suku's face. Ouch, who the hell ambushed me? The effect was immediate. Suku sprang from his bed. The freshman welcoming ceremony was set to take place at the Shihai Martial Arts Arena, facing the sea. The area was vast enough to host large events. Why do we have to attend such a formal welcoming ceremony after awakening? It's so boring. Suku grumbled as he hurried to the venue with Nyechinga. This is a tradition at Shihai University, and it's one of the few opportunities we have to see the principal, a 9th-tier powerhouse, in person. Nyechinga appeared genuinely excited, as if she were about to meet an idol. Suku, over here, a familiar voice called out. Suku turned to see Huang Yingying waving from a distance, beckoning them over. Let us go, my friend is calling us. I'll introduce you to two beautiful girls. Suku suddenly had an idea. Perhaps the presence of beautiful girls would make Niechinga appear more masculine. Wow, who is this stunning sister? What, is she a boy? Your skin is so nice. What skincare products do you use? You went for barbecue with Suko last night, huh? How could you not invite us? To Suku's surprise, Niechinga smoothly struck up a friendship with the two girls, though the atmosphere felt just a touch off. Meanwhile, Wei Jixing watched Suku with a gaze filled with resentment and jealousy. Bro, that guy next to your sister-in-law is too much. We need to teach him a lesson tonight. One of Wei Jixing's subordinates chimed in. Shut up. Don't touch my prey. I'll deal with this myself. Wei Jixing snarled, licking his lips with a wicked grin. I want him to lose face in front of the girl he likes. As Wei Jixing plotted, the commotion in the square suddenly ceased. A middle-aged man clad in a pitch-black cloak and wearing old black-rimmed glasses was making his way toward the podium at the martial arts arena. He exuded no formidable aura. His appearance was quite ordinary, and his physique was somewhat slender. The only notable aspect was the scholarly air that seemed to have traveled from a bygone era. Yet, upon his ascent to the stage, the crowd in the arena fell into a spontaneous silence. The senior students and teachers, who were initially leaning against the wall with beaming smiles as they watched the newcomers, gradually withdrew their smiles, adopting a more serious demeanor. This individual is the current president of Shihai University, Yan Mo Ahem. Greetings to all students. I am Yan Mo, courtesy name Shojua, your president, he said with a warm smile. Applause erupted in the martial arts arena, with eager students standing on tiptoe, striving to catch a glimpse of this legendary 9th-tier powerhouse. Hee. Are you a bit disappointed? You might be thinking that a 9th-tier powerhouse doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms after all. Yanemo jested, instantly enlivening the atmosphere in the square. Ha ha ha, our president has quite the sense of humor. The pinnacle of human power, he embodies the apex of this continent. Capable of traversing mountains and seas, if not soaring through the skies and diving into the depths of the earth. It is said that President Yan ascended to the 9th tier in his 40s, a talent that, upon reflection, is truly terrifying. The president's lack of sternness is undoubtedly good news for the students. Suku turned to Nye Chinga with a smile, inquiring, Chinga, as a local of Shihai, do you know our president? Nye Chinga's expression grew somewhat peculiar at this question. I've heard from a few of my sisters-in-law that the president's reputation seems to be somewhat mixed. Mixed? How so? Suka asked, puzzled, before Nye Chinga could respond. Yan Mo on the podium suddenly interjected. I know you prefer brevity over long-winded speeches, so I shall be straightforward. Pointing to the vast, boundless sea behind the podium. Yan Mo continued, the deep blue waters before you are the endless sea, a place rife with ferocious beasts. It harbors not only precious cultivation resources and rare treasures, but also high-tier, even 9th-tier, beasts lurking in its depths. It is both an opportunity and a crisis. As he spoke, Yan Mo turned, facing away from the ocean, and spread his arms wide. If you wish to grow stronger and protect the great Xia, then go forth and conquer the endless sea behind me. As his words fell, the already turbulent waters surged dramatically. In the blink of an eye, a tentacle covered in suction cups shot forth from the depths, darting towards Yan Mo. Watch out. President Yan. The students witnessed the tentacle launching a surprise attack from behind, and they mobilized their abilities, eager to assist. Yet, in an instant, the tentacle emanated an overwhelming pressure that forced all the students in the arena to the ground. Oh no, wait. There were a few still standing, like Nye Chinga, who gritted her teeth to remain upright, Wei Jixing, whose forehead was slick with cold sweat, and Suku, who bore a face of constipated distress. This is the pressure of a high-tier beast? It truly is terrifying, Suka thought. The tentacle ensnared Yan Mo entirely, and with a powerful tug, a crack echoed as though something had shattered, swiftly dragging the president down the cliff and into the sea. Is a 9th-tier powerhouse truly dead like this? Han Lingyue's eyes widened in disbelief, her chest heaving rapidly as she gasped for breath. Huang Yingying collapsed onto the ground. Her face ashen, her psychic abilities had activated, allowing her to see more clearly than the others. It was a gigantic octopus, so vast that its edges were beyond her sight. After dragging Yan Mo beneath the waves, it immediately stuffed him into its maw, leaving no room for resistance as a 9th-tier powerhouse was swiftly felled. Suku and Nye Chinga exchanged complex glances, simultaneously exclaiming, indeed, a mixed reputation. Boom. A resounding crash echoed from below the cliff. A massive tentacle shot up, slamming onto the podium with a thunderous roar. Moments later, Yan Mo's lean figure gracefully ascended from below the cliff, standing firmly atop the severed tentacle. To conquer the sea, one must first understand their own strengths. Today is your first lesson. Never underestimate your opponent. Otherwise, you may find yourself facing a crisis akin to mine today. Applause erupted in the martial arts arena. Actions speak louder than words, and Yan Mo's ability to turn peril into safety left the students' hearts racing, imprinting a profound impression upon them. The effect was undeniable. Did you not see Han Lingwei and Huang Yingying tearfully relieved when they realized the president was unharmed and had even slain a high-tier beast? The only ones who seemed unaffected were Su Ku and Nye Chinga, who had been spectators with a bemused attitude, still grappling with disbelief. Chinga, your sisters-in-law were spot on. Chapter 54. The newcomer competition begins early, The Guardian. Fake, all fake. Nye Chinga had been forewarned by her sisters-in-law about the character of this president of Shihai University. Meanwhile, Su Ku, with his keen insight, had deduced the truth. After all, how could such a large high-tier beast lurk near the coast unless it was orchestrated by Shihai University itself? Furthermore, President Yin is a 9th-tier powerhouse. There's no way he could be defeated so effortlessly. Most importantly, he emerged from the ordeal without even a drop of water on his clothes, hardly indicating that he had encountered any danger. Su Ku, are you suggesting that the president pulls a stunt like this every year? Huang Yingying looked at Su Ku with wide eyes, astonished by his deduction. But if he does this every year, why have we never heard of it before? Han Lingwei questioned skeptically. I suspect it's because the seniors are just as eager to witness our blunders. Su Ku rolled his eyes, helplessly gesturing towards the onlookers atop the rooftops. Look how joyfully those teachers and seniors are laughing. Some are even recording with their phones. It seems today we've been played for fools, and this will be a source of mockery for them for at least a year. Upon hearing Su Ku's explanation, the two girls realized the truth, tidying their disheveled hair and attire, disguising their earlier disarray, and adopting a facade of calm composure. President, this year's newcomers are quite impressive. It appears many have seen through your act. A few teachers from the Academic Affairs Office approached Yin, their faces beaming with smiles. Indeed, Xiaobai has done remarkably well this year. Just from this test of courage, it's evident that the students' overall qualities are commendably high. We will consider your request for a salary increase and vacation. An elderly man with graying hair nodded approvingly, exuding an authoritative air. Director, you must keep your word. I've brought back an S-rank ability super genius. Surely allowing me a half-year break wouldn't be too much to ask? Bai Qingwei stated confidently, beginning to negotiate. Now that's a bit excessive. A 6-month break is unprecedented in Shihai. Oh come on, Director, be reasonable. Aren't precedents made for outstanding employees like me? Seeing Bai Qingwei's relentless demeanor, Yin shook his head, his voice turning serious. All right, since Xiaobai is so confident, let us commence the newcomer competition today. It will provide these youngsters with valuable on-the-spot training. Teachers from logistics, medical, and academic affairs, do you have any objections? Well, with President Yin asking so, how could the teachers possibly voice any difficulties? After all, the grand freshman competition is set to take place tomorrow. Even if preparations are required, they should have been completed today. After all, who would wait until the day of an event to get ready? To voice difficulties at this juncture would only invite future grievances. Indeed, no problem. Bai Qingwei wholeheartedly endorsed the idea, having witnessed Su Ku's remarkable prowess in defeating the blood-wing man-eating fish king. Clearly, he possessed the capability to engage in battles beyond his level, so she felt no trepidation. Suddenly, the loudspeaker at the center of the martial arts arena buzzed, resonating throughout Shihai University. Greetings, fellow students. Following discussions with the Academic Affairs Office and the Principal's Office, we have decided to advance the freshman competition to today. You may stretch your limbs, as 10 platforms will soon be erected for the contests. Once the announcement concluded, the arena fell into a brief silence before erupting into excitement. What? The freshman competition is happening today? I'm not prepared at all. This is disastrous. I had planned to make a breakthrough tonight and showcase my skills tomorrow. How unfair. I have an upset stomach today and am not in the right condition. Su Ku. Today, I will humiliate you thoroughly, proving that you are merely a coward hiding behind women, unworthy of standing beside Xiaoyu. Wei Jixing, accompanied by a group of followers, approached Su Ku and his companions, delivering his menacing words. By chance, he caught sight of Nye Chinga, who wore an anxious expression, and his eyes lit up. What a beautiful girl. Are you a friend of Xiaoyu? What a coincidence, so am I. Let us be introduced. I am Wei Jixing, from Kyoto. Nye Chinga glanced at Wei Jixing's outstretched hand, then at Su Ku, and ultimately offered an awkward smile, responding candidly, I'm sorry, classmate. I am male. Boom. Wei Jixing's mind was instantly struck by a thunderclap. He looked at Han Lingwei, then scrutinized Nye Chinga once more, and finally, trembling, covered his face with both hands. I know a renowned doctor in Kyoto. Would you consider undergoing a free surgery? Su Ku silently rubbed his temples, bemused by his roommate's formidable impact on men. Moments later, as the 10 platforms, each measuring 50 meters in length and width, were erected, Wei Jixing and his entourage finally took their leave. Before departing, Wei Jixing issued another threat, advising Su Ku to clean his neck in preparation. Seeing this transpire, Han Lingwei, aware that it was due to her that Su Ku faced such trouble, expressed her sincere apologies. I'm sorry, Su Ku, for causing you such a hassle. Su Ku shrugged nonchalantly. It's fine. Let's go over the rules. A young male teacher from the Academic Affairs Office, holding a freshly printed A4 sheet, still bearing the scent of ink, stood at the podium and announced, the The rules for this year's freshman competition are largely similar to those of previous years, featuring 10 platforms. The challengers in the first round will be the top 10 from the admission score rankings. Any freshman may challenge these 10 champions. If they succeed in defeating them, they may take their place as the new champion. This process continues until 10 champions are established, granting 10 academic credits. Participants may choose to continue defending their title or step down. If they choose to remain, they will earn 10 academic credits for each opponent they defeat. Should they opt to step down, they will need to defeat 10 opponents again to begin accumulating credits in the future. Challengers may not challenge the same individual repeatedly, while defenders must rest for 5 minutes after each defeat, during which they cannot be challenged. Ultimately, the top 3 will receive additional rewards in the form of credits. This rule is quite clear. The longer a defender holds their position, the fewer times they must step down, thereby maximizing their academic credit gains. If one can remain on the platform throughout the 12-hour freshman competition, they may earn an astonishingly high total. Now, let us announce the top 10 from the admission score rankings. These 10 individuals are to take the stage as defenders. First place, Suku, 3,835 points. Provincial top scorer from Central South Province. Second place, Wei Jixing, 3,829 points. Provincial top scorer from Kyoto. Third place, Jiang Lan, 3,102 points. Third in Magic City. Seventh place, Han Linghua, 2,517 points. Ninth in Kyoto. 10th place, Niechinga, 2,498 points. Provincial top scorer from Shihai. Wow. Upon hearing the scores of the top 10, the students erupted into a frenzy. This year, 3 prodigies achieved scores exceeding 3,000. In previous years, even having one was remarkable. Most notably, 2 individuals scored over 3,800. With just 2 more third-tier beasts slain, they could surpass 4,000 points. Poor Wei Jixing, though a provincial top scorer, was relegated to second place due to a mere 6-point difference. Such an injustice. Students began to murmur among themselves, scanning the surroundings for the identities of these 10 exceptional talents. Huang Yingying gazed enviously at the 3 beside her. You are all so impressive, ranking among the top 10 in the entire school. Niechinga scratched his head, humbly denying. I am far from Suku. I lag behind by over 1,000 points. That guy is a monster. Don't compare yourself to him. Anyone capable of scoring over 3,000 points is extraordinary. I had thought I might place in the top 5. This year, Shihai has plenty of talent, Han Linghua consoled, shaking her head. However, for a province like Central South, which suffers from a lack of educational resources, achieving Niechinga's score is already quite remarkable. I am curious how you managed to score over 3,800, Han Linghua remarked. Her eyes filled with curiosity as she appraised Suku, who stood with arms crossed, feigning an air of mystery. My true prowess is merely the tip of the iceberg, Suku jested. In truth, he was not exaggerating. He had not completed the entire contest. Due to the interference of the Blood Brotherhood, the realm had been sealed off. After dealing with Si Wei, Suku only collected points from the slain beasts and did not seek out additional ones to defeat. Thus, his score had considerable room for improvement. He should easily surpass 4,000. Damn it, how could he best me? Wei Jixing's eyes widened in disbelief, cursing inwardly. The advancement of the freshman competition had left him with insufficient information on Suku, knowing only that he was the top scorer from Central South Province. But in a place like Central South, what kind of talent could there be? Wei Jixing dismissed Suku entirely. Now realizing that the man he deemed a coward, hiding behind women, had surpassed him, he was understandably incensed. Boss, don't take it to heart. I know why that guy scored higher, a newly recruited sycophant chimed in. Given the educational standards in Central South Province, few students can even enter the second-tier beast living area, let alone the core area of the third tier. I suspect he had little competition and enjoyed a solo spree in the core zone, which is why his score is so high. The sycophant's words sparked a realization in Wei Jixing. Exactly. What level of competition exists in the Kyoto examination site? Most candidates are adept at the third tier. Taking down a single third-tier beast is no challenge at all. Consequently, the density of beasts would naturally diminish, affecting his score-gathering efficiency. However, Wei Jixing failed to consider that while the density of beasts increased, so too did the difficulty of survival. Did the seasoned professors in the Examination Institute truly overlook the impact of excessively high average student abilities on fairness? Please announce the names of the top 10 candidates as they take the stage to defend their titles. The voice of the teacher from the Academic Affairs Office rang out, prompting Suku and others to step out from the crowd and approach their respective platforms. This battle served 2 purposes. First, to assess the strength of the freshmen, providing the faculty with a clearer understanding. Second, to establish the prowess of these outstanding students. From the teacher's perspective, they hoped to minimize conflicts among students. And by showcasing the capabilities of these elites, there would naturally be fewer insipid provocateurs. Suku, do your best. Niechinga gestured encouragingly, leaping onto her platform with enthusiasm. Be careful, Wei Jixing. I worry he might target you, Han Linghua cautioned, her concern evident. Don't worry, it's all fine. We're all champions here. He wouldn't dare to deliberately lose to challenge me, would he? Suku waved his hand dismissively, offering reassurance. With a leap onto the platform, Suku held a stick wrapped in newspaper in one hand while scratching the back of his head with the other. He greeted Shinming, the teacher and referee on the platform, with a smile. Hello, teacher. I am the defender of this platform, Suku. Shinming pressed a button on her smartwatch, and a beam of blue light shot out, connecting with Suku's watch to automatically verify his identity. Hello, Suku. I am Shinming, the referee for Platform 1. Shinming greeted him with a smile, expressing the most basic respect for the top student. Although it may sound harsh, if you feel overwhelmed, please inform me in advance or tap the ground of the platform, and I will immediately come to your aid. Do you understand? Shinming reiterated. Understood. With Suku's confirmation, the freshman competition officially commenced. Initially, the students beneath the platform were cautious, waiting for someone else to initiate a challenge to weaken the champion's stamina and to gauge the abilities of each defender. However, it wasn't long before some overconfident or perhaps dissatisfied students began to ascend the stage to challenge. Naturally, most of them opted to confront the lower-ranked champions, as few dared to challenge someone like Suku, the provincial champion, with an exceptionally high score. Well, it seems I've become so formidable that no one dares to challenge me, Suku mused self-indulgently. Oh, stop being so conceited. I advise you to keep an eye on that girl from Platform 3, Shirley, who had been silent until now, finally chimed in. She has been staring at you intently since you appeared, looking all brooding. What do you think she wants? What could she possibly want? Is she going to jump down and fight me? We're not on the same platform. She should focus on her own opponent. Suku's retort was abruptly halted as he stumbled over his words. Just then, the girl on Platform 3, upon her opponent's arrival, raised her right hand and declared, Teacher, I cannot defeat her. I surrender. What? This declaration left both the referee and her opponent utterly bewildered. Jianglan, do you confirm your surrender? You haven't even fought yet. The referee looked at the new student, Jianglan, with a pained expression. I am certain. Teacher, please announce her victory quickly. She is far too powerful, and I do not wish to waste my energy on her. Allow me to challenge another champion. Jianglan nodded emphatically, her determination clear. The referee, left with no choice, announced amidst the incredulous gazes of the opposing contender, the defender of Platform 3, Jianglan, has been defeated. The new champion is Su Tsungsung. You may challenge her in 5 minutes. Waving amicably to her opponent, Jianglan gracefully descended from the platform and sauntered over to Platform 1. Look. She's coming for you. Suku, you're in trouble. Shirley teased before falling silent once more. Are you Suku, the one who scored over 3,800 points? Jianglan stood beneath the platform, tilting her smooth chin up in a challenging manner as she looked at the boy above. Not particularly tall. She appeared to be less than 1.60 meters, requiring her to look up at Suku. Even though the weather had turned chilly, she wore a sleeveless top for ease of movement, complemented by fingerless gloves, indicating she was likely an awakened superhuman of the extraordinary type. What if I say I'm not? Suku sensed the impending trouble and cautiously posed the question. It's too late, Jianglan declared, pushing off the platform and flipping up onto it. I am Jianglan, the third place of the Magic City Martial Arts examination, and also the third among the new students of Shihai. When I achieved third place in Magic City, I told my master that I would only ever be first and never again third. Now that I have become third again, I must challenge you. Suku, I aim to replace you as the top student of this cohort, Jianglan proclaimed loudly. Her astonishing declaration sent the emotions of the onlooking freshmen spiraling from confusion to shock, and finally, to exhilaration. A showdown between the third and first place contenders promised to be a thrilling spectacle. For those spectators and potential challengers, this was undoubtedly a delightful development. Go, Miss Jianglan. Defeat the mighty Suku. Long live Miss Jianglan. Miss Jianglan, you are the strongest. Jianglan, with her hands on her smooth waist, let out a triumphant laugh akin to a cat's purr. Suku, your defeat is assured. This is the will of the people. All right. If you want to fight, then let it be. Suku sighed, pressing his fingers against his temples. Despite having the highest possible rewards, some insisted on engaging in a contest for supremacy, a clearly thankless endeavor. Was it truly the case that the teachers from the Academic Affairs Office mandated that each platform could only host a champion once to incite this internal competition among the top 10? Haha, this little girl is quite the fighter. They're already squabbling among themselves at the outset. It's simply marvelous. Yenmo, comfortably settled in a VIP box, remarked to the group of teachers beside him. Xiaobai, these two students are both your recruits. Tell us, who do you think will emerge victorious? The white-haired elder from the Academic Affairs Office turned to Bai Qingwei. Suddenly jolted from her reverie, Bai Qingwei answered without hesitation. Of course, Suku. I have 99% confidence in him. Her certainty piqued the curiosity of the surrounding teachers. Oh, what makes you so sure? According to the records, that girl named Jianglan possesses merely C-class abilities. Yet she is one of the strongest superhumans in initial combat, capable of directly amplifying her strength. It seems unlikely she would lose. And let us not forget the difference in their levels. One is at the early stage of the third tier, while the other is at the peak of the third tier. Had Bai Qingwei not witnessed Su Ke's mastery of his abilities firsthand, she might have pondered Jiang Lan's chances of victory for a moment. However, having seen the devastating scene of the 4th-tier blood-winged piranha, she was now firmly in the Su Ke camp. It can be played this way as well. Wei Jixing on platform 2 observed the unfolding drama and quickly became inspired, deciding to imitate the spectacle. Are you ready? I'm about to make my move. Jiang Lan crouched down like a leopard, her bright eyes sharpening with intensity. Well, if I say I'm not ready, I assume you wouldn't agree. Su Ke rolled his eyes, already feeling the hassle. Here it comes. Jiang Lan wasted no time, slamming her hand down onto the ground, causing the marble surface of the platform to shatter, sending countless small stones flying as her attack mechanism. C-class ability, power of breaking the law. The stones accelerated, hurtling towards Su Ke's head like bullets from a sniper rifle. Whoa, that's ruthless. Su Ke's heart raced violently, an overwhelming sense of impending danger coursing through him. The newspaper enveloping the fierce sword shattered in an instant, and a pitch-black longsword was drawn mid-air, executing precise horizontal slashes towards every fragment of stone. Bang, bang, bang. Following a series of explosive sounds akin to popping beans, a multitude of small stones lay scattered around Su Ke, cleaved in twain. Quite perceptive. Jiang Lan remarked with an excited smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she swiftly unearthed a massive stone slab from the ground. Now, let's see you slice through this. With a whoosh, the stone slab, propelled by a menacing force, hurtled towards Su Ke, compelling the onlookers standing behind him to clutch their hearts in trepidation and scramble for safety. I told you, if the floor is not solid, it's better left unlaid. Su Ke bellowed, eschewing any specialized skills and relying solely on his indomitable battle physique. Gripping the sword's hilt with both hands, he raised it triumphantly above his head and brought it crashing down. Crack! The fierce sword, a spiritual artifact of unparalleled sharpness and resilience, cleaved the stone slab with immaculate precision, splitting it cleanly in half as it sailed past Su Ke on either side. A successful ambush. Just as Su Ke sought Jiang Lan's whereabouts, the sound of her light laughter emanated from the other side of the now split slab. Unbeknownst to Su Ke, she had clung to the opposite side of the slab, and as it parted, she deftly positioned herself at Su Ke's flank, delivering a well-prepared punch to his cheek. Boom. The clash resonated like two colossal beasts colliding, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air, obscuring the spectator's view. Meanwhile, at the 10th arena, Niechinga furrowed her attractive brows in concern. Wei Jixing, why are you here instead of guarding your own second arena? Wei Jixing's face twisted into a sinister grin as he taunted. I suddenly find this rather amusing. Inflicting torment upon someone I despise by punishing their friends first is quite delightful. Blame yourself for being too close to him and resembling my ideal type. Prepare to face your doom. I challenge the champion of the 10th arena, Niechinga. Chapter 57, Dragon Gallbladder. Copying the power of breaking the law. The second in the school challenging the 10th? Surely this is a mistake. Who was it that knocked Wei Jixing off the platform? What? He voluntarily conceded. That must have been intentional. This just got interesting. The third challenging the first, the second beating the 10th. It's completely off script. The students in the audience were elated by the turn of events, eager for the conflict to escalate. A challenge to the 10th arena's champion? It seemed to comply with the rules. Let the match commence. After a moment's contemplation, the referee teacher could find no grounds for opposition and thus consented to the duel. Niechinga, feeling as if faced with a formidable foe, fixed her brilliant phoenix eyes upon Wei Jixing. If you wish to battle, then let us do so without any frivolities. Wei Jixing cracked his neck, one hand stealthily creeping to his lower back. I suspect you still don't grasp the chasm between your meager 2,000 points and my 3,800. But fear not, time is on my side. I shall slowly allow you to experience what despair truly means. In a flash, Wei Jixing unleashed a silver gleam from his hand. A knife slicing through the space between them, aimed directly at Niechinga's eyes. Is that a flying knife? If that's all you've got, I can catch it. Niechinga declared, her voice steady as she thrust her sword toward the oncoming silver light. Just a flying knife? You're correct, but not one, rather 16. As Wei Jixing formed a sword gesture with one hand, the silver knives barreling toward Niechinga inexplicably multiplied. No, it should be said they were replicated. 1 became 2. 2 became 4. 4 became 8, and then 16. In the blink of an eye, a single flying knife transformed into 16. This is my ability, 1,000 machine split. Wei Jixing proclaimed with unshakable confidence. Not good. Niechinga exclaimed, her pupils constricting as she realized she could not possibly deflect all 16 knives. Thus, she gripped her long sword horizontally, executing a swift yet seemingly slow dance of blades to form an impenetrable curtain of steel. Nia family's sword technique. The clash of sword shadows and silver light erupted in a cacophony of metallic strikes. In an instant, the silver gleam extinguished, and a splash of crimson painted the arena floor. Huffing and puffing, Niechinga clutched her bleeding shoulder, a sharp silver knife embedded within, blood seeping profusely from the wound. Oh, you caught one, not bad. How about 32? Can you withstand that? Wei Jixing showed no intent of granting Niechinga a moment's respite as he launched another flying knife. These knives were no ordinary weapons. They were spiritual artifacts crafted at great expense by the Wei family. A total of 12 knives, each imbued with unique effects such as penetration, poisoning, or inducing sleep, combined with his ability to produce a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. Buzz. The flying knives split into 32, surrounding Niechinga. The green light emanating from them suggested they were laced with poison. Dragon gallbladder. Gritting her silver teeth, Niechinga grasped the knife lodged in her shoulder and pulled with all her might while unleashing her own ability. Dragon gallbladder. Those with courage may soar the skies. The more grievous the injuries sustained by the wielder, the more potential they unlock, greatly enhancing their attributes. Minor injuries elevate to 130 of the original state. Moderate injuries to 180, and severe injuries to 250. Wei Jixing's knife had inflicted a minor wound on Niechinga, thus activating the dragon gallbladder's effect and significantly enhancing her physical prowess. In a flash, she charged toward the swarm of flying knives, seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to Suku, who was embroiled in fierce combat. With a deafening roar, the onlookers instinctively covered their ears, eyes wide in astonishment as they beheld the first arena. The dust obscured their vision, and the marble floor cracked like a spider's web. With two figures seemingly frozen in a standoff, Suku grasped Zhang Lan's incoming punch with one hand, while the other slowly dissipated a red heart card. The Eight of Hearts. How do you possess such formidable strength? Zhang Lan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Her previously playful demeanor vanished. Ah, a B-level ability. A straightforward superhuman type. Mimicking it is quite simple, Suku scoffed, shaking his head in mockery. Indeed, he had only observed Zhang Lan strike once to grasp the essence of the power of breaking the law. One force breaks 10,000 laws. A single punch can determine kingdoms. The power of breaking the law merely involves storing excess strength accumulated through training and releasing it when needed. It relies on the principles of accumulation and liberation. Despite appearing impressive, its limits are quite evident. After all, the human body can only withstand so much force, sometimes. No matter how much energy is built up, the enemy may not be defeated before one's own bones are broken. Having replicated the ability, Suku deftly accumulated the residual strength from his previous stone-splitting strike and released it simultaneously as he met Zhang Lan's punch. Thus, this resounding attack was unleashed. I don't understand what you're saying. Stop pretending. Take another one of my punches. Power of breaking the law. Zhang Lan was akin to a ferocious mother tiger, her right hand firmly clasping Suku's palm, while her other hand was already charged with power, ready to unleash her skills. In her estimation, at such a close range, even if Suku was an awakened superhuman, he could not possibly evade her assault. They would inevitably clash head-on. She held confidence that with such a confrontation, she could shatter the despicable creature's skull with her punch. Alas, what she was oblivious to was that Suku was, in fact, a dual-ability wielder even in plain sight. His S-rank ice ability, at such proximity, could unleash a crystal explosion that would swiftly conclude the battle. As he switched his trump card, a blooming ice lotus was poised to erupt in his palm. A sudden surge of intense danger welled up within Zhang Lan. From the corner of her eye, she discerned the icy blue hue emanating from Suku's palm, realizing that he was not merely a superhuman awakener. Was he luring me into close combat only to unleash a surprise attack to finish me off? It was too late to recognize this now. The ice lotus was on the verge of detonating, and her fist was already in motion, caught in the liminal space between old strength waning and new strength not yet manifesting. In a moment of desperation, she could only curl her body, praying that Suku's strike would spare her life, preventing it from being snuffed out. Just as the ice lotus was about to explode, a piercing scream echoed from the nearby arena. Suku's movements halted, the prepared crystal explosion dissipating, replaced by the swift formation of an ice crystal sword, which he launched toward the 10th arena. Bang! Zhang Lan's forceful punch collided with Suku's face. Clang! Suku's ice crystal sword deflected a flying knife aimed at Niechinga's lower body. Chapter 58. Long Dan's defeat. Suku concedes. Let us shift our focus to a minute prior. 32 flying knives were hurled toward Niechinga, empowered by Long Dan. He deflected the knives targeting vital areas with exceptional speed, launching an offensive against Wei Jixing. As for the other knives that posed no threat to vital spots, he chose to disregard them, allowing them to carve wounds into his body to stimulate his Long Dan ability. Fighting like a beast, throwing caution to the wind, Wei Jixing mocked coldly, casually tossing another flying knife while his eyes shimmered with a silver light, his ability unleashing astonishing might. 1,000 mechanisms split, 256 silver flying knives. With an overwhelming onslaught, a wall of blades surged forth, completely obstructing Niechinga's path. Terrified, Niechinga summoned all his strength to execute his family's sword technique. Nia family swordplay, circular sword dance. Boom. The wall of blades clashed with the sword dance. The referee's heart raced as he dashed toward Niechinga in the arena. All of these top 10 prize students must not come to harm. He thought anxiously. Yet his steps hesitated. There stood Nyechinga, bloodied but resolute, sword in hand, fully aware despite his grievous injuries. Nyechinga, do you choose to forfeit the match? The referee inquired, tension evident in his voice. Should Nyechinga choose to concede, he would promptly halt the battle. After a moment's contemplation, Nyechinga recognized the vast disparity between him and Wei Jixing, preparing to forfeit. However, Wei Jixing suddenly taunted, "Heh. The men of the Nye family are nothing more than this, claiming to be part of the 8 heroes, the most revered clan of the West Sea. I find them rather unimpressive. Is it merely a matter of sacrificing oneself? Everyone does that. When the beast tide strikes, countless souls perish. Are they all heroes? Only those who live to slay the beasts are true heroes. The rest are merely jokes of life and death." Crack. The sound of bones twisting echoed as Nyechinga gritted his teeth and stood up. His wounds gradually ceased bleeding under the fervent activation of his long Dan ability. And his momentum surged threefold. "I will not concede. It is not over yet," Nyechinga declared through clenched teeth. Seeing his refusal, the referee could only step back helplessly. Yet Nyechinga was unaware that he had fallen into Wei Jixing's trap of provocation. "I've been waiting for that line." Wei Jixing launched a vicious attack. A gleaming flying knife aimed directly at Nyechinga's lower body. Just as Nyechinga prepared to evade, an excruciating pain surged through him, causing him to scream. His body rendered immobile. The poison on the flying knife had taken effect. He collapsed helplessly to the ground as the flying knife hurtled toward him. This sudden turn of events caught even the referee off guard. By the time he sought to intervene, it was already too late. As the deadly blade approached, Principal Yin in the VIP room stood, an ancient tome opening in his hands, ready to act for rescue. Just then, a shimmering ice crystal sword zipped past, deflecting the lethal flying knife. Brilliant ice flowers blossomed before Nyechinga's eyes. Following the trajectory, he beheld Su Ku, who had just been struck by Jiang Lan's punch. Stumbling back several steps, "Su Ku!" Gasps erupted from the crowd above and below. Even Jiang Lan was taken aback. Not only was she unharmed, but she had also managed to land a hit on Su Ku. "Su Ku, should you interfere in other arenas battles, I shall revoke your eligibility to compete," the referee, Shen Ming, stated with gravity. While engaged in the first arena, he was still keenly aware of the events unfolding in the adjacent 10th arena. This child's mentality was somewhat formidable. He mused silently, maintaining an impassive exterior. "Interesting, he even moves faster than I do." In the VIP room, Yin Mo smiled as he closed the ancient tome in his hands, his eyes brimming with admiration. It was evident that while the battles in his arena seemed evenly matched, he was constantly vigilant regarding his friend's situation. Thus, Su Ku's prowess evidently surpassed Jiang Lan's. Curiosity about his current strength piqued. He thought that perhaps only Wei Jixing among this cohort of freshmen could truly gauge his limits. The silver-haired elder from the Academic Affairs Office remarked with equal intrigue. That Wei Jixing has yet to unleash his full power. In the past, 3,000 points marked the threshold. Now it appears that 3,500 points also delineate a significant boundary. A splendid show awaits. This visit has proven worthwhile. Just then, a plump woman with square-framed glasses entered the room, positioning herself by the VIP room's window to observe the ongoing match. "Director Han, your timing is impeccable. You've missed nothing of the excitement, even outshining Principal Pu," Bai Qingwei said with a smile, her words laced with veiled sarcasm. "Is it true that your arrival was more serendipitous than strategic? I hear you summoned this student named Suko? Quite commendable, finally engaging in something of substance." The plump woman disdainfully glanced at Bai Qingwei's figure, dismissively commenting, Are you looking for trouble again?" Bai Qingwei retorted in a fit of anger. Yet she only dared to shout from the side, her feet unwilling to advance any closer. For good reason, she could not win. "Enough, you two. Cease your bickering and focus on the match," Yin Mo sighed, swiftly intervening. These two were like uncontrollable beasts, more difficult to manage than a pair of terriers. "My apologies, teacher. In the heat of the moment, I couldn't help myself," Suka stammered, a red heart representing the indomitable battle body appearing in his hand, aiding in his recovery. Crack. The icy layer covering his face shattered, falling away in a flurry. Suka forcefully adjusted his dislocated jaw, which had been knocked askew by Jiang Lan's punch. With the indomitable battle body in effect, he just needed to wait a little longer for his injuries to mend. In that moment of urgency, Suku had no choice but to envelop himself in a layer of ice crystals for defense, absorbing Jiang Lan's punch's force. Thankfully, the ice crystal explosion had intimidated her, prompting her to temper her attack. Otherwise, the blow might have inflicted more severe damage. However, this also allowed Suku to assess the general state of his physical body. After the enhancement of the A-class indestructible battle body, his corporeal defenses remained remarkably formidable, rendering him quite unafraid of engaging in direct confrontations with others. Although the Joker card was in the process of switching between different supernatural abilities, the augmentation of his physique that accompanied the first awakening of the superhuman class would not dissipate. Consequently, duplicating additional superhuman abilities might significantly elevate his overall attributes. After a brief moment of contemplation, Suku gradually raised his right hand and announced to the referee, "Teacher, I just took a punch and felt quite uncomfortable. I choose to concede. Let her be the victor." His words left both the onlookers and those on stage utterly astonished. It was evident that Suku possessed superior strength and was subtly gaining the upper hand in the battle. How could he concede? Was this freshman competition merely a facade? Suku paid them no heed. His current objective was to teach a lesson to the one who incessantly boasted and had assaulted his roommate. Nyechinga was the only person in this lifetime who had ever prepared chicken soup for him. After being struck and nearly sliced by that scoundrel, he could not allow Wei Jixing to go unpunished. Otherwise, people might presume that he, the S-class ice-type double specialist and the top genius of the entire province and school, was easily bullied. He was determined to confront Wei Jixing. Even Sherry was furiously shouting into her phone. Chapter 59, Pre-Battle Warm-Up, A Single Punch. On Arena 1. Suku conceded, and Jiang Lan emerged victorious. Shinming, seeing Suku's resolute decision, could only announce according to the rules. Suku turned to descend from the stage, not forgetting to wave his arm in farewell to Jiang Lan. "Suku, wait, we haven't determined a winner yet." Jiang Lan, finally snapping out of her shock, pursued Suku with her graceful strides. "No, it's already over. You won. Please step aside. I need to challenge another arena," Suku said, rubbing his chin with a sense of resignation. Although the injury to his chin had healed, the sight of Jiang Lan's face made him feel discomfort, and he had no desire to engage further with her. I won't accept a victory given out of pity. Teacher, I concede as well." Jiang Lan, infuriated, stamped her foot, feeling as though Suku had bullied her, yet she found no evidence to support her claim and thus proclaimed her own concession. Jiang Lan, your opponent hasn't taken the stage yet. You can't concede just yet." Shinming, exasperated, rubbed her temples, sensing that the freshman competition had already spiraled out of control. "Jiang Lan, you should hurry and compete. I have matters to attend to, and you need to prepare for your next opponent," Suku said as he crab-walked sideways, attempting to slip past Jiang Lan. With her head bowed and her short black hair cascading across her forehead, she suppressed her anger. Finally, she erupted, "Suku, you wait. I will challenge you again. You better keep your neck clean." With that, she huffily turned back to the center of the arena, somewhat forgiving Suku for this deliberate act of conceding. However, Suku was wronged. He merely wished to deal with Wei Jixing without wasting energy on Jiang Lan's antics. He harbored no disdain towards her. Perhaps only a smidgen of superhuman nature was as straightforward and brash as their abilities. With a soft thud, he arrived at the adjacent Arena 10, where the severely injured Nyechinga was being carried away on a stretcher by the medical staff. A hazy green glow enveloped his wounds, aiding in their recovery. With these healing-type abilities present, it could be said that as long as Nyechinga was not killed on the spot, they had the means to revive him. Suku is incredibly strong. I can sense he hasn't yet unleashed his full potential. You must be cautious. Nyechinga managed to raise his right hand and grasp Suku's clothing, offering a warning. "Rest assured, I am number one, and he is merely second. If you think he is formidable, it only implies that I am even stronger." Suku replied with a smile, exuding an air of audacious confidence. Although his statement lacked substantial backing, Nyechinga felt a peculiar sense of reassurance. The crowd instinctively parted to create a path as Suku, sword in hand, strolled leisurely toward the arena. Although Wei Jixing was in the midst of a 5-minute rest period, he remained alert, his gaze fixed intently on Suku. "So, the coward has finally realized he can no longer hide behind a woman? Now you dare to challenge me yourself? It seems you are blinded by your martial exam scores and cannot discern the gap between us," he sneered, his lips curling into a derisive smile. "Oh, with such bravado. Do you dare to stand still and let me strike you once?" Suku feigned earnestness, provoking him. "Provocation? Huh. Save your breath. Even if I allow you to land a punch, do you truly believe your novice third-tier cultivation can breach my defenses? Go ahead, strike when you're ready. If you even flinch, I will consider myself defeated." Wei Jixing, brimming with confidence, stood his ground, daring Suku to take the first shot. His confidence was not unfounded. Beneath his seemingly expensive outer garment, he wore a combat suit of spirit artifact quality, an item typically reserved for elite families in the capital, acquired through military channels. With this suit, Wei Jixing believed he was virtually invincible. "That's what you said," Suku replied with a gleam of excitement in his eyes, loosening his shoulders before executing a series of standard high school physical training punches. This bizarre display left the onlookers bewildered. What kind of peculiar pre-battle warm-up is this? I feel like I've seen this set of punches before. Isn't this the standardized training taught in high schools across the nation? My grandpa can do this. Why practice this now, preparing to kill someone? Laughter erupted among the students, and even the referee was left perplexed. "Excuse me, has the contestant's rest period ended?" Suku concluded his set of punches, feeling slightly sweaty, and inquired. The referee glanced at his watch, sensing the time was nearly up, and announced, "The second match of Arena 10. Champion Wei Jixing versus challenger Suku now begins." As the words fell, the ground beneath Suku shattered, and he charged toward Wei Jixing like a leopard. Wei Jixing frowned, not dodging or retaliating, resolutely standing his ground, ready to absorb Suku's punch. In his mind, upholding his word would make him appear incredibly suave, and even if he sustained minor injuries from a single punch, he would undoubtedly garner attention from all the girls in the school. Surely, from this day forth, tales of his unwavering stance against Suku would circulate throughout the campus. Of course, this was merely his fanciful imagination. To most observers, his decision to stand still and invite a punch was utterly foolish. Suku's acceleration was swift. Accompanied by a piercing sound through the air, his right fist coiled at his waist, gradually accumulating power. His earlier antics were not frivolous. Rather, the prowess of his ability required energy amassed through daily training. If he needed to accumulate energy, why not engage in some exercise? Thus, the earlier peculiar scene unfolded. However, after completing a set of physical training punches, he had indeed gathered sufficient energy. In this state, it was akin to Tsunade unleashing creation rebirth, channeling all his usual reserved strength. Come on, do not move. Allow me to deliver a decisive blow. With this proclamation, Suku unleashed a B-class ability derived from Jianglan, directing it straight towards Wei Jixing. Initially composed and awaiting Suku's assault, Wei Jixing was suddenly beset by a suffocating sense of impending doom. He lifted his gaze, only to witness Suku's fist, charged with energy, hurtling towards him like a high-caliber projectile aimed at his head. Damn it! The exclamation escaped him involuntarily. While his mind remained rooted in place, his body instinctively reacted, swiftly maneuvering in the opposite direction to evade the strike. Boom! The impact resonated like a truck colliding with a concrete wall, sending a shockwave that startled everyone in the vicinity. Even those engaged in combat on the other 9 platforms halted their activities, turning in unison to observe the 10th arena. Chapter 60, 1024 Lethal Flying Daggers, a King's Treasure. The marble platform, subjected to such a violent strike, fractured, creating a fissure that spanned its length. A pit, half the height of a man, emerged at the center of the arena. Suku squatted within the crater he had created, speechless as he cradled his severed right arm. What a mess. Why did he falter at the last moment? He lamented. And what kind of pathetic ability is this? At full power, it injures the enemy 1,000-fold while inflicting 800 upon oneself? Indeed, Suku's strike was so tremendous that it overwhelmed his own physical form, resulting in the fracture of his right arm upon impact with the ground. This exemplified the inherent flaw of replicated abilities, unbeknownst to him. Jianglan had similarly injured herself numerous times in the past, even necessitating a dedicated hospital room for her orthopedic care. Yet, despite the arm injury, it was not a grave concern for Suku. After all, with the indomitable warrior physique activated, such wounds would gradually mend. However, he was still in a competition, and this injury could be exploited as a weakness by his opponent. Wei Jixing, having narrowly evaded the blow, squatted on the platform, his expression a mix of disbelief and awe. Before him lay an extensive fissure that sliced through the arena beneath him. Suku's fist had indeed not struck Wei Jixing, but the force of the attack had pursued him relentlessly, even fracturing the platform itself. Suppressing his dismay, Wei Jixing stood cautiously, now regarding Suku as an equal competitor, or rather, as a formidable senior. I never anticipated you possessed such a formidable technique. However, you have underestimated me. Having witnessed your strongest strike, I shall not grant you another opportunity to close the distance, he declared, a hint of pride creeping into his tone as he inadvertently dismissed the possibility of defeat. If they were to engage in combat, Suku's mighty fist would likely overwhelm even his spirit-enhanced battle attire. Didn't you claim you wouldn't dodge? Your words ring hollow. One moment you disdain this, the next you scorn that, constantly bandying about the term coward like a petulant child, eager to confront anyone. Yet here you are, frightened and hesitant, Suku retorted, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He leaped from the pit, sardonic mockery lacing his words. Is this truly the caliber of the top scorer from the martial arts examination in Kyoto? You've forsaken the capital to come to Shihai to pose. Yet you tremble at the thought of facing someone from a mere county. Can you even measure up? Wei Jixing shot to his feet, Suku's words striking a nerve and momentarily clouding his judgment with rage. Reaching for the 12 spirit-infused flying daggers tucked at his waist, he sneered. Cease your self-indulgent theatrics. You have yet to witness my abilities, and already you've lost an arm. The one who will ultimately succumb is undoubtedly you. Hence, I maintain, a hero who cannot survive is nothing at all. Before his words could echo into silence, Wei Jixing flung a silver streak through the air, arcing gracefully towards Suku. Is that the famed little Li flying dagger technique? This Wei Jixing has mastered such a challenging skill in throwing concealed weapons, exclaimed the elderly figure with white hair from the VIP room, his delight evident. This dagger-throwing technique, coupled with his ability, renders him virtually invincible. Indeed, the mastery of flying daggers, combined with the capacity to split them, posed an insurmountable challenge for adversaries. Truly impressive. A testament to the training received at Kyoto First High and the lineage of the Wei family, the curvaceous woman named Han remarked. Humph, I beg to differ. Bai Qingwei interjected with a cold huff, offering no quarter in her rebuttal. Oh, Little Bai, what insights do you possess? Yan Mo inquired, amused, encouraging Bai Qingwei to elaborate. Over-reliance on external tools ultimately leads to mediocrity. While reaching the 9th tier does not hinge upon the level of one's abilities, all 9th tier powerhouses, without exception, do not solely depend on spirit weapons in battle. They invariably possess alternative combat methods, barring those awakened with item-based abilities. Bai Qingwei's assertion garnered nods of agreement from some teachers, who expressed their admiration. Bai's thoughts are quite lively lately, quite unlike a typical superhuman. While I appreciate the compliments, I would prefer if you refrained from such discussions in the future, Bai Qingwei replied, rolling her eyes. Returning to the arena, the flying dagger, arcing towards Su Ku, was met with Wei Jixing's activation of his 1000 machine split ability midway through its trajectory. A glimmer of silver light enveloped the dagger as he unleashed his full power, executing a tenfold split. Before long, one dagger transformed into a blinding storm of white light, yielding a staggering 1024 blades that surged forth in a torrent, piercing towards their target, Su Ku. At this moment, Su Ku's right arm had yet to fully heal, and movement still elicited pain, yet he paid it no mind. He swiftly fashioned a block of ice to stabilize the fractured area of his arm while awaiting full recovery. His gaze fixed on the oncoming deluge of daggers. Impressive. If you weren't so engrossed in studies, you could have made a fortune selling flying daggers. But wait. If you can split them, why not split some gold bars instead? If you were to crush me with gold bars, I would gladly accept my fate, Su Ku quipped, his eyes sparkling with mischief, inadvertently unraveling the underlying logic of Wei Jixing's technique, causing the rhythm of the flying daggers to falter. This seemingly simple-minded man, who often perceived the essence of situations and even gave the impression of feigning ignorance, frequently spoke with unexpected insight. Wei Jixing's splits indeed adhered to the law of conservation of matter. Each of these 1024 daggers contained a part of the original dagger, while the rest were conjured from energy. This explained the appearance of a split effect, though it did not diminish their power. It certainly did not evoke the exaggeration of creating something from nothing. Consequently, the caliber of his ability had diminished. This young master of the Wei family, wielding the 1000 machine split ability, was merely a holder of a B-class power, perhaps even unworthy of disdain in Shireen's eyes. Without further ado, recognizing that all were manifestations of energy, the most effective approach was to confront force with force, to contest whose energy bore greater intensity, whose creations were more resilient. Essentially, a clash of mages. When comparing the depth and density of energy, Su Ku, with the Ice Emperor art, and possessing an SSS class hidden ability, stood as a vast reservoir against a mere cup in comparison to ordinary third-tier awoken individuals. Thus, he raised his unscathed left hand. As 3 ghostly cards began to dissipate: B-class Celestial Sword Chi, Square 10, A-class Indomitable Battle Body, Heart 11, S-class Ice Scepter, Club Q. Sequential Resonance 10, J, Q. An extraordinary colored straight. The tripled energy capacity was activated, and behind Su Ku, a series of azure crystalline swords imbued with Celestial Sword Chi rapidly materialized, causing the air temperature to plummet, sinking below freezing point. Su Ku spread his arms wide, a proud demeanor radiating from his face as he channeled the flamboyant mimicry of a certain individual, exclaiming, "Gate of Babylon, behold, you wretches." His laughter echoed. Ha 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 ha. A dazzling array of ice crystal swords converged, surging forth to clash with the torrent of flying daggers. Chapter 61. A Foe of the Fourth Order, 8,192 blades. The sky filled with ice swords shot forth from Su Ku's back, a sight so magnificent that it left the audience below the arena agape. However, some quickly regained their composure and exclaimed, "Wait, who is he referring to as wretches?" Yet, who cared about that insult? My goodness, this move is simply breathtaking. The rain of swords. Could it be the legendary sword storm? Is this the true worth of being the top freshman? Even Zhang Lan, who ranks 3rd, cannot provoke his true power. Must we wait for the 2nd place to intervene to catch a glimpse? Well, it seemed that no one was concerned about the insult anymore. The ice crystal swords, cloaked in the formidable aura of the Tiangang Sword Chi, were exceedingly sharp. The azure rain of swords clashed with the silver torrent without losing an ounce of ground. In terms of sheer numbers, Su Ku's self-conjured Tiangang ice swords could not compete with Wei Jixing's fragmented flying daggers. Yet, each ice sword could shatter over a dozen flying daggers before dissipating, a feat made possible by the Tiangang Sword Chi enveloping them. Tiangang, drawing power from the celestial North Star, symbolizes unwavering strength and righteousness, perfectly suited for the sword path, rendering the covered weapons razor-sharp. As Su Ku's launched flying daggers were gradually being destroyed, he continued to leisurely conjure ice swords as if they were boundless, causing Wei Jixing to sense an impending crisis. The arrogance on his face diminishing, possessing the ability to annihilate opponents of the same tier with a single blow, and now freely unleashing ice swords that could obliterate my flying daggers. What kind of ability has this fellow awakened? Both powers are so domineering. Clenching his teeth, for the first time, Wei Jixing experienced a twinge of jealousy. Ha ha ha. Are you afraid, you small fry? Is this all you can muster? I haven't even tapped into half my power. Suku boasted in a melodramatic tone, continuously provoking Wei Jixing with his talent. Cosplay was indeed meant to be enjoyed. Yet the primary objective was to rattle this young master, living in his ivory tower. Once he was sufficiently riled, Suku would have the opportunity to utterly shatter his confidence, ensuring he could never bark again. You arrogant bastard, you've pushed me too far. Wei Jixing was indeed incited. Reaching into his pocket, in an instant, a silver-white pill appeared at his fingertips. This pill, crafted from 18 types of fourth-order spiritual herbs, could assist an awakener in breaking through their tier upon consumption. I had planned to wait until after the freshman competition to take this, but you forced my hand. You will be the first to witness my fourth-order Qianji split. You should feel honored. With that, Wei Jixing raised the pill and promptly swallowed it. Boom. The pill dissolved upon entry, and in an instant, a torrent of overwhelming energy erupted from Wei Jixing's body. This energy fluctuation is fourth order. Wei Jixing had broken through to the fourth order. My heavens, a breakthrough in the heat of battle. This must be the insight of a true genius. The fourth order signifies the transition from low tier to middle tier, a critical watershed between two ranks. Suku was in peril. Referee, is it permissible to consume drugs during a match? The crowd erupted in shock, some questioning the legitimacy of Wei Jixing's drug use in battle. The freshman competition does not prohibit students from using drugs, as long as they do not harm their foundational essence to temporarily enhance their power. As discussions swirled among the crowd, an elderly man with white hair from the Academic Affairs Office appeared on the scene, stepping forward to provide clarification. You must remember, on a true battlefield, whether facing ferocious beasts or awakened individuals, the opponent may possess means to temporarily boost their strength. In combat, if the opportunity arises, one must ensure a decisive blow, denying the opponent a chance to consume any enhancements. Suku is still inexperienced in battle. He should have defeated Wei Jixing before he could take the drug to secure victory. Now, it will be challenging for him to win. The elder's words elicited nods of agreement from the surrounding students, acknowledging the wisdom in his advice. At that moment, a teacher finally recognized the elder's identity. Director Wang. What brings you here to oversee the proceedings personally? Wang Chuanxiong, the white-haired elder who had just been in the VIP room above, was the director of the Academic Affairs Office at Shihai University, a figure of considerable seniority, with a tenure even longer than that of Principal Yanemo. No need for such formality. I couldn't resist coming down to see our excellent young talents up close. Now, let us return to the competition. Wei Jixing is about to counterattack, Wang Chuanxiong remarked with a smile, though his eyes betrayed a hint of exasperation. If he could have watched from the VIP room, who would want to come down? Surrounded by a bunch of youngsters barely old enough to be his grandchildren, there was hardly any common ground for conversation. He had come down to escape the headache caused by the two troublesome young ladies upstairs, who were constantly at odds with one another. Yanemo, being younger, could still tolerate it, but Wang Chuanxiong, having aged, found it quite taxing. Yet, he also intended to impart his wealth of battle experience to this year's students, offering them an early lesson in practical theory. However, Wang Chuanxiong had no inkling that Suku was deliberately allowing Wei Jixing to break through. Defeating Wei Jixing now could very well result in the lad seeking revenge after his fourth-order breakthrough. But by letting him advance, Suku could not only crush his resolve, but also ensure that he would not be bothered again until at least after his fifth-order breakthrough, if he ever had the chance to advance again. Now that you've taken your medicine, let's see your trump card. I hope it will be entertaining. Suku continued to regard Wei Jixing with disdain, seemingly unfazed by his opponent's breakthrough. As you wish. A powerful aura emanated from Wei Jixing as he slowly lifted his head, disheveled hair obscuring his eyes, revealing only a pair of glimmering, cold eyes. He was Wei Jixing, the young master of the Wei family, one of the four great families of the capital. In a city renowned for its prodigies, he had also secured the top spot in the martial arts examination. Yet, he bore his own burdens, particularly regarding what others labeled his talent. Having awakened a B-grade ability, he was always perceived by his father as inferior to those with S or A-grade abilities. Despite being able to crush them in actual combat, this fostered a subconscious sense of inferiority within him, compelling him to deliberately suppress his tier, seeking to prove himself as the strongest among his peers through the martial arts examination. He had succeeded, but little did he know that today, at the freshman competition of Shihai University, he would face an opponent worthy of unleashing his full strength, even resorting to a pill to elevate his tier. Fourth order. Wei Jixing's Qianji split underwent a transformation, no longer limited to splitting a single object. Both hands dove into the concealed sheaths at his waist, drawing forth his spiritual flying daggers. Crossing his arms before his face, he positioned a shimmering silver flying dagger between each finger. 8 flying daggers split into 8192, launching a simultaneous assault from all directions. Let us see how you respond to this, Wei Jixing declared, executing a unique technique as he forcefully flung his arms outward. The 8 flying daggers, akin to well-trained soldiers, traced perfect arcs, encircling Suku within their midst. Chapter 62. The Shattering Sky, Ice Crystal Core Explosion. More flying daggers. How uninteresting. Suku displayed a demeanor of utter disinterest, languidly stating, "Well, let us just consider it a means to stretch my limbs." Despite his seemingly nonchalant words, a deep sense of trepidation gnawed at his heart. "Your Majesty, how on earth am I supposed to defend against this? Over 8,000 flying daggers. I can't even count them, let alone block them." Surely, fully aware of the urgency of the situation, spoke in a hurried tone, offering Suku tactical advice. "Don't even think about trading blows. The sheer volume will overwhelm you. There's no chance to evade, so go all out. It's just a 4th-tier opponent. Didn't you just defeat one a couple of days ago? I believe in you. Give it your all. And remember to throw me out. I don't fancy becoming a pincushion." Suku rolled his eyes, reflecting on the notion of self-preservation when calamity strikes. Seeing the odds stacked against him, he acted swiftly, hurling his Nokia phone toward the audience below. "What? Worried about it breaking? This is a Nokia. It's sturdier than most bricks." Witnessing Suku still having the presence of mind to protect his phone infuriated Wei Jixing, who clapped his hands together forcefully. Smack. "Suku, from this day forth, you shall remain beneath my foot." The 8 flying daggers began to split and multiply like reflections in a mirror, escalating to 1024. Then 4096, and finally 8192. A sky filled with silvery light obscured the sun, resembling a dazzling river of stars hanging in the firmament. The sheer number of daggers was staggering. Suku's figure was nearly obscured. "Those below the 4th tier, flee at once. You won't withstand the aftermath of this battle. Medical team, prepare." The referee was ready to intervene, determined to safeguard Suku's life. "Director Wong, should we halt the match? This has exceeded our expectations," queried the organizing faculty. "Let it continue. I'm keeping a close watch. I have a feeling that young man, Suku, hasn't he revealed his full potential?" Wang Chuanxiong replied, his eyes narrowing as if piercing through the multitude of daggers to gaze upon the boy whose lips were curling into a smirk. Though it seemed like an eternity, in reality, only a few seconds had passed for the daggers to fully multiply. Wei Jixing, who was also within the encirclement, suddenly became fierce, shouting, "Charge!" The myriad flying daggers surged forth in unison, akin to a meteor shower, trailing white tails. Clang! Suku planted his sword in the ground, the azure energy of extreme frost swirling around him, as he simultaneously formed seals with his hands and crouched low. Charge! Extreme ice crystal explosion. Charge! Same old trick. 2 ice lotuses appeared in the palms of his hands. Suku dashed forward, launching himself at Wei Jixing and the onslaught of daggers. He contemplated self-detonation once more. After all, he possessed an indestructible battle body, and with the medical team below, even if he detonated alongside them, he might not be the one to perish. With such thoughts racing through his mind, his excitement surged. What if I blow up and find myself transported again? How thrilling. He erupted into an incoherent chuckle as his speed intensified. "You lunatic. You intend to perish together with me? Dream on." Wei Jixing, despite having the upper hand, found himself retreating, gripped by fear. In the VIP room, the assembled experts voiced a collective realization. Fear equated to defeat. To shy away from risking his life against Suku signified that this student would lack the courage to fight till the end against a ferocious beast. Yan Mo made such an assessment, pondering the caliber of resources Wei Jixing possessed. Bai Qingwei paused momentarily before responding. "By provincial champion standards, it's A level. Second only to Suku's S-level resource allocation. Let us downgrade it to A level. That should suffice. The excess can be given to Suku. After all, the Wei family is affluent, monopolizing over 70% of the spirit weapon industry. They wouldn't miss such a paltry amount. And it's better allocated to someone in greater need." After Yan Mo finished speaking, he turned to leave the VIP room. "Principal, aren't you going to watch till the end?" "No need. Once the heart is lost, all is lost," Yan Mo replied casually as he exited. "Haha Hanchan. What do you think? Are you convinced? Look at the talent I've recruited. Isn't he significantly stronger than your picks from years past?" Bai Qingwei taunted, turning to the research office head, Hanchan, the previously voluptuous woman. "Huh, what a stroke of luck," Hanchan scoffed, shifting her gaze to the window. "What did you say? You're just jealous that I found such a promising talent and are upset," Bai Qingwei retorted, hands on her hips, continuing to provoke. "Such a genius. I can't believe the other 3 universities wouldn't recognize his worth. I also doubt Shihai can offer more than Jingbei to entice him. Let me ponder what might have made him forsake the invitations of the other 3 supernatural universities for Shihai. Perhaps it was seduction? That certainly sounds like something you would do when cornered, old cow." Hanchan locked her gaze onto Bai Qingwei, eager to gauge her reaction. A jolt of alarm surged through Bai Qingwei, nearly exposing her secret, but she managed to bluff her way through with her years of shameless experience. "Ah, yes. I did seduce him. So what? Is it wrong for me to pursue such a handsome young man? I've been single since birth. What is wrong with seeking a youthful beauty? Aren't you just jealous? You're envious of me. If you share half of your salary this year, I might consider giving you Suku's green bubble. You scoundrel. I wish I could be as shameless as you." Returning to the arena, as Wei Jixing retreated. The speed of the flying daggers indeed faltered. Suku seized this opportunity, forcefully bringing the two ice lotuses together. Let us both experience the thrill of exploding. Cryonuclear blast. First came an eerie white light accompanied by silence, followed by a deafening explosion. Boom. A white mushroom cloud emanated a chilling aura. The tremendous shockwave scattering the myriad flying daggers and sending them flying. A golden barrier rose, intercepting all the daggers that shot towards the spectators like arrows. Wang Chuanxiong maintained the barrier with one hand, shielding himself from the frigid air, while his gaze widened in horror at the arena, which had been reduced to rubble. Chapter 63, Final Blow? Too late to surrender. All battles on the platform ceased, as every prodigy gazed in shock at Platform 10. Han Lingyue felt an inexplicable tightening in her heart. If Suku were to suffer severe injury, she would be overwhelmed with guilt. As the white mist from the frost gradually dissipated, the destruction wrought by the cryonuclear blast and the earth-shattering transformation became evident to all. The marble platform lay shattered, nearly obliterated. While the scattered daggers had vanished, the scars they left on the ground remained painfully visible. Frost clung to the ground like snow. Two figures lay at opposite ends of the platform, seemingly drained of all energy, unable to move. As the golden barrier faded, the oppressive cold surged forth, causing even those who had already taken cover to shiver involuntarily. Goodness! Even the residual wave nearly froze me solid. What will happen to Wei Jixing? Is this the S-class ice ability? It's truly astonishing, beyond comprehension. Who could possibly rival him? Look at the expressions on those seniors' faces. They have turned rather grim. It seems we are not the only ones astonished. Even the upperclassmen are taken aback. The claims of these freshmen hold some truth, as second and third-year students. Many seniors have indeed gathered today to observe the freshman competition and scout for fresh talent. Initially, we anticipated mere trivial skirmishes among the newcomers. But now it appears one of them may surpass even the second-year seniors. How could this not be shocking? If they cannot even compete with the freshmen, what hope is there of recruiting them into their clubs? Naturally, the truly formidable organizations have developed an even deeper interest in Suku. With a crackling sound of frost shattering, a figure, pale and encrusted with ice, rose from a corner of the arena. He trembled violently as he staggered towards Suku's prone form, a proud smile gradually spreading across his face. Ha! I still emerged victorious, Suku. You, a mere country bumpkin, dare to think you could defeat me? I will ruin you, ensuring you can never approach Han Lingyue again. Wei Jixing drew the last dagger from his waist, wielding it like a dagger, and approached Suku menacingly. In his daze, he had forgotten they were still on a stage, that this was merely an ordinary contest, and that the referee would never allow him to harm someone utterly defenseless. Just as the referee prepared to halt the match and declare a victor, a languid voice echoed from the opposite end of the arena. You can still move? How splendid. I was beginning to worry I might not get my chance for revenge. A figure, adorned with multiple daggers, including one embedded in his neck, sprang up from the ground like a carp leaping through the water. His clothing was stained with blood, yet his spirit appeared remarkably vibrant. All his wounds had been encased in ice. Though they looked terrifying, they posed no risk of excessive blood loss. In fact, the ice crystals at the wounds bore a striking rosy hue. Suku, are you truly all right? Do you need me to summon a medical team? The referee, momentarily bewildered, noted that Suku appeared gravely injured, yet his opponent was in superb spirits, brimming with combat fervor. Huh, a medical team? Teacher, I'm in fine condition, don't jinx me. Can't you see I'm about to win? Suku rolled his eyes, muttering a few words before he boldly pulled the dagger from his neck. With a piercing sound, the anticipated gush of blood did not materialize. The wound froze instantly, beginning to heal gradually. I understand now. Suku's superhuman ability possesses incredible regenerative powers, which is why he dares to engage in a mutual destruction tactic with Wei Jixing. An awestruck instructor from the Academic Affairs Office exclaimed. Indeed. And I suspect his superhuman ability is perhaps on par with his ice powers. Bai Qingwei has truly found a remarkable talent for us at Shihai. Wang Chuanxiong stroked his beard, his murky eyes sparkling with intrigue. After many years, he felt the urge to take on a disciple once more. While others were enraptured by Suku's astonishing display, Wei Jixing's mood was far less favorable. His advance faltered, and a struggle appeared in his eyes. What should I do? He has endured so many of my daggers. How is he still moving? No, he must be at his last gasp, trying to deceive me. He thought to himself, if I concede now, all my efforts will have been in vain, and I will become a laughingstock for my 4 years in college. I am a level 4. He cannot possibly endure more than I can. He must be pushing through. If I just approach and strike him once, I will win. One must commend Wei Jixing's ability to self-soothe. He had convinced himself through sheer imagination. Suku, stop pretending. I know you are more injured than I am. If you were fine, you would have already shot me with your ice sword instead of lingering there to heal. Wei Jixing sneered at Suku, evidently convinced that Suku was merely putting on a facade. You have truly reminded me. Suku, suddenly enlightened, pounded his right fist into his left palm and casually launched an ice crystal sword. Swish. Thud. The ice sword flew faster than before. and the severely injured Wei Jixing did not even have time to react before it pierced his abdomen. The tremendous force pinned him against a shattered marble slab, rendering him as if nailed to the wall. How is this possible? It was even faster than before. Wei Jixing exclaimed in astonishment, ignoring his pain. Oh right. I forgot to mention, I also experienced a breakthrough just before the match. Suko flashed a dazzling smile, radiating his current aura. Mid-level 3. Indeed, after nearly a month, Suko had finally advanced a minor tier in combat. Compared to those protagonists who leaped to higher realms in just a few days, his progress was remarkably scientific. You scoundrel. Just wait. The Wei family will not let this slide. I will ensure you cannot leave Shihai. Wei Jixing predictably invoked his family background, attempting to intimidate Suku. Still defiant. You haven't had enough of my great sword, have you? Suku's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of murderous intent igniting within them. Casually glancing at Wang Chuanxiong below the stage, Suku extended his right hand towards Wei Jixing, and in an instant, dozens of solidified ice swords materialized behind him. What are you doing? You wouldn't dare kill me. Wei Jixing shrieked, desperately attempting to project a facade of bravery. Kill you? Oh no, no, no. I cannot bear such an enormous sin. I would not dare take your life. But I can certainly torment you. Piercing the liver will require 7 days to heal. Even with healing abilities, piercing the pancreas will take 14 days. An infection from the large intestine and stomach will heal quickly. But you will suffer from incontinence for half a month. Severing the tendons in your legs and arms will require at least a month of recovery. By the way, do you know how long it takes to reattach a fallen testicle? A full 6 months before you can engage in intimacy. Suku grinned malevolently, aiming the ice swords at Wei Jixing's vulnerable points. Wait, let's discuss this rationally. Wei Jixing's expression changed dramatically. I will not seek revenge. Forget I ever said anything. I concede. I concede. Too late. The ice sword shot forth, and Wei Jixing let out a heart-wrenching scream. No. Chapter 64. The outcome is clear. Suku's ingenious strategy. The outcome is clear. The match is over. A gust of wind swept across the arena, sending the ice swords soaring into the sky. The referee appeared before Wei Jixing, blocking the attack while smiling at Suku. Suku, you have won. According to the rules, I declare that Wei Jixing has lost the ability to resist, thus terminating the match. Do either of you contest this result? Not at all. Suku had yet to respond when Wei Jixing shouted from behind the referee. Beneath him, a pool of yellow liquid had mysteriously appeared on the ground, starkly visible against the frost-covered surface. Look, Wei Jixing seems to have wet himself. That yellow puddle must be urine. Wow, indeed. I never expected the esteemed top student of Kyoto would be so frightened as to wet himself. Don't mock others. If you were up there, you might have been scared into wetting yourself by Suko. Nonsense. I would have begged for mercy and wouldn't have wet myself at all. I have adult diapers. I'm not afraid. The murmurs from the audience caused a tumult of emotions to wash over Wei Jixing's handsome face, alternating between a deep flush and pallor, as if a myriad of sharp daggers were piercing his heart. In an instant, he found himself breathless, collapsing unconscious. TSK, though I'm not yet satisfied. Since you've already made your judgment, I shall raise no objections, Suku remarked, casting a covert glance at Wang Chuanxiong as he spoke. Ha ha ha, you rascal. Stop staring at me. Wang Chuanxiong, a cunning old fox with over a century of life experience, could easily discern Suku's intentions. The freshman competition was merely an exchange contest. Even if he were not the young master of the Wei family, he could not allow Suku to deliver another blow. Eradicating threats is a commendable habit, but it is unnecessary to apply it to your classmates. Your roommate Nyechinga is not as severely harmed as you imagine. Let us consider this a tit for tat. Let it end here. With Wang Chuanxiong's declaration, Suku naturally had no further objections, although he did not recognize the elder. The snowy hair and the deference shown by the surrounding faculty indicated that he was certainly a figure of significant authority, prompting Suku to keenly observe his reactions. Subsequently, the unconscious Wei Jixing was carried down from the arena, and the freshman competition continued. The other platforms gradually engaged in combat, and after a brief 5-minute respite, Suku unsheathed his fierce sword, standing amidst the remains of the arena, which was nearly level with the ground, and shouted to the crowd. Who else? Come forth quickly. I wish to fight 10. His intent of challenging 10 was, of course, to earn credits, devoid of any provocation. That was how Suku rationalized it. However, to the eyes of the other freshmen, the interpretation was vastly different. Damn, how arrogant of him. Shouldn't someone teach him a lesson? One exclaimed. Teach him a lesson? Are you out of your mind? Do you really think he is out of energy? Just look at his vigorous demeanor. Another retorted. If you want to go, go ahead. But don't drag me into it. I have encountered countless geniuses, but when it comes to flaunting, I only yield to Suku, the king of pretentiousness. Disperse, disperse. Everyone, move along. No one dares to step up. Besides, why not go next door to enjoy the sight of Hanlingwa? With that, the crowd gradually began to dissipate, leaving the area around Platform 10 almost empty, save for Wang Chuanxiong, who was now dozing off, and the referee of Platform 10. Teacher, if no one challenges. Then my credits. Suka suddenly realized. They might have been played by the principal again, and hastily inquired. Oh, I forgot to mention. If there are no challengers and the number of defeated opponents is fewer than 10, the final reward is merely 10 credits. Congratulations, Suko. It seems no one dares to challenge you, the referee said with a grin, barely concealing his glee. Damn. Suku perceived the principal, Yen Mo's cunning nature. Initially, he found the generous credit rewards inconsistent with the financially strained nature of Shihai University, only to discover he had been outsmarted by the principal. A student with formidable strength, capable of consecutive victories, would naturally inspire fear in potential challengers, leading to a lack of participants. Conversely, those of lesser strength would soon succumb, unable to accumulate many points. Moreover, the stipulation of defeating 10 opponents served to mitigate any possibility of point farming. In this light, it appeared that for this freshman competition, Yen Mo would only need to expend a little over 100 credits to resolve the matter. What a crafty old fox. Suku sighed, shaking his head. Given his prior performance, having defeated the third and second places, who would dare to challenge him now? Had he truly allowed that old fox to save money? Suku stroked his chin, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. What if I buy challengers? Isn't it permissible to concede if they can't defeat me? It was known that at Shihai University, credits could be exchanged for currency, with 1 credit worth 10,000 daxia coins, though the reverse was not possible. Credits could not only be used to purchase basic supplies, but also at an exceptionally favorable exclusive price for equipment, techniques, and other items unavailable elsewhere. Thus, exchanging daxia coins for credits was undoubtedly advantageous. Even if the rate were 15 to 1, or even 2 to 1, there would always be those willing to convert. Now, Suku believed he could persuade them to exploit the school. Surely someone would be willing. Everyone, align with me. Suku shouted fervently, instantly capturing the attention of the entire crowd. Come challenge me on stage, then concede. I shall give each of you 20,000 daxia coins. No limit on concessions. First come, first served. With the mental compensation fee provided by Han Lingwei, he had approximately 250,000 daxia coins at his disposal, which should suffice given the pace of one person every 5 minutes. The freshman took a few moments to respond, and suddenly, some grasped Suku's intention. Brothers, this is essentially free money. Hurry up, it's just conceding a match. How generous of King Pretentious. Consequently, the crowd reassembled beneath Suku's platform, forming a line to step up, concede, and collect their money. The referee was now sweating profusely, his voice trembling as he said, Suku, is this really acceptable? I feel the principal might be displeased. Suku scoffed, please, I'm merely assisting my fellow students. I'm giving them a chance to earn money. If the principal has any objections, kindly submit a complaint to the Academic Affairs Office within 3 working days. The referee was left speechless, having no choice but to grit his teeth and announce the results of each match at a painstakingly slow pace, hoping to delay Suku from accumulating points. Of course, Suku was persistently urging, hurry up, teacher. Why are you speaking so slowly? You're stuttering. Meanwhile, Yen Mo, who was in his office passionately discussing the upcoming inter-school competition with his female secretary, suddenly felt a shiver run through him. Principal, what's wrong? The secretary, glistening with sweat, inquired curiously, her lips a vibrant red. Nothing. I just feel as though someone is scheming against me. Have the tripe you're preparing over there ready. Share some with me. This year's inter-school competition was rumored to be held in Chuan City, where he could indulge in spicy tripe once more. With a hearty appetite, Yen Mo indulged in the culinary delights, relishing the thrill of stealing a bite in the office without worrying about the Academic Affairs Office's old men catching him. In the infirmary, the unconscious Wei Jixing suddenly felt a rush of coldness against his face. A shiver coursed through him as he opened his eyes in confusion, only to find a solid gold desert eagle pressed against his forehead. With a sly smile, the woman holding the gun parted her crimson lips and uttered a single word. Bang! Chapter 65. Wei Jianwan, a bullet of destiny. Wei Jixing trembled violently, feeling a warm stream trickle down his face. Had he not completely emptied his bladder, he would surely have soiled himself again. No wonder you lost to a mere peasant. Is this the extent of your courage? Where has your previous pride and confidence vanished to? The vivid red lips, coupled with the woman's imposing aura, instilled an undeniable sense of trepidation. Though the golden desert eagle merely emitted hot water, it made Wei Jixing tremble as if struck by a bullet. Sister, I understand my mistakes. I truly do. But I cannot defeat him. That guy is a lunatic. He's laughing, even when he's on the brink of death. Don't come near me, Wei Jixing's mental state was evidently shaken, leading him to babble incoherently. You fool. Wei Jianwan frowned, genuinely disgusted by Wei Jixing's outburst. Swiftly, she detached the magazine from the Desert Eagle and retrieved a bullet inscribed with intricate runes from her bosom, loading it into the chamber. As the magazine was loaded, the bolt was pulled back, and the muzzle pressed against Wei Jixing's forehead. The trigger was pulled without the slightest hesitation. This time, the toy gun that should have merely squirted water actually discharged a real shot. Bang! The acrid scent of gunpowder stung the nostrils, causing Wei Jixing's head to snap back. Yet no blood hole appeared on his forehead. What on earth is happening? I seem to have heard the sound of gunfire. A male doctor clad in a white coat rushed into the ward, locking eyes with Wei Jinyuan's mocking gaze. Doctor, it's nothing. My sister was just playing a prank on me, Wei Jixing said, his demeanor surprisingly composed. As if he were a normal person rather than one teetering on the brink of madness. He wiped the water from his face and offered a smile to the doctor. The doctor stared blankly at Wei Jinyuan for a prolonged moment, seemingly captivated by her beauty, until Wei Jixing's second reminder snapped him back to reality. Oh, do keep it down, please. This is a hospital, he advised, before wandering off in a daze. Humph. Men, Wei Jinyuan scoffed, pulling back the slide of the Desert Eagle. Only to find no shell ejected. Ability, Life Thread Bullet, Healing Bullet. You are indeed fortunate. It appears you've drawn a healing bullet. Fate does not wish for your demise just yet, Wei Jinyuan remarked with a stern countenance, showing no sign of having wagered her brother's life moments prior. The A-grade ability, Life Thread Bullet, was something Wei Jinyuan preferred to call the killing bullet. It randomly consumed a certain amount of life force, mana, or stamina to load a designated firearm with a runic bullet. Before pulling the trigger, the bullet's type was determined by the most powerful thought in the user's mind, leading to a relatively random shot of an enhanced bullet. The types of bullets included not only healing, confinement, dispelling, and explosive variants, but also conceptual bullets such as acceleration, decay, and instant death. Wei Jixing's lips twitched as he forced a smile, saying, I think I should be thanking you, dear sister. It is your lingering affection that spared my life. Just know it, Wei Jinyuan replied, stowing away the Desert Eagle and taking a seat beside the hospital bed. I happened to come across some information. The person who defeated you seems to have some connection with the Ice Princess. However, this matter is quite significant. So I believe it would be best if you were the one to investigate. If it turns out he is indeed linked to the Ice Princess, that would be ideal. If not, we can eliminate him to prevent future troubles. Upon hearing this, Wei Jixing trembled, his eyes wide with shock as he looked at Wei Jinyuan. What? You want to kill a specially recruited student from West Sea University? Isn't that a bit too risky? You know that Yin Mo is also a 9th tier. No worries. Wei Jinyuan interrupted. There are those helping to cover it up. Just a couple of days ago, the ones who tread in the snow faced casualties. It won't be easy to trace. With great effort, Wei Jixing nodded. You need not worry about manpower or strength. I found a reliable ally. When the opportunity arises, you can both act together. Just remember to keep it clean. I don't want to make another trip. With that, Wei Jinyuan gracefully rose and departed. As if she had never been there. Suko felt a twinge of embarrassment. This is the privilege of those with background. You can only blame your poor fate at birth, Wei Jixing thought, his injuries having healed considerably. In the blink of an eye, over a week had passed since the freshman tournament. The first-year students were now entering their week of classes. During this week, Suku and Nyechinga had sporadically attended a few open lectures from other grades, and it could be said that the Academy of Abilities truly excelled, offering insights that were unattainable elsewhere. Every casual lesson was immensely rewarding. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention Suku's gains from the freshman tournament. Firstly, because he took the lead in scoring, other champions on different platforms began to emulate his strategy of spending money to earn credits. Unfortunately, their strength did not match Suku's overwhelming prowess, nor did they start their score-boosting endeavors in time, with a 5-minute cooldown. By the time they realized they could boost their scores, Suku had already amassed a lead of 5 or 6 points. Consequently, Suku was awarded first place in the freshman tournament and received an additional 100 credits. Thus, his total credits skyrocketed to a staggering 714 points, with 500 from special recruitment, 100 from winning the tournament, and 114 from boosting. This amount of credits was something even many second and third year students had never seen. Back to the main topic. Adhering to the philosophy of I only come when the teacher arrives, Suku was dragged into the classroom by Nyechinga just seconds before the bell rang. TSK. On the very first day of class, someone is arriving just in time. How bold. Aren't you afraid the teacher will give you a hard time? Haha. Probably just a small-town student who barely made it into West Sea University. Look, they haven't even been in class for a few days and are already slacking off. Haha. When it comes time to face the battlefield, they regret not honing their skills properly. The classroom, already prepared, buzzed with the sound of buzzing discussions like flies. Nyechinga felt her face flush with embarrassment, and the moment Suku was dragged into the classroom, he awakened from his stupor. School starting again? Damn. Why is summer vacation so short? His bleary eyes swept across the tiered classroom, taking in every student. Such youthful and radiant girls and dashing young men. Is this what university life has always been like? Suku mused internally. Yet, to the other students, he appeared as a lion surveying his territory. Is that Suku? You mean the one? No way. It's really Suku, the champion of the freshman tournament. Who just spoke. Be careful. Suku could send you to the hospital with just a couple of ice swords. Don't look at me. I never said anything. I was just cursing my roommate. The spacious tiered classroom fell silent all at once, half the students lowering their heads to feign busy note-taking. You two students, please find a place to sit. We are about to begin class, Shinmeng said, casting a silent glance at Suku and Nyechinga before clearing her throat to remind them. Indeed, she was Suku's instructor for the first class. Initially, she had intended to reprimand the tardy students to establish her authority. However, upon seeing it was Suku and Nyechinga, all her annoyance evaporated. After all, such was the treatment of geniuses, especially when they were two handsome boys. Thank you, teacher, Nyechinga said, bowing slightly in gratitude as she was pressed down by Suku. The two hurried toward the seats at the back of the tiered classroom, just as Han Lingyue and Huang Yingying had saved them spots. Thank you, Han and Huang, for reserving our seats, Nyechinga said with a warm smile, graciously thanking the two girls. Suku, however, was far more carefree. Without a hint of awkwardness, he plopped down in the empty seat next to Han Lingyue, saying, Thank you, kind lady, you truly are a good person. Well then, congratulations to Han Lingyue and Huang Yingying for receiving a good person card from Suku. I haven't seen you two since the freshman tournament. Where have you been? I still haven't had a chance to thank you for the clever idea that earned me second place, Han Lingyue said with a slight smile, diving right into the topic. It's nothing much. We merely wandered around the school and engaged in a bit of culinary practice. You wouldn't believe it, but Qing Ji's skills surpass even those of our school cafeteria. Suku rested his chin on his hand, observing Xin Ming as she scribbled on the blackboard. Huang Yingying, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, You two are hardly here to study, while others are seizing every moment to practice and learn. You seem to be indulging in a leisurely experience of life. Just as they were chatting, Xin Ming tapped the blackboard, capturing everyone's attention. Dear classmates, I am your instructor for the Body Refinement Theory course. Today, I will discuss the use of beast blood for body refinement in Awakeners. Upon hearing this, Suku immediately straightened up, intrigued as this was a topic of particular interest to him. The fundamental physique of ferocious beasts is indeed superior to that of Awakeners, including those in the superhuman category who have not yet activated their powers. So, is there a method for us to enhance our own physique? The answer is affirmative. This method is seldom taught outside the school, as using ferocious beast blood for body refinement has long been regarded as a highly perilous practice. However, here at West Sea University, this technique has become quite sophisticated. As long as everyone follows the prescribed method step by step, they can achieve remarkable results with minimal effort. During the remaining time, Xin Ming elaborated on how to utilize beast blood for body refinement, succinctly stating that Awakeners can enhance their physique at each stage. The higher the bloodline rank of the beast chosen from the same level, the greater the enhancement. This was the first time Suka had encountered such information. Even Sherry had only shared fragments of knowledge with him, without detailing the specific training methods. Therefore, Suku opened his phone and typed, My queen. Why haven't you taught me the method of using beast blood for body refinement? I find it quite credible. Sherry's cartoon avatar rolled its eyes in a playful manner, conjuring a steaming cup of red tea and leisurely sipping it in the garden. Because I don't know how. I am purely on the mystical side, which differs from your practical system here at West Sea. Purely mystical? What does that mean? Suku's curiosity was piqued upon hearing this new term. Sherry explained at a measured pace. In simple terms, I pursue the enhancement of pure energy intensity, with the ultimate goal of transcending the soul or elementalization. There is no need for body refinement. On the other hand, due to the constant beast attacks in your area, practicality takes precedence. Naturally, the stronger the body, the less likely one is to perish. I did not need to battle ferocious beasts daily, so why would I subject myself to the ordeal of body refinement? Reeking of blood? No matter how sturdy my body becomes, can it withstand a single blast of ice crystal? Though her tone dripped with sarcasm, Suku comprehended her point. Ultimately, this was akin to the debate over whether savory or sweet tofu pudding is superior, or the preference for sweet or savory rice dumplings. Each system has its merits, and one cannot definitively declare one is better than the other. In the future, other perspectives may even emerge to challenge both. Nevertheless, Suku remained inclined toward the practical system. The clown ability bestowed upon him the capacity for multi-type power switching. Yet the foundation of any ability he employed was his physical body. As long as he maintained good health, he could reap benefits from any system, thus making body refinement distinctly advantageous for him. The enriching morning quickly drew to a close. The four of them had intended to return to the dormitory to savor Nyechinga's culinary skills, but unexpectedly encountered several upperclassmen who had come specifically to seek out Suku. Suku, we are from a school club. May we have a moment of your time? Said a young man dressed in a black and red combat uniform, smiling amiably. Of course, your friends are welcome to join if they are not busy. The group exchanged glances, suspecting that this might be a recruitment endeavor, and nodded in agreement. One must admit, these clubs are quite affluent. The private room at the Xingyuan cafeteria demands a minimum expenditure of 10 academic credits, and just from this initial encounter, the unknown senior had invited Suku and his companions to dine here. Please, take a seat, dear juniors. Let us enjoy our meal while we chat. The senior said with a smile, yet he did not sit down, opting instead to stand by the table. Han Lingyue and Nyechinga had seen their fair share of grandeur. Their families were well off, thus they were indifferent to the lavish spread before them. However, It was Su Ku and Huang Yingying's first experience with a feast worth 100,000. I won tea hold back then, Su Ku declared. Knowing his companions came from wealthy backgrounds, he promptly took 2 lobster claws, placing one on Huang Yingying's plate and indulging in the other himself. Not long after, the door to the private room swung open, and a man dressed in a black and red formal outfit entered, nodding at the previous senior, who promptly understood and left. Closing the door behind him. Greetings, juniors. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Tian, a sophomore and the president of the Tianxia Club. Today, I invited you to ascertain your interest in joining our club. Yi Tian flashed a formulaic, standard smile of humility, which prevented any hint of annoyance from surfacing in the hearts of the four. They exchanged glances, turning their attention to Su Ku, seemingly eager to gauge his thoughts. Meanwhile, Su Ku was still engaged in a battle with a crab. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that our Tianxia Club is currently the second largest at West Sea University, backed by substantial funding from Zhangqiao. We can confidently say that we are the official reserve. Upon graduation, those who emerge from our Tianxia Club will secure favorable positions within Zhangqiao. I urge you to consider this seriously, Yi Tian stated, his tone growing more serious. Let us do this, senior. Joining a club is a significant decision. We need to discuss it among ourselves before providing you with a response. If that is agreeable, Han Lingyue, who was well-versed in such dinners, promptly suggested. Sensing the atmosphere shift, Yi Tian's smile gradually dissipated, his expression hardening as he replied, I apologize, but I came here today specifically to receive a definite answer from you. We've had our meal, and you've met me. Surely, I've earned enough face. Don't you think you owe me a satisfactory reply? The room's atmosphere instantly grew tense. Even Su Ku, who had been relishing his meal, paused his actions. What is going on? Can a meal spark such trouble? Your school's circle seems rather chaotic. Yi Tian, how dare you poach people behind my back? You're really overstepping your bounds, aren't you? Suddenly, the door burst open with a crash. A shadow dashed through, shattering the door, and landed heavily on the dining table. The exquisite dishes scattered across the floor. And for once, a hint of regret crossed Su Ku's face. Chapter 67, The Rose Club and its Overbearing Invitation. Jiang Yuan, what are you trying to do? Assaulting members of the Tianxia Club. After a brief moment of shock, the smile vanished from Yi Tian's face, and he sprang up, knocking over his chair. What do you mean? How dare you question my intentions? Who permitted you to recruit the champion of the freshman competition ahead of time? According to the club agreement. It isn't tea time yet. A girl dressed in a black jacket and denim shorts, sporting short, sharp hair, appeared at the door, standing at approximately 179 meters tall. Her height nearly matched Su Ku's with her marten boots. The muscular definition of her exposed thighs clearly indicated her prowess as a combat enthusiast in the superhuman category. Agreement? What agreement? I know nothing about it. You injured my people and ruined a table of exquisite dishes. How do you intend to compensate? Yi Tian, not foolish enough to admit he had breached the club agreement, attempted to divert the conversation, playing coy. I suspect you would never concede. Thus, let us dispense with the pretense. The only 2 factions worthy of welcoming this year's new recruits are you and I. Today, we shall establish a clear path and determine which of us shall claim the championship of this new student competition. A cold smirk played upon Jiang Yuan's lips. Since Yi Tian refused to adhere to the rules, she had no intention of doing so either. Su Ku sighed silently, exchanging glances with his 3 companions, and quietly assisted the disheveled senior in black who had fallen to the ground, now stained with dirt. Are you all right, senior? Huang Yingying offered a tissue, helping to wipe the oil smudges from the senior's face. The senior's face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily leaned back to avoid her touch, grasping the tissue from her hand. Thank you, junior. I'm fine. President Zhang was merely demonstrating her strength, not intending to injure me. Su Ku observed that despite the senior's disarray, he remained composed, even unscathed, and thus grasped the wisdom behind his actions. Yi Tian had positioned him as a gatekeeper. Yet Jiang Yuan had discerned their intentions and sought entry. If he were to firmly obstruct Jiang Yuan, he would not only risk being unable to stop her, but would also likely receive a beating. Conversely, if he were to open the door and allow her in, Yi Tian would not let him off easily. After only a brief encounter with Yi Tian, Su Ku understood that he was a person of arrogance, akin to Wei Jixing, who looked down upon others. Hence, the senior's choice to endure a kick and break the door, allowing both conflicting parties to confront one another directly, was remarkably astute. What is your surname, senior? Might I trouble you to enlighten us on the nature of the dispute between these 2 seniors? Su Ku felt a budding desire to befriend the senior, thus he spoke courteously. Upon hearing Su Ku's politeness, the senior quickly waved his hand. Oh, it's no trouble at all, Junior Su. My name is Wang Mingho, one of the vice presidents of the Tianxia Society. Do not be anxious. The 2 disputants are both presidents of our school's societies. You have likely already met Yi Tian. The young lady is Jiang Yuan, the president of the Rose Society, the foremost society at Shihai University. Both she and Yi Tian have just entered their 3rd year, and their cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the 4th stage. Su Ku silently committed the senior's name to memory, Senior Wang, do you know why these two presidents are vying so fiercely? Why is joining a particular society of such paramount importance? Wang Mingho cast a sidelong glance at the still arguing Yi Tian and Jiang Yuan, ensuring they were not paying attention. Before lowering his voice, what you may not be aware of, juniors, is that Shihai University has ranked last in the four-school league for 3 consecutive years. This year, the principal convened a meeting with the presidents of the major societies, emphasizing that we cannot afford to be last again. If we finish at the bottom again, the funding for all societies will face severe cuts, and those societies that fail to produce results may even face dissolution. This is why both presidents are so eager to recruit promising newcomers. Suku's confusion deepened upon hearing this, prompting him to inquire urgently, but senior, if it's for the four-school league, shouldn't they be courting the upperclassmen instead of us freshmen? His bewilderment was not unfounded. After all, no matter how talented a freshman might be, they could hardly surpass third or fourth-year seniors. Each cohort invariably boasts its own unparalleled prodigies. And a year's head start in cultivation would inherently confer greater strength, at least in terms of cultivation rank. Oh, you need not worry about that. Generally, fourth-year seniors do not participate in the four-school league. By that time, they are usually occupied with internships or battling in the realms. The competition primarily involves students from the first 3 years. Moreover, the league consists of both team and individual events, with first-year freshmen typically participating in team battles. Wang Mingho patiently elucidated the rules of the societies and the competition requirements to the 4 juniors. As for the squabble between Yi Tian and Jiang Yuan, it ultimately reached a resolution. Yi Tian, we all share a common goal for the school. We have fought countless times before. You understand the disparity in our strengths. I am confident that I will advance to the 5th stage before this year's competition. This time, I ask that you concede Suku to me. Consider it a favor owed from Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan spoke with a serious tone, exuding an aura that suggested she would resort to violence should Yi Tian refuse. 5th stage? Have you found a way to advance? Yi Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Almost. I have identified a suitable 4th stage peak beast to hunt in a few days, which will enable my ascension to the 5th stage, Jiang Yuan declared with unwavering confidence. All right. Suku may be ceded to you, but I have one condition. Yi Tian squinted, articulating his minimum demand. The second-place newcomer, Han Lingyue, must be given to the Tianxia Society, while Niechinga was merely an afterthought. What about Wei Jixing? If he were to recover from his injuries, Yi Tian would indeed seek to recruit him. However, at this moment, in the eyes of the onlookers, Wei Jixing's prospects had dimmed significantly. Agreed. I only require Suku. You may choose from the other newcomers at your discretion. Jiang Yuan extended her hand, shaking it with the reluctant Yi Tian before turning to call out to Suku. Junior Su, come with me. Let us complete the paperwork for joining the society, and I shall introduce you to your other seniors. However, to the astonishment of both Jiang Yuan and Yi Tian, Suku sheepishly scratched the back of his head and stood up, saying, Senior Jiang, I apologize, but I actually have no intention of joining any society. What? Jiang Yuan's beautiful eyes widened, a sense of betrayal washing over her. You do not wish to join a society? Huh. You may not be fully aware, but the Rose Society is the premier society at Shihai University, with its members comprising 11% of the student body. You could encounter a member of the Rose Society anywhere on campus. By joining us, I could grant you access to core member privileges, allowing you to navigate the school with ease. None would dare to provoke you. Now, I ask you again, do you wish to join the Rose Society? Jiang Yuan spoke with pride, for establishing such a powerful society within the talent-rich Shihai University was her greatest accomplishment. She could not fathom that anyone would look down upon the Rose Society, nor had she ever encountered someone who would decline her personal invitation. Suku inhaled deeply, appearing to contemplate, yet there was a resolute glint in his eyes. Senior, I. Chapter 68, Declining the Invitation, the Arsonist Society. Senior, I have ultimately decided not to join any society. Suku's words struck like a thunderclap, reverberating in the ears of those present. No one could comprehend why Suku would refuse Jiang Yuan's invitation, as everything seemed so perfectly aligned, leaving no apparent reason to decline. Perhaps the only one who understood the reason was the ever-eavesdropping Shirley, who lay leisurely in a rocking chair, sipping her afternoon tea, her eyes sparkling with appreciation. This unpredictable fellow, beneath it all, is brimming with pride. First, he rejected a special invitation from Jingbei, and now he has spurned the alluring senior's overture. He speaks the humblest words while committing the boldest acts. How intriguing. He is reminiscent of my own past, perhaps 9 parts as good, or 7 parts as charming. Huh. Jiang Yuan found herself both amused and infuriated by Suku's words as she coldly demanded, I wish to know why. Is it because you believe my strength unworthy of being your president? As she spoke, a subtle aura of peak 4th-tier energy emanated from her, distinctly different from Wei Jixing's nascent 4th-tier presence. Jiang Yuan's 4th-tier energy had reached an unparalleled depth, on the verge of breaking through to an even higher realm. A tempestuous, violent, and destructive energy filled the entire room. Huang Yingying's legs buckled, and she sank to the ground, while even Niechinga and Han Lingwe felt their scalps tingle, their hairs standing on end, and their breaths quickening involuntarily. Well, it's not that I know for certain. Suka scratched his head and spoke in a calm tone. After all, I cannot predict whether I will reach the peak 4th tier by the time I'm a junior. I just feel that being tossed around like a mere commodity, traded and assigned at will, only to strive desperately for the benefit of others, is a rather foolish endeavor, somewhat akin to being a beast of burden. Suku's explanation caused Jiang Yuan's expression to shift dramatically. Their Rose Society had always boasted a 100% success rate in recruitment. No one could refuse her invitation upon meeting Jiang Yuan. The reason was simple. Suku, do you believe that if you do not join my Rose Society, you will find it nearly impossible to navigate your life at Shihai University? Do not think that your genius status renders you immune. I possess countless methods to make your existence unbearable. The underlying threat in Jiang Yuan's words gradually darkened Suku's expression. Senior, that's rather inappropriate, don't you think? I'm only a freshman. While you're already a junior, you will graduate sooner or later. I wouldn't mind establishing a society now and gradually overshadowing your Rose. Suku's words were undoubtedly piercing. The elegant room fell into an immediate silence, all eyes turning towards Suku. Niechinga regarded him with astonished understanding, while Han Lingwe and Huang Yingying looked on with admiration. Wang Mingho felt a twinge of regret for having been too candid, allowing Suku to escalate the situation. Jiang Yuan narrowed her eyes, her voice laced with anger. You may certainly try. My Rose has yet to encounter a rival. I am eager to see how you intend to usurp my society. As she spoke, a thought seemed to strike her, and she provocatively glanced at Han Lingwe and the others. These individuals are your friends, correct? What do you all think? Will you join my Rose? Or the heavens? Or will you stand with that laughable freshman competition champion against me? Niechinga and the others exchanged glances, a shared understanding passing between them as they replied with a chuckle. Apologies, senior, but we won't be joining any society. Damn it. Yi Tian, who had been quietly watching, could no longer contain himself. I was hoping I might inadvertently benefit from this and see Jiang Yuan come away empty-handed. Now it seems I've gained nothing and lost a feast of fine delicacies. Very well, so you all wish to oppose my Rose Society, do you? However, I must remind you that forming a society requires at least 5 individuals to submit an application together. You're currently 1 short. I wonder where you'll find such a fool to join you in your madness, Jiang Yuan taunted, seemingly confident that Suku and his group would fall short of the necessary numbers. Suku pondered, stroking his chin. It seemed he was familiar with everyone present. Yet they were indeed 1 short. Should he try to recruit Jiang Lan? Perhaps not. They weren't close. And they had even had a small feud during the freshman competition. He'd prefer to keep his distance. What about Wei Jixing? Are you joking? 1 person short? Then I shall join. Just as Suku was frowning in contemplation, Wang Mingho, who had been sitting on the ground, suddenly spoke up. Wang Mingho, what the hell do you mean? Are you trying to defect from my Heaven Society? Yi Tian exploded, pointing an accusatory finger at him, completely disregarding any camaraderie expected among society members. I've had enough. Wang Mingho stood, no longer hiding his sharp tongue. You think just because you're a year above me and entered the society a year earlier, you can boss me around? I handle all the affairs of the society, big and small, while you ruin every diplomatic arrangement I set up. This time is no exception. He continued, rising from the overturned dishes. Even this banquet was funded by my credits. What gives you the right to criticize me? Today, I'm laying it all on the line. I'm done being your vice president and serving you. Yi Tian was left speechless, his finger still pointing at Wang Mingho. Mouth agape as he struggled to formulate a retort. You better watch it. No, all 5 of you better watch it. Jiang Yuan. This time my Heaven Society will join forces with you to eliminate those 5. Haha. Well, it seems you're not as foolish as I thought. Yi Tian, Jiang Yuan laughed heartily, feeling emboldened. Su, I apologize, but it appears your days at school are numbered. I look forward to seeing what tricks you might pull next. Before her words could settle, Suku stood up with a bright smile, dramatically activating the broadcast feature on his smartwatch to pay 10 credits. Beep, beep, beep. Freshman Suku has purchased campus broadcasting services, and his message is as follows as the broadcast speaker connected with the smartwatch microphone. Suku raised his fist with solemnity and declared, effective immediately, the Promethean Union is officially established. Society leader Suku hereby announces this, seeking approval from the school administration. Before the students had a chance to absorb the shock of this announcement, the subsequent 4 proclamations left them utterly stunned. Society member Han Lingwe, Society member Niechinga, Society member Huang Yingying, Society member Wang Mingho, jointly responding, in unison, seeking approval from the school administration. The resounding echoes reverberated across the campus, and the announcement appeared on every student's smart terminal. Approved. The Promethean Union, betraying the old gods, bringing the spark of new life to the forces of the fresh. What a profound sentiment. I hope you truly can embody the spirit of your name and kindle a flame from the ashes of the old. I shall remember you. Yin Mo's voice did not come through the broadcast, but resonated throughout Shihai University. Chapter 69, Society Planning, flea market. Yin Mo's voice echoed through the campus, leaving a lasting impression. Those who had heard of Suku, whether familiar or unfamiliar, now knew of this freshman who had boldly established the society named the Promethean Union today. A freshman dares to establish a society? What gives him the audacity? Suku? Isn't he the champion of this year's freshman competition? Why didn't the Rose Society invite him? Instead, he formed his own group. Wait. Isn't Wang Mingho the vice president of the Genius Society? Why is he joining the Promethean Union instead? What on earth has transpired? Confusion and curiosity flooded the campus forum, igniting a fervent gossip fire. Soon, news of Suku's forceful rejection of the Rose and Heaven societies, followed by their planned suppression, spread like wildfire across the campus. Both freshmen and upperclassmen were astounded by Suku's audacity, curious about the remarkable individual brave enough to stand against the two largest societies. In the hospital, Wei Jixing, upon hearing this news, wore an excited smile. Haha, he.s. digging his own grave. Truly, fate is on my side. I was contemplating whether to refuse the Rose's invitation and join Heavens to avoid Suku's brilliance. But it seems there's no need now. Suku, you truly are overestimating yourself. As the news erupted within the school, Suku and his companions found their dining gathering to be rather unsatisfactory. Suku had already demonstrated his resolute determination through his actions, and naturally, Jiang Yuan and Yi Tian would no longer linger in pursuit. From this point onward, any future encounters among them would evolve into a competitive rivalry. Although it would not escalate to a life-and-death confrontation, there would be no cordiality to be found. The group swiftly attended to the necessary formalities regarding the establishment of the Arsonist Society, and with Wang Mingho's presence, the process unfolded seamlessly. Suku placed his trust in Wang Mingho, appointing him as the vice president of the society. Thus, matters concerning the society were settled, and the group made their way to Suku's villa, temporarily designating it as their activity center. Ahem, now that we are all in this together, I shall speak candidly, Wang Mingho said, clearing his throat as everyone took their seats. Go ahead, Brother Hao. You are now our society's vice president, and we shall rely on you for both major and minor matters. Suku replied with utmost politeness, devoid of any hierarchical pretensions, instead speaking as though they were comrades. Indeed, we have now incurred the ire of the two largest societies in the school. While we need not worry about overt retaliation, we must be cautious of potential subterfuge in minor matters. For instance, prices may inflate at the flea market, or we might find ourselves competing for creatures during credit tasks, or even facing unsolicited dual challenges from upperclassmen. I urge everyone to approach such situations with prudence and to avoid acting impulsively, lest we fall into their traps. Wang Mingho's admonition was well-founded, prompting Suku and the others to nod in agreement, committing his counsel to memory. Since we have established an adversarial relationship with them, I will take it upon myself to outline our forthcoming tasks, Wang Mingho declared, relieved to see that everyone was receptive to his words. In the vast network of societies, his greatest frustration had been the constant opposition he faced whenever he proposed ideas, often met with dissent for the sake of asserting their own power. However, such discord was absent within Suku's society. First and foremost, there is a task only you, the president, can undertake, Wang Mingho stated earnestly. Me? Suku, who was just about to enjoy a refreshing sip of cola, paused in surprise at the mention of his name. Indeed, as the president of our society, you represent our image. Your cultivation must not lag behind that of others. I have reviewed your battle videos, and while your strength is undoubtedly extraordinary, your current mid-stage third rank is somewhat lacking. I hope you can elevate yourself to the perfected third rank by the end of this semester, and subsequently break through to the fourth rank next semester. This will enable us to stand toe-to-toe with the third-year societies. Wang Mingho meticulously laid out Suku's tasks, even stipulating a timeline. Suku pouted, feeling the weight of the expectation. All right, I understand. I will take care of my body refinement in the coming days and expedite my cultivation. As for the rest of you, make the most of your status as trailblazers among the freshmen. Start by drawing in your classmates and friends, and bring them into the guild, especially with your striking appearances. The number of recruits you can attract will depend on you. Wang Mingho earnestly addressed the trio. Absolutely. Leave it to us. Han Lingwei and the others responded without hesitation. As for me, I am aware of which societies have been consistently bullied by the Rose Society and the Heavenly Society. I will reach out to them to forge alliances against our common foes. Wang Mingho's words were organized and effective, showcasing his reliability. It was truly unfortunate that Yi Tian had overlooked such a talent. A week swiftly passed. During this time, Suku diligently attended classes, practiced, and dined, leading a monotonous life characterized by a three-point routine, yet he made remarkable progress. His smart terminal buzzed incessantly with notifications of new members joining the society, thanks to Nyechinga and her companions, who had successfully recruited numerous newcomers from other societies. Notably, Jiang Lan, who ranked third among the freshmen in martial arts examinations, approached Suku one day after class, expressing her desire to join the Arsonist Society. In her own words, she explained, "Don't think I'm joining to help you. I am joining the arsonists mainly because the other societies are dreadfully dull. There is nothing stimulating here. Moreover, being in the same society facilitates sparring, allowing me to challenge you for that grudge from when you played me. What? A challenge? I'm not ready yet. I'll let you know when I am. So just wait. Thus, Jiang Lan hastily joined the society, only to flee in embarrassment before Su Ku, leaving him utterly bewildered. However, ever since Jiang Lan's membership, an increasing number of freshmen expressed their desire to join the Arsonist Society. Well, it seems I have grasped the entire process of body refinement. But where can I find sufficient blood essence from third-rank fierce beasts? After learning the body refinement techniques imparted by Shihai University, Suka found himself at a loss regarding the source of the beast blood. Yawn silly. This is Shihai. How could there be a shortage of fierce beasts? Just take a stroll through the market, and you'll find plenty. Shirley replied with a yawn, her tone laced with boredom. Suku had been so diligent in his studies and training that he hadn't stirred up any trouble, leaving her somewhat bored. Oh, right. I still have over 700 credits left. I should definitely spend some. Suku suddenly realized, recalling that credit transactions typically occurred at the flea market. Glancing at the map, he noted it was not far. Wait, let me put on some makeup before we head out. Chapter 70, Blood Essence of Fierce Beasts, Identity Exposed. The Shihai Flea Market serves as a bustling trading hub for all faculty and students. It is the sole venue permitted for students to exchange credits, with the school assessing the value of goods sold and taking a 5% transaction fee afterward. Although the fees are steep, the market offers a plethora of rare materials sourced from the endless sea, making it a favorite among students. Suka rummaged through his belongings, pulling out a black leather jacket belonging to Nya Chinga, which he donned, and styled his hair in a manner reminiscent of the character Takami Genji from the film High School of Blood. This transformation allowed him to blend into the flea market seamlessly. Surprisingly, this rebellious and stylish look, so different from his usual attire, rendered him nearly unrecognizable. It seems my disguise has been quite successful. Your Majesty, what should we procure first? Suku stifled a chuckle, lowering his voice to consult Shirley. Please. Your disguise might fool a few naive girls, but I can see right through you. Head over to the right side, where they sell fierce beast materials, and take some footage for me, Shirley retorted, initially intending to poke fun at Suku's sudden shift in style, but realizing that flattering him would only inflate his ego. She redirected the conversation. All right, I'll check it out. Suka nodded obediently and ventured towards the right area. The right section was bustling with students seated on the ground, setting up stalls after completing their tasks. They would casually bring a bed sheet from their dorms to display their wares, creating an atmosphere of lively commerce. Fresh abalone, deep sea snow abalone. If it's not tender, you won't pay a dime. If it's black, a full refund. Silver dragonfish, mutated silver dragonfish. These can be raised in a tank. Perfect for gifts or personal use. Come take a look. Last piece of skin from a 4th-rank fierce beast, the mantis shrimp. Is anyone interested? Due to the nature of street stalls, the styles of hawking vary tremendously, with vendors exerting all their energy to capture the attention of potential buyers. Suka found himself dazzled by the myriad of options, utterly unsure of which stall to approach for his purchases. Stop dawdling. The 9th stall in the 3rd row, yes. The one with the bespectacled young man. He seems to be selling the essence of a 3rd-tier perfected beast, likely harvested from some nameless island. It would be perfect for your body refinement, Sherry urged, her phone vibrating with urgency. Without hesitation, Suka hastened towards the stall. The stall owner had been preparing to close up when he suddenly spotted a young man, who appeared rather unruly, rushing towards him, which caused him to panic. What the hell? What are you doing? Are you robbing me? Just so you know, I'm a 4th-tier novice. If you dare to make a move, I won't hold back. The bespectacled young man quickly shielded his stall, evidently mistaking Suku for a petty delinquent. Ah, senior. One should not judge a book by its cover. While I could sue you for defamation, I believe we might explore a collaborative opportunity first, Suku replied, a self-assured smirk playing on his lips. How much for that bottle of beast essence? Seeing that Suku was genuinely there to make a purchase, the bespectacled young man relaxed, slumping onto a stool behind the stall as he listlessly introduced the product. 100 milliliters of 3rd-tier perfected beast essence from the armored dragon tortoise. Priced at 250 academic credits. Freshman, you look like a 1st-year student. Don't think this price is exorbitant. The name dragon and armored dragon tortoise signifies its strength. Don't let its 3rd-tier perfected status fool you. Our team of 5 4th-tier members struggled against it. 250 academic credits is rather steep, Suku mused, rubbing his chin while discreetly glancing at Sherry's message on his phone. For an average 1st-year student, that sum would indeed be substantial, yet for Suku, it was within reach. 200 credits, take it or leave it, he declared, presenting a price that precisely grazed the limits of the stall owner's expectations. 200? No way. That is far too low. I can't sell it at that price. The bespectacled young man protested vehemently. With a slight smile, Suku appeared to have the upper hand. Senior, you've had this bottle of beast essence sitting unsold for several days. Haven to you? Typically, only 1st-year students buy 3rd-tier beast essences. And at 250 credits, how could an average freshman afford that? Selling it to me for 200 means you would still profit. If you miss today's opportunity, you might find yourself having to haggle down to that very price later. Wouldn't it be better to make a sale now? Suku's words were like a devilish temptation. The bespectacled young man began to waver. He had indeed acquired the essence a month prior, and given the time elapsed, even the essence from a beast was nearing spoilage. If it deteriorated, it would become worthless. Thus, selling it for 200 credits seemed more prudent. All right, I'll sell it to you for 200, just to make a friend. He finally relented, gritting his teeth. Thank you, senior. May you live a long and peaceful life. Suku exclaimed, beaming as he opened his smart wristband to facilitate the payment. You're fortunate to encounter someone as agreeable as me. Don't forget to introduce me to a few junior girls later. By the way, you're Suku, right? The bespectacled young man's jovial demeanor suddenly froze, his gaze fixated on the name displayed on the smart wristband. Ah, yes, you know that too? There are many people with the same name in this world. Mine isn't exactly unique. Suku's expression stiffened momentarily, forcing a cheerful laugh. Bad luck. For a first transaction, I didn't realize we could see each other's names when transferring credits, he thought. Huh, do you take me for a fool? Names may be common, but can the emblem of the Arsonist Society be mistaken for another? You think you can deceive me? The bespectacled young man pointed at the campfire emblem of the Arsonist Society displayed on the smartwatch. This emblem, designed just days earlier by Han Linghua, had already become well known throughout the school, contrary to Suku's belief that others might overlook it. Attention! Suku of the Arsonist Society is here. The president has decreed that no one is permitted to sell him anything. The bespectacled young man suddenly shouted, drawing hostile glances towards Suku. I thought the one bold enough to announce this to the entire school would be someone formidable, yet here stands merely a naive young boy. What a joke. Thinking he's an arsonist at just third tier. A boy from the neighboring stall, who had been casting envious looks at Suku, began to mock him. Huh. You think you can oppose our Rose Society and still expect to trade? 90% of the stalls in this flea market are occupied by members of the Rose and Heaven Society. Don't even think about making a deal. Clueless little brat. Do you think joining a society is child's play? This is a resource war. We have money. What do you have to compete with us? Scram, kid. Be careful not to provoke the seniors. They might just challenge you to a duel and send you back to your dorm on your back. With sarcasm and hostility enveloping him, Suku remained remarkably calm. Hadn't he anticipated such a scenario? He needed to experience it firsthand to understand the predicaments faced by other members, enabling him to devise solutions. Thus, he chose not to engage further with these individuals and turned to exit the market. However, before he could reach the door, two individuals blocked his path. Hold on. Freshman representative. Aren't you here to buy something? I have a very rare dragon essence I can sell you for just 500 credits. One of the taller boys teased, brandishing a bottle of pale red fluid in front of Suku. Suku cast a glance at the emblem on their chests, a bright red rose adorned with a number 1, indicating that they were first-year recruits of the Rose Society. You think I want to stand up to you too, just because you're also freshmen? Did we not have our fair share of altercations not long ago? Want a duel? Fine, bring it on. Let us settle this right here. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Suku activated his smartwatch, navigating through the options to initiate a duel challenge, wagering 200 credits as a prize for the victor. Instantly, a semi-transparent virtual screen materialized before them. Challenge for duel initiated. Challenger. First-year Suku, wagered credits, 200. Please confirm if the challenge party accepts the duel. The bold text left the two provocateurs momentarily speechless. Even for second or third-year students, wagering 200 credits in one go was a rarity, let alone from a first-year student. Instantly, those eager for entertainment began to rally behind Suku. Accept. What's there to fear in a 2-on-1? He's just a third tier after all. If you two lack credits, I'll lend you some. A wealthy senior squeezed through the crowd, eyeing Suku with a chilling gaze. Exactly, you're all freshmen. Don't act tough. Come on, you two. Give him a good thrashing. Indeed. This fellow is wagering quite a sum. He likely has but a meager amount of credits to his name. If you all manage to win them for him, the president will undoubtedly be overjoyed. Members of the Rose Society and the Genius Society incessantly urged the two to challenge Suku, without a thought for their inclinations. Brother, should we accept this arena battle? That's a hefty 200 credits, enough for us to last quite a while, said the shorter boy, his expression wavering. Clearly tempted to give it a try. Shut your mouth. This is Suku we're talking about. Have you forgotten his performance in the recent freshman competition? Retorted his companion. Not only are we outmatched, but even if we had 10 more people, we might still end up on the losing side, suffering a beating and losing money besides. These upperclassmen, don't be fooled by their facade of support. They're merely using us as pawns. I'm not foolish enough to fight Suku. Let them take the challenge themselves. The taller boy, evidently more astute, quickly opposed the idea, showing no inclination to accept Suku's invitation for a duel. Count yourself fortunate. I want to sell you this dragon's blood. Consider it a gift. With that, the lanky boy tossed a vial, purportedly containing dragon's blood, to Suku and swiftly retreated with his companion, their tails between their legs. Suku caught the flying vial, uncapped it, and held it to his nose for a whiff. Indeed, it was merely the essence of a first-tier ferocious beast, utterly useless to him. TSK, two cowards. Fleeing without a fight? The youth of today truly lack the spirit. They won't even face a 2-on-1. Exactly. If you're afraid to fight, then step aside. Suku, do you dare to take me on in an arena battle? A seemingly affluent upperclassman stepped forth, challenging Suku once more. The crowd gasped in surprise at his sudden appearance. Isn't that Zhang Zhuang? What brings him here? Good grief, a third year challenging a first year. Isn't that bullying? Shoo. Be cautious. Zhang Zhuang is pursuing Jiang Yuan and is also the vice president of the Rose Society. Don't speak carelessly. Listening to the murmurs from the crowd, Suku discerned the identity of his challenger. He pocketed his smartwatch, completely disregarding the provocation, as if Zhang Zhuang were invisible, and continued on his way toward the exit. Do not rush. Have you not merely trained for a few years longer than I? I've memorized every face present today. Rose Society, the world is vast. When I reach the 4th tier, I shall return to face each of you. I hope, dear seniors, that you will not shy away from my challenges then. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, shocked by Suku's audacity. A freshman, who likely had yet to familiarize himself with the campus, dared to challenge them all. What an extraordinary display of kingly demeanor. This act would undoubtedly etch Suku's legend into the annals of West Sea University for the next 4 years. Regardless of the outcome, at least he had the courage to act, to fight, a feat that most could not muster. Suku's silhouette gradually faded from view. It was only then that Zhang Zhuang snapped out of his astonishment, realizing Suku had already distanced himself. From this day forth, we must intensify our targeting of the Arsonist Society. Not only will we withhold resources from them, but even if they attempt to sell goods at a low price in the market, we shall not purchase. I will make them understand the consequences of offending upperclassmen. A freshman like Suku has no place to act so arrogantly at West Sea University. Zhang Zhuang spoke with a sinister resolve, already viewing Suku as a thorn in his side. Sighing as he left the flea market, Suku lamented. Although it felt satisfying to have one person insult a crowd that dared not retort, the quest for ferocious beast blood had indeed come to naught. Alas, without blood from the beasts, I suppose I must settle for exchanging some generic 3rd-tier ferocious beast blood from the school's resource center. Hopefully, it will yield better results. Suku sighed in resignation, feeling as though he had no choice but to settle for less. The school certainly sold such ferocious beast blood, but the variety and quantity were limited. After all, body tempering is a personal journey. Each individual selects the essence that suits them best, rarely opting for the generic types offered by the school. However, compared to Suku's concerns, Sherry spoke with remarkable ease. You can be quite obstinate at times. This is West Sea. Worst comes to worst, we can venture out to sea and hunt ferocious beasts ourselves. The risk factor along the periphery of the endless sea remains relatively low, and you could easily handle it. Besides, we are of the ice element, which grants us a significant advantage at sea. As long as we have ample supplies, we could drift out there for quite some time. What do you think? Are you daring enough to take this risk? Unbeknownst to Sherry, as she spoke, Suku's eyes grew increasingly bright. He was fixated on a dilapidated stall outside the flea market. Surrounding the stall, aside from the vendor, everyone else appeared to keep their distance, not daring to gaze at any of the items displayed. Suku, however, was drawn to a handcrafted model of a ship on the stall. He hurriedly approached, crouching down, startling the vendor, who had been focusing intently on his carving. Are you making models? Impressive. As a seasoned enthusiast of the two-dimensional realm, Suku immediately recognized that the object being carved appeared to be a part of some combat robot. You know about Gundam? The vendor's voice perked up, his eyes, hidden behind strands of hair, finally meeting Suku's gaze. Yes, I know a bit. What you're working on should be the RX-78-2, right? Suku replied, giving the vendor due respect. Ah, you recognize the White Devil. That is fantastic. Since arriving at West Sea University, you're the first person I've encountered who understands Gundam. The vendor set aside his carving, wiped his hands on his clothes, and politely introduced himself. I'm Ling Xiaoqing, a second-year student. Are you a freshman? What is your name? If you like anything on my stall, feel free to take it. I'll give it to you. Ling Xiaoqing's warmth brightened Suku's demeanor, causing him to uncontrollably pick up the ship model. Exclaiming excitedly, really? Then I want this. Chapter 72, The Black Pearl, a marvel of craftsmanship. At the entrance of the flea market, two boys sat on the ground, engaged in lively conversation. Do you want this black pearl? It's not impossible, but you must promise me to treat it merely as a decoration and not let it touch the water. Ling Xiaoqing's face bore a look of struggle, but he ultimately gritted his teeth and agreed. Not let it touch the water? Why not? Isn't it just a model? Suku was about to voice his confusion when Sherry, from his pocket, could not suppress her exclamation. Good grief, you've hit the jackpot. This isn't just a model. It's a creation of an item type awakener's ability, more precious than a spiritual artifact. If this ship model touches the water, it will instantly enlarge to its original form, becoming a true vessel. You've struck gold, Suku. Though Sherry tried to keep her voice low, her excitement betrayed her. catching the attention of Ling Xiaoqing. Did I just hear a girl's voice? Suku, did you speak just now? Oh no, you must have misheard. A girl just walked past behind you. Suku quickly waved his hand, feigning nonchalance. Oh, I see. Very well. Ling Xiaoqing looked helplessly at the sturdy courtyard wall behind him, forcing himself to believe it. Senior, this item of yours must be quite precious, right? You're just giving it to me like that? Since you've put it out, you must be wanting to sell it. Just name a price, and I'll buy it. Suku was not the type to take advantage of others, and he promptly made the suggestion. Oh, precious? If it could actually be sold, I wouldn't be hiding outside the market selling trinkets. Ling Xiaoqing sighed, his expression forlorn as he explained to Suku. Junior Su, my ability might be cursed. Anything I create tends to bring misfortune to those who use it. So far, 12 seniors have perished due to my creations, and 28 others have been grievously injured, without exception. Just dealing with compensation and refunds has already plunged me into debt, and the market has blacklisted me. I truly do not wish to bring you harm. Which is why I must warn you that you can only take it home as a mere ornament. Suku suddenly understood. Realizing why such an impressive stall had fallen to merely guarding the entrance, there was indeed a problem with the product quality. However, Suku was determined not to believe in such superstition. If anyone were to perish due to the Black Pearl, it certainly would not be him, Captain Jack Su. Senior, spare me your words. If I were to meet my demise at the hands of the Black Pearl, it would merely indicate that I am unworthy of her. If there truly is a curse, then let it come. A cursed ship hunting beasts upon the endless sea sounds splendid. 700 credits. This is all I have, Senior. Let us do this. I believe that one day, I will pilot the magnificent Gundam you built. Suku decisively opened his smartwatch and entered 700 credits in the transaction field. This was not mere naivety. Suku genuinely believed it was worth it. How much does it cost to build a ship? Is 7 million enough? Not to mention a legendary pirate ship, the Black Pearl, crafted day and night by a wielder of powers. Even for the sake of befriending Ling Xiaoqing and boosting his confidence, Suku felt compelled to spend these credits. After all, he wouldn't find suitable blood of ferocious beasts now. He could always rely on the Black Pearl to venture out and hunt. He refused to believe that the Rose Society could monopolize the entire endless sea and prevent him from hunting. That is far too much, Junior Su. It's not worth this much, Ling Xiaoqing protested, attempting to refuse the transaction and return Suku's credits. Suku swiftly intercepted him, grasping his left hand and pressing the button to confirm the transaction. Transaction completed, credit balance, 14. Junior, why go to such lengths? I already said it was a gift. Ling Xiaoqing spoke with a complex expression. This sum would indeed resolve his pressing issues. Yet he could not fathom Suku's motivations. Don't overthink it, Senior. If you were merely gifting me a model, I would gladly accept it for free. But to me, this isn't just a model. It is the Black Pearl. Therefore, I must pay. Suku joked with a smile, cradling the ship model in his arms. All right, since you trust me so much, I won't decline. Let me teach you how to use the Black Pearl and how to release it from the bottle. Thus, Ling Xiaoqing meticulously explained to Suku how the Black Pearl emerged from the bottle, and Suku, as expected, seized the opportunity to copy Ling's ability. Detection of transferable energy reaction, sea-level ability, heavenly craftsmanship. Host chooses to copy. Your trump card sequence has expanded, 852. Heavenly craftsmanship, block 5, has been stored. This creative ability was not particularly high in rank, nor did it possess direct combat capabilities. Yet its characteristic was immense potential for development. The greatness of its creations depended on the user's audacity. Regrettably, even with knowledge of nuclear physics, one could not assemble a true nuclear bomb from mere wooden scraps. Even if Ling Xiaoqing could replicate a miniature Gundam identical to that in anime, he could not resolve issues of energy, articulating joints, or weaponry. Conversely, the Black Pearl, a wooden three-masted sailing warship, could be crafted solely from wooden planks, making it perfectly suited for such an ability. After bidding farewell to Ling Xiaoqing, Suku began planning for his ocean voyage. After all, it was an expedition into the endless sea, and reliable partners and diligent sailors were essential. For his first outing, he intended to keep the group small, leaving out the 2 girls to continue recruiting new members. Nyechinga, due to her culinary skills and commendable combat prowess, was appointed as the first mate and chef by Captain Su. As for the remaining crew, he merely needed to recruit a capable navigator and then set sail. The preparations for the voyage were progressing rapidly. Meanwhile, the long-silent Wei Jixing finally received the assistance mentioned by his sister, Wei Jianyuan. Wei Xiao, all is well? It seems that campus life hasn't treated you kindly. A raspy voice emerged from beneath a black hooded robe. The figure was obscured, yet the exposed fingers bore a dark blue English tattoo, the Scarlet Oath. So it's President Xue. I didn't expect that fellow would draw your attention. How unfortunate for him. A long-lost sinister smile crept onto Wei Jixing's face, the assurance of victory igniting his excitement. Prepare yourself. There are reports that Suku is about to set sail. Any mishap in the endless sea would be quite reasonable, wouldn't it? I believe everyone could accept such an outcome. Understood. The shadowy figure vanished, and beneath the calm surface of campus life, turbulent currents were already surging. Chapter 73, Navigator. Luqingyan, West Seaport. This is a crucial harbor for maritime transport in West Sea City, where merchant ships and cruise liners from across the nation dock, a lifeline for West Sea City. Each day, members of the coastal enforcement team patrol here, not to monitor the normal passage of merchant ships, but due to the heightened vigilance necessitated by the proximity of the boundary between the endless sea and the inland sea. Less than 100 nautical miles away, Luqingyan navigated through the bustling Old Fisherman's Alley, surrounded by sailors' lively conversations. The air thick with the stench of fish and the aroma of cheap liquor. The origin of the name Old Fisherman's Alley has been lost to time, but it has existed since the establishment of West Seaport. Here, seafarers exchange information, trade goods, and recruit sailors. With the harbor's growth, it has expanded into a complete industrial chain. It could be said that as long as one brings enough money, they could assemble a fleet brave enough to venture into the endless sea within half a day. Luqingyan came here to find a crew capable of accompanying her to hunt ferocious beasts at sea. A local of West Sea, she was a sophomore at West Sea University, currently at the peak of the third stage. As a sophomore, her level of cultivation lagged behind that of her peers. However, this is the norm for most ordinary students. Luqingyan was well aware that her talent was not particularly high, and her power level was merely D-grade. She had always felt fortunate to have gained admission to West Sea University. In her current state of stagnation, she felt an undeniable urgency within her heart. However, a lack of innate talent meant that her accumulation of credits was painfully meager. Thus, the notion of venturing into the ocean to hunt ferocious beasts began to take shape in her mind. Yet, with her modest level in cultivation, the fleets within her school showed no inclination to take her aboard, and the crews of awakened individuals posed significant safety concerns. This predicament was the very reason she found herself lingering in this place. If she could not find a suitable fleet, her only recourse would be to join one of those makeshift crews, hoping that fate would be kind. With a sigh, Luqingyan resigned herself to this course of action. Just as she wandered helplessly through the alley, the raucous voices of two young men caught her attention. Suko, is it not enough to recruit crew members here? Are you really seeking navigators from Old Fish Alley? Surely there are many seniors in the school who have ventured out to sea. Wouldn't it be safer to choose from among our own? Nyechinga rubbed his temples, casting a helpless glance at Suku. Under the eaves of a building in Old Fish Alley, Suku and Nyechinga each held up a pull-up banner, evidently recruiting for their expedition. The banner boldly proclaimed, seeking one navigator for a journey into the endless sea to hunt first to third-tier beasts. Low risk, high reward, no experience necessary, price negotiable. Such a casual advertisement naturally failed to attract the interest of professional navigators. Instead, it drew the attention of ordinary individuals who had yet to awaken their abilities, eager to join a crew and brave the ocean's depths. This was the current state of sailors in the Western Sea, who were fervently keen on joining awakened crews to hunt ferocious beasts in the endless sea. One might wonder why ordinary people harbored such ambitions. The answer lay in the prospect of substantial rewards. Luqingyan hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately approached Suku and his stall, driven by a spirit of experimentation. Hello, fellow student. Are you also from Western Sea University? A melodious female voice interrupted Suku and Nyechinga's conversation. They turned to see a young woman standing before them. Her figure statuesque and graceful, reminiscent of the sea breeze. Greetings, senior. We are freshmen this year. Are you looking for a crew to set sail? Nyechinga, having merely cast a glance at Luqingyan, deduced her status as a senior and greeted her amicably. Freshman? Luqingyan exclaimed in surprise. Were first-year students already this formidable? How could they dare to form their own crews and venture out to sea? Where did they find such audacity? What? Do you look down on freshmen? Boo-hoo. Suku began to respond, only to be silenced by Nyechinga's quick intervention. My apologies, senior. We are indeed freshmen. But please rest assured that our captain possesses the strength to defeat fourth-tier beasts, and our objective for this voyage is merely third-tier creatures, ensuring safety, Nyechinga explained diplomatically. Hoping to gain Luqingyan's trust, it was rare indeed for freshmen to contemplate such ventures into the sea. Typically, expeditions were aimed at third-tier beasts to recoup their costs, and first-year students often spent their initial academic year striving to break through to the fourth tier, content to join senior crews for a brief escapade. Those bold enough to form their own crews were likely among the first. Luqingyan's beautiful eyes reflected a flicker of uncertainty. For her, pursuing the more reliable fourth-tier fleets posed considerable challenges. Taking her aboard would be akin to accommodating another freshman. Yet, was joining Suku's crew genuinely safer than those makeshift vessels? In the event of danger, would their own safety not be jeopardized? Noticing Luqingyan's hesitation, Nyechinga's eyes lit up. Her indecision suggested potential. Perhaps all that was needed was a gentle nudge. Thus, he activated his smartwatch, projecting the school's forum onto the screen. Senior, this is our captain, Suku. You may not know him, but you must have heard some of his rumors. Luqingyan felt a sense of familiarity with Suku's name and curiously shifted her gaze to the projected screen. After merely skimming the first two lines, her rosy lips parted in astonishment. Shocking. Freshman declares war on two major campus organizations. Who granted Suku such audacity? Stay tuned. Congratulations to Suku for winning the freshman competition. A frame-by-frame analysis of the techniques he used. Inhuman. Unprecedented. A force to be reckoned with. An S-class natural ability is not enough. What is his A-class superhuman ability? A rational discussion ensues. Campus gossip. Evidence of Suku cohabiting with a certain female student. The Arsonist Club is founded. Congratulations to Suku for becoming the first student to establish a club in his freshman year. At that moment, Lu Qingyan finally grasped the true identity of this seemingly unreliable captain. She swallowed hard, her voice tinged with curiosity. May I join your crew? The next day, at the Western Sea Harbor, a small crew of only 12 gathered on the empty shore, gazing out at the barren expanse of the sea. The seasoned sailor Hu Liang exhaled a cloud of smoke from his lips, squinting his weathered eyes. Captain, where is our ship? You're not suggesting we start by building it, are you? Chapter 74. The crew assembles, summoning the Black Pearl. Before we proceed, allow me to introduce the composition of Suku's crew. Due to the unique nature of the endless sea, modern propulsion systems such as turbines and internal combustion engines are not particularly effective. It is not that they cannot be used, but rather that the excessive noise they produce can alert the subterranean beasts, provoking unnecessary battles. This phenomenon extends to radar and sonar systems, as some creatures are exceptionally sensitive to electronic components and infrasound or ultrasound waves, rendering indiscriminate use perilous. Thus, the majority of vessels traversing the endless sea are powered by sails. Consequently, Suku's desire to set sail aboard the Black Pearl does not require an extensive crew. The captain, of course, is the illustrious Captain Jack Su. Though this is his inaugural voyage, he possesses several thousand hours of nautical experience. What? You inquire how he amassed such experience without having sailed before? Suku is oblivious to what World of Warships entails and has never heard of Azalang. The first mate and cook roles are filled by Nyechinga, who is not only Suku's most trusted ally but also capable of ensuring the safety and well-being of the entire crew while effortlessly satiating their appetites. His significance ranks just below that of Captain Jack Su. Lu Qingyan is the navigator, a girl raised by the sea, adept at discerning wind patterns, weather, and ocean currents. She has accompanied her father on numerous voyages and possesses experience in traversing the endless sea, making her an indispensable member of the crew. Other notable figures include Hu Liang, the bosun, and Luo Jie, the helmsman. Hu Liang, a seasoned sailor in his 40s, leads a crew of brothers who execute tasks for awakened individuals venturing out to sea. After all, competent navigators are a rarity, and such specialized tasks must be entrusted to those with expertise. Luo Jie was recruited by Suku after many perished on his previous ship in the endless sea. Unable to assemble a new crew, he temporarily accepted Suku's offer. Should the expedition prove unprofitable, he may depart after this venture. Returning to the matter at hand, Hu Liang's inquiry echoed the sentiments of the entire crew. Even Nyechinga had merely heard that Suku had secured a ship, but was clueless as to the whereabouts of the Black Pearl. Suku smiled faintly, unperturbed. He slowly retrieved a bottle from his backpack, inside which lay the model of the Black Pearl. Come on, little brat, are you joking with me? A model ship? You've merely produced a ship model? Whereas the actual vessel? Do you expect to set sail with this? I can't navigate this, exclaimed the taciturn helmsman. Rojia, who couldn't contain his laughter. His mockery ignited a wave of laughter among the other sailors, who found it utterly absurd that a group of seasoned adults had been outsmarted by a mere child. Lu Qingyan's expression soured. Being played for a fool was one thing, but missing the opportunity to set sail would mean an indefinite wait for her to harness her body refinement breakthrough, and that was truly disheartening. Junior, I demand an explanation. Faced with the evident distrust from his crew, Suku unveiled a knowing expression. This was precisely the reaction he desired, to let these strangers unleash their doubts and discontent, thereby allowing him to astonish them and earn their respect, ensuring he could confidently lead them to sea. Thus, Suku calmly knelt and submerged the glass bottle into the ocean. He clasped his hands in a gesture of prayer, his eyes gleaming as he fixated on the bottle drifting ever further away. Hey, ensnared beauty within the glass. It is time for this endless sea to remember your name. The legendary warship from the Caribbean. Break free from your bottle's confinement, and let me guide you to true freedom. Set sail. In the name of our pact. I summon you, Black Pearl. Boom. A surge of dark light erupted from the ocean's surface, rapidly expanding like smoke. A colossal three-masted ship, its hull and sails black as night, emerged through the haze, resembling a phantom. Along its sides were two rows of cannons, their cold muzzles exuding an aura of danger that left no room for doubt about their lethal power. At the bow stood a goddess-like statue, hands cradling a small bird, a stark contrast to the ship's overall menacing presence. Shock, confusion, numbness. Everyone was rendered speechless by the bizarre spectacle before them. Despite having witnessed countless extraordinary abilities, they had never encountered anything so extravagant. The ship from the bottle had transformed into a genuine sailing warship at their captain's behest, a sight beyond their wildest imaginations. Smack! Rogia suddenly slapped himself, the sharp sound snapping everyone back to reality as they looked at the old helmsman in bewilderment. Good heavens, this is no dream. Captain, are you truly the fabled son of the ocean? How on earth did you conjure this warship? Rogia's exaggerated demeanor lightened the atmosphere among the crew. At that moment, Lu Qingyan had a sudden epiphany and blurted out, "Is this an ability creation? Who possesses the means to craft such a finely detailed vessel?" Suka donned an inscrutable expression, offering no explanation as he strode toward the Black Pearl. As he walked, a frigid aura enveloped him. Azure ice crystals formed beneath his feet, gradually shaping into a frost-laden staircase leading up to the Black Pearl's deck. Is this the S-Rank ice ability? Such terrifying control. Effortlessly crafting a perfectly balanced staircase. Lu Qingyan was once again astounded. While the sailors, being non-awakened, were unaware of the difficulty of such a feat, she recognized the implications. Suku's display showcased the malleability of S-Rank ice ability and his formidable command over power. It was evident that if she were to confront Suku in a life-and-death struggle, the survivor would undoubtedly not be her. Now atop the deck, Suku turned, elegantly forming a delicate gesture and engaging in a bit of cosplay. "What are you waiting for, my crew? Quickly aboard. Let our beloved vessel come alive." This time, no one hesitated. They chorused, "Aye, Captain Suku. Call me Captain Jack-Su." Suka corrected, "Aye, aye, Captain Jack-Su." The legendary Black Pearl swiftly departed the harbor. While not far away, Wei Jixing, who had been observing through a telescope for quite some time, crushed the tube in frustration. Where on earth did this bastard acquire such a splendid creation with abilities? Why does he monopolize all the good fortune? His own vessel was merely a mid-sized modern sailing ship, equipped with some high-tech features, yet it was still bound for the endless sea, where even the most advanced technology would be of little use and could easily provoke the onslaught of sea monsters. In contrast, a creation imbued with mysterious powers was far more suited for those treacherous waters. "Young Master Wei, why let this vex you?" chuckled the cloaked Chairman Shui, his raspy voice soothing. "Once we eliminate him, all of this shall belong to you." "Ah, Chairman Shui, how right you are," Wei Jixing replied, quickly issuing orders for their ship to pursue. Chapter 75, Target, Bear Island, Pirates on the Attack. Even in the endless sea, the forces of nature, such as monsoons and currents, exert their influence. After years of exploration, we have identified only a few islands reachable during the months of October to December, specifically 2 below Tier 3. Inside the Captain's quarters of the Black Pearl, Lu Qingyan marked 2 red circles on the nautical chart, indicating the locations of the islands. They seem relatively close. How long do you think it will take to arrive? Suku adjusted his pirate hat thoughtfully. Not long, given the current wind speed. We should reach the nearest Bear Island in about 3 days. However, I do not recommend heading there first, Lu Qingyan replied, her brow furrowed with concern. The most powerful beast recorded on Bear Island was the thunderstorm bear, a rare Tier 3 creature with both earth and lightning attributes and exceptional physical strength. Typically only targeted by Tier 4 fleets. I would suggest venturing to the farther Sweetwater Island instead, where the rabbit-type beasts are easier to handle. After hearing Lu Qingyan's detailed analysis, Niechinga nodded appreciatively. Fortuitously, they had enlisted the capable navigation skills of Senior Lu. Otherwise, under Suku's command, they would likely have charged straight toward Bear Island. Rabbits and bears. Let me think. Scrolling through his phone. Decision made. We're heading to Bear Island. Suku slammed his hand on the table, startling both women. Damn, it's Bear Island, not Bear 2 Island. Wait, didn't I mention that the thunderstorm bear is more difficult to deal with? Why would you still want to go to Bear Island? Lu Qingyan couldn't help but shout, finally seeing through this lovable fool. He was nothing like the terrifying figure described in the forums. Most of the time, he resembled an unreliable high school student, perpetually engaging in thoughtless, melodramatic antics that left her exasperated. My navigator, please do not question the decisions of the great Captain Jack-Su. You must understand, we still lack someone to scrub the deck, Suka said, stroking the non-existent stubble on his chin with an air of authority. Don't forget, I'm still your senior. You need me to chart the course. Observing Suku's deep immersion in his role, Lu Qingyan could only facepalm in exasperation. Give me a compelling reason to go to Bear Island, or I will disembark right now. As Suka noticed Lu Qingyan's rising anger, he quickly reined in his dramatic tendencies and earnestly explained, the Thunder Bear, a top-tier beast among the 3rd rank, possesses both earth and thunder elements within its essence, which remarkably enhances physical cultivation. Historical records indicate that an individual, at the pinnacle of the 3rd rank, utilized the blood of the Thunder Bear to successfully transcend to the 4th rank. Moreover, the materials from the Thunder Bear are exceedingly valuable. Its gallbladder and paws can fetch an astonishing 10 academic credits in the school cafeteria. This precious intelligence was, of course, provided by Lady Sherry. With her support, Suku felt assured that he would not return empty-handed despite his reckless decision to set sail without preparation. Just as their conversation concluded, the captain's voice echoed from outside the cabin. Captain, we have just crossed the maritime defense line, and now the coastal enforcement team wishes to board and conduct an inspection. Suku and the others emerged from the room to find Hu Liang leaning over the railing, peering down. Although embarking on an adventure into the endless sea was inherently risky, registering their entry and exit when crossing the defense line seemed reasonable. Therefore, Suka looked over the side of the ship and indeed spotted a blue and white coastal patrol vessel. The loudspeaker aboard the patrol ship blared. "You are in violation of the Maritime Defense Line entry regulations. We are conducting an inspection. Please stop your vessel immediately. Is there a specific protocol for crossing the Maritime Defense Line? Have you heard of any who?" Lu Qingyan inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Not at all. Inspections typically occur upon return. Perhaps there are new regulations in place. We should comply," Hu Liang replied. Suka squinted, scrutinizing the individuals aboard the patrol vessel. There appeared to be about 13 or 14 of them, all clad in the coastal enforcement team's uniform, their sun-kissed skin suggesting they spent considerable time working at sea. Before the ship had come to a complete halt, several grappling hooks were already thrown onto the side of the vessel, followed swiftly by agile figures scaling the deck. "Which one of you is the captain? Are you aware that you have violated the law? Step forward to face the consequences," a burly man bellowed as he boarded, exuding an intimidating presence. I am the captain. Good day, officer. My name is Jack Su, captain of this vessel." Suku approached with a smile, exuding an air of cordiality. "You are the captain? So young. Which university of abilities do you hail from?" The burly man glanced at Suko, his surprise evident at the youth and the mid-level third-rank cultivation he possessed. "We are students of West Sea Ability University. Here is my student ID. May I inquire which regulation we have violated?" Worried that Suka might fall back into his melodramatic tendencies, Lu Qingyan quickly took over the conversation. The burly man, noticing he was speaking to a young girl, instantly brightened, taking the student ID to glance at it. Upon learning they were from West Sea University, a fleeting expression of hesitation crossed his face. "I will explain which regulation shortly. How many people are aboard your vessel, and how many of you are awakened? Have them all stand forth. I suspect you are attempting to smuggle criminals." The burly man blustered. "No need for pretense. We are all here. You are not from the coastal enforcement team, are you?" "Let Jiang He speak with me," Suku replied coldly. He had noticed that these so-called enforcement officers had kept their weapons trained on them since boarding and were incessantly probing for details about the crew. "I don't know any Jiang He or Jiang Yao. Since you've seen through us, I won't feign any longer. Everyone, listen up. We are commencing a robbery. Hand over all valuables aboard, as well as your gear, supplies, and bank cards. Do not even think of resisting. I am a 4th rank awakened, and many of my brothers are also 3rd rank. Move, and I will kill you." The sudden threat instilled a chilling dread among the crew. The pirates, who had been pretending to be enforcement officers, now revealed their true, sinister smiles. "Oh no, we've encountered pirates. How unfortunate. Just as we leave the maritime defense line, we run into them." Luo Jia's face turned ashen, and he slumped to the ground, cradling his head. The other sailors also wore expressions of despair, as they often refrained from bringing valuables at sea to avoid theft. However, these pirates were audacious enough to impersonate enforcement officers, clearly intent on murder and silencing them. "Little sister, only you may move. Come with the brothers into the cabin, and do be sure to entertain us," the burly man said, feeling confident in his victory as he reached out to pinch Lu Qingyan's delicate face. Lu Qingyan, having never encountered such a situation, found herself under immense pressure with dozens of guns pointed at her and facing a 4th rank awakened. Rather than suffer humiliation later, she resolved to act now. Just as she prepared to strike, a dazzling blue light surged forth, making the first move. Chapter 76. Instant kill of the 4th rank. Replicating the power of the giant bear. Extreme cold crystal sword. Without warning, Suka launched his strike, unleashing a lethal attack. The frost-emitting crystal sword lunged directly for the burly man's eye. Instinctively, he turned his head, and the crystal sword narrowly grazed his eye, leaving a bleeding gash while piercing the neck of one of his subordinates standing just behind him. With a sickening thud, blood gushed forth, and the force of the impact sent the subordinate's body tumbling overboard. Both parties were momentarily stunned by Suku's sudden assault, unable to react. However, Nyechinga, already familiar with her roommate's unorthodox methods, quickly regained her composure and charged at the group of pirates with her sword drawn. "Hurry back to the cabin, Luo. Do not come out," Suku commanded, his figure darting forward like a leopard, aiming directly for the burly man. At that moment, the pirate leader could barely open his right eye due to the blood, yet it ignited his fighting spirit. He tore off his shirt, revealing bulging muscles beneath his bronzed skin, exuding frightening strength. Degradability, power of the giant bear. "Boys, kill them. Leave no one alive except the women." At this point, the pirate leader still harbored the notion of preserving the women for himself, a fatal mistake that would doom his comrades. As Lu Qingyan realized that the pirates hesitated to harm her, she seized the opportunity to strike back fiercely, employing a strategy of exchanging injury for injury and life for life. Ability, scalding steam. A thick cloud of steam erupted from her mouth, directly impacting the face of one pirate. In an instant, the pirate's face was severely burned, and the excruciating pain led him to instinctively touch his cheek, tearing away a chunk of flesh. A futile act, indeed. As the burly man showcased his muscles, preparing to thoroughly trample Suku and his companions, a silent shadow appeared behind him, brandishing a pitch-black blade aimed at his neck. "Watch out!" the burly man exclaimed, swiftly turning to block with his arms. The blade effortlessly sliced through the skin of his arm, crimson blood gushing forth, revealing glimpses of white bone beneath. "Ah!" he cried out in agony, desperately trying to embrace the still-anchored Suku amid the searing pain. "Die!" he roared, launching himself at Suku in a fierce tackle. He truly grasped a frigid object, and the muscles in his arm instantaneously tensed, producing a cacophony of distressing cracking sounds. To his astonishment, it was a human-shaped ice sculpture. "Do you like it? If so, it's yours." Concealed behind the ice sculpture, Suku delivered a powerful kick, his formidable physique propelling both the ice sculpture and the burly man backwards. Simultaneously, on the ice sculpture's hand, a brilliant blue ice lotus unfurled. Extreme cold ice crystal explosion. A thunderous boom erupted, accompanied by a burst of white fireworks. Countless ice shards shot across the deck, inciting a chorus of anguished screams. Niechinga, with remarkable agility, yanked Lu Qingyan back just a second before Suku triggered the explosion, encircling her with his own body to shield her. Initially, Lu Qingyan had intended to rebuke him for such a frivolous act, but as Suku unleashed the ice crystal explosion, an overwhelming chill, mingled with the piercing sound of ice shards slicing through the air, compelled her to huddle tightly against Niechinga. The deck was soon littered with pirates, their cries of despair echoing like a barrage of bullets. Those who managed to scream were fortunate. Several unfortunate souls had their heads obliterated, unable even to express their pain. Wiped out in a single maneuver? This was the prowess of an S-rank ice ability. Lu Qingyan peered out from Niechinga's embrace, her delicate features etched with astonishment. "Cough. Cough, cough. The captain's combat style truly suits me. I must learn more from Suku." As Niechinga spoke, he coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. "Ah, you're injured. Quick, let me help you staunch the bleeding," Lu Qingyan exclaimed, noticing the ice shards embedded in Niechinga's body. "It's nothing, just a minor wound. I'll be fine," he reassured her, activating his ability, Dragon Gallbladder. A glimmer of red light radiated from his eyes as he effortlessly withdrew the ice spikes from his flesh, his muscles contracting to seal the wounds without a single drop of blood escaping. Simultaneously, a formidable aura erupted from him, enhancing his strength considerably. The burly man lying on the ground sensed Suku's heightened power and immediately recognized his lack of prospects. Struggling to rise, he crawled on the ground, pleading for mercy. "My lord, I failed to recognize your greatness and offended a genius like you. Please spare my life. I have money. I can give it all to you." Suku, having been blasted away, rose impassively, removing the ice shards that had inadvertently struck him while striding toward the burly man. In just a few steps, his injuries had healed completely, thanks to the indomitable restorative power of his unyielding battle physique. "Spare you? Perhaps, but first, tell me how you acquired those law enforcement uniforms and patrol boats," Suku inquired, wiping the blood from his face with a smile. "We took them from a law enforcement team, a total of 15 uniforms, along with a ship and various equipment. If you need them, they are yours." The burly man, believing he had found a lifeline, hurriedly shared his plundering experiences to win Suku's trust. Yet, he was unprepared for the icy demeanor that enveloped Suku upon hearing that they were stolen. "Stolen? What happened to those law enforcement personnel? Did they just allow you to take their belongings?" "Of course, we tossed them all into the sea to feed the beasts. Otherwise, returning them would expose us," the burly man explained. But before he could finish, the ominous blade of darkness cleaved through his skull. Blood and fragments of flesh splattered, with the skull dropping to the ground with a thud. "Ah!" The searing pain, coupled with sheer terror, elicited a desperate scream from the burly man. He frantically picked up the fallen skull, attempting to reattach it to his head, inadvertently damaging the exposed brain tissue in the process. Moments later, his lifeless body crumpled to the ground, brain matter spilling forth. With the demise of the burly man, the dissipating energy allowed Suku to effortlessly replicate the man's ability, a power that enhanced basic attributes, which Suku was more than willing to acquire. D-rank ability, Giant Bear's Strength, has been copied. Wildcard 952. Ability Giant Bear's Strength, Hearts 4, has been added to the deck. It was necessary. Niechinga and Lu Qingyan, who had been observing, exclaimed in relief, their faces devoid of remorse. A band of blood-soaked outlaws deserved such a fate. This was a mercy. Throw all these pirates overboard. Then let's summon Hugo and the others. We might need to return to report this incident to the coastal law enforcement team. Just as Suku was finalizing the plans, the surface of the sea erupted as if boiling. A colossal beast slowly emerged, revealing half of its head. Its eyes were nearly the size of those on the Black Pearl, and its smooth skin was adorned with several predatory mollusks. Trouble. The corpse that just fell attracted a dominant marine beast. Sherry's frantic warning made Suku acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Chapter 77. It's a shark. Suku's decision. A dominant beast? Suku felt a wave of shock. Encountering a dominant beast so soon after entering the Endless Sea was an extraordinary stroke of misfortune. A dominant beast is essentially an 8th-tier perfected beast, sitting at the pinnacle of the food chain in the Endless Sea, rarely preyed upon by others. Hence the title of dominant. They were indeed having a streak of bad luck. On the edge of the Endless Sea, due to the coastal defenses, these dominant beasts seldom appeared. The presence of this creature likely stemmed from its following the pirates, feasting on their corpses. The patrol boat was relatively small, and the pirates had been pillaging for quite some time, likely engaging in numerous killings and corpse disposal, thus attracting the dominant beast. After all, to such a creature, human flesh is the most delectable sustenance. Set sail! Set sail! Retreat! Retreat! Suku commanded urgently, urging the crew to hasten their movements. Nyechinga and the others were still trying to grasp the reason for Suku's alarm when they glimpsed a massive head, reminiscent of a hill, looming over them. Gulp! What a gigantic shark! As the useless remark escaped his lips, the beast opened its cavernous maw and lunged violently. Boom! The patrol vessel was swallowed whole, sending a wave that propelled the Black Pearl forward at great speed. Don't just stand there. Run. There's no time to return to the inner sea. Panic flashed across Suku's face for the first time. Their route back to the inner sea was obstructed by the beast, and their only option was to retreat as far as possible from the dominant creature. Hoist the sails. Full speed ahead. Suku's commanding shout finally roused everyone. The Black Pearl, harnessing the sea breeze, attempted to veer away from the beast, gradually distancing itself before circling back towards the inner sea. However, it seemed the dominant beast had no intention of letting them escape. Suku, it's following us. Nyechinga shouted anxiously, noticing the looming shadow not far behind. I see it. Damn it. Can't we shake it off with the speed of the Black Pearl? Suku exclaimed in frustration. Lu, how much have we deviated from our course, and how long until we can return to the inner sea? Suku quickly inquired of Lu Qingyan, who was calculating their route. At this heading, it will take at least 20 minutes to reach the next coastal defense entrance, and the wind's assistance will diminish. Lu Qingyan responded rapidly, beads of sweat already forming on her forehead. That's impossible. We won't last 20 minutes. Chingu, summon everyone to throw those pirates overboard. Suku resolutely declared, a fierce determination igniting within him. Among the pirates, many were merely wounded and still alive. To do so now would effectively mean surrender and acceptance of their fate. However, Suku's decision implied that these individuals were preemptively sentenced to death. Nyechinga showed no hesitation and promptly led the sailors to the deck to clear the bodies. Meanwhile, Suku furrowed his brow as he spoke to Shirley. Have you discerned the beast's weakness? At this rate, we are all doomed. Don't rush me. I'm still searching. Shirley's chibi figure maneuvered rapidly over her simulated computer, and after what felt like an eternity, she finally located the creature's data. This is the apex predator, the azure-eyed whale shark. It possesses a composed demeanor, the ability to control waves and winds, remarkable speed, and a penchant for toying with its prey. Its weaknesses are its eyes and the shellfish parasites that cling to its skin. These parasites secrete a highly corrosive liquid upon death to prevent detachment, inflicting excruciating pain on the azure-eyed whale shark, compelling it to protect them. Upon hearing this, a bold idea sparked in Suku's mind. If this beast was so eager to feast upon the Black Pearl, then it must learn just how unpalatable this vessel could be. Spare me, spare me. I don't want to feed the beast. Let me go. I promise I won't dare again, I beg you. The previously arrogant pirates, now thrown into the sea, begged for mercy as the fear of death dawned upon them, yet their remorse elicited no sympathy from anyone. Go plead with those law enforcement officers you tossed into the water. Hu Liang spat as he discarded the last pirate overboard. Captain, what are our next steps? As Suku approached with a calm demeanor, all eyes were eagerly fixed upon him. This young captain had proven his capabilities in such a short span, earning the trust of the sailors. Suku gazed at the crew he had known for only a brief time, their expressions of trust bolstering his confidence in his reckless plan. There is no escaping. We must rely on the firepower of the Black Pearl. Are we daring enough to gamble? Suku spoke with unwavering determination. You are the captain. Our lives rest in your hands. Give the order. Hu Liang represented the consensus of the sailors. Naturally, Nyechinga and Lu Qingyan could not oppose. All right, all hands to the port cannon positions. Old Luo, prepare for a hard left turn. Hu, be ready to drop the anchor from the port side. Let's attempt to drift. Suku's face radiated excitement, clearly treating the apex predator as his quarry. Understood, Captain. Without further questions, everyone obeyed their captain's commands and took their respective positions. The Black Pearl, equipped with 32 16-pound cannons, had not been diminished by Ling Xiaoqing. Rather, it had been perfectly replicated, due to the unique design of the Black Pearl. In order to maintain its blistering speed, the bow and stern cannons had been removed, concentrating all firepower along the sides. This enabled it to engage enemies by pursuing them and firing in parallel. However, against the azure-eyed whale shark, an adversary even swifter, Suku had no choice but to take a risk and halt the ship through a drift to deliver a cannonade to the beast. All right, the plan is clear. Now it depends on our execution. The azure-eyed whale shark was indeed drawn to the fallen pirates, opening its massive jaws and swallowing the surrounding seawater in one gulp. This action brought it to the surface, exposing its eyes and skin. Now's our chance. Drop anchor. Hard left. With a resounding command, Suka leaped onto the rail. Simultaneously, Hu Liang released the left anchor. As the heavy anchor sank, the entire hull of the Black Pearl was suddenly tilted. The forward momentum was abruptly halted. The hard left turn, combined with the single side anchor in the water, initiated a drift. This maneuver aligned the port cannons directly towards the azure-eyed whale shark. Fire! Suka yanked off his pirate hat, roaring as he flung it to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous cannon fire reverberated across the sea. Due to the limited crew and the abundance of cannons, Niechin Gu and the others chose not to reload and instead ignited all the preloaded port cannons at once. These antique weapons from the 17th century were unfamiliar to the azure-eyed whale shark, which did not anticipate they could inflict harm. Thus, the shells unerringly struck the low-tier shellfish parasites clinging to it, resulting in localized explosions. Fortunately, Ling Xiaoqing had not merely crafted solid projectiles, but had also equipped Su Ku with armor-piercing and explosive shells, providing sufficient lethality. With the shellfish parasite slain, the azure-eyed whale shark emitted a mournful wail. The smoke and debris from the cannon fire obscured its vision, leaving it entirely unaware of the ant on the nearby ship, brewing a force capable of shaking the heavens. B-Class Anti-Magic Power, Hearts 8, B-Class Universal Perception, Spades 9, B-Class Tiangang Sword Chi, Diamonds 10, A-Class Immortal Battle Body, Hearts J, S-Class Extreme Ice Scepter, Clubs Q. Resonance Sequence. Multicolored Straight. 5 distinct colored ghost cards dissipated in Su Ku's hand, and simultaneously, 5 times his power surged within him. With one hand, he grasped at the sky. An enormous, radiant blue, bone-chilling ice crystal sword materialized in his grip. With a casual flourish of the owl's sword in his left hand, he continued to fuel the anti-magic power. The ice crystal sword in his other hand, however, was already enveloped in Tiangang Sword Chi. In his mind, the universal perception meticulously locked onto the position of the azure-eyed whale shark through the smoke. Su Ku inhaled deeply and declared loudly to Shirley, "Your Majesty, this strike will be etched in history." With that, he gripped the sword with one hand and executed a fierce slash, simultaneously activating the anti-magic power to amplify this blow. You wretched creature. To witness this earth-shattering strike is the utmost glory of your ant-like existence. The heavens shall part as the star of creation, Enuma Elish. Buzz. A powerful sword pressure emerged. The sea surface between the Black Pearl and the azure-eyed whale shark rippled under this force. The colossal ice crystal sword shot forth, piercing through the smoke, aimed directly at the beast's eye. Did it succeed? Observing this earth-shattering strike, the crew on board felt their throats dry and their legs weaken, struck by Su Ku's audacity while simultaneously filled with anticipation. Yet what followed was Su Ku's roar. What success? I'm merely showing off. Just hold it off for a moment. Hurry, set sail. Leaping off the rail, Su Ku decisively severed the chain connecting the anchor, allowing the Black Pearl to swiftly move with the wind. At this moment, the crew finally realized that even such an extravagant strike might merely tickle an apex predator. The imagination regarding 8th-tier ferocious beasts is indeed rather limited. Roar! An enraged bellow shattered the dust and echoed from afar. The azure-eyed hunting whale shark finally revealed its form once more. The cannon fire had left hundreds of red dots, remnants of fallen mollusk beasts, adorning its body, and at this moment, Su Ku's earth-shattering sword was embedded within a transparent membrane that shielded the shark's eye. The momentum membrane, a unique structure akin to an eyelid, serves to protect the shark's eyeball, retracting from the corner of the eye to cover it in the instant of an attack. Su Ku's strike had the potential to inflict harm, yet it was effortlessly thwarted by the membrane. However, even if it had succeeded, would it truly blind an eye of the azure-eyed hunting whale shark? With the formidable regeneration of an 8th-tier beast, it would only serve to delay its movements without causing significant damage. Surely, no one harbored the delusion that Su Ku could reverse the odds against a 5th-tier beast. This is no tale of invincibility. As the momentum membrane shifted, the embedded ice crystal sword plummeted into the ocean. From a distance, Su Ku surprisingly discerned a flicker of anger in the shark's gaze. This is bad. It seems we are running out of time. Seizing the opportunity created by the shark's distraction, the Black Pearl had already sailed far away. Yet Su Ku felt an overwhelming sense of unease in his heart. Could they truly bear the consequences of provoking an 8th-tier beast? Gulp, gulp. The sudden sound of swallowing drew everyone's attention. For reasons unknown, the azure-eyed hunting whale shark began to voraciously consume the seawater before it. Its immense suction power created a whirlpool, pulling the Black Pearl, which was initially fleeing towards the inner sea, back towards its center. This is not good. If we do not change course, we will be sucked back in. Lu Qingyan quickly assessed the direction of the current and advised, "Let us flee towards the endless sea." With such a commotion, the school must be aware by now. It is only a matter of time before an 8th-tier powerhouse arrives to quell it. We need only hold on a little longer. Agreed. Faced with the unknown, Suku was keen to heed advice. The Black Pearl's course swiftly altered, moving in a circular motion to distance itself from the whirlpool's center. Meanwhile, within the confines of the inner sea, 2 figures had already arrived. Director Wong. The number of ferocious beasts encroaching upon our coastal defenses has been increasing. It appears that even the other side is not at peace. Yan-Imo floated effortlessly above the water's surface, his feet resting upon a fish that seemed to have turned belly up. Principal, could this incident be orchestrated by someone? Wang Chuanxiong stroked his beard thoughtfully. I cannot fathom who might command or influence an 8th-tier beast to return to the school for investigation. If Bai Qingwei wishes for a vacation, perhaps she could conveniently look into the matter. Yan Mo's eyes twinkled, a smirk gracing his lips. Oh, if little Bai knew that her holiday involved working for you, she would surely be quite vexed. Look over there, is that not a ship? Amidst their conversation, Wang Chuanxiong suddenly spotted a pitch-black vessel struggling against the whirlpool created by the beast. By heavens, it truly is. Keep an eye on the coastal defenses. I will go to rescue them. Realizing the urgency, Yan-Imo cautioned Wang Chuanxiong before dashing towards the azure-eyed hunting whale shark. In the endless sea, the shark sensed an approaching formidable presence and abandoned its playful pursuits. Its gills inflated, targeting the Black Pearl, and it unleashed a colossal wave. Everyone, hold on to the ship. Do not let yourselves be thrown overboard. Suku, witnessing the towering wave that loomed over 100 meters high, experienced for the first time the sensation of insurmountable odds. Just as the wave was about to engulf the Black Pearl and erase everything into the depths of the ocean, a mysterious black mist enveloped the entire vessel. A horde of spectral pirates from the Caribbean emerged, seizing control of the Black Pearl. Chapter 79, The Legend of Bear Island, Landfall. Forward, forward. A resounding roar seemed to explode within their souls. Wrapped in black mist, the Black Pearl surged ahead, its speed magnified, with the tumultuous wave propelling the ship forward. The entire vessel rode the waves like a surfer, swiftly distancing itself from the azure-eyed hunting whale shark. What are these beings? The crew aboard the ship stood in awed silence, watching the ghosts expertly navigate the Black Pearl, an indescribable shock rendering them motionless, unable to intervene. These are the most legendary crew of the Caribbean, and escaping the jaws of an 8th-tier beast, we too shall become part of a legend. Suku remarked with a smile, casually plucking a starfish from his head. At that moment, the azure-eyed hunting whale shark, realizing the Black Pearl's escape, felt insulted. It dove into the water, intent on pursuing. But just then, a figure appeared silently upon its back like a specter. The newcomer was none other than Yan-Imo, who leisurely adjusted his glasses before, with fingers poised like a sword, effortlessly swiped downward. Swoosh! A fine, thread-like gleam flashed by, and the massive body of the azure-eyed hunting whale shark froze abruptly. It felt a chill at its neck, as if a crucial connection had been severed, leading to a swift loss of control over its body. Isn't it better to hide quietly in the deep sea rather than invading the coastal defenses? Truly reckless. Yan-Imo shook his head, as if he had merely performed a routine task, his attire remaining undisturbed. What was that strike? The surface of the sea churned, and the severed head of the shark surfaced. Yan-Imo keenly noted a distinct sword mark on the shark's momentum membrane. A remarkable strike. I wonder who accomplished it. He mused, gazing towards the direction where the Black Pearl had long vanished, feeling a tinge of curiosity. Their flight continued, the duration unknown, with the ghosts at the helm. Suku and his companions were rendered powerless to intervene, allowing the spectral crew to navigate at an unprecedented speed across the ocean's surface, enveloped in the mysterious black mist. Even when encountering other vessels, they were merely regarded as a ghost ship, no one daring to intercept or inquire further. Initially concerned that the ghosts might never cease, carrying them deep into the endless sea, they were taken aback when, the following day, as they approached Bear Island, the specters vanished altogether. Vanished? They disappear upon reaching the destination? Such outstanding service. Suku could not help but remark, reflecting on how effective the Black Pearl's intelligent navigation feature was. Perhaps it relates to the destination you had in mind. Over the past few days, I observed that these ghosts exhibit no autonomy, operating like slaves, solely dedicated to steering the ship for the captain. Thus, I suspect that your persistent thoughts of Bear Island subconsciously led them to believe that was your intended destination. Shirley offered a succinct theory before steering the conversation back to Bear Island. This island is no ordinary place. After researching for the past few days, I discovered that the Thunder Bear residing there has a record of annihilating an entire squad led by 4-tier awakeners. An entire squad of 4-tier awakeners? Your Majesty, are you jesting? Even if it were extraordinarily unique, being able to kill a single 4-tier awakener is impressive enough. How could it possibly decimate an entire team? Are all those individuals merely idle? Suku exclaimed in disbelief, clearly unable to accept Shirley's findings. Do not disbelieve, for there exists a record left by witnesses, stating that a 12-member team embarked upon Bear Island amidst a heavy snowfall, intent on hunting the notorious landmine bear. However, as a week passed, those awaiting their return on the mainland saw no sign of life. Consequently, they summoned a fifth-tier expert to venture onto the island for a rescue mission. During the search, they gradually uncovered the bizarrely slain bodies of the team members. The face of the chibi model of Sherry gradually darkened with a heavy gloom, her tone somber. Imbued with an unsettling chill, the first corpse discovered was found hanging from a tree, devoid of any signs of struggle or injury, as if it had succumbed to suicide. The second and third bodies were located within a tent. They had perished from bites, yet the marks on their flesh bore the unmistakable imprints of human teeth. The subsequent bodies were scattered throughout the forest, indicating that they had encountered something terrifying and had fled in panic, ultimately being picked off one by one. The fourth-tier expert met a particularly gruesome fate. His eyes were gouged out, and half of his face was found 5 kilometers away from the body, rendering him akin to a torn rag doll. Had it not been for the fatal claw marks on his chest, no one would have suspected that they had been slain by a third-tier beast. Gulp. With a reflexive motion, Suka touched his throat and cast a glance at the darkened forest on the island, as if the cold gaze of the first hanged team member pierced through time and space to rest upon him. What began as a hunt for a ferocious beast now bore an eerie resemblance to a ghost story. By heavens, Your Majesty, why did you not mention this sooner? Is it too late to change our destination? Suku admitted to feeling a twinge of cowardice, instantly contemplating an alternative. Fool, look at your paltry courage. This is merely the report provided by that fifth-tier awakener, which may not necessarily reflect the truth, Sherry retorted, casting Suku a sidelong glance, exasperated by his timidity. In fact, most believed that the awakened team had fallen victim to their own companions or enemies, as the nature of their deaths did not align with the hunting methods of beasts. Aside from the fourth-tier awakener, no traces of bear fur were found on the others. Thus, I am inclined to believe that this tale has been embellished beyond recognition and does not warrant excessive concern. Moreover, did I not mention that the landmine bear is the most suitable choice for your body tempering? Do not even think about retreating at this juncture. Sherry's words alleviated some of Suku's tension, just as Nyechinga's voice rang out. Suku, we have reached the shore, prepare to disembark. Upon hearing this, Suku put away his phone and stepped out of the captain's cabin, catching sight of the fabled bear island. It was a medium-sized isle, approximately 10 square kilometers in area, akin to a modern nature reserve or forest park. The island was characterized by several prominent peaks, densely cloaked in vegetation, with seemingly only the coastal rocky beach meeting the conditions for landing. Perhaps due to the rocky shore, the waters near Bear Island appeared dark and foreboding, exuding a sinister ambience, and even at noon, the woods cast a shadowy aura. Why do I feel as though we are being watched? This is all Your Majesty's fault for instilling fear. Suka shuddered but dispelled his thoughts, commanding, let us prepare to land, gather your equipment, and proceed with utmost caution. Understood. With a splash, the repaired anchors of the 2 boats were cast into the sea, and Suku and his companions finally set foot on their intended destination. Bear Island. Chapter 80. The Sudden Mist and Mysterious Shadows. After some contemplation, Suku resolved to bring everyone aboard the Black Pearl to the island. After all, according to certain prophetic tales, any division of the group often resulted in calamity for those left behind. Rather than risk that, it was wiser to keep everyone close, especially since this locale was seldom frequented, thus alleviating worries about theft of the vessel. Captain, do you not find this forest to be quite eerie? Shortly after entering the woods, a young crew member hesitantly inquired. This individual, named Ajia, was of similar age to Suku, yet boasted 5 years of experience sailing the seas. According to him, attending school paled in comparison to life at sea. His earnings from just a couple of voyages surpassed the annual income of his classmates who obediently pursued academic paths. Suka closed his eyes, swiftly conjuring a ghostly card in his hand, activating his B-tier ability, Universal Perception, to scout their surroundings. Indeed, there are traces of a few first-tier beasts nearby. They seem to regard us as prey. Do not fret, these are merely opportunities. With that, Suku gestured and sent several ice crystal swords into the dense thicket, immediately eliciting the anguished cries of the beasts within. Remarkable. Such keen insight. Did you truly detect the lurking beasts merely by sound? Lu Qingyin marveled, her admiration for Suku growing with each encounter, as she perceived his strength to be unfathomable. His casual strike resembled that of a psychic awakener. These are merely first-tier beasts. There is no need to rush to harvest materials. Our numbers are limited. Let us only carry back materials from third-tier beasts, Suku cautiously advised, preventing the crew from engaging in the risky endeavor of collecting corpses. The story Sherry had shared had indeed influenced him, rendering him more cautious and reluctant to let the crew take unnecessary risks. The crew nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in his words. They had already witnessed Suku's capabilities and held no doubts about their ability to hunt third-tier beasts. Only the quantity remained in question. These seasoned sailors, who danced on the edge of danger, were eager to accompany Suku and the other awakened ones to the island, solely for the resources of beasts that the awakened might struggle to conquer. In this world, there were no absurdly extravagant spatial rings. even if Suku's appetite were insatiable. The scraps left unclaimed would be the sailors to take. However, Suku was not so miserly. It was only fair to offer the crew additional rewards for their assistance in harvesting. Thus, the entire team pressed deeper into the forest, where the trees on Bear Island grew exceedingly dense, making it nearly impossible to see the sun overhead. Furthermore, navigating through the primal jungle was a perpetual challenge, leaving Suku to rely solely on his universal perception to forge ahead in search of the landmine bear's tracks. Gradually, dusk descended, and a faint mist began to envelop the forest. After a discussion, Suku and his companions decided to set up camp for the night, intending to proceed at dawn once the mist had lifted somewhat. Let everyone rest. I have prepared 2 days' worth of provisions from the ship. Let us prioritize these, for our time on the island is limited, and we need not risk consuming wild fare. Nyechinga, serving as both the first mate and chef, presented a meticulous dietary plan. Indeed, the first mate speaks wisely. Our greatest concern during island excursions is the risk of toxic sustenance. Last time, Ajia, you consumed some mushroom and ended up hallucinating, did you not? Haha, I remember. Ajia clung to our employer's leg, crying about some delicious pig's trotter, scaring the poor girl half to death. Ah, do not remind me. Had you not laughed so heartily, we might not have been expelled from the crew. As the time for rest approached, the atmosphere within the group lightened noticeably, and they began to share tales from their journeys. Lu Qingyan glanced around, noticing that no one was paying her heed, and quietly rose to venture into the woods. Sister Lu, where are you going? Ah, Lu Qingyan trembled in fright. Her cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson. Embarrassed and vexed, she stamped her foot and exclaimed, I just need to relieve myself. What, are you coming along too? Suka found himself at a loss, feeling suddenly awkward. My apologies. I should have considered it more carefully. Perhaps I should have Qinggu accompany you for safety? Absolutely not. No way. Lu Qingyan firmly rejected, her ears burning with embarrassment. Rest assured, I am also a fully awakened level 3. Even if I encounter trouble, I can definitely hold out until you arrive. Suka pondered for a moment, realizing that Lu Qingyan had a point. After all, she was indeed a fully awakened level 3. There was no need to retreat several kilometers away for such a trivial matter, and she could certainly call for help if needed. Moreover, he had his all-encompassing perception ability, which could serve as a warning for her. Very well then. Just call for me if anything arises, and be sure to stay safe. Suka reiterated with earnestness. I'm fine. I'm not a child. You sound as if you're my senior. Lu Qingyan chuckled, waving her hand dismissively, not taking it too seriously. No matter how unfortunate she might be, surely she wouldn't encounter a landmine or a ferocious bear just by stepping out to relieve herself. Suku returned to the campfire, but his all-encompassing perception remained locked onto Lu Qingyan's position. Upon observing her find a secluded spot among the taller vegetation, away from the crowd, he felt his face flush. Out of courtesy, he promptly shielded his perception from that area, feeling too embarrassed to watch her while she tended to her needs. It was quite the transgression to utilize perception in such a manner, Suku mused, a strange thought bubbling up within him. I'm just stepping out for a moment. Wait for me. Suddenly, Ajay from the group stood up, clutching his stomach as he headed towards the forest in the opposite direction of Lu Qingyan. Who go? Send someone to accompany him. Don't stray too far. The woods can be dangerous, Suka hurriedly cautioned. Understood, I'll go with him. I need to relieve myself as well, and I want to wander far. Hu Liang, already prepared to accompany Ajay, picked up his machete and followed suit. Approximately half a minute later, a sudden scream from a woman sent Suku's nerves into overdrive. Who's there? Stop. Lu Qingyan's voice echoed through the dense woods, reaching Suku's ears. He sprang to his feet, activating his all-encompassing perception, and saw Lu Qingyan dashing away, while a red dot on the radar was rapidly fleeing. An ambush? Senior Lu is in danger. Just as Nyechinga was about to step forward, Suka pressed down on her shoulder. I'm faster, I'll go. You stay here to protect everyone, Suka urged urgently, racing off in the direction of Lu Qingyan. The red dot wasn't moving very quickly, and the distance between Lu Qingyan and it was swiftly closing. Just as Suku was about to catch up to Lu Qingyan, he noticed that the red had come to a halt before a cliff. Wait, don't jump. The moment the dot stopped, Lu Qingyan's voice rang out ahead of him. With a sudden burst of speed, Suku surged forward to Lu Qingyan's side. But through the mist, he vaguely saw a familiar silhouette leaning forward, about to leap off the cliff. Splash. The sound of water crashing echoed as Lu Qingyan and Suka hastily reached the cliff's edge, only to be met with the tumultuous sea below. Was that Ajay? Suku asked, his expression grave. The fog is too thick. I could only discern a silhouette, but it truly resembled Ajay. Lu Qingyan's voice trembled with uncertainty. How could he have appeared on your side? Suku's brow furrowed in confusion. He distinctly remembered Ajay heading in the opposite direction. Lu Qingyan shook her head, equally perplexed. I don't know. Just as I was about to rise after relieving myself, I saw a vague figure on the path I had come from, staring intently at me from a distance. I didn't recognize who it was immediately due to the fog, so I called out. But then that figure awkwardly waved at me, almost like a marionette. its joints stiff, moving in a bizarrely slow manner as if its arm might fall off at any moment. Lu Qingyan suddenly grasped Suku's arm, her nails almost digging into his flesh. Do you understand? That wasn't a living person waving. I was terrified, thinking it was someone from our group playing a prank. I got up to chase after it, but then it turned and fled, leading to the events you just witnessed. I reached this cliff, and it jumped. Was that figure truly a Jai? At this moment, Suka found himself unable to provide an answer. Rationally speaking, how could an ordinary person evade an awakened individual, only to take a long detour just to peek at someone relieving themselves? The logic simply didn't add up. Let us return to the camp and ask a Jai for clarity. If that figure wasn't him, Suku's words trailed off. Yet both of them were struck by the same chilling thought. If that figure wasn't a Jai, it implied that from the moment they set foot on the island, some incomprehensible entity had silently infiltrated their midst, lurking in the shadows, reveling in the thrill of the hunt. They hurried back to the camp, only to be astonished to find Chinga just returning from the woods, her expression exceptionally grim. Chinga, didn't we ask you to guard the camp? Why did you leave? Suku's heart sank, a foreboding sense of dread intensifying. Chinga stepped aside, revealing a figure behind her. The originally paired Ajay and Hu Liang now returned with only Ajay. I'm sorry, Suku. I was waiting at the camp for your return. But suddenly, I heard Ajay's cries for help from the woods. In a moment of panic, I had to rush to his aid, only to discover Ajay alone. Chinga said solemnly, guilt evident in her eyes as she faced Suku's gaze. To her, it seemed she had failed the task Suku had entrusted her with. Suku patted her shoulder, refraining from reproach, and turned his sharp gaze towards the shaken Ajay. Ajay's eyes were wide with terror, yet there were no visible injuries on him. Nor did he appear to have any signs of having fallen into the water or engaged in vigorous activity. He was surrounded by other sailors, trembling as he recounted his ordeal. I'm not sure. I just went to relieve myself with Hugo. As men, I naturally felt awkward to urinate at the same tree, so we stood back to back. At first, it was fine. I could hear Hugo rustling nearby. But then suddenly a foul stench wafted over. Ajay's eyes widened with escalating fear as he spoke. I thought it was Hugo, and as I turned to make a joke, I realized, Hugo, he was gone. I didn't hear a sound. He simply vanished. And we were no more than 5 meters apart. There were even traces of Hugo's urine on the tree. Panic-stricken, he recounted how he began to scream and search in the woods, but the fog was too dense. I couldn't find Hugo, nor could I even find my way back. Then I called for help, and shortly after, the first mate came to retrieve me. Suku exchanged a glance with Chinga, who slightly nodded, indicating that Ajay's account was consistent with what he had witnessed. This was peculiar. If Ajay was also a victim, then who was the shadow that had ambushed Lu Qingyan? Was it possible that the terrifying legends of this island were true, and that the landmine bear truly possessed extraordinary powers, capable of making people disappear without a trace? This situation has become rather absurd. Captain, should we seek out Hugo? I am concerned that he may have encountered misfortune. The crew bore expressions of solemnity, preoccupied with Hu Liang's safety. Rest assured, we shall never abandon any individual. Splitting up in this situation is far too perilous. Therefore, let us set out together to search for Hu Ji's whereabouts. Suku articulated this plan, endeavoring to soothe everyone's anxiety. Since earlier, his universal perception had been active, yet he had detected no anomalous light points in the vicinity. It was as though Hu Liang had evaporated from existence, leaving no trace on his radar. Thus, the remaining 11-member team readied their belongings and commenced their search for Hu Liang. Suku, do exercise caution. I sense that this ferocious beast is somewhat peculiar and may have undergone mutation, Sherry whispered, seizing a moment to alert Suku. The most notable change in a mutated beast is its increasingly anthropomorphic behavior. Given that bear-like predators are already quite intelligent, I fear it may have begun to regard you as prey. Suku pondered her words for a moment before responding. To consider the hunter as prey? How intriguing. I am keen to observe what this bear intends. As the team advanced, they found no new traces apart from their own footprints. If we cannot uncover any clues, it may be prudent to return the crew to safety while we search on our own. Suku began to communicate with Chinga, when a nauseating stench suddenly invaded everyone's nostrils. This odor was strange, reminiscent of the foul scent of animals. And it was overwhelmingly potent, far worse than a pack of wild dogs. Ugh, what is that smell? Is it the beast? I can't bear it. A voice cried out. Stay alert. Do not scatter. Form a defensive perimeter and trust in the captain's strength. The crew erupted into a flurry of anxiety, huddling together for protection. Amidst the chaos, a figure gradually emerged from the thickening fog. He bore a large mountaineering backpack, his robust physique and crew cut revealing him as an experienced sailor. It's Hugo. Hugo has returned on his own. Splendid, he is unharmed. The collective mood lightened slightly, and just as they were about to call out to Hu Liang, the fog thickened even further, and the stench intensified. Ah, Luo Jia. Brother Luo has vanished. A piercing scream shattered the brief moment of joy. Without hesitation, Suku propelled himself toward the still figure within the mist. Through the lens of his universal perception, the light point representing Luo Jia abruptly vanished, while Hu Liang's point remained motionless within the fog. Moments later, Su Ku arrived at the indistinct figure, which was indeed Hu Liang, his expression grave as he gazed down at a corpse. Chapter 82. The ferocious beast among the team, the thunderstorm bear? Fortunately, the body was not Hu Liang's. However, the sight before him was still harrowing. A female corpse lay contorted on the ground, her chest grotesquely torn open, innards strewn about, and congealed dark red blood saturating the surrounding earth. Judging by the degree of decay, she had been dead for several days. The tattered backpack and scattered belongings beside her indicated that the deceased was clearly an awakened individual, and at least a third-tier one. Among the remnants of her shredded pack were several healing potions and a blood-stained diary. Su Ku briefly perused the diary's contents, and his pupils constricted in shock. This is the third day since our arrival on the island. Our initial plan to hunt the thunderstorm bear has finally yielded our first sighting of it. Alas, the fog was too dense, and it escaped. Today marks the 5th day on the island, and circumstances have deteriorated. That thunderstorm bear seems to have fixated on us, attacking our camp nightly. It is infuriating that we cannot catch it. That useless 4th-tier individual is of no help, but fortunately, no one has been injured thus far. We have now been on the island for 8 days. Our supplies are nearly depleted, and we plan to retreat, yet we cannot find the path back. That damned thunderstorm bear has returned. On the 13th day, our food has completely run out. We cannot hunt any beasts. Arguments have erupted, and some have gone missing. The leader is suspicious. Some are resorting to cannibalism. On the 15th day, I must distance myself from the group. On the 16th day, that thunderstorm bear is tracking me? How infuriating. Why is it still fixated on us? On the 17th day, I was injured after falling from a cliff, but thankfully, the thunderstorm bear lost my trail. I should be safe now. On the 18th day, I detected a strong stench. It has come again? The handwriting begins to deteriorate. It has truly arrived. How could this be? Why is it fixated on me? What about the others? Who can come to my aid? At this rate, I cannot outrun it. I must fight. The diary entry abruptly ceased on the 18th day. Su Ku closed the diary, inhaling the putrid air deeply. His worst fears had been confirmed. This thunderstorm bear had not only mutated, but had also acquired intelligence akin to that of a human. More terrifyingly, it was now employing a cruel and efficient hunting strategy, utilizing the environment, fear, and suspicion to simultaneously undermine its prey both psychologically and physically. Casually discarding the notebook, Su Ku did not inform his teammates, but returned to the group instead. The atmosphere was charged with tension, nearing a breaking point. Ajay, tell me, did you sneak into the woods to spy on me while I was using the restroom? I now suspect that the disappearances of Hu Liang and Luo Jia are connected to you. Lu Qingyan's voice was icy, her gaze fixed intently on Ajay. How could it possibly be me, Miss Lu? I am just an ordinary person. How could I possess the ability to abduct them? Ajay's face flushed with desperation, nearly pleading. No, I do not suspect you. I suspect all of you. Such a meticulous method of attack does not resemble that of a beast. It targets ordinary people rather than us. Could it be that it has infiltrated the human ranks, attempting to incite us to turn against one another? Su Ku silently commended Lu Qingyan's sharp intellect. Despite limited information, she had deduced a conclusion that aligned with his own. Enough with the bickering. I have just confirmed that was not the real Hu Gu. Su Ku deliberately left his statement half-finished, withholding the fact that the indistinct figure was actually a female corpse. Since this beast has consistently targeted you, it would be too dangerous to allow you to remain with us. Lu Qingya, I would like you to escort everyone back to the Black Pearl, and then return to assist me in searching for the 2 missing individuals. After a moment of contemplation, he arrived at what seemed to be an utterly absurd decision. Being isolated, as depicted in any cinematic work or survival manual, is often regarded as the most foolish choice. Yet, in this moment, Su Ku resolved to proceed with it. The thunderstorm bear's objective was likely to instill fear among them, exploiting their numbers to create distrust and deplete their energy and strength. Thus, Su Ku would grant it a fair one-on-one opportunity, permitting it to come after him, which was certainly preferable to lingering in a state of uncertainty. This was an assertion of his self-confidence in his own abilities. Bears, by nature, are contemplative, vengeful, and gluttonous. As a single, delectable awakened individual, he had no doubt that the thunderstorm bear would come for him. Is it not too hazardous for you to remain here alone? Perhaps I should accompany you in the search while Sister Lu takes them back. Since the disappearance of Hu Liang, Nie Qingya, who had never been particularly talkative, expressed her concern at this moment. Are you worried about him? Lu Qingyan's beautiful eyes widened, and just as she was about to admonish Nie Qingya for her unnecessary concern, she was halted by Su Ku's gaze. Well, with senior Sister Lu leading them, I am not overly anxious. After all, she is the strongest among us, boasting a record of slaying 4th-tier beasts. The 2 of us can search for them together and ensure mutual protection. It will be safer. Su Ku spoke with a smile, appearing quite moved. A faint smile graced Nie Qingya's face, and after giving Su Ku a few words of caution regarding Lu Qingyan, she watched them depart. Hey Qingya, I discovered a corpse over there. Would you like to come take a look? After Lu Qingyan and the others had walked a distance away, Suka proposed to check the female corpse. Nyechinga's elegant eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she delicately wrinkled her nose, politely declining. It is merely a decaying female corpse. What is the purpose of viewing it? It would only spoil our appetite. Let us first search the woods for people. Suka nodded in agreement, then suddenly bent down to pick up a dead tree branch as thick as a bowl. Oh, Chinga, look at this uniquely shaped branch, he said, tossing the branch toward Nyechinga, while his other hand moved to his waist where his dagger rested. What is so special about it? It's just a broken tree branch. Nyechinga was taken aback, instinctively cradling the object thrown to her. Immediately, a chill emanated from within the dry branch, where an ice lotus was quietly blooming. Extreme cold ice crystal explosion. Boom. A burst of white fireworks erupted, filling the forest with a deafening roar. Lu Qingyan, who had just walked away, turned back with an expression of astonishment. Countless frost shards mixed with ice fragments shot forth, causing Nyechinga to stumble backward, ultimately landing clumsily on the ground, rolling to evade the onslaught. Suku, sword in hand, chuckled at Nyechinga's comical attempt to escape. I never mentioned whose corpse it was, yet you already knew it was a rotting one, and that it was female? Furthermore, is this all the strength you possess? No wonder you prefer to hide. Quickly transform and return my crew. A roar, filled with fury, tore through the air. As Nyechinga rolled, her form began to swell and distort, ripping through her clothing, ultimately transforming into a towering, nearly 2-meter tall, brown-furred bear with an oversized head and a comparatively slender body. Strangely, its bare face displayed a distorted semblance of human facial features. It was indeed a bear with a human face, rather than the rumored thunderstorm bear. Human? You dare mock me? This is a death wish. The human-faced bear bellowed, astonishingly capable of speech. Chapter 83, Battle with the Human-Faced Bear, Crushing Defeat. Suku. This is an intelligent beast mutated towards a human form. It must be slain. Shelley's serious voice echoed from his phone, as there was no one else around, making it easier for her to speak. Understood. This is my prey. It hasn't returned Chinga and the others, so how could I let it escape? Suku's eyes narrowed, his right hand gliding over the dagger at his waist, brewing a murderous intent. Arrogant human, prepare to die. The human-faced bear, infuriated by Suku's dismissal, lunged forth like a cannonball. A foul wind rushed towards Suku's face, as the source of the stench finally became apparent. Indeed, the foul odor emanates from you, beast. With a raised eyebrow, Suku showed no fear, boldly advancing without flinching. Red Heart 4, D-Class, Giant Bear Strength. Since he was to battle a bear, he would naturally employ the same power to test who was superior. Suku's muscles tightened suddenly, bulging like small hills. Just then, the human-faced bear's attack was upon him. Bear-like beasts possess an unparalleled physique among their tier, boasting a bite force that surpasses both African lions and tigers, along with a paw strike capable of shattering skulls. Their thick fur and fat provide defense against most forms of attack, and despite their large size and seemingly clumsy appearance, their agility is not to be underestimated, and their weight lends terrifying momentum to their charges. In the face of the human-faced bear's charge, an ordinary awakened individual would undoubtedly retreat. However, Suku remained unfazed, eager to test his new abilities against a creature of equal strength. The human-faced bear wore a grotesque, anthropomorphized grin as it charged forward, its yellow fangs bared, with sharp claws ready to easily tear through steel. The momentum of its charge would likely overwhelm any standard 4th-tier awakened being. Yet Suku did not evade. Instead, he reached out with both arms to grasp the bear's incoming claws. Boom. A shockwave erupted between the man and the bear as their paws collided, sending dirt and leaves flying in all directions. Suku and the human-faced bear held their ground, locked in an unusual stalemate, each sharing an equal share of power. Both their muscles were taut, trembling slightly from exertion. Suku's bulging muscles and prominent veins indicated he was exerting all his strength. You truly possess considerable strength for a mere bear. How about coming to Shihai University to challenge me? Suku jested irreverently, entirely unfazed by the life and death struggle at hand. In stark contrast to Suku's ease, the human-faced bear felt a wave of shock. A human dared to grapple with it, and could even hold his own. Was this truly a human? Even the legendary silverback gorilla could not compare. For the first time, hesitation flickered in the anthropomorphic eyes of the bear, as its small brain struggled to comprehend that Suku could contend with its strength, and hesitation would lead to its retreat. Initially, both were locked in a stalemate, and Suku had no way to switch abilities. He intended to exhaust the human-faced bear through sheer endurance with his Ice Emperor technique before executing a counterattack. But now, with the bear's hesitation, Suku felt the pressure in his hands diminish significantly and seized the opportunity to exert force, pushing the bear's paw back. This game of strength was akin to arm wrestling. Once the balance tipped in one direction, the opposing side would find it increasingly difficult to resist. By the time the human-faced bear sought to regain its footing, it was already too late. With a roar, the human-faced bear was compelled to withdraw its paw, opening its mouth full of fangs, hoping to catch Suku off guard as he stumbled into its embrace, ready to bite him in half. One must admit, the bear's intelligence rivaled that of a 12 or 13-year-old child. Yet Suku was clearly beyond the comprehension of this foolish bear. As the balance of their contest shifted, Suku indeed began to fall towards the bear, but he quickly regained his footing, lunging forward in a deep stance. Summoning all his strength, he delivered a powerful uppercut to the human-faced bear's chin. Bang! The sound of teeth clashing echoed as the bear's jaw snapped back violently. This very movement exposed its most vulnerable throat. Buzz! The dagger sprang from its sheath in an instant, a shadowy figure swiftly slicing through the air. Flying sword style, draw and slash. Suku, in a flamboyant display, prostrated on the ground, slowly sliding his bloody dagger back into its sheath. He barely lifted his head, seemingly certain of having vanquished his foe. No one is watching you. Why are you putting on such a show? A human-faced bear fled. Hurry, chase after it. The furious roar of Shirley jolted Suku from his pose. Huh, didn't I kill it? Suku stared in disbelief at the human-faced bear, which was awkwardly retreating on its hind legs not far away. The blow he had dealt was undeniably forceful. Had it been aimed at a human, it might have severed the head entirely, and even against other ferocious beasts, it would have been no small feat after all. The owl's sword was a spiritual weapon. Although it was not ideally suited for hacking, its sharpness was adequate, making it a unique tool. However, let us not forget that we have discussed the bear's anatomy. Its large head and thick neck either make it a wealthy individual or a cook, pardon my digression, due to its robust neck. The carotid artery and trachea were securely encased in muscle tissue, further protected by layers of fat and fur. Thus, Suku's strike did not claim the life of the human-faced bear. Rather, it triggered its primal instincts, compelling it to flee. Observing the creature gradually retreating, Suku hastily pursued. The wound on its neck continued to bleed profusely. While not lethal, it significantly drained the bear's stamina, causing it to tire more with each passing moment. Simultaneously, the blood trail it left behind became Suku's guiding clue, allowing him to follow the bear without even activating his full sensory perception. Damn humans, how dare you pursue me? The bear god shall not let you go. As it sensed Suku closing in, the human-faced bear attempted to mimic human speech in a threatening manner. This indicated that the bear had been fishing in these waters for quite some time. The awakened ones that had perished at its hands were certainly not few. External accounts had long depicted this place as a den of a ferocious bear adept at combat, failing to recognize that it was, in fact, a sentient, humanoid beast. Suku, however, was not swayed by its threats. Seizing the moment, he switched to his ice power, the frost staff, and unleashed several ice crystal blades that swiftly pierced the bear's rear. The bear emitted a painful wail, and immediately, a dense fog enveloped the surroundings, leaving only the nauseating stench as evidence of the bear's continued presence. Several indistinct figures appeared not far from Suku, darting into the depths of the mist, making it difficult to discern which one was the fleeing human-faced bear. Again with this trick, once or twice is acceptable, but after so many attempts, do you really think I cannot see through the flaws? Suku sneered, his hand quickly transforming the ghost card into a rarely used variant. The mist conjured by the bear, reminiscent of a terrifying legend, not only obstructed psychic scanning, but also simulated human movement patterns, rendering even B-grade sensory abilities ineffective. Bears, being creatures of keen scent, could easily ascertain human positions through smell alone, making the fog no hindrance to their movements. Under normal circumstances, Suku would have found it challenging to contend with the fog, but the situation was different now, as the human-faced bear bore his wounds. Suku drew the owl's sword from its sheath, his finger gliding over the residual blood of the bear. Blood control, with a flick of his wrist. The bear's blood shot forth in a specific direction, and Suku wasted no time in following. The blood control ability, when lacking an accumulation of blood, was virtually useless. Relying solely on his own blood, and that of an uninjured enemy left Suku at a loss for how to battle, let alone conjure the impressive blood river he had witnessed from Seaway. However, now, it proved to be quite apt for tracking. Sure enough, after a brief pursuit, he discovered the human-faced bear crawling towards a concealed cave. The bear let out a soft roar towards the cave, and immediately, 3 adorable cubs bounced out to greet it, their mouths stained with fresh blood, evidently having just feasted. The cubs, upon seeing their mother return, affectionately nuzzled against her, appearing utterly adorable. Yet, Suku's heart grew heavy as he beheld the pile of various animal remains at the cave's entrance, including human skulls and awakened one's equipment. On one hand, he found it hard to believe that Nyechinga could be so easily slain, yet on the other hand, he couldn't help but entertain such thoughts. Sequence resonance. 8, 9, 10, JQ. Without hesitation, Suku unleashed the most formidable combination of abilities at this stage, charging towards the human-faced bear. Hearing the rush of air behind it, the bear's anthropomorphic visage momentarily reflected tension and fear. It turned frantically to behold Suku, sword in hand, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Human, halt. A flicker of desperation and a plea for mercy shone in the bear's murky eyes. We didn't harm your friends. We spared my children. Yet, before it could finish its sentence, Suku's sword was already upon it. The question of Niechinga's fate would be for Suku to ascertain himself. And the human-faced bear, which had toyed with them for so long, must meet its end. The owl sword, enveloped in icy blue frost, was further cloaked in a delicate golden sword aura. This strike was swift as lightning, and the human-faced bear had long since lost the will to resist. Any attempt to block it was now too late. With a piercing thrust, the bear's thick fat and fur, though formidable, were no match for the frost-coated owl sword, which had nearly transformed into a spear. With ease, Suka pierced through the bear, and upon contact, a bloom of icy lotus erupted, triggering an explosion. Extreme cold ice crystal explosion. With the wound serving as an entry point, the ice crystals surged into the bear's interior. As a burst of white fireworks ascended, the bear's riddled corpse collapsed with a resounding thud. The three cubs, witnessing their mother fall, were instantly thrown into chaos. With remnants of human flesh still clinging to their mouths, these little creatures had been fierce beasts since birth. They unleashed a rare combination of thunder and earth elements. Roaring as they lunged at Suku, the arcs of electricity and clumps of earth struck him, causing only trivial harm. These little pests think I would spare them? Suku scoffed, the blade flashing as the heads of the three cubs rolled away. He flicked the warm blood from his sword and surveyed the scattered remains of humans and their gear. In the law of the jungle, the strong prey upon the weak. Such is the way of nature. Standing on the side of humanity, there are some matters beyond negotiation. While others might contemplate raising these cubs to later sell in the West Sea, Suko harbored no such thoughts. A ferocious beast remains a ferocious beast. It cannot shed its nature even when raised. If a beast is ferocious, it must be slain. Otherwise, if humans could coexist with such beasts, would it not be a waste of the lives sacrificed to drive them away? Human territory and the space for survival are not to be infringed upon. Ferocious beasts must be thoroughly expelled. Kicking aside the carcass of the human-faced bear that blocked his path, Suko cautiously ventured into the cave. Surely, observing Suko's troubled demeanor through his phone, hesitated before offering a word of comfort. Do not worry, judging by the size of those three cubs. They likely cannot consume an entire adult. Perhaps only one has perished? As Suka listened, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Shirley's attempt at comfort was rather futile. The cave's dimensions were not particularly vast. After advancing a mere 7 or 8 meters, Suka caught sight of a glimmer of silver, aimed directly at his throat. Having practiced extensively with Chinga and familiarized himself with her swordplay, Suka instantly recognized it as her blade. Chinga, it's me. He slightly deflected the sword with the scabbard, and both parties halted their momentum, avoiding any peril. Suka, you actually found us. Chinga's voice brimmed with joy, only to quickly shift to a tone of urgency. Hurry. Be cautious of that vile bear and its cubs returning. That creature is exceptionally difficult to deal with, and can even speak. We must devise a plan to ambush it. Seeing her anxious demeanor, Suku smiled gently and reassured her. It's all right. That human-faced bear has already met its end at my hands. Is everyone safe? How's Huliang? Upon hearing this, Chinga's tension eased, and she exhaled deeply, stepping aside to reveal the still unconscious Huliang within. We're fine. The human-faced bear merely captured and injured me, seemingly regarding awakened individuals like myself as mere reserves for the three cubs' breakthroughs. Fortunately, the first-tier beasts you dispatched were brought back to the cave by the human-faced bear, ensuring the cubs were well fed. Otherwise, Hugo might not have survived. Once Chinga finished speaking, Suka noticed the numerous bite marks adorning her body, particularly her limbs and joints, indicating severe injuries. What happened to you? How can you say you're fine with such grave wounds? Suka hurriedly helped her sit down. Yet she dismissively replied, it's nothing. That beast is just a beast. It never anticipated that the heavier my injuries, the stronger I would become. In this state, I haven't even triggered the third stage of dragon gallbladder. This time, it's my oversight. Hearing Ajia call for help startled me, and I failed to notice the lurking beasts in the mist. Thankfully, your judgment was spot on. The two exchanged information about their time apart, expressing mutual astonishment at the cunning of the human-faced bear. Let's notify everyone to return and divide the spoils. We can also utilize this location to refine our bodies with the bear's essence. Once Suku assessed the surroundings were secure, he prepared to signal for his teammates to gather. Meanwhile, a modern sailboat glided along the currents, approaching the side of Bear Island. Wei Jixing watched the ominous black arrow formed beneath President Shue's feet and couldn't help but voice his skepticism. President Shue, are you certain this tracking method is accurate? We haven't seen Suku and his cruise ship for nearly 2 days. President Shue smirked confidently, unfazed by the other's skepticism. Rest assured, Wei Xiao, my tracking technique is infallible, you need not worry. Shortly thereafter, as the vessel rounded Bear Island, they spotted the pitch-black hull of the Black Pearl. Chapter 85, Commencing Body Refinement, Terrifying Consumption. Within the cave of Bear Island, Suku had excavated a pit nearly half his height, transforming it into a bath for body refinement. The corpse of the human-faced bear had been dismembered by the crew, and its blood was steadily added to the pool. Alright, you've sustained severe injuries. You'll need at least a month before you can engage in any strenuous activities. Lu Qingyan tightened the bandages in her hands, tending to Hu Liang's wounds. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate your efforts and the waste of such precious medicinal materials on my behalf. Hu Liang expressed with a hint of remorse. In comparison to the seemingly unscathed Niechinga, who appeared vibrant with only minor bandaging, Hu Liang's ordinary physique was considerably more fragile. Even with the utilization of healing potions meant for awakened individuals, he would require an extended period of recuperation. Hu Ge, you should take one of these 3 little bear monsters for yourself. The remaining 2 can be distributed among the others. After we extract the blood from this 3rd-tier beast, we won't need anything but the bear's paw and gallbladder, Su Ku declared, removing his shirt to reveal his well-defined muscles as he established the distribution of spoils. I can't accept this. I hardly contributed. Hu Liang attempted to refuse, but Su Ku promptly interrupted him. Take it. Consider it a compensation for your injuries. Su Ku waved his hand dismissively, not allowing Hu Liang to decline. This harrowing adventure had unveiled to Su Ku the myriad dangers of the endless sea, and he felt no hesitation in rewarding those who had risked their lives alongside him. The essence of this human-faced bear was sufficient for 10 people. Lu Shuejia, this is your share. Su Ku produced 10 jade vials filled with the precious essence, handing 3 to Lu Qingyan and 3 to Niechinga. Since I was the one who vanquished the human-faced bear, I should take an extra vial. No objections, I hope? Su Ku remarked, waving the surplus vial in his hand. Lu Qingyan appeared taken aback upon receiving the essence, having expected to receive no more than 1 vial. Yet Su Ku had generously bestowed upon her so much. Su Shuedi, this is too much. I hardly exerted myself. Su Ku shook his head and directly jumped into the blood-filled bath. Shuejia, this includes the payment for your services. Please accept it. Winning hearts was what Su Ku aimed to achieve. Encountering a competent sailor was a rare opportunity, and he wished to establish a good rapport, ensuring he could call upon her again for future voyages. After all, while finding brawlers was relatively easy, technical talents were far rarer and more precious. Thank you very much. Lu Qingyan's face beamed with joy. These 3 vials of essence would not only aid her in refining her body, but also allow her to procure additional materials to facilitate her breakthrough. I intend to refine my body right here. Chinga, I kindly ask you to keep watch. With Niechinga, Su Ku felt no need for excessive politeness and directly requested her assistance. The ordinary blood within the human-faced bear also contained a substantial amount of energy, albeit less stable than the essence, making it harder to preserve. Su Ku, noticing the cave's suitability and that the island's strongest beast had been slain, resolved to complete his body refinement at this location. Absolutely, we'll watch over you. Rest assured, Niechinga and the others readily affirmed, evidently raising Su Ku's standing in their eyes. Opening a vial of essence, Su Ku poured it into the bath. Meanwhile, he began to circulate energy within his body according to the Western Sea body refinement method. This technique, a hallmark of Western Sea University, had undergone countless iterations through generations of teachers and gifted students, now reaching its 76th version. Although this body refinement method was developed by Western Sea University, they had no strict prohibitions against disseminating it. This practice, designed to enhance the physical capabilities of all awakened individuals, was openly shared with all aspiring practitioners. The university's broad-mindedness was evident in this regard. As the refinement technique progressed, Su Ku's skin gradually flushed red, and the essence of the human-faced bear began to froth and permeate into his body. Crack, crack, crack. Sounds akin to firecrackers exploded in his mind as Su Ku felt his cells continuously divide and reorganize, the newly formed cells displaying a marked vitality. However, after merely refining a quarter of his total cells, Su Ku realized that the energy seeping in from the surroundings was waning, as if the essence had been depleted and transformed into ordinary blood. Plop. Noticing Su Ku's diminishing energy levels, Niechinga decisively opened another vial of essence and poured it in. Su Ku immediately sensed a new surge of energy converging into his body for further refinement. Thus, a terrifying situation unfolded. The deeper he refined, the faster Su Ku consumed the essence, requiring increasingly larger quantities. 3 vials, 4 vials, 5 vials, 7 vials. Not only did he exhaust his own share, but he had also drained the 3 vials from Niechinga's hands. What is happening? Su Ku's consumption of body refinement is truly astonishing. Is this really the body refinement technique taught by the school? Lu Qingyan covered her crimson lips with one hand. Her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Su Ku might possess a somewhat unique constitution, senior sister Lu. May I borrow some from you? Before Niechinga could finish her sentence, Lu Qingyan promptly handed over 3 bottles of essence blood. Take them and use them. If even that isn't enough, then I shall have no recourse, she said with a refreshing candor, devoid of any reluctance or displeasure. Thank you. Niechinga did not linger, pouring the 8th vial of essence blood into the pool. Fortunately, this time, Su Ku's absorption rate had noticeably slowed. The essence blood in the bath no longer boiled, but instead transformed into a mist, enveloping his bare upper body. Phew. It appears to be successful. He is solidifying his foundation. You startled me. I thought 10 vials would not suffice. Niechinga sighed in relief, returning the remaining 2 vials. Lu Qingyan extended her fair hand, intending to take only one vial, leaving the other for Niechinga's body refinement, when suddenly, a series of anguished screams echoed from outside the cave. "Ah, Captain, First Mate, we are under attack." Niechinga exchanged a glance with Lu Qingyan, noting that Suku had not yet awakened, and they both rose, rushing towards the cave entrance. The atmosphere in the forest was extraordinarily tense. Ajiel lay on the ground, clutching his severed arm, struggling incessantly, while other crew members, armed with rudimentary weapons, cowered nearby. Watching the two men in black robes with trepidation. "Esteemed sirs, we are merely an ordinary small boat team, here only to hunt some low-tier ferocious beasts. We do not know how we have offended you." Hu Liang limped out from the crowd, humbly explaining. "Huh, a small boat team? You are hardly a small crew, are you?" Wei Jixing's familiar mocking voice rang out, his eyes gleaming with vengeful delight beneath the black robe. "You are the team formed by the top student of West Sea University. It would not be an exaggeration to say that your future is promising." Before he could finish, Niechinga's furious roar erupted from within the cave. "Wei Jixing, you scoundrel! What do you intend to do?" Chapter 86. Crisis approaches, the Shadow Lord. With an enraged bellow, Niechinga, sword in hand, burst forth from the cave like the wind, the blade aimed directly at Wei Jixing. Wei Jixing scoffed, halting the movement of the nearby Shui president. "A defeated foe is nothing to worry about. Leave this to me." As he spoke, he simultaneously hurled 2 flying knives, which exploded like a shower of blossoms. 1,000 mechanisms splitting. The sky was filled with flying knives raining down upon Niechinga. As a superhuman, Niechinga had no effective means to counter this deluge of blades. He could only protect his vital points and brace himself for a trade of injuries. Boiling steam surged forth. At that moment, a graceful figure flashed to his side, and with a mere gesture, a torrent of boiling steam erupted from her mouth, sweeping towards the thousands of flying knives. "What?" Wei Jixing's pupils dilated in an instant as he witnessed his myriad flying knives being blown away by the steam, hurtling back towards him. With a cacophony of metallic clattering, Shui President's hoarse voice dripped with mockery. "Young Master Wei, do be cautious. That little girl seems to counter you perfectly." A towering shadow loomed before the two. The countless flying knives embedded themselves into its form without inflicting harm, eventually falling to the ground as their momentum waned. Shui President made no movement, merely standing there with arms crossed, exuding an air of ease. Shui President's prowess is indeed remarkable, but next time, I shall not make such an error. Wei Jixing snorted disdainfully, showing little regard for Shui President's admonishment. He drew 4 flying knives from behind, pinching them between his fingers, and approached Niechinga and Lu Qingyan with a sneer. "Niechinga, do not throw your life away for Suku. I'm not afraid to tell you that he is connected to an extraordinary individual, one you or the Nie family should not meddle with. Step aside obediently, and I may consider sparing your life after you pledge a blood oath." In response to Wei Jixing's threat, Niechinga subtly gestured to Lu Qingyan. In an instant, he sprang forth like a leopard, darting low towards Wei Jixing. Truly obstinate. Wei Jixing frowned, casting the 4 flying knives in his hand, which arced gracefully to block all of Niechinga's paths. 1,000 mechanisms splitting, heaven and earth changing. With a hand sign, the 4 flying knives began to split, morphing into a silvery river of blades sweeping towards Niechinga. This time, he divided his focus to manipulate them, striking from various angles, ensuring they would not be blown away by Lu Qingyan's steam. Indeed, Wei family's genius. He quickly devised a counter-strategy. Shui President nodded silently, holding Wei Jixing in higher regard. However, what Wei Jixing and his companion did not anticipate was that Niechinga exhibited no fear of the endless flying knives, continuing to sprint forward, determined to pierce Wei Jixing with his sword. This reckless disregard for life and death evoked memories of Su Ku in Wei Jixing's mind. "You scoundrel! Just like that other scoundrel, how infuriating! Since you wish to perish together, then let it be so." This time, Wei Jixing felt no hesitation or fear, commanding the celestial river of blades to descend. The scene before him had played out many times in his mind during his hospital stay. Each time he faced Su Ku's frenzied gaze, his hands would tremble in fear. That battle seemed to have shattered his courage and obliterated his confidence as a strong individual. And even the guidance of professional psychologists could scarcely help him recover. The only remedy, perhaps, was to slay his enemies time and again in similar dire straits to mend those wounds. Thus, he gritted his teeth, prepared to exchange one life for another. This time, however, he felt confident he could turn Niechinga into a sieve before Wei Jixing reached him. Yet, at that very moment, a clear, melodious female voice rang out, like celestial music to Niechinga's ears, but thunderous to Wei Jixing's. Boiling steam surged forth. Once again, the same maneuver was employed, but this time the target was not the flying knives, but rather aimed at Niechinga's back. Niechinga tensed his body, leaping forward with all his might. The ensuing force was a boiling onslaught. Like a rocket booster, Niechinga propelled forward under the steam's impetus, nullifying the distance between him and Wei Jixing. The searing steam scorched the fabric of his back, reddening his skin, and even the exposed areas began to swell with blisters. Yet, he clenched his jaw, refusing to retreat. Harnessing this power and the burns to unleash his dragon gallant abilities to the fullest, thrusting his sword with unwavering resolve. With this strike, he aimed to rectify the regret he harbored from the freshman competition, to prove that he, Niechinga, was a hero, unyielding in the face of formidable foes and steadfast in friendship. With a sickening sound of blade-piercing flesh, Niechinga's form froze momentarily. He staggered back 2 steps before collapsing with a thud, his body devoid of any visible wounds, yet his chest bled profusely. Wei Jixing stood transfixed, watching the sword tip slide past his nose, shocked by Niechinga's swift defeat, while simultaneously intrigued by Shui President's abilities. As one gazes upon the shadow behind Niechinga, an astonishing sight unfolds. A fragmented flying knife, driven into the earth by President Shui, strikes the exact location where Niechinga sustains his injury. The B-grade ability, Shadow Lord. The shadow skill, Life Sharing. As the president of the Blood Brotherhood, Shui wields the power of shadows, effortlessly manipulating them at will. This particular maneuver, which pierces Niechinga's shadow, binds the shadow's life to that of its master, ensuring that even if the master evades an attack, the shadow can still inflict harm. This ability is akin to a fatal encounter with death itself. Anyone encountering the Shadow Lord's powers for the first time is particularly vulnerable to such an assault, as one seldom anticipates an attack that cannot directly strike them. Are you at the 5th tier? Niechinga gasps, sprawled on the ground, blood spilling from his lips as he struggles to speak. Oh no. I'm simply a special case of being at the peak of the 4th tier. You might as well call me half a 5th tier. The voice, hoarse and laced with disdain, retorts. You scoundrel. How dare you wound me? I had intended to spare your life, but you've brought this upon yourself. Wei Jixing wipes the blood from his nose, a shiver running down his spine. Had President Shui not intervened, he would likely have met his demise. A mere early-stage 4th-tier awakener nearly slain by a 3rd-tier awakener. This revelation strikes a blow to Wei Jixing's pride, plunging him into a state of frenzied rage. Weren't you quite resilient? Aren't you supposed to be invulnerable? Then let me grant you a thrilling experience. As he speaks, he withdraws a flying knife and plunges it directly into Niechinga's lower back. Niechinga emits a cry of agony, yet the shadow remains impaled, rendering him immobile as if frozen in place. Suko, get out here now. Your dear roommate is about to be toyed with to death. A maniacal laughter echoes as Wei Jixing's murderous intent lays bare amidst the desolation of Bear Island, where only their 2 parties remain. Chapter 87, Awakening, a single strike. Suko, wake up. Your friends are in danger. Wake up. The young girl's crisp electronic voice urgently repeats within the cave. In the bathtub, a young man keeps his eyes tightly shut, his well-defined upper body trembling incessantly. Suko, as she witnesses Niechinga and the others falling into peril. Suko remains immersed in his body refinement. Shirley grits her teeth and makes a bold decision. She commands her Nokia to float upwards, pausing momentarily before soaring toward the cave entrance. In recent days, she has accumulated considerable computational power. Yuji, you better not deceive me. A resolute determination is etched across her chibi cartoon face. Just as she is about to exit the cave, a bloodied hand suddenly appears, gripping her tightly. Suko, you're awake. Shirley's face brightens as she turns to behold the now even more handsome youth before her. Yes, the refinement was more complex than I anticipated. Which delayed me. You should hide well and not reveal yourself. I can sense a familiar scent of blood. Suko's gaze is strikingly calm, devoid of panic despite the threaded hand, yet his movements are swift. He retrieves the blade embedded in the ground, placing Shirley among the piled clothes, while he strides out of the cave with his upper body bare, brandishing the sword. Outside, Lu Qingyan instinctively moves to assist as she sees Niechinga grievously injured. However, Niechinga musters all his strength to shout, "Leave. This has nothing to do with you. Do you need to risk your lives for me? You lowly individuals. Even if you return alive, no one will believe your words. Hurry and go. Can you save me by staying here? Leave. We do not require assistance." His hoarse, desperate roar brings tears to Lu Qingyan's eyes. Niechinga understands that he is no match for Wei Jixing and his companion, and he merely hopes they do not involve the innocent crew and Lu Qingyan in their chaos. Oh, are you trying to be a hero saving a damsel in distress? Wei Jixing laughs heartily. But you do have a point. These individuals pose no threat even if they return alive. Look at me now. I'm still grievously wounded and in need of recuperation in a hospital. Who would have thought I would set sail? Ha! His arrogance is palpable, showing no regard for Lu Qingyan. Creak. Whoosh. A crew member, attempting to flee, is suddenly struck down by a flying knife that pierces his throat. Nevertheless, did I allow you to leave? Once I'm satisfied with my play, I might consider letting you go. Observing Wei Jixing's increasingly deranged demeanor, President Shui feels a twinge of disdain. This young master of the Wei family not only lacks the heart of a true warrior, but has also come to find joy in bullying the weak. Yet, this suits Shui just fine. Beneath such a towering figure, those like them can survive. With boiling steam, Lu Qingyan channels her ability. sharp-witted as she comprehends that Wei Jixing intends to spare no one. Faced with one who takes pleasure in killing, she must muster the courage to confront death. The people of the West Sea would rather stand and die than kneel and live. As she prepares her scalding ability for a desperate fight, Suku's hand rests on her shoulder. Sister Lu, let me handle this. You take the others and leave. Do not concern yourself with helping me. The upcoming battle is beyond your capability. Suku's tone is unyielding, coupled with the strength of his grip, effortlessly pulling Lu Qinyan behind him. He faces Wei Jixing and his companion without fear, as though he were not a first-year student who had just broken through to the late third tier, but rather a formidable fifth-tier warrior. Suku, the coward, finally emerges. Wei Jixing exclaims with excitement. Look beneath my feet, a dead dog. Ha ha ha, does that make you angry? Want to teach me a lesson? Come on. The arrogance in Wei Jixing's eyes is unmistakable, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor of superiority. President Shui, taken aback by Suku's youth and composure, cuts to the chase. Are you Suku? Enough of the pleasantries. Have you seen the Ice Princess? Upon hearing this, Suku's heart tightens. His instincts had proven correct. Wei Jixing's audacious pursuit stems from the matter concerning Shirley. The great ice ability has indeed brought him considerable trouble. However, Suku bears no resentment towards Shirley. Without her guidance in awakening his clown ability, he would not have walked this path. Thus, when confronted by President Shui's inquiry, he refrains from uttering a single word. Instead, he merely raises his right hand, brandishing the blade, and in an instant, lunges forth. Come at me. Wei Jixing's excitement is palpable as, disregarding President Shui's attempt to intervene, he draws a flying knife and charges ahead. He seeks to confront his inner demons, eager to prove his superiority over Suku and claim the title of the strongest among the newcomers. After a period of honing his abilities and acquiring countless high-level resources, Wei Jixing has stabilized his strength at the early 4th tier, his speed rivaling that of Suku, whose body is infused with superhuman abilities. This time, instead of unleashing a flurry of flying knives as a wide-range attack, he grips a single golden knife. The two move with remarkable speed, stepping over scattered knives. Ready to engage in a fierce clash, Suku manifests 5 ghost cards directly from his left palm, forming a straight with 8, Power of Breaking the Law, 9, Omnisensing, 10, Heavenly Sword Chi, J, Indestructible Battle Body, and Q, Extreme Ice Staff, would elevate his mana to 5-fold. The unremarkable Raven sword was thrust forward, seemingly attempting to utilize the enhanced physique from the Superman series to swiftly defeat Wei Jixing. It was a trap. A glimmer of joy flashed in Wei Jixing's eyes as he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, while his other hand pointed the sword at the back of the blade. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant golden light erupted. The 1,000 mechanisms convergent slash. The silver throwing knives scattered across the ground instantly shot upwards, converging towards the golden blade in Wei Jixing's hand. In a heartbeat, a golden Japanese longsword appeared in his grasp, radiating a dazzling brilliance as it struck down towards Suku's sword with overwhelming force. With this move, he intended to sever Suku's weapon first, then his arms. Yet, Suku's raven sword remained steadfast, without any extravagant abilities deployed, simply thrusting forward calmly before sweeping upward. Power of Breaking the Law. Activate. Clang. A crisp sound of metal snapping echoed. Half of the golden blade soared into the sky, while the black sword edge grazed Wei Jixing's chest, slicing upwards, parting his collar, and after circling his neck, struck the back of his neck, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Chapter 88. The Effects of Body Refinement, Threats, and Bargains. The exchange of blows occurred in an instant. Even Shui Huizhong, a consummate expert at the 4th tier, was unable to intervene before Wei Jixing was subdued by Suku. With his left hand gripping Wei Jixing's hair like a dead dog, he yanked upwards, exposing his neck, while the sword edge pressed against his throat. Release him. The succinct command conveyed Suku's stance, his eyes brimming with lethal intent, revealing his unwavering resolve. A single strike, and it was over. At that moment, Wei Jixing's heart was tumultuous, his face a mask of disbelief. He had assumed that after this period of cultivation, he would, if not surpass Suku, at least be far more difficult to defeat than before. Yet unexpectedly, in just over half a month, Suku had progressed to the point of defeating him in a single blow. This shattered the confidence he had painstakingly rebuilt. How is this possible? Aren't you only at the 3rd tier? Why can you sever my spirit weapon with a single strike? What sort of sword are you wielding? An artifact? No. You cannot possibly possess an artifact. Then you must be cheating. You must have cultivated some sinister technique to forcibly elevate your realm. Though Wei Jixing found his neck at Suku's mercy, he ramblingly continued to protest. Silence. Suku's tone was icy as he pressed the sword inward slightly, instantly drawing forth a stream of crimson blood. His ability to defeat Wei Jixing in one blow was intricately tied to the recent body refinement. Based on the physique of an ordinary awakener, absorbing the energy from the blood of ferocious beasts allowed one to enhance their blood cells, achieving a doubling of their baseline physique, referred to as a june of strength. Those exceptional few might absorb even more, refining it more purely, thus attaining 2 or even 3 june of strength. But how much had Suku absorbed? That was a staggering 8 vials of third-tier complete ferocious beast blood. Although the enhancement from body refinement was not merely a matter of addition, his physique had now become 8 times that prior to refinement. This equates to an astonishing 8 June of strength. Why was he able to enhance so much despite using the same body refinement technique? Suku speculated that it might be due to his repeated replication of various Superman series powers, which had already undergone several bodily modifications, allowing his cells to endure different forces of enhancement, thus making them more malleable. This led him to a bold conjecture. If every awakener could have their cellular potential stimulated by a Superman series awakener before body refinement, would the subsequent enhancement be even greater? The current body refinement technique, rather than being a true refinement, resembled an ancient medicinal bath. Although it stimulated cellular absorption and regeneration, it lacked the genuine process of refinement. This could perhaps serve as a direction for improvement to propose to the school, but that was a matter for later. In any case, Suku's physique and strength were now exceedingly formidable. It is noteworthy that a 4th-tier early awakener, unless they belong to the Superman series, would typically possess a physique of only about 10 June. Now, with his already enhanced body, coupled with an additional 8 June of strength, alongside the attack enhancement of the power of breaking the law, it was only natural that he could easily shatter Wei Jixing's full-force strike. Xue Huizhang observed as Wei Jixing was subdued by Suku, showing no sign of disturbance beneath his cloak. To him, such threats and restraints were merely commonplace occurrences. Exchange the hostage? No problem. However, you must release him first. Xue Huizhang stepped on Niechinga's back, causing her to spew forth another mouthful of blood. Do you think that is possible? Suku's expression darkened as he pulled back on the sword, causing a stream of scarlet blood to flow forth, accompanied by the sound of Wei Jixing's trachea being severed. Young man, I advise you to remain calm, Xue Huizhang croaked in a leisurely manner. This is the young master of the Wei family. Killing him may not concern you, but can you truly bear the Wei family's retaliation? All we desire is merely the information regarding the Ice Princess. If you share what you know with me, I will certainly release you. And the Wei family will not seek revenge. In fact, young Master Wei could even befriend you. Xue Huizhang spoke of absurdities, while Wei Jixing, bloodied from his throat wound, laughed amidst his suffering. Indeed, Suku, if you kill me, you will only attract endless troubles. Release me, and tell us about the Ice Princess. And I can overlook the past. I know nothing of this Ice Princess, nor am I interested in becoming your friend. Release him, and let us part ways. Suku tightened his grip on Wei Jixing's hair, refusing to fall into the trap of admitting he possessed information regarding Sherry. Xue Huizhang's expression grew cold, his fist subtly tightening within his sleeve. In that case, let us both release our hostages. I trust you will keep your word? Suku nodded in agreement. Thus, the two locked eyes and simultaneously chanted, 1, 2, 3. The moment the countdown ended, both sides released their captives. Niechinga was kicked to the ground by Xue Huizhang, rolling towards Suku. Meanwhile, Wei Jixing was kicked in the back, tumbling towards Xue Huizhang. In the instant the two hostages crossed paths, both parties sprang into action, rushing towards their respective companions. Suku swiftly scooped up the fallen Niechinga, turning to hurl her towards the long-waiting Lu Qingyan. Senior sister, take him away. I'll hold them off. With the enhancement of 8 June of strength, Niechinga flew several meters, landing perfectly in front of Lu Qingyan. Without hesitation, Lu Qingyan promptly hoisted Niechinga onto her back and made her escape, understanding all too well the concept of not dragging down the team. As for Wei Jixing, the moment Xue Huizhang caught him, a surge of crisis awareness washed over him. This is bad. Xue Huizhang vaguely noticed a shrunken ice lotus flower snagged in Wei Jixing's hair, conveniently concealed by the dense strands. You little rascal. No sense of martial ethics. The ice-blue glow of the lotus burst forth, white fireworks ascending, a bone-chilling cold enveloping the surroundings, accompanied by countless shards of ice shooting forth. Extreme cold ice crystal explosion. As the dust settled and the ice crystals dissipated, the attack had already landed, yet Suku wore a solemn and grave expression. Before them lay a clearing, ravaged by the explosion of ice crystals, where President Xue, clad in tattered black robes, bore a countenance etched with fury and deep wrinkles. In his embrace, a shadowy figure enveloped Wei Jixing, safeguarding his life, though the force of the blast rendered him unconscious. I once believed you to be an inexperienced novice, yet you proved to be more cunning than this old rogue, who has roamed these lands for years. This time, I was careless, but you have not triumphed. A sudden, triumphant smile crept across President Xue's gaunt, wrinkled face as the shadow in his arms abruptly vanished. The Shadow Lord, ever lurking. A wave of unease washed over Suku, prompting him to instinctively turn and glance at the fleeing Lu Qingyan and her companion. To his horror, from the shadow of Niechinga behind Lu Qingyan emerged a figure resembling President Xue. The shadow reached out, brandishing a pitch-black dagger, which it plunged mercilessly into Niechinga's back. With a sickening squelch, a crimson spray erupted from Lu Qingyan's lips, her long hair billowing as she collapsed into the mud alongside Niechinga.